In the meeting room of the Qianhu Town Committee in Hengshan County, the atmosphere was charged with tension. This was Liu Haotian's inaugural town committee meeting since assuming the role of secretary, and he confronted Town Mayor Liang Youde directly, slamming his hand on the table. With a resounding clap, he declared, "Mayor Liang, I ask you one question. What is the purpose of our economic development? Is it merely to present an impressive GDP figure, or is it to enhance the livelihoods of the people? That is a substantial sum of 8 million in fiscal subsidies. Yet you propose to allocate these funds to Tianxing Company, a private sand mining enterprise, instead of benefiting the citizens of Qianhu Town. What are your true intentions?" As he posed this question, Liu Haotian was consumed by anger. Just half a month prior, he had transitioned from the Wolf Fong Special Forces to take on the role of town secretary. Before his departure, he had vowed to dedicate his life to serve. Liu Haotian cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd, discerning the averted gazes that signaled his lack of any hope for support should a vote be cast. In an instant, his anger surged to the forefront, and with a resounding thud, he struck the table. "Regarding the matter of fiscal subsidy funds, I hereby invoke the veto power of the secretary." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Liang Youde was left utterly astounded, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the moment. He could scarcely believe that Liu Haotian, the newly appointed secretary of the town committee, would wield such authority at his very first significant meeting, motivated solely by the desire to advocate for the welfare of the common people. Could it be that Liu Haotian had lost his senses? Liang Youde glanced at Deputy Mayor Meng Qingze, who immediately grasped the situation and addressed Liu Haotian. "Comrade Liu Haotian, as a seasoned colleague, I feel compelled to remind you that while the veto power of the secretary carries substantial weight, its frequent use may result in your eventual loss of authority within the town committee of Qianhu." Liu Haotian, with a slight smile and an unwavering resolve, replied, "When it concerns the interests of the populace, I shall not yield nor compromise in the slightest. I have made my decision to utilize the veto power. This meeting is adjourned." Though he had transitioned from military service, he retained a decisive and unyielding demeanor akin to his days in the army. Liang Youde and Meng Qingze were left dumbfounded at that moment. The door to the conference room swung open, and a staff member rushed in, his face etched with urgency. He turned to Liu Haotian and exclaimed, "Secretary Liu, we have a serious situation. The entrance to our administrative compound has been besieged by the populace. They demand your intervention to address the land compensation issue that Tianxing Company has delayed for 8 long years. If this matter is not resolved today, they threaten to escalate their grievances to the provincial level." Upon hearing this, a grave expression settled on Liu Haotian's face. Meanwhile, Liang Youde's countenance revealed a glimmer of satisfaction. Internally mused, "Liu Haotian, if you wish to firmly establish your position as the secretary of Qianhu Town, you must first navigate through this challenge." Liu Haotian approached the window and peered outside, where he observed the entrance to the Qianhu Town administrative building completely blocked, a sea of people gathered in protest. That a frown creased his brow as the tumultuous voices of the crowd echoed, their slogans resonating with fervor. Chapter 2. A deep pit. Upon observing Liu Haotian and Amp Oppo's stern expression, Liang Youde could not help but smirk inwardly. Yet he reminded, "Secretary Liu, this matter necessitates your personal intervention, as you are the primary authority." Liu Haotian cast a cold glance at Liang Youde and declared, "Deputy Mayor Liang and Deputy Secretary Chu Yunqing will accompany me." With that, Liu Haotian strode toward the exit, followed closely by Deputy Secretary Chu Yunqing, leaving Liang Youde no choice but to follow reluctantly. As Liu Haotian reached the entrance, the crowd outside erupted in loud cries. "We demand compensation. You cannot deceive us like this. If this issue is not resolved, we shall petition the provincial authorities." Various voices clamored in Liu Haotian's ears. He approached the entrance and instructed the duty guard, "Open the gate." The elderly guard, concerned for the newly appointed secretary who had barely settled into his role, replied anxiously, "Secretary Liu, we cannot open the gate. Look at these people, they're about to explode." Liu Haotian waved dismissively. "It and Amp Oppo's fine. I will bear the consequences. Open the gate." Reluctantly, the guard opened the gate, and the crowd surged forward, encircling Liu Haotian. "You are the new town secretary, Liu Haotian? You must address our grievances, or we will not let this matter rest. If you fail to resolve our issues, you should resign as town secretary." In an instant, Liu Haotian found himself enveloped by a cacophony of voices, and some individuals began to shove him, clearly intent on escalating the situation. Standing tall at approximately 189 meters, Liu Haotian was visible to most in the crowd. He raised his voice above the clamor. "Dear villagers, I am indeed Liu Haotian, the newly appointed town secretary of Qianhu Town. Since you have gathered here today seeking my assistance, could you kindly designate a few representatives to articulate your concerns?" A man in his 30s stepped forward, flanked by several similarly aged companions. He addressed Liu Haotian. "Secretary Liu, our demands are straightforward. When Tianxing Company requisitioned our land for sand extraction, they promised us an annual compensation of 800 yuan for at least 20 consecutive years. This arrangement was guaranteed by the town, yet we have only received 1 year's compensation and not a single cent since. Our land has been taken, and many families have lost their means of livelihood. We are suffering greatly and hope the town can deliver justice." Upon hearing this, Liu Haotian immediately inquired, "Do you possess any documentation?" The man, wary yet resolute, produced a photocopy and handed it to Liu Haotian, stating, "This document clearly indicates that Tianxing Company was invited to invest in our town under the guise of economic development, while the reality is merely sand extraction. The town provided guarantees. Yet, more than 8 years have passed, and we have received compensation only once. Secretary Liu, are our demands truly excessive?" Liu Haotian pressed further. "Was anyone from the current town leadership aware when this contract was signed?" "Yes, Mayor Liang was aware. He was instrumental in facilitating this matter," someone in the crowd interjected. Liu Haotian turned to Liang Youde, asking, "Mayor Liang, does this issue raised by the public indeed exist?" Liang Youde nodded affirmatively. Liu Haotian continued, "Should Tianxing Company not compensate the citizens?" "They should," Liang Youde conceded without evasion. "Then why has this matter remained unresolved for so many years?" Liu Haotian asked bluntly. "Secretary Liu, the reasons for this are complex. There are 2 pressing issues to consider. Firstly, despite Tianxing Company and Oppo's promises in our town and Oppo's guarantees, their accounts are empty, making it impossible for them to disburse compensation. Secondly, Tianxing Company's tax contributions account for over half of Qianhu Town's fiscal revenue. We cannot exert too much pressure on them, or our financial stability will be jeopardized." Liu Haotian and Oppo's expression turned grave. He grasped that Liang Youde was clearly deflecting responsibility, laying all blame on Tianxing Company while omitting his own culpability. Suddenly, a chill crept over Liu Haotian as he realized the timing of the crowd's arrival was suspiciously opportune during this meeting. Could there be orchestrators behind the scenes? The more he contemplated, the more he felt an unsettling sensation down his spine. If his suspicions were correct, who could be manipulating events from the shadows? What was their objective? Meanwhile, the crowd grew impatient, once again encircling Liu Haotian, with some individuals beginning to push him. Liu Haotian surveyed the crowd and declared, "Dear villagers, I ask you one question. Do you wish for me to assist in resolving your issues?" The crowd responded affirmatively. Liu Haotian continued, "Since you desire my help, you must grant me some time. If you have waited over 8 years, surely you can allow me a moment to understand the specifics? I cannot simply accept everything you say without verification. I must consult all relevant parties before addressing your concerns, even to resolve your issues. I need to review the town and Oppo's financial status and contemplate possible solutions." As Liu Haotian concluded, the crowd fell momentarily silent. The leading man nodded, acknowledging, "What you say makes sense. How do you intend to verify and resolve this?" Liu Haotian replied, "Give me half an hour. I will convene an on-site meeting to gather opinions from the other members of the town leadership and assess the financial situation. I assure you, by the end of today, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Otherwise, I shall remain here, surrounded by you all. Are you content with this arrangement?" With Liu Haotian and Oppo's firm stance, the crowd recognized that this newly appointed town secretary differed from those who had merely placated them with empty promises. He was not evading their inquiries nor demonstrating an eagerness to leave, which offered the villagers a sense of reassurance. Subsequently, Liu Haotian placed a call to Zhao Yongjun, the director of the party and government office. Director Zhao immediately notified the leadership team remaining in the administrative building to assemble within 5 minutes for an on-site meeting. If anyone fails to arrive within this time frame, I will have the citizens invite them down personally. Zhao Yongjun's expression darkened, Liu Haotian's approach was undeniably forceful. Under normal circumstances, few would wish to participate in such a precarious situation. However, the prospect of being summoned by the public added weight to the matter. The embarrassment of being called out was trivial compared to the risk of physical confrontation. Thus, Zhao Yongjun promptly conveyed Liu Haotian's directive. Within 5 minutes, all members had gathered. Liu Haotian cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and spoke, "Esteemed colleagues, I trust you have all observed the current predicament. Our town of Qianhu is besieged by the populace, and we find ourselves ensnared in a dire situation. Thus, we must resolve this matter expeditiously. Who among you possesses a solution?" Silence enveloped the crowd. After a moment and Oppos, pause, as no one responded. Liu Haotian let out a cold snort. "Since no one has offered a suggestion, do not blame me for taking decisive action. I have 2 proposals. The first is straightforward. Given that Mayor Liang has acknowledged that the land compensation funds were initially guaranteed by the Qianhu Town Committee and government for Tianxing Company, and since Tianxing is now unable to repay, it falls upon us, the Qianhu Town government, to cover this debt. Deputy Mayor Meng, how much remains in our town's treasury?" "Only 180,000, replied Deputy Mayor Meng Qingza. "Such a meager sum?" Liu Haotian and Oppos' countenance darkened instantly. "This amount is hardly insignificant. It was just recently procured from the county. Under normal circumstances, our treasury would not exceed 50,000. The atmosphere grew tense, as many in the crowd clenched their fists, their anger palpable. Meng Qingza's words effectively sealed off the possibility of the town financing the shortfall, igniting fury among the townsfolk. Liu Haotian raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. "Dear fellow townspeople, please remain calm. The situation has become clear. Since our town government cannot produce these funds, and since this debt is owed to you by Tianxing Company, it is only just that we accompany you to Tianxing to reclaim what is rightfully yours. It is a matter of principle that debts must be repaid. Those who owe must fulfill their obligations. The Qianhu Town government shall not be made a scapegoat." Before Liu Haotian could proceed, he was interrupted by Deputy Mayor Meng Qingza. "Secretary Liu, you may not be fully apprised of our circumstances in Qianhu." Liu Haotian regarded Meng Qingza with a hint of amusement. "Oh, Deputy Mayor Meng, pray tell. What is it that I am unaware of?" At approximately 46 or 47 years of age, Meng Qingza sported a buzz cut and donned a black casual outfit, exuding a sense of vitality. His demeanor was composed, lending an air of confidence as he spoke. "Secretary Liu, Tianxing Company has invested 500 to 600 million over the years to expand its capacity, nearly exhausting its funds in production and logistics. Consequently, they cannot afford to repay this debt in the short term. If we press too hard for repayment, it could disrupt their operations. Moreover," he continued, "over half of Qianhu's fiscal revenue is derived from taxes paid by Tianxing Company. Thus, any threat to their viability will inevitably impact our town's finances, potentially leading to a situation where we cannot even disburse salaries. The repercussions and responsibilities of such a scenario would be severe." Liu Haotian listened intently before fixing his gaze on Meng Qingza. "Deputy Mayor Meng, from your explanation, it appears my earlier suggestion to demand payment from Tianxing was misguided." Meng Qingza nodded without hesitation. A slight smile crept onto Liu Haotian's lips as he coldly regarded Meng Qingza. "Comrade Meng Qingza, allow me to pose a few questions. First, are you not a cadre of Qianhu Town?" "Indeed I am." "Then, as a cadre, should you not attend to the needs of the populace?" Meng Qingza hesitated, his gaze drifting to the varied expressions of the townsfolk around him. Ultimately, he nodded. "Indeed." Liu Haotian pressed on. "If you are a cadre required to serve the people, why did you just speak in defense of Tianxing Company?" Realizing Liu Haotian had been waiting for him to respond, Meng Qingza quickly countered, "Secretary Liu, I cannot bear the weight of such an accusation. My intent was merely to inform you of the current state of affairs between Qianhu Town and Tianxing Company. To suggest I was defending them is a gross misrepresentation. One must be magnanimous in life, otherwise one risks losing support." Liu Haotian replied with a subtle smile. "Support is indeed contingent upon righteousness. However, your application of this principle here seems misaligned. Permit me one final inquiry. Should Tianxing Company repay the debts owed to the townspeople?" "Yes, they should." But before Meng Qingza could finish, Liu Haotian interrupted. "Very well, Deputy Mayor Meng. Since you acknowledge that Tianxing Company owes this sum, do you dare to lead the way and accompany the citizens to demand repayment? If you lack the courage, you are welcome to return to the Municipal BU Chapter 3. No respect within the office of the chairman of the Tianxing Group." Cui Zhihao received a text message on his mobile phone. Glancing at it, he read that Liu Haotian was approaching Tianxing Company with over 100 people to demand repayment. The message suggested he should hide. Cui Zhihao smirked coldly and immediately replied, "What is there to hide from? There is no money to take. And my life is not at stake. What can Liu Haotian do to me? Does he dare to offend me?" Tianxing Company is located to the east of Qianhu Town. Walking approximately 800 meters along the road in front of the Qianhu Town government building, one arrives at an expansive estate. When Liu Haotian reached the entrance of the estate, he was taken aback by its vastness. The estate spans over 300 acres, filled with classical architecture, pavilions, and towers, adorned with two enormous stone lions at the entrance, their mouths agape exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, 6 security guards armed with batons and pepper spray stood at the gate, coldly observing the passers-by. As Liu Haotian and Appo's group approached, the guards smirked disdainfully, dismissing them entirely. There had been previous disturbances at their estate, but invariably, those troublemakers were dealt with swiftly, never to return. Meng Qingze turned to Liu Haotian and said, "Secretary Liu, I've brought you to the location. It's now up to you. I hope you remember my previous advice and do not allow matters to escalate beyond repair." Liu Haotian smiled and replied, "Rest assured. I will not disappoint the people of Qianhu Town." He then addressed Director Zhao Yangjun of the Party and Government Office, "Director Zhao, please notify the person in charge of Tianxing Company to come out for a discussion." Before Zhao could respond, a security guard at the entrance interjected, "Who do you think you are? Do you think our boss will meet with just anyone? Let me make it clear, if you don't want trouble, you'd better leave immediately, or you'll regret it." Liu Haotian shot a cold glance at the guard, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yangjun. Aware that Zhao was connected to Liang Youde, he insisted that Zhao take responsibility for the matter. Reluctantly, Zhao Yangjun dialed Cui Zhihao's number. "Mr. Cui, are you at the company? Our newly appointed town committee secretary wishes to discuss the compensation for land acquisition." Cui Zhihao scoffed. "A mere town committee secretary lacks the qualification to speak with me face to face. Let him wait. When I have time, I'll send someone to discuss it." At that moment, Zhao Yangjun intentionally placed the phone on speaker mode, allowing those nearby to hear Cui's dismissive remarks. Upon hearing Cui Zhihao's words, despair spread across the faces of many in the crowd. They were already aware of Cui's arrogance, but were astonished that he would not even extend courtesy to the newly appointed town committee secretary. A chorus of sighs echoed around Liu Haotian, deflating their morale. Though Liu Haotian had a way to compel Zhao Yangjun to summon Cui Zhihao, the latter's haughty attitude ignited Liu's temper. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd called out, "Liu Haotian, Cui Zhihao is currently inside the Tianxing Company compound. Do you dare to take us to confront him?" The crowd turned their gaze towards Liu Haotian, eager to see if the new town committee secretary was genuinely committed to serving the people. Liu Haotian focused on the speaker. "Are you certain?" "I am absolutely certain. I live nearby." Liu Haotian nodded. "Good. Since Cui Zhihao is in the compound, let us go meet him." The security guards immediately positioned themselves in front of Liu Haotian and the others. The lead guard coldly warned, "Liu Haotian, I advise you not to seek trouble for yourself. Otherwise, you won't last 2 months in Qianhu Town." Liu Haotian scoffed dismissively and stepped forward, with the townspeople following closely behind, unwavering in their support. At that moment, it was evident to the crowd that this new town committee secretary was resolute. "Charge," commanded the lead guard, and the other guards rushed toward Liu Haotian. As the head of security for Tianxing Group and Cui Zhihao and Appo's brother-in-law, the guard was a figure that commanded fear in Qianhu Town. However, Liu Haotian refused to indulge his arrogance. As the guards charged, Liu Haotian swiftly countered, bringing them all to the ground in mere moments. He kicked the gate open and declared, "Fellow townsfolk, follow me. Let us see what kind of man Cui Zhihao is, who owes money to our people yet hides like a coward." The crowd surged behind him, emboldened. They had long harbored resentment against the guards at the gate, who, despite their title, Cui Zhihao winced in pain, on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses, when Liu Haotian leaned down, grasped his chin, and fixed him with a cold stare. "Cui Zhihao," he articulated clearly, "you must understand this. I am allowing you 3 days. Within this period, if you fail to return the land compensation and the accrued interest from the years of delay, you shall bear the consequences." With that, Liu Haotian turned and strode out. "Liu Secretary, is this the outcome of your debt collection efforts?" A middle-aged man, who had previously spoken on behalf of the crowd, approached Liu Haotian. His eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched in anger. Liu Haotian glanced at him, and then surveyed the despondent and furious crowd, speaking in a solemn tone. Fellow villagers, if I were to assert that I could return every single penny to you within 3 days, would you believe me? Of course not. No way. The crowd erupted. Their voices a cacophony. You are all in collusion with Tianxing Company. How can you serve the common people? We would be fools to trust you. The chorus of disbelief echoed around him, and Liu Haotian felt the weight of despair in their words. He inhaled deeply and declared, Dear villagers, I comprehend your dissatisfaction with the current situation. Truth be told, I share your discontent. Consider my position. I am the secretary of Qianhu Town, representing the countless citizens of our community. Yet, Tianxing Company shows me no respect. How can a newly appointed secretary maintain dignity under such circumstances? Their actions are akin to a public slap to my face. The crowd nodded in agreement, although a few murmured skeptically. How do we know you aren't in cahoots with Tianxing? Liang Youde has played the victim before. Why should we trust you? Despite the quietness of the dissenting voice, Liu Haotian caught every word, struck by the realization of their distrust rooted in Liang Youde's past treachery, compounded by the latter and Oppo's continued hold on the mayoral position. After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, Liu Haotian raised his voice again. I recognize your skepticism towards me and the situation, yet I implore you to grant me a chance. Please, allow me 3 days. I assure you, within this time frame, I will ensure that every cent is returned to you. Should I fail to fulfill this promise, you may come to the town committee office, and I shall resign before you all as an act of accountability. Will you grant me this opportunity? His words were earnest, his gaze sincere, meeting the eyes of each villager without flinching. Perhaps it was the sincerity in his eyes, or the futility of their current plight, or perhaps the hope instilled by his promise that led the leading man to respond gravely. Secretary Liu, since you have spoken so earnestly, pressing you further would yield no benefit. After waiting 8 years, what is 3 more days? Very well, we shall grant you this time. But I hope you do not mislead us like some scoundrels do. As he spoke, the man's gaze swept across the faces of the assembly, landing on Liang Youde and Mengqingzi, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Liu Haotian nodded slightly, affirming, the will of the people is paramount. Public sentiment is the highest form of governance. Rest assured, for as long as I am entrusted with leadership in Qianhu Town, I will strive to usher in positive change and earnestly serve the needs of our citizens. I will not betray your trust or the expectations placed upon me. With that, he turned to his fellow committee members, declaring, Now, our on-site meeting will continue within the premises of Tianxing Company's villa. The members of the Qianhu Town Committee were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Liu Haotian could, single-handedly, diffuse the crisis. Nor did they expect the villagers to genuinely grant him 3 days' grace. The notion that Liu Haotian would resign publicly if he failed to resolve the matter left them in disbelief, especially as he intended to conduct the meeting in front of Cui Zhihao. They were baffled by Liu Haotian and Oppo's reasoning. This was utterly unconventional. Chapter 4. The on-site meeting ideally. Discussions on how to confront Cui Zhihao should transpire under the veil of utmost secrecy. Many of the townsfolk cast puzzled glances at Liu Haotian. Among the leadership of Qianhu Town, the town's Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, Song Wude, stole a glance at Liu Haotian, his eyes glimmering with newfound interest. Having been in Qianhu Town for over half a year, he finally encountered someone worthy of his respect. Although Liu Haotian appeared rash, he was undeniably a passionate individual. One could only hope that this young man would not falter and depart after just 3 days. Such an outcome would be truly regrettable. Liu Haotian marked the first person in Song Wude's political journey who commanded his admiration. The deputy secretary of the town committee, Chu Yunxing, regarded Liu Haotian with a mixture of pity and complexity. Though he had only spent 3 years in Qianhu Town, he had gleaned much wisdom during that time. Therefore, he had consistently maintained a demeanor of quiet restraint. Mengqingzi shot a sardonic look at Liu Haotian, lowering his voice to speak to Liang Youde. Mayor, I suspect this brash young fellow Liu Haotian has but 3 days left in Qianhu Town. We are in dire need of a competent, bold, and talented leader like you to guide us. Liu Haotian is destined to become the youngest and shortest-lived town committee secretary in the history of Hongshan County. Liang Youde smiled faintly and replied ambiguously, Old Meng, just do your best, and in the future, you shall be my steadfast partner. Mengqingzi immediately brightened at this prospect. Liu Haotian surveyed the assembly, his voice firm. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just promised the citizens that within 3 days, Tianxing Company will disburse the overdue compensation for land acquisition without fail. Does anyone have any viable suggestions? Liang Youde sneered. Secretary Liu, that was your promise. Naturally, the solution is yours to devise. Meng Qingze quickly echoed. Indeed, those who create the problem must resolve it themselves. At that moment, Cui Zhihao and Amp, Oppos, SIC voice pierced through. Liu Haotian, you possess audacity indeed, daring to discuss how to deal with me on my turf. Do you think me an easy target? Liu Haotian retorted with conviction that remark should be made on behalf of the citizens. Cui Zhihao, remember not to bully the honest folk. With that, he dismissed Cui Zhihao and turned to Liang Youde, smiling. Comrade Liang Youde, I fear I may disappoint you. I indeed possess a method to resolve this predicament. All eyes turned to Liu Haotian, including those of the townsfolk who had lingered to witness the proceedings of this public meeting. Upon hearing Liu Haotian claim to have a solution, they looked on with anticipation. In that moment, Liu Haotian became the focal point of the gathering. Under the collective gaze, Liu Haotian nonchalantly stated, let us first clarify the matter of this debt. First, this debt originated 8 years ago, initiated by our town's then executive deputy mayor, Comrade Liang Youde, who personally spearheaded the project and signed the land acquisition agreement, thus securing the citizens and Oppos consent for the terms. Furthermore, I am aware that there were significant conflicts regarding the land acquisition. Many citizens were reluctant to part with their land for Tianxing Company. Ultimately, it was only through Comrade Liang Youde and Amp, Oppos' personal intervention that the citizens reluctantly agreed to the arrangement. Therefore, in this regard, Comrade Liang Youde bears primary responsibility for the collection of this debt. Now that Comrade Liang Youde is in the county, and I am the head of Qianhu Town, I will temporarily assume the responsibility for collecting this debt. Of course, as we are all members of the same team, anyone can take charge of this matter. What is crucial is that we satisfy the citizens of Qianhu Town. Hearing Liu Haotian's analysis, the townsfolk nodded in agreement. It was only then that some citizens realized the unfairness of placing such a challenging issue upon the newly appointed town committee secretary, who had just taken office. Yet, one could not deny Liu Haotian and Oppos' remarkable courage. The crowd hoped for his success, and many who had initially intended to leave chose to remain. Eager to discern what strategies Liu Haotian might employ to compel Tianxing Company to repay their debts. Continuing, Liu Haotian stated, secondly, if Tianxing Company, along with Liang Youde and Meng Qingze, insist that their accounts are empty, I must ask, have you examined their financial records? On what grounds do you assert that their accounts reflect no funds? Liang Youde retorted with a sneer. It is based on what Tianxing Company has claimed. Liu Haotian then turned to Meng Qingze, who nodded in agreement. Yes, that is what Tianxing Company has stated. Liu Haotian replied, very well. Since you have not scrutinized Tianxing Company's financial records, yet they assert their accounts are devoid of funds. And given that this sum directly impacts the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in Qianhu Town, we cannot afford to treat this matter lightly. We must clarify this situation as swiftly as possible. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a debt collection leadership group, with myself as the leader. Originally, Comrade Liang Youde should have served as the executive deputy leader. However, considering his involvement in this debt and his inaction over the past 8 years, he shall be excluded from our debt collection leadership group. As Liu Haotian concluded, Meng Qingze erupted in protest. No, that is absolutely unacceptable. Mayor Liang is the most authoritative leader in Qianhu Town. How can we exclude him from the debt collection group? Deputy Mayor Duan Chunfeng concurred. Indeed, this approach lacks respect for our senior colleagues and will certainly invite criticism. Liu Haotian responded coldly. Do not invoke respect for senior officials with me. A mechanism for recusal is essential when addressing sensitive issues. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Liu Haotian spoke with unwavering resolve, leaving Liang Youde's face darkened with anger. Liu Haotian then smiled. I will now announce the composition of the debt collection group. I shall serve as the leader, with Secretary Song Wudi as the executive deputy leader and Deputy Secretary Chu Yunqing as deputy leader, while the remaining members will include other team members. The group will operate under a system of leader accountability. We are now officially convening the debt collection group. Our first agenda item is to organize a team to audit Tianxing Company and examine their accounts. Only through this can we ascertain whether their financial records possess any funds, and if so, how much. Additionally, I have heard that certain leaders within our town hold shares in Tianxing Company or receive dividends from the company. These matters warrant thorough investigation, which is precisely why I have appointed Secretary Song Wudi as the executive deputy leader. This time, we shall pursue the dual objectives of advancing anti-corruption and addressing the genuine difficulties faced by the populace simultaneously. achieving a remarkable synergy. Should anyone oppose my proposal for an audit, I invite you to voice your dissent now. However, I must caution you all, those who oppose the audit are requested to withdraw from the debt clearance group. Henceforth, you shall forfeit your right to inquire into or comprehend any matters pertaining to the group and oppose as subsequent stages. Moreover, during the audit, we shall scrutinize the connections between those opposing the audit and the Tianxing Company. For I firmly believe that both the onlookers and the esteemed individuals present are acutely aware that those with nothing to hide need not fear an examination of Tianxing Company's accounts. Upon concluding his statement, Liu Haotian observed that the faces of Liang Youde, Meng Qingze, and Duan Chunfeng turned pale. None could have anticipated such a bold move from Liu Haotian, freshly appointed. Now, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament. Should they withdraw from the debt clearance group? They would be left in utter uncertainty regarding the group and Oppo's future endeavors, and would likely become prime targets of the subsequent investigations, effectively inviting trouble upon themselves. Conversely, if they chose to remain, they would be compelled to support Liu Haotian's audit initiative. Deep down, they were reluctant to provoke the Tianxing Company, as they, seasoned residents of Qianhu Town, were acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the company. At that moment, Song Wude maintained an air of calmness upon his plump visage. Yet a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes as he regarded Liu Haotian. He could not help but acknowledge that Liu Haotian possessed considerable acumen. Although the previous maneuver was fraught with flaws, it undeniably served its purpose. Through the establishment of the debt clearance group, Liu Haotian had swiftly consolidated his authority. And with the appointments of himself and Chu Yunqing, he had garnered substantial support. Meanwhile, Meng Qingze and Duan Chunfeng, who had consistently opposed Liu Haotian, now found themselves in a precarious situation. This was indeed a remarkable strategy. Chu Yunqing, taken aback by Liu Haotian and Oppo's sudden audacity to audit the Tianxing Company and Oppo's accounts, paused for thought before raising his head to caution. Secretary Liu, while I agree that an audit is undoubtedly a potent measure, I must speak candidly. The accounts of Tianxing Company are not easily scrutinized. Should we decide to proceed, we may encounter pressures from various fronts, and there is a possibility of being forcibly halted. You must be prepared for such eventualities. Chapter 5. Overcoming Obstacles. Chu Qing, with good intentions, offered a reminder to Liu Haotian. Having spent more time in Qianhu Town than Liu Haotian, he understood the potential challenges posed by Tianxing Company. The former town committee secretary, upon taking office, had also attempted to assert authority through Tianxing Company, only to face humiliation and ultimately retreat in disgrace. Despite the commonality of their aims, Chu Qing held Liu Haotian in higher regard, recognizing his genuine desire to serve the people rather than pursue power. Liu Haotian was solely focused on resolving the issue of outstanding debts. Thus, when Chu Qing observed the feigned concern expressed by Meng Qingze and others, he awaited the spectacle of Liu Haotian and Oppo's struggle. As the deputy secretary of the town committee, he felt compelled to caution Liu. Liu Haotian, grateful, met Chu Qing and Oppo's gaze and remarked, "Thank you, Secretary Chu, for your reminder. We are poised to address the substantial debts owed to the citizens, regardless of who exerts pressure. We in Qianhu Town have resolved to pursue this matter diligently. Any member of the debt recovery team receiving similar pleas or pressures may redirect them to me. I will shoulder the responsibility." With confidence radiating from him, Liu Haotian stood tall and resolute. Observing Liu's demeanor, Song Wude's admiration deepened. With Liu Haotian and Oppo's vigorous drive and the steadfast support of Chu Yunqing, Song Wude, and Guo Jiqiang, the formation of the debt recovery team was solidified. Song Wude, now the executive deputy leader, commenced the selection of personnel and the organization of audits. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. When Song Wude sought to assemble the audit team, the Qianhu Town staff he approached declined the summons for various reasons. After half a day's effort, no subordinates had been recruited beyond the leadership of the debt recovery team. Upon reporting this to Liu Haotian, Song Wude's expression darkened. Liu Haotian pondered briefly and replied with a smirk. It appears that Tianxing Company has garnered considerable influence in Qianhu Town, instilling fear in many, particularly among the locals. In light of this, let us engage a third-party auditing firm to conduct the audits directly. I am eager to ascertain the extent of Tianxing Company's influence. Song Wude and Oppo's eyes lit up at this suggestion, recognizing it as a viable solution. Yet, the following day, when Song Wude returned to Liu Haotian and Oppo's office, his face bore an expression as grim as soot. Secretary Liu, something seems amiss, he said, furrowing his brow. What has transpired? Liu Haotian inquired. To contact a third-party audit firm, I first visited the county, only to be met with excuses from both local firms, citing overwhelming workloads. Undeterred, I went to Beiming City, where there are 18 audit firms, but each one refused to undertake our audit of Tianxing Company. It and Oppos, been a day and a half. And I wonder if I should reach out to firms in other provinces, though time may be tight. Liu Haotian contemplated for a moment before responding. Here's the plan. Tomorrow morning, you will make another trip to the province. This time, go to the provincial audit office and seek out someone named Wang Youde. Do not engage in idle conversation. Simply state that you wish to meet him. You need not concern yourself with anything else. But ensure that your meeting lasts no less than an hour and that you do not leave before 11. Surprise flickered across Song Wude and Oppo's face, but he nodded. If it's merely a matter of extending the conversation for an hour, that should be manageable. I'll make the necessary sacrifices to ensure I can engage Wang Youde for that duration. In his moment of distraction, Song Wude misheard Liu Haotian's reference to Wang Youde as a female. As he spoke earnestly, Liu Haotian, sipping tea, inadvertently sprayed it across Song Wude's face, complete with a tea leaf. With a pained expression, Song Wude protested, Secretary Liu, what was that about? With a peculiar smile, Liu Haotian replied, Song Wude, your handsome demeanor may be of little use here. Wang Youde is not a woman. He is a man, and quite robust at that. Even if you wish to employ your charms, it is ultimately up to Wang Youde to respond favorably. Song Wude and Oppo's face fell, embarrassment washing over him as he muttered, he is a man and a hefty one at that. Never mind. I have no inclination towards such pursuits. As Song Wude exited Liu Haotian's office, the exaggerated expressions of earlier faded, replaced by a furrowed brow as he pondered Liu Haotian's intentions. What game was Liu Haotian playing? Sending him to seek out this Wang Youde? Did Liu possess some hidden connections within the provincial audit office? Once Song Wude departed, Liu Haotian swiftly dialed a number. The call was answered promptly, and Liu greeted, Fat Wang, I need your assistance with something. On the other end was a rotund man, standing at 183 meters and weighing no less than 200 pounds, seated in a spacious office within the financial audit division of the provincial audit office, where 3 of the 5 seats were occupied. Surprised by Liu Haotian's call, the man grinned widely. Liu Lauda, you must be joking. You have a favor to ask of me? Let us not digress. Can you assist? Liu Haotian inquired. Wait, is this for real? Liu Lauda, please, anything you need. Had it not been for your timely intervention before, I would have faced dire consequences at home. The debt of gratitude must be repaid. Wang Youde exclaimed, thumping his chest vigorously. The other 2 staff members in the office exchanged bewildered glances at Wang Youde and Oppo's uncharacteristic display of enthusiasm. Typically aloof, he exhibited remarkable competence, particularly with financial matters, often detecting the slightest discrepancies. Yet, this sudden display of obsequiousness was perplexing. What sort of person was Liu Haotian to elicit such a response from someone so reserved? The following morning, rumors began to circulate within the audit office regarding a secret meeting held between the director of the audit office and the director of the tax bureau, discussing an impending investigation into enterprises with fixed asset investments exceeding 30 million yuan located in counties across the province. Speculations abounded, with some suggesting it was part of a provincial economic assessment, while others speculated it was a reaction to tax pressures, aiming to identify potential tax evaders for stringent penalties. Amidst the flurry of gossip, Wang Youde stealthily entered the office of Director Liu Ruigong. Liu Chu, I wish to request a half-day leave this afternoon. Liu Ruigong holds a considerable regard for Wang Youde, a young individual who has not only excelled in the civil service examinations, both written and oral, but has also outperformed the daughter of the deputy director in terms of connections. This esteem is not solely attributed to his background, but is primarily due to his remarkable capabilities. Since Wang Youde joined their office, Liu Ruigong has sensed a considerable alleviation in his workload, as this young man has adeptly resolved numerous challenging issues. What is most crucial is that, despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, Wang Youde approaches his tasks with a fierce determination and an indomitable spirit. He is meticulous in his work and during audits. He remains unfazed by any attempts at persuasion or pressure. He diligently fulfills his auditing responsibilities, delivering the most precise results to Liu Ruigong. In the past, Liu Ruigong often found himself overwhelmed by the weight of social obligations and pressures. However, with Wang Youde and Oppo's As her rival, he has experienced a newfound liberation. As this individual fears nothing and exhibits a remarkable naivety, Liu Ruigong has swiftly regained the upper hand in many matters. Thus, when Wang Jucai requested leave, Liu Ruigong approved it without hesitation. At noon, while dining at the office, Wang Jucai smiled at his colleague Su Zian, seated across from him, and inquired, "Sister Zian, have you secured your leave?" "Call me Sister Zian," she replied. "Do you think I can't handle this on my own?" "Sister Zian, here is your train ticket." As he spoke, Wang Jucai handed a train ticket to Su Zian. Surprised, Su Zian exclaimed, "Are you really going to Hongshan County?" "What else would it be? My boss has asked me for a favor, and this opportunity is akin to a windfall. Do not underestimate my boss, Liu. He is undoubtedly charming and poised. A perfect candidate for a golden son-in-law. If you were to become my sister-in-law, it would provide me with a strong support. We are both university classmates. Otherwise, I would never consider introducing you to my boss, Liu." Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Su Zian's eyes, and her fists clenched tightly at the thought of being referred to as a sister-in-law. Nevertheless, her expression quickly transformed, and before Wang Jucai could discern any change, she cheerfully asked, "Is Liu Haotian truly as remarkable as you claim? Is he worth your considerable effort? He is a promising prospect, undoubtedly worthy of investment." Wang Jucai responded with confidence. Su Zian shot him a sidelong glance and smirked. "Very well, I shall accompany you to Qianhu Town." After their lunch, the carefree Wang Jucai and the somewhat irked Su Zian boarded the high-speed train to Hongshan County. On the train, Su Zian frequently took out a mirror to check her appearance, and with each glance, she shot a venomous look at Wang Jucai, leading him to believe he was encroaching upon her personal space, thus compelling him to shift his rather rotund figure further away. Each time this occurred, Su Zian would again scrutinize her reflection, musing, "Is my appearance lacking? After all, I should at least rank among the top 3 beauties at Peking University. Why can't this oaf recognize my interest? Otherwise, why would a Jiangnan beauty like me apply for a civil service position in Province B? Truly absurd." Meanwhile, rumors within the provincial audit office had reached the ears of Cui Zhihao, the chairman of Tianxing Company. Upon learning of the situation, he remained unconcerned. However, by the afternoon, further developments emerged. It was reported that the provincial audit office had dispatched 2 auditors covertly traveling by high-speed train to Hongshan County, targeting Tianxing Company. This news made Cui Zhihao increasingly anxious, compelling him to leverage various connections to verify the information. He soon received feedback. First, the directors of the Provincial Tax Bureau and the Audit Office had indeed convened a small, confidential meeting. Second, the Provincial Audit Office had convened again that day, focusing on enhancing the audit of enterprises with fixed assets exceeding 30 million in various county regions. Third, that morning, the town and Oppo's Discipline Inspection Secretary, Song Wude, had met with an individual named Wang Jucai at the Provincial Audit Office. By the afternoon, 2 staff members from the Provincial Audit Office had boarded the high-speed train to Hongshan County, one of whom was indeed Wang Jucai. Cui Zhihao began to feel a sense of urgency. Chapter 6. The strategy of the empty city. Although Cui Zhihao possessed considerable wealth and extensive connections, his network was primarily concentrated in Hongshan County and Baiming City. At this moment, upon learning that Liu Haotian and Song Wude had indeed managed to leverage their connections with the Provincial Audit Office to investigate the accounts of their Tianxing Company, Cui Zhihao felt a surge of anxiety. He summoned Liao Dehua, the general manager of Tianxing Company, to inquire about the best course of action in response to this predicament. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liao Dehua spoke slowly. "President Cui, we currently have 2 potential paths to consider. The first option is to eliminate these 2 auditors en route, whether by detaining them or by more drastic means. This could temporarily alleviate our immediate pressure. However, this approach only addresses the symptoms and fails to resolve the underlying issues. The second option is to confront the source of the problem. Since these individuals were summoned by Liu Haotian and Song Wude, we must engage them directly to have these auditors withdrawn. Yet, persuading them to intervene is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Liu Haotian and Oppo's intentions are clear. He aims to compel our Tianxing Company to repay the debts owed to the residents of Qianhu Town. Repayment is absolutely out of the question. That amounts to tens of millions, which could yield substantial interest if deposited in a bank. We cannot afford to repay it." Upon hearing the prospect of repayment, Cui Zhihao's frustration boiled over. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes widened in agitation. Liao Dehua sighed. "President Cui, We are left with these two options. Cui Zhihao retorted angrily. What do the officials from the county and city say? They benefit from us regularly. Now that trouble has arisen, do they expect to simply walk away? Liao Dehua replied. The official from the city hinted that our actions may have been excessive. Regardless of whether it and oppose as the county or the city, their primary concern is maintaining local stability and harmonious development. Our continued delay in compensating the residents for land acquisition has placed them in a difficult position, making it impossible for them to advocate on our behalf. Thus, we must resolve this matter ourselves. As for the county, their stance is unequivocal. Qianhu Town must not experience turmoil, nor can its residents be allowed to cause disturbances. Otherwise, as Liao Dehua trailed off with a heavy sigh, he added, President Cui, I understand that this money sitting in our accounts is quite profitable, especially with the high-interest loans we have been extending. To be frank, the profits we've amassed over the years from withholding these tens of millions in land compensation have long surpassed the principal. We should know when to cut our losses. The two auditors from the Provincial Audit Office are still en route and will arrive in Qianhu Town tonight. They will commence their auditing tomorrow. While we might find ways to delay, can we truly postpone for a year or two? That seems implausible. My greatest concern lies with the Tax Bureau. Should they discover that we are engaging in fraudulent accounting to evade taxes, we would be in serious trouble. At that point, no one can save us. In a fit of rage, Cui Zhihao hurled his cup to the ground, then stood up and began pacing the room in agitation and fury. As he walked back and forth, he exclaimed, Liu Haotian, how ruthless you are. You intend to drive our Tianxing Company to its demise. Just wait. I will ensure that you are left with nowhere to hide. Despite his fierce words, Cui Zhihao was compelled to weigh the consequences seriously. His ability to elevate Tianxing Company to its current stature was not solely due to brute force. He was indeed quite astute. His sole flaw was his excessive avarice and narrow-mindedness. After half an hour of restless pacing, until Liao Dehua was nearly dizzy from watching, Cui Zhihao finally slammed his thigh and declared, Old Liao, contact Liu Haotian for me. I wish to speak with him. Liao Dehua had been eagerly anticipating this request. As the general manager, he often found himself on the front line of such matters and understood the urgency of their situation. The fact that Liu Haotian and Song Wudi could summon the Provincial Tax Bureau and the Provincial Audit Office to intervene on behalf of a mere town was a testament to their formidable connections. Consequently, Liao Dehua was determined to avoid confrontation with Liu Haotian and Song Wudi, especially regarding the outstanding debts. At that moment, when Cui Zhihao issued the directive, Liao Dehua promptly took out his phone and dialed Liu Haotian's number. After a lengthy wait, Liu Haotian's voice finally came through. This is Liu Haotian. Who is this? Liao Dehua quickly introduced himself. Hello, Secretary Liu. I am Liao Dehua from Tianxing Company. Our chairman wishes to arrange a meeting to discuss matters. Liu Haotian replied lazily, Oh, it's you. The one who drove up in a Hummer and arrogantly claimed you had no money to repay the compensation owed to the residents. Sorry, I don't have the time. With that, he abruptly ended the call, a smug smile playing on his lips. Seeing Liao Dehua hang up, Cui Zhihao eagerly inquired. What did he say? Did Liu Haotian agree to meet? Liao Dehua wore a pained expression. Liu Haotian has shown us no respect. Upon realizing it was me, he simply stated he had no time. Cui Zhihao and Oppo's eyes narrowed. His fists clenched tightly before he relaxed them with an exhale, scoffing. If he has no time to meet us, then we shall go to him. After all, Liu Haotian cannot escape his responsibilities. He is likely at the town committee and Oppo's courtyard, which is as familiar to us as our own backyard. With that, Cui Zhihao and Liao Dehua drove directly to the courtyard. The guard recognized Cui Zhihao and Oppo's vehicle and opened the gate in advance. After disembarking, they made their way straight to Liu Haotian and Oppo's office and entered without knocking. At that moment, Liu Haotian was engrossed in reviewing historical documents regarding Qianhu Town, aiming to familiarize himself with its affairs. Upon hearing the door open without a knock, he frowned. Cui Zhihao, unabashed, sat directly across from Liu Haotian and declared loudly, Liu Haotian, I am the chairman of Tianxing Company, and I have come to discuss matters with you. Without lifting his gaze, Liu Haotian coldly replied, Did you knock before entering? Did I invite you in? Furious, Cui Zhihao retorted, Do you think you are someone important? I don't even knock when entering the deputy county head's office. You're just a town committee secretary. Liu Haotian pointed sternly towards the door, commanding, Leave. Knock next time, or get out immediately. If you do not respect me, I see no reason to extend you any courtesy. His tone was harsh and his voice icy, startling Cui Zhihao. Yet, Liu Haotian and Oppo's words ignited a fire within him, compelling him to want to confront Liu Haotian physically. However, knowing that he needed Liu Haotian and Oppo's assistance, Cui Zhihao reluctantly swallowed his pride. Though filled with disdain and animosity towards Liu Haotian, Cui Zhihao was pragmatic enough to recognize when to yield. He cast a venomous glare at Liu Haotian, inhaling deeply to temper his rising fury, then stepped to the door and gently knocked. Liu Haotian then said nonchalantly, "Come in." Upon entering, Cui Zhihao took a seat across from Liu Haotian, observing him for a full minute. Noticing that Liu Haotian remained engrossed in his documents, Cui Zhihao decided to be forthright. "Liu Haotian, I am aware that you and Song Wudi have substantial connections. The fact that you could invoke the Provincial Audit Office and Tax Bureau to pressure our Tianxing Company is quite formidable." Liu Haotian feigned ignorance as he said, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Cui Zhihao sneered. "Liu Haotian, let us not speak falsely in front of each other. You know very well what I mean, and we both understand the situation. I have come today to inform you that regarding the matter of the residents of Qianhu Town being owed compensation for land acquisition, I, Cui Zhihao, admit my responsibility. I will repay the money." Only then did Liu Haotian lift his head, his face beaming with a smile as he replied, "Director Cui, are you truly certain about repaying the money? You are not trying to deceive me, are you?" "Of course not. I, Cui Zhihao, am not the kind of person who goes back on my word." As he said this, Cui Zhihao pounded his chest emphatically, as if to demonstrate his sincerity. Liu Haotian chose not to expose Cui Zhihao's pretense and coldly asked, "Director Cui, when can you ensure that this money reaches the hands of the common people? How about starting the distribution tomorrow?" Cui Zhihao tentatively suggested. Liu Haotian shook his head. "I have made it abundantly clear to the residents that their overdue compensation must be distributed within 3 days. Otherwise, on the 4th day, they can come to our office, and I will have no choice but to resign in shame." "All right, I will arrange the funds immediately, and I promise to complete the distribution today," Cui Zhihao said, initially intending to trick Liu Haotian but realizing he was not falling for it. Just then, Liu Haotian and Oppo's phone rang unexpectedly. Without hesitation, he answered on speakerphone. On the other end, Wang Jutsai's voice came through. "Boss Liu, our lovely colleague Su Zian and I have arrived in Hongshan County. We are heading to Qianhu Town now, so make sure to prepare good food and drink for us." Liu Haotian chuckled. "Rest assured, I know your taste well and will ensure you eat and drink to your heart's content. However, you must also take care of your duties. Don't worry, boss. In our unit, even the department heads treat me like a brother, solely because of my exceptional expertise in financial auditing," Wang Jutsai boasted. At this moment, Cui Zhihao was sweating profusely. From Wang Jutsai and Oppo's tone and address, he deduced that the two individuals from the Provincial Audit Office were acquainted with Liu Haotian, particularly one who called him brother, which posed a significant problem. Fortunately, he had prudently contacted Liu Haotian beforehand. After Liu Haotian hung up, Cui Zhihao looked at him with sincerity and said, "Secretary Liu, rest assured, I have already prepared the funds. I will arrange for the finance team to transfer the money into each resident and Oppo's account via online banking. I guarantee it will be completed before midnight tonight." However, about the account auditing, Liu Haotian smiled at Cui Zhihao and replied, "Director Cui, I am a straightforward person. As long as you fulfill your promise, then these two individuals from the Provincial Audit Office are my friends. Their visit to Qianhu Town is merely social, with no official business involved. But remember, when transferring the funds to the residents, you must include both the principal and the interest accrued over these past 8 years. Not a single cent less." Cui Zhihao nodded. "That is not a problem, but how will your two friends explain this to the department?" he asked with some concern. Liu Haotian smiled slightly. "You need not worry about that." Cui Zhihao nodded again. "Good, Secretary Liu, you are indeed a person of integrity and camaraderie. I sincerely hope we can become friends in the future. I will certainly not mistreat my friends." Cui Zhihao sought to gauge whether he could win Liu Haotian over. Liu Haotian replied with a slight smile, "As long as you treat the common people with friendship, then you are my friend, and vice versa." Cui Zhihao sighed inwardly, realizing that Liu Haotian appeared well-connected. Missing the opportunity to ally with him would indeed be unfortunate. It seemed he would have to find a way to deal with Liu Haotian later on. Upon leaving the Qianhu Town Committee courtyard, Cui Zhihao immediately called the company's finance department, instructing them to transfer the overdue compensation and interest to the residents' accounts without delay. One must admit that money matters. when truly related, are quite simple. Just an hour later, Cui Zhihao received a report from finance confirming that all the funds had been transferred into the residents' accounts. Simultaneously, he learned from his subordinates that the two young individuals from the provincial office had arrived at the Qianhu Town government entrance, where Liu Haotian was taking them directly to a nearby tavern. Fearing unforeseen complications, Cui Zhihao quickly dialed Liu Haotian's number. Secretary Liu, I have already transferred all the funds along with the interest into the residents and Oppos accounts. You may verify it now. I await your response. Liu Haotian understood Cui Zhihao and Oppos as concerns and quickly contacted the representatives of the residents, who soon excitedly reported, Secretary Liu, everyone in our village has received the funds. I checked with other villages, and they too have received their payments along with the interest. Thank you so much, Secretary Liu. They expressed their gratitude fervently, repeating their thanks 3 times in an excited tone. Liu Haotian smiled gently. That is good to hear. Just to confirm, you won't be coming to the town committee courtyard to demand my resignation tomorrow, will you? He joked. Absolutely not. If we were to visit, it would be to present you with a banner of appreciation. Secretary Liu, we are immensely grateful to you. Frankly, it has been 8 long years. We have protested, cried, and even lost lives, yet no one has assisted us in resolving this issue. However, you, the newly appointed town committee secretary, on your very first day, had the courage to pledge your commitment to resolving this matter for the common people. We have never encountered a leader quite like you. I am a simple man, lacking in eloquence, but I assure you, if you ever need assistance in Qianhu Town, do not hesitate to call on me, Chen Laosan. I will be there without hesitation. Liu Haotian chuckled. Indeed, Chen Laosan may not be articulate, but his words warmed Liu Haotian's heart. He could feel the sincerity radiating from Chen Laosan. The hearts of the common people required genuine warmth and care. Liu Haotian recalled a phrase his father, Liu Qingyu, often said. He had not understood it before, but now, he was beginning to grasp its meaning. The common people are truly simple. When you do something for them, they remember it fondly. As Chen Laosan expressed the gratitude of the residents of Qianhu Town towards Liu Haotian, the town erupted with excitement. The news that Tianxing Company had indeed dispersed the tens of millions in overdue compensation within 3 days spread like wildfire throughout Qianhu Town, reaching almost every individual in the town committee courtyard. Many who had anticipated Liu Haotian's downfall and were waiting to witness his resignation were now left dumbfounded. Numerous individuals began to speculate on how Liu Haotian had managed to compel Tianxing Company to repay the money. Some even began to quietly reassess their allegiances. After returning to work tomorrow, should they reconsider their positions? At this moment, Liang Youde had already rushed to Hongshan County, believing that Liu Haotian would undoubtedly fail to meet the 3-day deadline and consequently lose his position as town committee secretary. Thus, he aimed to make early moves to secure the role for himself. He no longer wished to wait. Just then, while dining with an old leader, he received a sudden phone call from Meng Qingze. Following his apology to the former leader, he stepped outside with his phone. Upon hearing Meng Qingze's revelation that Tianxing Company had disbursed the long-overdue land compensation to the populace, Liang Youde was utterly stunned. After a minute, he regained his composure. Still incredulous, and inquired, Meng, are you certain there and Oppos, as no mistake? Given Cui Zhihao and Oppos, as notoriously tight-fisted nature, would he willingly part with that sum for the people? Meng Qingze nodded with a wry smile. It's irrefutably true. My brother-in-law personally informed me, stating that numerous villagers have received their dues. The timing aligns, suggesting a unified disbursement by Tianxing Company. Damn it, that Cui Zhihao is an utter imbecile, Liang Youde exclaimed in fury, kicking a trash can, scattering refuse everywhere. After some deliberation, Liang Youde dialed Cui Zhihao's number. Director Cui, I've heard that Tianxing Company has settled the outstanding land compensation with the villagers? Cui Zhihao, already in a foul mood, retorted, What? Are you here to gloat as well? Liang Youde quickly responded, Certainly not, Director Cui. I and Oppos, am merely curious. Previously, when I urged you to make the payments, you claimed the company lacked funds. Why then, did you comply upon Liu Haotian and Oppos, as request? Does Liu Haotian possess some extraordinary leverage? Cui Zhihao snapped, If you could enlist the Provincial Audit Office and the Provincial Taxation Bureau to jointly audit Tianxing Company, I would have released the funds to the villagers sooner. But can you? Liang Youde and Oppos' eyes widened. So, Liu Haotian managed that? What else could explain it? Do you think I, Cui Zhihao, am easily deceived? I've thoroughly investigated through various channels and believe it to be true. Liang Youde was dumbfounded. with Cui Jihao's compliance. Liu Haotian would be spared from resignation, shattering his aspirations of becoming the town and Oppo's party secretary. Liang Youde was crestfallen. His motive for hosting the dinner was to seek the support of the former leader and his associates in advocating for his appointment to Liu Haotian's position upon his departure. But now all was lost. Liang Youde was consumed by resentment. Cui Jihao, too, was filled with bitterness, as every penny within his grasp was sacred to him, and he loathed to relinquish any of it. Upon returning to the table, Liang Youde dejectedly recounted the events. The former leader pondered for a moment, then made a call. Speaking briefly before hanging up with a puzzled expression, I contacted a friend at the Provincial Taxation Bureau, and it and Oppo's now evident that while the Bureau convened with the Provincial Audit Office, there was no mention of Hongshan County, let alone Qianhu Town. I suspect foul play. Liang Youde was taken aback. Then, as realization dawned, his eyes widened. Could it be that Liu Haotian is staging an elaborate ruse? If so, the consequences could be dire. I must verify this. Subsequently, Liang Youde contacted another friend to inquire at the Provincial Audit Office. Upon receiving the confirmation, Liang Youde stood in stunned silence. The former leader inquired, Liang Youde, what in Oppo's the verdict? Liang Youde replied, the unthinkable has occurred. Cui Jihao, a man of such shrewdness, has been deceived by Liu Haotian and Oppo's stratagem? What transpired? Someone asked. Liang Youde sighed. I and Oppo's VE confirmed that the Provincial Audit Office made no mention of Hongshan County or Qianhu Town in any meeting. The two staff members dispatched to Qianhu Town were indeed there, but they were on personal leave, documented within the Audit Office. As such, their visit to Qianhu Town was not for official purposes. However, Cui Jihao and Oppo's deception was influenced by rumors within the Provincial Audit Office. This morning, there were whispers of an impending audit targeting companies with assets exceeding 30 million in Hongshan County and other regions, with Tianxing Company specifically named. However, in retrospect, numerous inconsistencies arise. Why would the Provincial Audit Office single out Tianxing Company? Why focus solely on Hongshan County? Moreover, how could two employees on personal leave, lacking any official documentation, conduct an audit of Tianxing Company? Therefore, I'm now certain that Liu Haotian, along with Wang Jucai, Su Zian, and other young individuals from the audit office, orchestrated this elaborate deception. Cui Jihao, the wily old fox, fell prey to Liu Haotian's cunning. Liang Youde's revelation left everyone in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief. Liu Haotian's audacity was astonishing, as his scheme carried immense risk. The slightest misstep would have led to his utter ruin. His willingness to gamble was truly remarkable. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Youde contacted Cui Jihao. Upon hearing Liang Youde's analysis, Cui Jihao was drenched in sweat. He immediately sought confirmation from his associates, ultimately confirming the accuracy of Liang Youde's information. Cui Jihao, enraged, spat blood and pounded the table, his eyes filled with malice. Liu Haotian, you are treacherous. How dare you manipulate me, Cui Jihao, in such a manner? You have signed your death warrant. With that, Cui Jihao called Liao Dehua, Liao, gather a group of men. We're heading to the tavern across from the town hall. ISN and Oppo's, Liu Haotian hosting a welcome dinner for his friends from the audit office? We and Oppo's, LL joined the festivities. Chapter 7. The frantic Cui Jihao in a quaint tavern across from the town committee courtyard, Liu Haotian, the portly Wang Jucai, and the enchanting Su Zian occupied a secluded corner. The table was adorned with 6 plates of dishes, both meat and vegetarian, while several bottles of beer sat before Liu Haotian and Wang Jucai, with a solitary beverage resting in front of Su Zian. Wang Jucai had already introduced Liu Haotian and Su Zian to each other, and the trio engaged in lively conversation, their atmosphere radiating harmony. Liu Haotian discerned that his good friend Wang Jucai was intent on promoting this beautiful female colleague and university classmate to him. However, with Liu Haotian and Oppo's emotional intelligence, it was evident that Su Zian harbored a secret affection for the rotund man, albeit he was blissfully unaware of her feelings due to his low emotional quotient. At times, when Su Zian's gaze met Liu Haotian's, a bittersweet smile would escape her lips. Liu Haotian could only subtly signal her during their conversation to be patient, assuring her he would assist in revealing her sentiments, yet Su Zian declined his offer. As the meal progressed, Wang Jucai's intake of alcohol increased, and his chatter became more boisterous, even encouraging Liu Haotian and Su Zian to share a kiss. Liu Haotian noticed that beneath the table, Wang Jucai's feet had been trodden upon by Su Zian's high heels on numerous occasions. Exasperated by his childhood friend's antics, Liu Haotian complied with Su Zian's silent plea to play along for Wang Jucai's sake. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Wang Jucai, now slightly inebriated, declared, "Let us call it a night, fatty. You've come all the way from Beiming City. You must be tired, so let us rest early." With a lack of decorum, Wang Jucai, emboldened by his 5 bottles of beer, pointed at Liu Haotian, insisting, "Come on, Liu, sit down. Are you afraid I'll drink you poor? With your current salary, you could treat me to this feast 3 or 4 dozen times over." Su Zian immediately covered her face with her hand, torn between affection and frustration for Wang Jucai. She delicately apologized to Liu Haotian on Wang Jucai's behalf. "Don't mind him. This is just how he is." Liu Haotian chuckled. "It's all right. I've encountered such scenes countless times." Just as he spoke, the tavern door was forcefully kicked open, and a dozen burly men stormed in, shoving the other patrons outside. Once all but Liu Haotian's table had been ushered out, the remaining guests stood in silence as Cui Zhihao made his grand entrance, flanked by Liao Dehua and 3 bodyguards. Liu Haotian, seated directly opposite the entrance, observed the unfolding events with narrowed eyes, remaining unfazed. Su Zian, though a woman, was no stranger to such situations, and dining with the town committee secretary afforded her a sense of security. Meanwhile, Wang Jucai remained oblivious, continuing his boastful narrative. Cui Zhihao, noticing the trio's indifference, were a flicker of admiration, though his gaze grew colder. Liao Dehua, sensing the tension, barked at Liu Haotian and his companions. "What are you all doing? Stop drinking. Clear some space for our boss. He wants to have a word with you." Liu Haotian, unfazed, raised his glass and said, "Come, fatty. Let us toast to you and Sister Zian for making the journey to assist us." Wang Jucai slammed his hand on the table, retorting, "Liu, you're mistaken. You can't say thank you. We're like brothers. You can't thank family. That calls for a penalty drink." Liu Haotian, bemused yet slightly tipsy, conceded to the penalty and raised his glass again. "All right, fatty, here's to you." Just as he lifted his glass, Liao Dehua and Apos' furious shout erupted from behind. "Liu Haotian, are you deaf?" See Liu Haotian's countenance darkened instantly. "Cui Zhihao, do you truly believe that Qianhu Town is your family's private domain? You can do as you please? Let me remind you, Qianhu Town abides by the law. The 70 million is a sum that your Tianxing Company is obligated to pay, even if you do pay it. I must conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain whether there are any ulterior motives at play. You expect us to compensate you further from Qianhu Town and Apos' coffers? Do you think you are the 8-Nation Alliance? Do you really believe I would consent to sign such an inequitable treaty?" At this juncture, Liu Haotian restrained the furious Wang Jucai, who was about to charge at Liao Dehua, and coldly directed his gaze at Cui Zhihao. "Moreover, your men assaulted my brother. You have yet to provide an explanation for that, so how could I possibly owe you anything?" Cui Zhihao and Apos' expression also soured, and he coldly replied, "Liu Haotian, are you implying that you wish to court death?" Liu Haotian scoffed. "You, Cui Zhihao, are not qualified to lead me down such a path." Cui Zhihao entirely lost his patience for negotiation with Liu Haotian and waved his hand. "Everyone, attack. Just ensure no one is killed. You know what to do." At this moment, Cui Zhihao could no longer tolerate the situation. 70 million, such a staggering sum caused him immense distress. What was even more intolerable was that he had been duped by Liu Haotian and Apos' ruse. This incident had now become a laughingstock throughout Hongshan County and even Beiming City. He felt utterly humiliated and was determined to reclaim his dignity. Liu Haotian did not foresee that Cui Zhihao would dare to take action against him. His gaze grew frigid, sweeping over the crowd as he declared, "Do you understand who we are? Allow me to warn you. If anyone here dares to inflict harm today, be prepared to face the consequences." Cui Zhihao laughed maniacally. "Brothers, do not be afraid. I have connections in town, in the county, and in the city. As long as I am here, none of you will face any repercussions. If anything were to happen, I will take full responsibility." With that, a dozen burly men closed in on Liu Haotian and his companions, exuding an air of lethal intent, while more individuals continued to flood in from outside, seemingly intent on filling the entire tavern. Su Zian, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fright. At that moment, Wang Jucai's intoxication began to fade, and he finally recognized the gravity of the situation. If things went awry, the 3 of them might perish here. These individuals were genuinely prepared to resort to violence. Chapter 8. Impulse. Liu Haotian observed the approaching thugs, his expression growing increasingly grim. However, Upon glancing at Wang Jucai and Su Zian behind him, he took a deep breath and coldly addressed Cui Zhihao. Cui Zhihao, do you truly intend to lay your hands on the three of us? Do you not consider our identities as civil servants? Cui Zhihao scoffed dismissively. Just three audacious fools. Once I deal with you, there will be others to handle the aftermath. Attack. With a single command, the thugs surged forward. Liu Haotian could only retreat, shielding Wang Jucai and Su Zian. But the sheer number of assailants forced him into a frantic defense. The seasoned thugs, recognizing Liu Haotian and Oppo's prowess, maneuvered around him to assault Wang Jucai and Su Zian, compelling him to turn and save them, which made him increasingly vulnerable. He endured several blows, his anger boiling over as the attackers grew more ruthless. From the periphery, Cui Zhihao continued to taunt, Liu Haotian, do not presume that being the secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee grants you absolute power here. You are still a mere outsider. And today, you shall witness the wrath of Lord Cui. Liao Dehua chimed in, Liu Haotian, you ought to inquire who must first seek out our boss Cui to establish a foothold in Qianhu Town. It's audacious of you to come here uninvited and stir trouble. One day, you'll find yourself in dire straits without knowing how it happened. Taking a deep breath, Liu Haotian abruptly turned to Wang Jucai, saying, Fatty, protect Su Zian. I am about to act impulsively. Wang Jucai immediately grasped Liu Haotian's intent and replied loudly, got it. Once Liu Haotian finished speaking, he accelerated his movements, breaking through the encirclement. Meanwhile, Wang Jucai had already brought Su Zian to a corner, cradling her head and most of her body while exposing his back, presenting himself as a willing sacrifice. At that moment, Su Zian, enveloped in Wang Jucai's protective embrace, felt a warm surge of gratitude. She realized she had not misjudged him. Though he often appeared calculating and unwilling to suffer losses, he proved to be quite gallant in a crisis. However, upon hearing the thudding sounds emanating from Wang Jucai's body and witnessing his blood spray onto her face, her heart surged with sorrow and anger. Tears streamed down her cheeks as a glint of icy resolve flickered in her eyes. How dare these scoundrels of Qianhu Town harm the man of tea despite maintaining control over Cui Zhihao? Liu Haotian felt a chill run down his spine, observing the resolute action beneath Su Zian's captivating smile. Not only Liu Haotian, but even Cui Zhihao himself felt a twinge of sympathy for Liao Dehua. Half an hour later, Su Zian sauntered over to Wang Jucai, embracing him and exclaiming, Fatty, this grandma has avenged you. Feeling good now? The fatty, sensing a shiver, replied with a trembling voice. Great. Inwardly, however, he mused, with those dozen or so no shadow kicks of Buddha, I fear Liao Dehua won't even need to castrate himself to practice the sunflower manual. By this time, Liao Dehua had already lost consciousness. Su Zian calmly dialed 120 for emergency assistance. Liu Haotian, smiling, turned to Cui Zhihao and inquired, Cui Zhihao, shouldn't you be calling the police to arrest us now? Cui Zhihao surveyed the chaotic scene of his fallen comrades and the frightened faces of his remaining subordinates. A wave of despondency washed over him. His success had been built on ruthlessness, bribery, and hired thugs. Yet today, he realized that against this newly appointed town secretary, Liu Haotian, money was useless. In terms of sheer ferocity, he couldn't even match a woman from Liu Haotian's camp. The memory of Su Zian smashing a beer bottle over someone in Oppo's head sent a shiver down his spine. Liu Haotian and his companions were too ruthless. Even the fatty, Wang Jucai, now sitting on the ground with a broken leg, was no pushover, having shielded Su Zian, the beautiful woman who instilled fear in Cui Zhihao. I want an Oppo's call the police, Liu Haotian. We admit defeat today. But remember, this ISN and Oppo's over. I will have my revenge. This is a feud to the death, Cui Zhihao declared with a menacing tone. Liu Haotian chuckled coldly. If you and Oppo's not calling the police, then we brothers will take our leave. He approached the fatty, squatted down, and examined his leg. With a slap to the back of the fatty and Oppo's head, he said, nonsense, it and Oppo's just a contusion. A few days of rest will do. Get up and walk yourself. Liu Haotian hoisted Wang Jucai to his feet, and the three of them, battered but unbowed, strode out of the small tavern. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside, and they were all stunned to see Liu Haotian and his companions emerge, covered in blood, as ambulances arrived. No one had expected them to escape unscathed from an assault by so many of Cui Zhihao and Oppo's thugs. Liu Haotian smiled at the crowd and announced, everyone, go home. Cui Zhihao and his men were just having a friendly sparring session, and unfortunately, some minor injuries occurred. Nothing serious. Afterward, Liu Haotian escorted Wang Jucai and Su Ziyan to the town's only hospital, ensuring their injuries were not severe. He had them treated and then accompanied them to the town's sole hotel. For their safety, Liu Haotian decided to stay there as well. He arranged for Su Ziyan and Wang Jucai to have a suite, while he took the room across the hall, ostensibly for their protection. Wang Jucai, exhausted from drinking and the life-or-death struggle, was too weary to argue and fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Su Ziyan, gazing at Wang Jucai, who had collapsed on the bed without even removing his clothes, felt a surge of tender affection. She replayed the scene of Wang Jucai shielding her in his arms, and her heart swelled with admiration for Liu Haotian, who had single-handedly fought his way out of the encirclement. Now she understood why Wang Jucai had introduced her, a beautiful woman, to Liu Haotian, and why he revered him as his boss. Liu Haotian possessed a magnetic personality. For his dear friend Wang Jucai, he had dared to fight fiercely and risk his career by taking a hard line against Cui Zhihao, a local tyrant. Such a man, with such charisma, was indeed worthy of admiration. What an odd pair of brothers, Su Ziyan murmured. One is brilliant, unconventional, assertive, and capable of great feats. The other is calculating, cautious, yet fearless and selfless in times of crisis. Perhaps only such individuals can become true brothers. The next morning, Liu Haotian awoke to the sound of his phone ringing. Recognizing the familiar ringtone, he answered with a cheerful, ingratiating tone, "Good morning, Mom. What pleasant breeze has brought you to think of your son?" The caller was Liu Haotian and Apos, S mother, Chao Shui. Chao Shui snorted, "Liu Haotian, you and Apos, requite the fighter, Aran and Apos, to you, taking on 30-odd thugs single-handedly in Qianhu Town and leaving them with broken bones? You and Apos, requite capable." Liu Haotian was immediately covered in sweat. Mom, how did you find out?" Chao Shui retorted, "How could I not know? The news has spread like wildfire in Yanjing. You and Apos, VE become quite the celebrity in our circle." Liu Haotian and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. He silently cursed the blabbermouth who had leaked the information, vowing to make them pay dearly if he ever found out. Aloud, he stammered, "Mom, I and Apos, am sorry. I acted impulsively." Chao Shui said with exasperation, "Liu Haotian, you listen to me. You are now the party secretary of Qianhu Town, not a special forces soldier with the wolf fawn. You are a public servant, serving the people. Temper your temper. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the civil service. I and Apos am warning you, if you cause any more trouble, I and Apos, LL come over there and be your nanny." Hearing his mother and Apos' threat, Liu Haotian broke out in a cold sweat. "Mom, no, please don't come. I don't want to be a mama's boy. I promise, I'll behave myself in the future." "Humph, you better. Take care of yourself," Chao Shui said angrily before hanging up. She then glared at Lu Qingyu, who was standing nearby, and snapped, "Lu Qingyu, look at your good-for-nothing son." Lu Qingyu, however, burst into laughter, feeling a sense of pride. "Well done. He's truly my son, Lu Qingyu. Courageous, decisive, and most importantly, cunning." He managed to beat them up while ensuring they wooed and Apos de-escalate the matter. A promising young man, my foot. You and your son will be kneeling on the keyboard together," Chao Shui retorted. Lu Qingyu quickly excused himself. "I have business to attend to." He hurried off toward the Qinzheng Hall, muttering to himself, "Haotian, you had your fun, but your troubles have just begun. This crisis will be bigger than you can imagine. It all depends on you now." Chapter 9. The Accuser. First at 10 a.m. Liu Haotian sat in his office, contemplating the economic direction of Qianhu Town, when a sudden knock echoed at the door. With a calm tone, he said, "Come in." The door opened, and 4 men in black suits marched in, forming 2 lines on either side. Following them was a man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, carrying a briefcase. This individual exuded an air of seriousness and meticulousness. Liu Haotian regarded them with surprise. Although unfamiliar with their identities, he sensed they were not ordinary visitors. Especially the last man, who appeared to be a person of integrity and uprightness, likely an official from the Discipline Inspection and Supervision System. Having recently arrived in Qianhu Town, he wondered why someone from the disciplinary committee sought him out. Despite his suspicions, Liu Haotian remained composed and inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your visit to my office?" The man with the briefcase stepped forward, presented his credentials, and stated, "Liu Haotian, I am Li Zhenjiang, the Deputy Director of the 5th Discipline Inspection Office of the county. Based on the leads transferred to us by the 1st Inspection Office, we are now formally initiating a preliminary investigation into you. We hope for your cooperation. Is there any issue with this? Upon hearing this, Liu Haotian and Oppos, brow furrowed, his confusion deepening. Yet he replied calmly, "Since Director Li has made a request, I will naturally cooperate. Then it would be best if you accompany us to your unit and Oppos' conference room," Li Junjiang said with a serious expression. Liu Haotian nodded, saying, "Very well. I will lead the way." With Li Junjiang and Oppos' nod, Liu Haotian proceeded ahead, flanked by 2 men in black suits. As Liu Haotian guided them toward the conference room, the news of his investigation by the County Disciplinary Committee had already spread like wildfire through the various offices of Qianhu Town. "This is too satisfying. Liu Haotian has brought this upon himself," exclaimed Meng Qingze, animatedly gesturing in Liang Youde and Oppos' office. Liang Youde remained unfazed, commenting, "This is the folly of youth. He believes that merely working for the people of Qianhu Town absolves him of any accountability. Do we not also work for the people? If we hadn't, how could the GDP of Qianhu Town have surged from 80 million 8 years ago to 500 million today? How could the people of Qianhu Town have escaped poverty and achieved prosperity?" Liu Haotian mistakenly assumes that we are not serving the public simply because we do not adhere to his methods. He fails to realize that in Qianhu Town, serving the populace requires a strategic approach. Some individuals and companies must not be offended. Meng Qingze vigorously nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Liu Haotian is too arrogant and reckless." He dared to severel amidst the discourse. Li Junjiang turned towards Liu Haotian, his countenance etched with perplexity, seeking elucidation. Liu Haotian, cognizant of the reasons behind Cui Zhihao and Oppos' reluctance to involve the authorities, remained taciturn, merely stating that query is best directed at Cui Zhihao himself. He then refocused the discussion. To return to the matter at hand, did you, in fact, assault Cui Zhihao and his cohorts? Without hesitation, Liu Haotian affirmed, "Indeed, I did. I was responsible for their injuries." He strategically absolved Wang Jucai and Su Zian, shielding them from implication, as they had merely come to offer assistance. "A valiant act, it would seem," Li Junjiang remarked. "Cui Zhihao alleges that your companions, Wang Jucai and Su Zian from the Provincial Audit Department, were also complicit in the altercation. Are you prepared to shoulder the blame for them as well?" Liu Haotian responded with composure. "The predicament faced by Cui Zhihao and his associates arose solely due to my involvement. Wang Jucai and Su Zian were merely visiting me during their leave. However, during our meal, Cui Zhihao arrived with a throng of individuals, initiating an attack upon us. Therefore, I pose the question, were we not justified in defending ourselves? Particularly considering the presence of a woman among us, would we have escaped unscathed had I not employed a preemptive strategy?" Director Li, Liu Haotian continued, "As an individual of demonstrable impartiality, I implore you to conduct a thorough inquiry. Furthermore, I urge you to consider the situation from a rational perspective. If you and your companions were confronted by a multitude, how would you react? Would you passively submit to their aggression? Others might, but I, Liu Haotian, would not, especially when my friend Wang Jucai was subjected to a brutal assault by several burly men while attempting to shield Su Zian as a man. I could not stand idly by. I was compelled to retaliate. Passive acceptance is antithetical to my nature. Director Li, in all candor, if one seeks an exemplar of arrogance, Cui Zhihao surpasses me. At the very least, I did not arrive with a mob to besiege 3 civil servants. Should the County Party Committee and the Commission for Discipline Inspection genuinely intend to launch an investigation, should they not first scrutinize Cui Zhihao's potential involvement in organized crime? Does the egregious act of assaulting 3 civil servants warrant no intervention? Why should those of us who acted in self-defense be subjected to organizational scrutiny? On what grounds?" Upon hearing these words, Li Junjiang was visibly taken aback. Prior to his arrival in Qianhu Town, Li Junjiang had received numerous calls urging him to ensure a conviction in Liu Haotian's case. Li Junjiang's sole response was an assurance that he would adjudicate the matter with fairness and impartiality. Unbeknownst to Liu Haotian, Li Junjiang possessed a formidable reputation within Hongshan County and the broader Baiming City. He was the sole deputy section-level discipline inspection cadre in Hongshan County who had been repeatedly seconded by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection to participate in provincial inspections. Despite being only 32 years old, Li Junjiang's exceptional case-handling skills were renowned throughout Hongshan County. This proficiency had propelled him to the position of Deputy Director of the 5th Discipline Inspection and Supervision Office at the relatively young age of 32. While his career trajectory was not intentionally obstructed, it was undeniable that he was not particularly favored by certain leaders, owing to his unwavering integrity and uncompromising principles. He lacked the art of diplomatic maneuvering and displayed no leniency during investigations. His capabilities would have justified his promotion to a full section-level director, but his temperament had limited his advancement to the deputy section level. Having listened to Liu Haotian and Oppo's account, Li Junjiang regarded it with cautious skepticism. He acknowledged the implausibility of Liu Haotian and his companions initiating such a severe conflict with Cui Zhihao and his associates, given their respective positions. Furthermore, if Liu Haotian's version of events held true, it would indicate an extraordinary level of martial prowess on his part. At that moment, a slender, middle-aged man in his 50s, seated beside Li Junjiang, interjected, "Director Li, some of your remarks are extraneous to the case. Let us confine our discussion to the matter at hand." Li Junjiang nodded in agreement and turned his attention back to Liu Haotian, stating, "Liu Haotian, now that you have admitted to assaulting Cui Zhihao and his cohorts, you face a precarious situation. If you cannot substantiate your claim of acting in self-defense, you are well aware of the potential repercussions, including severe legal penalties." Chapter 10. In a dire predicament upon hearing Li Junjiang's words, Liu Haotian could only manage a wry smile, candidly stating, "Director Li, I possess no evidence. However, it is only logical for any rational individual to deduce the consequences we would face if we did not defend ourselves against such a multitude." Li Junjiang shook his head. "Liu Haotian, your argument holds merit, yet you must understand that our operations must be predicated on evidence. We rely on facts. Presently, Cui Zhihao and his associates have a report on their injuries, whereas you have nothing to show. Cui Zhihao explicitly stated that due to your position as the town committee secretary, they refrained from attacking you despite their numbers. Instead, he claims you leveraged your authority to coerce them, subsequently inflicting harm upon them, which they endured passively." Liu Haotian, incensed, slammed his palm on the table. This is utter nonsense. Simply absurd. He was genuinely furious, for he had not anticipated that Cui Zhihao could be so shameless. Not only did he fabricate accusations, but he also grossly distorted the truth, seemingly intent on obliterating Liu Haotian entirely. "Liu Haotian, sit down," came a sharp reprimand from a slender man beside Li Junjiang. Liu Haotian cast a cold glance at the intruder. "And you are?" "I am Liang Youde, the Deputy Director of the 5th Supervision Office of the County Discipline Inspection Commission. Is there an issue?" Zhang replied icily. Liu Haotian merely smiled without responding. Liang Youde continued coldly, "Liu Haotian, you now face two choices. First, honestly disclose your issues and accept the organizational review, hoping for leniency. Second, you may resist to the end, but know that such a course offers no escape." Li Junjiang furrowed his brow and interjected, "Comrade Liang Youde, I am leading this case. Your role is merely to assist. Please refrain from overstepping your bounds." Zhang and Oppo's expression flickered between shades of pale and flushed, ultimately settling on a cold glare at Liu Haotian, after which he fell silent. Li Junjiang turned to Liu Haotian, saying, "Given the unique nature of your case, for the sake of fairness, we shall grant you 3 days to gather leads and evidence. Should you fail to present sufficient proof after this period, we will initiate a formal investigation against you. Act wisely." Liang Youde interjected with dissatisfaction, "Director Li, your actions contradict the county committee and Oppo's directive to swiftly quell this turmoil." Li Junjiang retorted coldly, "Comrade Liang Youde, let me reiterate, I am the head of this investigation team. You are merely the deputy. You may voice dissent, but once a decision is made, you must adhere to my directives. I will bear the consequences of this decision. Remember your position. Do not invoke the county committee or others to pressure me. As a discipline inspection official, fairness and justice are our baseline. We represent the will of the organization and the people, not that of any individual." Having concluded, Li Junjiang rose to depart. Despite his dissatisfaction, Liang Youde refrained from challenging the resolute and principled young inspector, recognizing the futility of overstepping his authority. Once Li Junjiang had exited, Liu Haotian remained seated in the conference room, immobilized by the gravity of the situation. He had harbored grand ambitions upon transitioning to local governance, aspiring to effectuate tangible benefits for the populace without regard for personal gain. Yet, as the secretary of Qianhu Town, he found himself ensnared by the machinations of a sand mining company owner. Had he erred? Should he not have retaliated in such dire circumstances? No, absolutely not. Even if it meant relinquishing his official title, he could not allow his comrades and allies to suffer harm. He resolved that he would not succumb to despair. He would continue to serve the populace beyond the confines of his current role. While contemplating this, his phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Jutsai, his voice laced with urgency. Boss, I was strolling through Qianhu Town today and heard that the County Discipline Inspection Commission is investigating you, considering formal charges. Is this true? Liu Haotian forced a bitter smile. Your information is quite astute. Wang Jutsai shook his head. Boss, it and oppose. It's not that I am well informed. Rather, someone is intentionally spreading this rumor to turn you into a public enemy. If that happens, your established credibility would vanish. Have you confirmed this news? Wang pressed. Partially true. The County Discipline Inspection Commission did engage me in conversation, but they have not taken immediate action. They have granted me 3 days to prove my innocence. If I fail to provide adequate evidence of self-defense during the incident at the tavern, they will proceed with formal charges. Liu Haotian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. ISN and AMP. Oppose. This straightforward? I can testify alongside Su Zian. Wang Jutsai asserted. It's not that simple. By protocol. You both are witnesses, and to prevent your testimony, Cui Zhihao has implicated you as well. Although the Hongshan County Discipline Inspection Commission cannot directly intervene with provincial personnel, they will certainly relay this matter to the provincial office, leading to significant trouble for you upon your return. I suggest you both proactively clarify your positions with your units to mitigate the repercussions. Today is Saturday, and our unit is closed. Who are we supposed to explain this to? I refuse to leave until your situation is resolved. Wang Jutsai declared, his face flushed with anger. At that moment, Su Zian chimed in. Lu Laoda, I will not leave either. Your outburst was entirely for my sake. It would be unthinkable for me to abandon you now. Both Wang and I will stay by your side. Liu Haotian sighed, contemplating briefly before resolutely stating, Fine, since you refuse to leave, we shall escalate this matter. Head to the town committee courtyard and await my arrival. With that, Liu Haotian promptly dialed Zhao Yongjun, the director of the party and government office. Director Zhao, convene all members of the debt collection team for a meeting immediately. Upon receiving Liu Haotian and Oppo's call, Zhao Yongjun furrowed his brow. Having been aware of the impending investigation against Liu, he had witnessed Liu being taken to the meeting room by the County Discipline Inspection Commission personnel, and he was taken aback to receive instructions from him at such a moment. Zhao Yongjun, adept at gauging circumstances, replied lazily, Apologies, Liu Secretary. But I and Oppos am quite busy at the moment. Liu Haotian maintained a cheerful demeanor. Oh, if you and Oppos re truly occupied, that is quite all right. You may temporarily suspend your role as director of the party and government office. Although I have just been summoned by the County Discipline Inspection Commission, I remain the secretary of Qianhu Town, and I still hold certain authority regarding your appointment and dismissal. Let me ponder who might be suitable to replace you. With that, Liu Haotian ended the call, leaving Zhao Yongjun feeling as though he had just swallowed a swarm of flies, utterly vexed. He had not anticipated Liu Haotian to act so brazenly despite being under investigation by the County Discipline Inspection Commission, which was reportedly set to take measures against him in 3 days. Originally, he intended to humiliate Liu Haotian severely, but unexpectedly, Liu Haotian directly moved to dismiss him first, which made him quite disgruntled. Zhao Yongjun hesitated for a moment and went to Liang Youde's office, recounting what had just transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Youde remarked, I think it's best not to push Liu Haotian into a corner for the time being. Otherwise, given his propensity for recklessness, there's no telling what he might do. Don't forget how arrogant Cui Zhihao, the chairman of Tianxing Company, was. He had both status and connections, leading 30 or 40 people to make trouble for Liu Haotian, only to be soundly defeated by him single-handedly. With Liu Haotian's skills, he probably has the combat prowess of a special forces soldier. Most importantly, Liu Haotian is ruthless and unscrupulous, and now is his most desperate hour. It's best not to push him too hard at this juncture, or he might catch us off guard. There and AMP, Oppos, no need to antagonize someone who and AMP, Oppos, about to go to jail. I understand. Now, Liu Haotian has nothing to lose. Then I'll convene a meeting with everyone. But Mayor Liang, Liu Haotian said he's calling a meeting of the debt-clearing team, so I'm afraid you won't be able to attend. Liang Youde waved his hand. Your presence will suffice. Zhao Yongjun immediately notified everyone to attend the meeting in the conference room, and then rushed to the conference room as quickly as possible, looking at Liu Haotian, who was sitting in the chair, With a smile on his face, Secretary Liu. I'm sorry, I was just joking with you. I have already notified all members of the debt clearing team to come to the meeting. 10 minutes later, except for Liang Youde, all members of the Qianhu Town Committee were present. Liu Haotian glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, let's start the meeting now." The main content of today's meeting is to discuss the issue of us going to Tianxing Company to audit their accounts. Everyone present was immediately stunned. Meng Qingze frowned and said, "Comrade Liu Haotian, has and amp, Oppos, Tianxing Company already returned the money they owed to the farmers? What and amp, Oppos, that's the point of auditing the accounts?" Liu Haotian said. "Although the money has been returned, it's only because they heard some rumors and decided to return the money out of fear. But the problem is, since they are afraid of the joint investigation by the Provincial Audit Department and the Provincial Taxation Bureau, it means that they must have problems. Moreover, I have carefully studied Tianxing Company and Oppos' past tax records. A sand mining company with an annual output value of 4 to 500 million yuan only pays 4 to 5 million yuan in taxes every year. This level of taxation is very exaggerated and seriously inconsistent with the superprofit phenomenon prevalent in the sand mining industry. Therefore, I believe that Tianxing Company has serious problems in its finances, especially in terms of tax payment. But then again, why is Tianxing Company so arrogant? I'm afraid some people in our Qianhu Town or even Hongshan County are their protectors." At this point, Liu Haotian raised his voice and said in an icy tone, "I don't care who Tianxing Company's protector is, but since I am now the party secretary of Qianhu Town, I must consider Qianhu Town. If we want Qianhu Town to develop, we must have sufficient development funds, but relying solely on financial allocations is not a long-term solution. It is also difficult to achieve results in the short term by relying on investment promotion. Therefore, I think it is necessary to conduct a comprehensive investigation of Tianxing Company. We will not investigate other aspects, only their accounts. I just want to know how much profit Tianxing Company makes every year. How much is their cost? Where does their money go? Why is Tianxing Company so arrogant? Who in our Qianhu Town has taken dry shares and dividends from Tianxing Company?" As Liu Haotian spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. Some people looked at Liu Haotian with strong anger and annoyance in their eyes, and even some people's eyes faintly carried murderous intent. Meng Qingze directly slapped the table and roared, "Liu Haotian, you can't do this. Tianxing Company is the pillar enterprise of our Qianhu Town. What you are doing is equivalent to kicking away the ladder after crossing the river. It will completely offend Tianxing Company. If Tianxing Company really chooses to leave, our Qianhu Town will suffer heavy losses, and our future fiscal revenue will be reduced by more than half. You can't bear this responsibility. Moreover, you have just been interviewed by the County Discipline Inspection Commission, and you may even be directly investigated 3 days later. According to common sense, you should be deeply reflecting at this time. Why are you stirring up trouble at this time? You can't let our entire leadership team of Qianhu Town take the blame for your personal grievances with Tianxing Company. We can't afford it. That's right, we can't afford it. We can't take the blame either." Deputy Mayor Duan Chunfeng also slammed the table and glared at Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian said coldly, "Does anyone else object to my decision?" "I object," Zhao Yangjun stated without hesitation. "I also object," Propaganda Committee member Miao Long said lightly. "I also object." Organization Committee member Fang Jingxiong immediately echoed. In less than a minute, 5 people strongly opposed, and Liu Haotian's expression became serious. Coupled with what happened at the standing committee meeting before, Liu Haotian could almost conclude that some of these people must be involved with Tianxing Company. Liu Haotian glanced at him coldly and said, "Does anyone support my decision?" The audience was silent. "I support it." Song Wudi, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission of Qianhu Town, raised his head and said loudly, "I don and amp, Oppos, to know why so many of you object to auditing the accounts of Tianxing Company, or even worry that offending Tianxing Company will scare them away. But what I want to say is that sand mining is a highly profitable industry. As long as there is a sand field, it is a lucrative business. So, let alone auditing their accounts, even if we investigate their ancestors, they will not choose to leave our Qianhu Town." Song Wudi's voice suddenly turned cold. "I don and Oppos, to know who among you here has taken benefits from Tianxing Company, but I want to make it clear here first. 2 months after I took office, Tianxing Company sent someone to contact me. They said that they were willing to give me 300,000 yuan in benefits every year, provided that I could not investigate and deal with the cadres they designated to protect in the future. Otherwise, they would make me look good." At this point, Song Wudi laughed loudly. "Everyone, Even a secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission like me, who has nothing to do with Tianxing Company, is willing to give me 300,000 yuan every year to use me for their own purposes. Then how much would they use to lobby people like Meng Qingze, who happen to be in charge of this work? Of course, I'm not saying that Comrade Meng Qingze has been lobbied, but we can determine one thing through this detail. That is, Tianxing Company definitely has informants in our Qianhu Town, and even protectors. I don't and amp, oppose, to know who this protector is. But the purpose of the higher-ups sending me to Qianhu Town is very simple. That is to earnestly grasp the work of Qianhu Town's integrity and implement the spirit of the higher-ups' instructions. Therefore, Secretary Liu's opinion is very timely and very effective. Whoever opposes it proves that they have a guilty conscience. Meng Qingze and Oppo's face kept changing. He wanted to get angry, but he was afraid of Song Wude and Oppo's position. At this time, Chu Yunqing also slowly raised his head and said, "Since Comrade Song Wude has revealed the news, then I will also reveal some news. 3 years ago, 2 months after I took office, Liu Haotian from Tianxing Company personally found me. He directly told me that he would give me 5 million yuan every year to make it easier for them to start construction smoothly and solve some troubles. Although I, Chu Yunqing, am not rich. I am not someone who will take any money. I refuse this money." At this time, Guo Jiqiang also raised his head and said, "I am not as popular as Secretary Chu Yunqing and Comrade Song Wude, but people from Tianxing Company also offered me a salary increase of 200,000 yuan, requiring me to support the position of those who speak for them at the standing committee. But I refused." After the 3 individuals concluded their remarks, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the conference room. Neither Meng Qingze nor Zhao Yongjun had anticipated that matters would escalate to such an uncanny extent. It was astonishing that someone would hastily mock them for not accepting the public relations funds from Tianxing Company. Now that the 3 had voiced their criticisms, what would the others do? It must be said that Zhao Yongjun was a perceptive individual. Sensing the precarious situation, he promptly interjected with a smile, stating, "How has this serious meeting transformed into a session of ridicule? This is far from solemn and earnest. I propose we hold a vote regarding whether to investigate this matter." Liu Haotian coldly retorted, "There is no need for a vote. I will make the decision directly. If you have differing opinions, you may keep them to yourselves. However, an audit of Tianxing Company is imperative." Meng Qingze responded icily, "Liu Haotian, your town lacks professionals proficient in financial auditing. On what grounds do we conduct an audit? Will it yield any results? This is nothing but folly. The last time you attempted to organize a team to audit, hardly anyone was willing to cooperate, forcing you to abandon the endeavor. Was that not a lesson for you?" Liu Haotian smiled slightly. "Who says there are no professionals in Qianhu Town? The Provincial Audit Office has 2 experts stationed here. I shall announce the audit team. I will serve as the team leader, Song Wude as the executive deputy leader, with Chu Yunqing and Guo Jiqiang as deputy leaders. Zhao Yongjun will oversee logistical support, coordinating 6 personnel from the finance department and police station to assist with the audit. The remaining members will help coordinate related tasks. You will have 2 hours to prepare. After that, we shall proceed to Tianxing Company for the audit. Everyone must attend, or face the consequences." After the meeting adjourned, Song Wude, Chu Yunqing, and Guo Jiqiang followed Liu Haotian to his office, while Zhao Yongjun and Meng Qingze headed straight to Liang Youde's office. Upon learning that Liu Haotian was adamantly pursuing an audit of Tianxing Company, Liang Youde's expression grew grave. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Liu Haotian is now in a desperate situation, and his obstinacy is understandable, but it is certainly not advantageous for us. Moreover, as long as the documents for Liu Haotian's investigation have not been issued, he remains the authority in Qianhu Town. His words carry weight, and procedurally, we cannot find fault with him. The situation has now surpassed our control, leaving us with only 2 options to address the issue." Zhao Yongjun and Meng Qingze looked towards Liang Youde expectantly. He continued, "First, we could request the County Discipline Inspection Commission to intensify their scrutiny of Liu Haotian, ideally initiating an investigation immediately. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly continue with the audit. Second, we could leverage various resources to exert pressure on Liu Haotian, Song Wude, and others, compelling them to abandon the audit. Regardless of which option we choose, it is not something we in Qianhu Town can manage alone. Relay this information to Cui Zhihao and have him enlist his uncle, Deputy County Chief Cui, to mediate this matter. We must not become too deeply involved." Everyone nodded in agreement. It must be said that Cui Zhihao and Oppo's influence and connections were indeed substantial. With an hour remaining before the audit team was set to convene, the courtyard of Qianhu Town was filled with the ringing of phones. Chu Yunqing, Song Wudi, and Guo Jiqiang each received multiple calls, all conveying a clear message. They were to abandon the audit of Tianxing Company. Although the reasons varied, the objective was remarkably uniform. Even Liu Haotian received 2 calls, which he dismissed outright, bluntly stating, "I appreciate your input, but my relationship with Tianxing Company is irreparably damaged. If you genuinely wish for me to forego the audit, you should first persuade Tianxing Company to retract their slanderous claims against me to the County Discipline Inspection Commission. If you can accomplish that, we may have some matters to discuss." The caller hung up in frustration. 2 hours later, when Liu Haotian arrived at the town committee courtyard, he bitterly discovered that, apart from Song Wudi, Chu Yunqing, and Guo Jiqiang, none of the other audit team members had shown up. Zhao Yongjun was absent, as were the 6 personnel from the finance and police departments whom Liu Haotian had requested for coordination. The few exchanged glances, and Song Wudi chuckled wryly, "Secretary Liu, with just the 4 of us, can we even proceed with the audit?" Liu Haotian gestured decisively. "We shall go. I am eager to see if we can unravel this account." Chapter 11. Surrounded on all sides, though Liu Haotian harbored grand ambitions, he underestimated the audacity and influence of Cui Zhihao. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tianxing Company with Deputy Secretary Chu Yunqing, Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission Song Wudi, United Front Work Committee member Guo Jiqiang, as well as Wang Jucai and Su Zian, Liu Haotian displayed their credentials and stated their purpose. The security guard at the entrance, with a dismissive expression, retorted, "Liu Haotian, to speak plainly, our boss is already aware of your intention to audit the accounts. He instructed me to convey that anyone may come to inspect, except for you, Liu Haotian, as someone who is about to face disciplinary measures, potentially facing incarceration. You lack the qualifications to scrutinize our Tianxing Company's accounts. As for the others, our General Chui's message is quite simple. Go play elsewhere." The guard, with his nostrils flared and arms crossed, exuded a palpable disdain. Before Liu Haotian could respond, Song Wudi scoffed. What a bold assertion from Cui Zhihao and Tianxing Company. Truly arrogant to the extreme. The security guard chuckled derisively. "This is my territory. I call the shots. You are not welcome here. Please leave." "I would prefer not to utter the word scram." Song Wudi, with a cold huff, glared with eyes glinting like daggers, a smoldering anger burning deep within. Chu Yunqing and Guo Jiqiang wore grim expressions. None of them anticipated such blatant disrespect from Tianxing Company and Cui Zhihao. Liu Haotian shot a cold glance at the guard before turning back to the car, followed by the others. Inside the vehicle, Song Wudi turned to Liu Haotian and remarked, "Secretary Liu, now the entire town committee is aware of our audit endeavor. They must be eager to witness our embarrassment. And now we cannot even gain entry. We may truly face humiliation this time." Chu Yunqing echoed his sentiments with a wry smile. Liu Haotian glanced at the portly Wang Jucai and asked, "Have we preserved the evidence?" Wang Jucai promptly retrieved his phone, smiling as he replied, "All recorded." He then played the video of the earlier exchange with the guard. Chu Yunqing, Song Wudi, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Liu Haotian smiled and declared, "We now represent the town committee and government of Qianhu Town. Since we have been disdained by Tianxing Company, we should seek assistance from our superior department. Let and Oppos, head directly to the county. I will find County Head Zhao, while you all reach out to your familiar leaders. We will escalate this matter and observe the county and Oppos' reaction." Song Wudi frowned slightly, his astute mind easily grasping that even if they went to the county, results were far from guaranteed. Yet, Liu Haotian insisted on collective action. After reviewing the report materials and video provided by Liu Haotian, Du Guobin remarked with a hint of detachment, "Comrade Liu Haotian, I have some observations regarding your report, which I will express briefly. We can discuss any inaccuracies later." Liu Haotian nodded earnestly. Du Guobin continued, "Liu Haotian, you mentioned in your report that you possess a statement relayed by a security guard from Cui Zhihao, alleging that their Tianxing Company displays an arrogant attitude, disregarding the leadership of our Qianhu Town Committee. However, should Cui Zhihao assert that he never instructed the security guard to convey such sentiments and that those words were merely the guard and Oppos' own interpretation, can your video still serve as evidence to accuse Tianxing Company?" Liu Haotian was momentarily taken aback, then a bittersweet smile appeared on his face, yet he defended himself. "Director Du, even if Cui Zhihao denies this evidence, he should at least allow us to audit their accounts. If he continues to evade us and denies access to their records, their actions would indeed be unlawful. Du Guibin sighed. Liu Haotian. It is not my intention to criticize you, but your approach is rather reckless. Is Tianxing Company without issues? Certainly, they have problems. The citizens of Qianhu Town are well aware of it. Are the county leaders oblivious? Yet, why has there not been a widespread investigation from the county? Liu Haotian's face filled with confusion as he asked, I would appreciate your guidance. Director Du Guibin explained. Liu Haotian, as the secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee, your desire to serve the citizens and effectuate tangible results is acknowledged by the county leadership. However, your methodology is flawed. You have not grasped the significance of Tianxing Company in our Hongshan County. Do you truly believe that Tianxing Company consists solely of your Qianhu Town sand extraction firm? If that is your belief, you are gravely mistaken. Tianxing Company is a substantial conglomerate, with its parent company being Tianxing Group, while the Tianxing Company in Qianhu Town is merely one of its subsidiaries. Of course, your local Tianxing Company is the foundation upon which Tianxing Group has flourished, serving as its cash cow, with Cui Zhihao being merely a director of the Tianxing Group and a member of the Cui family. Notably, the Cui family has invested in 8 enterprises within our Hongshan County, contributing approximately 28 to the GDP and employing over 3,000 individuals. Liu Haotian, if you were in the county leadership's position, would you mobilize a significant effort against Tianxing Company over the minor flaws of a single firm in Qianhu Town? You must maintain a broader perspective, Comrade Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian stood frozen in contemplation. Had Du Guibin outright rejected his request, Liu might have thought all parties were equally culpable. However, Du Guibin and App's thorough and well-reasoned explanation allowed Liu to empathize with the county leaders and App's stance. Clearly, the absence of County Chief Zhao Guozhu and the Executive Deputy County Chief was not without cause. What should he do? Liu Haotian found himself ensnared in deep introspection. He faced a crucial decision: advance or retreat. Chapter 12. The opportunity to break the deadlock. Du Guibin gazed silently at Liu Haotian, awaiting his response. After a prolonged silence, Liu Haotian slowly lifted his head and inquired, Director Du, may I ask whether you are speaking on behalf of the county government or merely representing yourself? Du Guibin retorted. Does it make a difference? It certainly does, Liu Haotian asserted resolutely. Then I shall represent myself. However, the majority of the county leaders share my views, Du Guibin replied. This was Liu Haotian's first visit to Zhou Binghua's office, and it marked his inaugural close encounter with Zhou Binghua. Zhou, around 50 years of age, donned a gray Zhongshan suit, his elongated face adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Liu Haotian, you are indeed a rare guest. This is your first visit since taking office, isn't it? Zhou Binghua remarked with a smile. Liu Haotian offered a polite response. I regret my oversight in not reporting sooner after my appointment. Zhou Binghua waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries. Let us get straight to business. I've heard that Qianhu Town has been quite lively lately. You seem to be stirring quite a commotion. As Zhou spoke, he fixed a cheerful gaze upon Liu Haotian's face. At this moment, Zhou had already learned that Liu Haotian had audaciously decided to investigate Tianxing Company's accounts. He was genuinely astonished that anyone in Hongshan County possessed such boldness. Liu Haotian clenched his fist and replied, I cannot afford to remain passive. First, Tianxing Company has owed our Qianhu Town residents 8 years' worth of land compensation. Subsequently, upon realizing that I had orchestrated a ruse, they became furious and sent a group to intimidate me. If I do not take action, shall I simply allow myself to be victimized? Zhou Binghua commented. Li Junjiang has already reported to me that he granted you 3 days to prove your innocence. How are you preparing for this matter? Instead of answering directly, Liu Haotian stated, my personal circumstances are of little consequence. What truly matters is the severe issue concerning Tianxing Company's sand mining operations in Qianhu Town. A sand mine generating an annual revenue of 4 to 500 million only contributes 4 to 5 million in taxes. Does this not defy reason? This is not the most alarming aspect. Upon thorough investigation, I discovered that nearly all the land surrounding Qianhu Town is part of their mining area, continually encroaching upon fertile farmland for extraction. If this continues unchecked for another 2 to 3 decades, Qianhu Town may very well cease to exist, transformed into a vast lake. Therefore, we must completely halt all sand mining operations and redefine and put quality sand mines up for tender. Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua was utterly taken aback. He had recognized Liu Haotian and App's flair for disruption, which had led him to advocate for Li Junjiang to oversee Liu's investigation. However, Zhou had not anticipated Liu Haotian's perspective to be so groundbreaking. While many believed Liu was merely intent on auditing Tianxing Company, he was actually contemplating a complete expulsion of the company from Qianhu Town. Such audacity was unparalleled. It is worth noting that Zhou Binghua, being the local titan of Hongshan County, would not dare to offend Tianxing Company lightly. Yet, Liu Haotian and Appo's intent to undermine them was impossible to overlook. Zhou Binghua, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze on Liu Haotian and said, "Do you understand what your proposal signifies?" Liu Haotian nodded, once articulated. "My proposal will undoubtedly incite considerable debate within the county committee. Those with ties to Tianxing Company will likely mount a vehement opposition. Then why disclose your plan to me? Are you not concerned that I might have connections with Tianxing Company?" Zhou Binghua inquired coldly. Liu Haotian smiled slightly. "While I cannot guarantee that you possess sufficiently robust connections, one thing is certain. Your standing is far superior to that of ordinary officials. Typically, leaders like yourself, having gained experience in large institutions while accumulating grassroots knowledge, will inevitably ascend to more significant leadership roles after several years of refinement. This is merely a transitional phase in your career. Surely, you would not sacrifice your lifelong aspirations for trifling financial gain. I have also heard that your daughter is currently working as a programmer in an IT company in the capital, which clearly indicates that you have not orchestrated her life, but have allowed her to find her own path. A person wielding power yet refraining from using it for personal gain would undoubtedly harbor ideals and ambitions. Therefore, I believe that you are among the few in Hongshan County who might be willing to consider my perspective. That is why I must take this gamble and orchestrate an audit to draw the attention of Tianxing Company and its affiliates, diverting their focus solely to the audit while they attempt to devise countermeasures. Regarding the audit, I am acutely aware that even with county intervention, we may not truly uncover their financial records. Thus, I plan to employ a ruse to mislead them, taking advantage of their assumption that I possess no alternative strategies to confront Tianxing Company and seizing the opportunity to persuade you to support my plan. Only you possess the capability and opportunity to effectively terminate the substantial tax losses and grave developmental threats posed by Tianxing Company to Hongshan County. I am confident that, despite your current posture of restraint, you cannot remain passive for too long. Excessive forbearance may lead to an inability to rise again after repeated concessions. Upon concluding his statement, Liu Haotian observed that Zhou Binghua and Appo's astonishment was undeniable. He was genuinely shocked. Liu Haotian and Appo's insights into his character and aspirations, derived from limited information, were profoundly impressive. Zhou could not deny that Liu's proposal had indeed struck a nerve. He could not willingly allow the development of Hongshan County to be shackled by a private enterprise, especially given Tianxing Group's brazen conduct in the region over the years. Thus, while Zhou Binghua maintained a low profile and practiced restraint, he had persistently contemplated and awaited an opportunity to break the deadlock. Now, Liu Haotian had directly presented such an opportunity before him. After regarding Liu Haotian with a smile for a moment, Zhou Binghua erupted into hearty laughter. Well, Liu Haotian, you are the first in Hongshan County to dare to declare that you have seen through me. You possess both courage and resolve. If so, what harm is there in taking this gamble? Pray, share your further plans. After Liu Haotian outlined his strategy, Zhou Binghua and Appo's brow furrowed slightly. Liu Haotian, are you truly certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Should you follow this course of action, you will gain no personal benefit. Indeed, if you cannot substantiate your innocence within 3 days, you may well find yourself imprisoned. At that point, all your efforts would merely serve to adorn my own ambitions. Are you truly willing to accept such a fate? Do you possess the capacity to navigate the impending evidence crisis? Chapter 13. Striking at the root, Liu Haotian shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Yet, he refused to resign himself to inaction. Today presented us with our sole opportunity for retaliation. If we let it slip away, finding a similar chance again would be nearly impossible. Therefore, for the sake of the development of Qianhu Town and the greater good of Hongshan County, I am willing to make sacrifices. Moreover, I have always believed in the principles of justice, that good and evil will eventually receive their due. Perhaps, the heavens will not strike me down for my genuine concern for the people. Furthermore, Secretary show your willingness to support a selfless figure like Li Junjiang, an inspector of discipline, to personally handle my case, speaks volumes about your character and fortitude. Thus, I am confident that when my life hangs in the balance, you will not turn a blind eye. Hence, I am willing to take a gamble. I have unwavering faith in our party and government. Upon hearing Liu Haotian's words, Zhou Binghua nodded with a smile, his gaze towards Liu reflecting a newfound admiration. Coming from a first-tier city like Kyoto, Zhou possessed a broad perspective and had encountered many talented young individuals. Yet, among them, Liu Haotian's boldness was a rarity. The more exceptional individuals tend to be calculating, weighing benefits and losses. However, Liu Haotian exhibited a daring resolve, demonstrating the courage to prioritize the welfare of the common people, even at personal cost. This makes him a model for the new generation of party cadres. Liu Haotian, I must clarify that with my current influence, I can only assist you in realizing your plans to the best of my ability, but whether I can ultimately ensure your safety remains uncertain. Liu Haotian smiled and nodded. That is sufficient. I firmly believe that justice prevails and that retribution is inevitable. Most importantly, I have faith in our party and government. I trust that the leadership can discern who is genuinely working and who seeks personal gain. No one can hide their actions forever. Zhou Binghua then took out his phone and notified the head of the county committee office, Ma Haifeng, instructing him to call an emergency meeting within an hour to discuss matters concerning Qianhu Town. Zhou surveyed the room, stating solemnly, "Comrades, we are officially in session. The sole purpose of today's meeting is to swiftly address the affairs of Qianhu Town. Comrade Liu Haotian, the town committee secretary, is present to represent Qianhu Town, which has formally requested our county committee's assistance in auditing Tianxing Company. What are your thoughts on this matter?" After Zhou Binghua concluded, Du Guobin raised his head and spoke. "Secretary Zhou, Liu Haotian has approached me previously regarding this matter, and I have explained it clearly to him. The issues surrounding Tianxing Company are not as straightforward as they appear. They involve Tianxing Group, which is deeply rooted in our Hongshan County's economy, contributing over 20% of our GDP. We must treat such enterprises with due diligence and cannot act hastily. It is surprising that Liu Haotian has not heeded this advice." "Liu Haotian, why must you be so obstinate?" Following Du Guobin, County Chief Zhao Guozhu interjected, "Secretary Zhou, I find myself in agreement with Comrade Du Guobin. While there may be minor issues with Tianxing Company, we cannot forsake long-term economic development due to these trivialities." As a town committee secretary, Liu Haotian's unilateral decision-making, disregarding the opinions of his colleagues, has led to significant dissatisfaction among many comrades in Qianhu Town who have already reported this to me. It is essential that we do not indulge individuals like Liu Haotian, who cloak their self-serving actions under the guise of serving the public. Appropriate measures must be taken against him. Zhao Guozhu's tone was unwavering as he directed his gaze firmly at Zhou Binghua, neglecting to acknowledge Liu Haotian. To Zhao Guozhu, Liu Haotian did not warrant significant attention. Following Zhao's remarks, two others voiced their agreement. Zhou Binghua glanced at them before addressing Liu Haotian. "Comrade Liu Haotian, do you see that many leaders in the county oppose your audit of Tianxing Company? What is your perspective on this?" Liu Haotian lifted his head and spoke resolutely. "Secretary Zhou, esteemed leaders, if you deem my push for an audit of Tianxing Company as disregarding the overall situation, may I inquire how it is reasonable for a sand excavation company generating 4 to 5 billion in revenue to pay only 4 to 5 million in taxes annually? Shouldn't the town committee and government conduct an audit to ascertain the actual circumstances?" Recently, the Provincial Tax Bureau and Audit Office concluded a joint meeting, issuing relevant documents aimed at monitoring township enterprises with registered capital exceeding 30 million to prevent tax evasion. In light of this, is it inappropriate for Qianhu Town to take the initiative in self-examination? Is it wrong for us to adhere to the provincial directives? Is it a disregard for the greater good to ensure that Tianxing Company does not operate unchecked in Qianhu Town? Comrade Liu Haotian, I believe your primary concern should be how to explain your violent confrontation with Tianxing Company's chairman, Cui Zhihao, to the County Committee and Discipline Inspection Commission. Following this incident, your immediate organization of an audit raises suspicions of retaliation, particularly given the sensitive timing. Tianxing Group has all read furthermore. When Cui Zhihao and his associates reported me, did they only provide the injury report? Is there any corroborating evidence to substantiate their claims that I was the one who harmed them? If they lack such evidence, does that not render their testimony equivalent in legal standing to mine? Are we not both parties in this matter? Why is it that their statements can be accepted as credible, while mine are dismissed? Is this truly fair? Liu Haotian articulated this point, prompting Zhou Binghua to respond promptly. Indeed, the materials submitted by Cui Zhihao consist solely of the injury report, devoid of any corroborative evidence. Your analysis is quite astute. Liu Haotian, Zhao Guozhu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Liu Haotian and Apos' sudden revelation, which effectively dismantled the crisis surrounding his investigation. At that moment, Zhou Binghua continued, "Since the investigation into Liu Haotian has been suspended, there exists no justification to terminate his position. He remains the secretary of the town committee of Qianhu Town." Zhao Guozhu was left speechless, his face flushed with indignation. Yet he found himself unable to produce compelling evidence to counter this assertion. At that juncture, Zhou Binghua's phone rang. Frowning slightly, he answered the call. Upon concluding the conversation, his expression turned grave. "I have just received a call from the city, expressing that Tianxing Group is extremely outraged regarding the investigation into Tianxing Company and Apos' accounts. They have made their stance clear to the city. While the accounts may be scrutinized, such an inquiry cannot be conducted by Qianhu Town. If an investigation is necessary, it should be undertaken by the county or even the city." "What are everyone's thoughts?" Zhou Binghua inquired. "Qianhu Town certainly cannot conduct this account investigation. To do so would only cast doubt on Tianxing Group's investment environment in Hongshan County. We must immediately cease this erroneous action to avoid a significant negative impact on our economic development," Du Guibin asserted emphatically. "Liu Haotian, what is your perspective?" Zhou Binghua turned to Liu Haotian. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liu Haotian raised his head and replied, "Secretary Zhou, esteemed leaders, if the investigation truly involves such complexities, for the sake of the greater good, we may opt to temporarily refrain from it." At this, Zhao Guozhu and his cohorts exhaled in relief. Genuinely concerned that Liu Haotian and Apos' stubbornness would lead to a troublesome account investigation. However, Liu Haotian and Apos' subsequent remarks ignited Zhao Guozhu and Apos' fury. Liu Haotian declared, "While we may choose to postpone the account investigation, as I remain the secretary of Qianhu Town, there is one matter I must fervently pursue: the retendering of the sand pit in Qianhu Town. This morning at 10:00 and Apos' clock marks the expiration of the project investment agreement between Tianxing Company and Qianhu Town. Consequently, the natural resources associated with the sand pit are once again under the jurisdiction of Qianhu Town, thus we are entitled to organize a new tender for these investment rights." No one had anticipated that Liu Haotian and Apos' apparent concession to forego the account investigation was merely a strategic maneuver. He was, in fact, orchestrating the expulsion of Tianxing Company from Qianhu Town, a move far more severe than merely examining the accounts. Liu Haotian was indeed a man of remarkable audacity. Chapter 14. Liu Haotian and Apos' secret card. At this moment, Du Guibin was genuinely infuriated by Liu Haotian. In Du Guibin and Apos' perspective, Liu Haotian's proposal for a retender was far more egregious than an audit. Its destructive capacity was simply intolerable. After Du Guibin spoke, County head Zhao Guozhu furrowed his brow and questioned, "Comrade Liu Haotian, why do you persistently cling to Tianxing Company? Is it merely because the chairman, Cui Zhihao, reported your issues to the disciplinary committee, placing you under investigation?" With a cold smile, Liu Haotian replied, "County head Du, until my situation is thoroughly investigated, please refrain from jumping to conclusions. My current state of being under investigation is merely that, a state, and not a formal investigation. Furthermore, I may be able to prove my innocence. Therefore, to accuse me of retaliating against Cui Zhihao and Tianxing Company is an unfounded allegation, inappropriate for someone of your esteemed position as the county head of Hongshan. While you may criticize me like county head Du does, I bear no resentment, for I understand he is acting in the interest of Hongshan. Though I do not share his views, it does not diminish my respect for him. However, I cannot comprehend your repeated defense of Tianxing Company while attacking me personally. This has provoked my strong discontent. Now, I wish to pose a question to all leaders. Has Tianxing Company engaged in any illegal activities in our Qianhu Town, even severe ones? If so, can we simply adopt a policy of appeasement because of their economic influence in Hongshan County?" Liu Haotian and Apos' words reverberated in the conference room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Including Du Guibin, all were rendered speechless. Liu Haotian and Apos' remarks were indeed profoundly striking. Du Guibin was considering the broader issues facing Hongshan County, particularly the employment and economic development of its thousands of citizens, as well as the interests of tens of thousands in Qianhu Town. Determining who was right or wrong was a complex matter. At this moment, even the usually astute Zhou Binghua sensed the situation was becoming precarious. However, He felt a burgeoning admiration for Liu Haotian's tactics. Zhou Binghua, known for his cautious yet adaptable nature, turned to Liu Haotian with a serious expression and inquired, "Liu Haotian, do you have any other suggestions? For instance, how can we protect the interests of Qianhu Town and Appos citizens without resorting to a retender, while also considering the broader interests of Hongshan County?" Liu Haotian pondered for a moment before responding, "There is indeed a way to achieve a win-win situation. But I fear that my goodwill may not be reciprocated by Tianxing Company or the Tianxing Group." "Please, go ahead," Zhou Binghua urged. "Very well, I shall be direct. Esteemed leaders, I am unsure if you are aware, although Tianxing Company reports an annual revenue of around 400 to 500 million, the citizens of Qianhu Town are not naive. They are well aware of the external sales price of each truckload of sand and how many truckloads are sold daily. A rough calculation leads to the conclusion that in the past 5 years, Tianxing Company and Appos' annual revenue has not been less than 1 billion. If anything, it is more. Yet, despite such substantial profits, they only remit 4 to 5 million in taxes annually to Qianhu Town, which is utterly unreasonable. Moreover, according to feedback from some town committee members, Tianxing Company had previously offered hundreds of thousands annually to secure their unwavering support. However, these committee members staunchly defended the interests of the citizens and rejected Tianxing and Appos' bribes. Regrettably, in several meetings I have convened, many individuals in our town have consistently defended Tianxing Company, almost becoming their spokespersons. Thus, I have reason to suspect that some within our Qianhu Town have already been ensnared by Tianxing Company and Appos' deceptive allure. I cannot ascertain whether those in our county advocating for Tianxing Company have succumbed to their charms, but I wish to convey to all leaders and those in Qianhu Town, the net of heaven is vast, and nothing escapes its grasp. "Let us stick to the topic," Zhou Binghua interjected, frowning, as Liu Haotian risked offending many. "The second proposal is that Tianxing Company must pay 3 billion annually to the citizens of Qianhu Town, alongside an additional 15 billion as back payments over 5 years. Upon hearing Liu Haotian's words, the room fell silent once more, all eyes fixed on him with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. No one had anticipated that Liu Haotian would so boldly expose Tianxing Company's hidden transgressions. Many in attendance were aware of Tianxing Company's considerable issues, yet none dared to confront them seriously. The rationale was straightforward. What exists is deemed reasonable. Since Tianxing Company dared to operate in such a manner, they evidently possessed the courage and means to do so. Moreover, Tianxing Group was astute, investing significantly in Hongshan County shortly after making profits, tying their business ventures to the development of Hongshan County, which rendered many hesitant to act against them. This cautious approach explained Zhou Binghua's reluctance to act decisively despite having been in Hongshan County for 2 to 3 years. Yet, Liu Haotian had now laid bare the wounds of Tianxing Company before everyone. If they continued to feign ignorance, it would be an egregious oversight. What Liu Haotian had articulated left Zhou Binghua astonished. As Liu Haotian spoke softly, "I have earned the trust of the common people by assisting them in reclaiming the compensation owed to them by Tianxing Company. Consequently, they are willing to share their innermost thoughts with me. Esteemed leaders, the sentiments I have expressed today are known to but a few, and those individuals would never divulge the information I have just shared. However, should this information ever be leaked, the responsibility would undoubtedly fall upon your shoulders." As he uttered the final sentence, Liu Haotian and Appos' expression grew serious. "Perhaps my words may not be well received, but I am left with no choice. Had it not been for Mayor Zhao's insistence, I would have remained silent. Now that the truth is laid bare, I would like to inquire of Mayor Zhao and all esteemed leaders, which do you support regarding my proposal for either a rebidding process or the compensation agreement with Tianxing Company?" Upon finishing, Liu Haotian observed a palpable silence enveloping the room. The situation had undeniably escalated into a complex quagmire. Chapter 15 The Fury of Liang Youde. Zhou Binghua surveyed the gathering, his gaze ultimately resting upon Zhao Guozhu. "County Chief Zhao, what are your thoughts on Liu Haotian and Appos' proposal?" Zhao Guozhu responded with caution. While Liu Haotian's assertions may seem compelling, they remain merely his perspective. If the allegations prove to be true, the ramifications are extensive and the situation exceedingly complex. We must prepare a detailed contingency plan. Therefore, I propose we adjourn immediately to divide our responsibilities. Some will investigate, while others will formulate a response plan. Zhou Binghua then turned to the others. and this time, the majority concurred with Zhao Guozhu and Amp, Oppo's viewpoint. As Liu Haotian's revelations were undeniably sensitive, the implications involved were too numerous to overlook. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Binghua finally stated, "Let us disperse for now. County Chief Zhao, please assign someone to handle the investigation. I will take charge of developing the response plan." Upon hearing this, the standing committee members rose and departed without sparing Liu Haotian a glance. Although Liu Haotian held a relatively low rank, the scale of the troubles he had stirred left many feeling overwhelmed. No one wished to be associated with him at this moment. Only Zhou Binghua, with a wry smile, turned to Liu Haotian and remarked, "Haotian, the outcome has diverged somewhat from your expectations." Liu Haotian, with a hint of resignation, replied, "This was to be anticipated. I understand everyone and Amp, Oppo's choices. After all, I am merely a cadre at the department level, and my words are met with skepticism. Furthermore, County Chief Zhao and Amp, Oppo's concerns are valid. Such a significant matter demands verification before the county committee acts, lest we invite considerable risk." At the entrance of the county committee compound, Zhou Binghua unexpectedly accompanied Liu Haotian to the door. As Liu Haotian prepared to depart, Zhou Binghua inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "Quite simply, I will return and continue to operate according to my strategy. Tianxing Company will not be allowed to further exploit the people of Qianhu Town," Liu Haotian declared resolutely. Zhou Binghua gently patted Liu Haotian and Oppo's shoulder, his eyes brimming with concern, saying, "Haotian, you must ensure your safety. I know a bit about Tianxing Company. Their methods are ruthless. Protecting yourself is paramount if you wish to continue serving the populace. Do you understand?" Liu Haotian could see the genuine concern in Zhou Binghua's expression and smiled, assuring him, "Rest assured, I have dealt with tougher situations. I am not so fragile. Beware of hidden dangers," Zhou Binghua reiterated. Liu Haotian nodded earnestly, "I understand." With that, he strode towards the shared vehicle he had arrived in, heading back to Qianhu Town. By the time Liu Haotian returned to Qianhu Town, it was already 2 p.m. He promptly convened a meeting with all town committee members. During the meeting, he proposed either a rebidding process or an annual payment of 300 million yuan from Tianxing Company to the village collectives involved in sand mining. As soon as he finished, Town Chief Liang Youde scoffed, "Liu Haotian, do you truly see yourself as a savior? We have already investigated the villages you mentioned. Although there are video surveillance cameras, the footage is on a continuous loop and cannot store years' worth of data. It would require an immense amount of hard drive space. Moreover, the cameras have been malfunctioning in recent months, leaving no data to examine. Liu Haotian, in your quest for vengeance against Tianxing Company, you have spun an elaborate lie. Do you not feel any shame?" "What? The surveillance footage does not exist? That is impossible. I have seen the videos myself," Liu Haotian retorted confidently. "The person who showed you the footage was Ma Zhigua, correct? We have already questioned him. He merely thought it amusing and showed you some random clips. He was only jesting, and to think you took him seriously. Everything he said was nonsense. Here is Ma Zhigua's statement. Would you like to see it?" This time, Liang Youde was thoroughly prepared, speaking with unwavering confidence, his gaze toward Liu Haotian filled with contempt. Liu Haotian's expression darkened at once. He glared at Liang Youde and demanded, "Town Chief Liang, how do you know what I have said? How do you know about Dafeng Village and Xiaofeng Village?" Liang Youde shook his head. "Liu Haotian, spare yourself the effort of guessing. No committee member has leaked information to me. However, as a local of Hongshan County, my influence is beyond your imagination. As the saying goes, and Oppos, every chicken has its own path, and Oppos, do not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. The conclusion I have reached is that you have lied regarding the surveillance footage, and since the statistics you presented regarding Tianxing Company and Amp, Oppo's annual revenue are erroneous. The premise for your rebidding proposal dissolves, rendering it unnecessary. Now, I implore everyone to reconsider their stance for the benefit of the people of Qianhu Town and our long-term development. Is there anyone willing to reconsider?" After Liu Haotian's statement, the meeting room fell into silence, with no one willing to change their mind. Liang Youde sneered, "Liu Haotian, do you intend to act unilaterally again? Should you proceed with such a course of action, we may indeed have to consider a change in leadership. We will report your reckless behavior to our superiors and will not implement any of your proposed decisions." Disappointment flickered across Liu Haotian's face as he spoke in a low voice. "Since you all insist on distorting the truth and acting recklessly, if you believe I am being autocratic, then very well, I shall embrace democracy today." At this point, Liu Haotian turned directly to Song Wude and commanded, Song Wude, promptly notify the people of the entire township, seeking their collective opinion on the matter of rebidding, and implement a voting procedure at each village and Oppos, as committee. Yu, Tianxing, and Guojiqiang will each be responsible for gathering the results from one village and compiling them to guide our decision on whether to rebid for the sand mining rights. Town Chief Liang, since you claim I am acting unilaterally, let us allow the people to decide their own affairs without interference. If not, I shall exercise my authority to enforce this matter. Liang Youde and Oppos' eyes widened in fury as he glared at Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian, you are playing with fire. Do you not realize the consequences? With so many villages voting simultaneously, should the situation spiral out of control, who will bear the responsibility? I, Liu Haotian, will take responsibility. However, I will not tolerate anyone exploiting their position within the government to disrupt sound decision-making. No one, Liu Haotian declared emphatically. Liang Youde and Oppos' face turned ashen with rage. And he coldly directed his gaze at Song Wude. Song Wude, think carefully. If you proceed with Liu Haotian's plan and something goes awry, you will bear the consequences. Song Wude replied coolly, Town Chief Liang, do not attempt to intimidate me. I, Song Wude, am not easily frightened. I know what I must do, and I have no regrets. With that, Song Wude took out his phone and began making calls. At this juncture, Liang Youde slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming angrily, Liu Haotian. Conti Liu Haotian smiled faintly, declaring, the will of the people is my desire, as is the pursuit of political achievement. However, one cannot attain both simultaneously. Thus, I shall forsake political accolades in favor of the people's heart. His words, though delivered with a light touch and a hint of literary flourish, conveyed a resolute stance. Liang Youde, without a trace of deference, turned and departed, and Meng Qingzhou along with others swiftly rose to leave as well. Upon returning to his office, Liang Youde immediately took out his phone, attempting to reach the primary leaders of various villages. To his dismay, regardless of whom he called, the outcome remained unchanged. Nobody answered. A grave expression settled upon his face. What could be the reason for this? Typically, the village secretaries and heads could hardly wait to come to the town to flatter him. Why, on this day, was not a single person responding to his calls? It was not until 10 minutes later that he received a call from an informant he had deployed. Mayor Liang, something seems amiss. Not only our Dafeng village, but also Xiaofeng village and surrounding areas are currently broadcasting through loudspeakers, urging villagers to gather at the village committee to vote on whether to rebid for the sandpit controlled by Tianxing Company. Was this your directive? Upon hearing this, Liang Youde and Oppos' face flushed with anger. What on earth is going on with Fang Yuhai, the village secretary of Dafeng? Why is he ignoring my calls? He exclaimed. He has been broadcasting loudly, claiming that once the voting succeeds, our Dafeng village could secure income in the tens of millions. Liu Haotian has made it abundantly clear that all this money will be entrusted to the village collectives for management. Fang Yuhai stated that aside from a small portion retained for the development of Dafeng village, most of it will be distributed among the villagers, with each household receiving at least several tens of thousands. The enthusiasm for voting among the villagers is tremendously high. Furious, Liang Youde bellowed, Liu Haotian, how dare you play me like this? At that moment, Liang Youde finally recognized that something was indeed amiss. Today, being August 1st, the Army Day, marks the occasion for an unexpected 3-chapter update. Chapter 16, Sending Away the Plague God, Part 1. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that Liu Haotian's proposal of discussing whether to retender during the town committee meeting today was merely a ruse. His true strategic maneuver lies in the voting matters of the various villages. Furthermore, such affairs cannot be resolved by a single phone call from Song Wude. After all, many of the village heads share connections with him, some being individuals he has supported himself. Yet now, these individuals are all ignoring his calls. Coupled with Fang Yuhai and Oppos' statements from Dafa village, it is clear that Liu Haotian has likely already begun his groundwork in this regard. It only dawned on him now that prior to Liu Haotian's departure from Qianhu Town to the town hall, Chu Yunqing, Song Wude, and Guojiqiang had conducted research in various villages regarding the distribution of land compensation funds. At the time, Liang Youde did not pay it much mind, but in hindsight, it seems that this was indeed part of Liu Haotian and Oppos' plan. The decision to retender had likely been resolved long before Liu Haotian left Qianhu Town. Liu Haotian is exceedingly cunning. The voting process extended late into the night. And it was not until after 9 p.m. that Liu Haotian received the final results from all the villages. He intended to convene an emergency meeting. Yet Liang Youde and others feigned illness, unwilling to participate. Zhou Binghua examined the materials Liu Haotian submitted, feeling overwhelmed. He had never anticipated that Liu Haotian would resolve this matter so swiftly. Moreover, it seemed that no one in the county would dare oppose the retendering, given that it reflected the sentiments of tens of thousands of citizens in Qianhu Town. The will of the people must not be defied. With a mix of admiration and regret, Zhou Binghua addressed Liu Haotian, saying, "Rest assured, I will convene the standing committee to discuss this matter. The outcome of the retendering is already irreversible. However, Liu Haotian, have you considered whether you can keep up with this process? Do not forget that at 3 p.m. this afternoon, Li Zhenjiang and Oppo's 3-day deadline will expire. If you cannot present evidence to prove your innocence by then, you may find yourself under investigation, which could lead to significant troubles for you. Everything you have done may end up benefiting others." Liu Haotian replied resolutely, "It matters not. As long as we retender and adhere to my conditions, the citizens of Qianhu Town will reap tangible benefits. My personal gains or losses are inconsequential." Zhou Binghua was taken aback. He convened a standing committee meeting, where, upon presenting the voting results from the various villages, everyone unanimously agreed to retender. However, many of Liu Haotian's proposed conditions faced considerable scrutiny. Yet, under Zhou Binghua's strong insistence, the tendering proceeded as suggested by Liu Haotian. After departing from Zhou Binghua, Liu Haotian returned to Qianhu Town, which he considered his battleground and base of operations. Regardless of the outcome of this tender or whether he could navigate this investigative crisis, Liu Haotian would stand alongside the people of Qianhu Town. When he saw the official documents regarding the tender issued by the county, it was already 2:30 p.m. After reviewing the file, Liu Haotian's expression soured. He noted that the person responsible for overseeing this tender was the county's deputy county head, Du Guibin, who managed land affairs. Liu Haotian understood that Du Guibin was someone who considered the greater good, but he felt compelled to add a caveat to that notion, for everyone possesses their own self-interests. Therefore, Liu Haotian felt rather pessimistic about the outcome of this tender. At the very least, regardless of the results, the citizens of Qianhu Town would receive a yearly dividend of 300 million from land transfers, a significant improvement over the mere compensation they had previously received. Although dissatisfied with the outcome, Liu Haotian had done his utmost. At that moment, the deputy director of the County Discipline Inspection Commission, Li Zhenjiang, tasked with investigating the incident involving his altercation with Cui Zhihao, entered his office. "Liu Haotian, do you currently possess any evidence to prove your innocence?" Li Zhenjiang inquired. Disregarding the watchful gaze of his assistant, Zhang Yuding, Liu Haotian shook his head gently. "Not at the moment." "In that case, let us proceed," Li Zhenjiang sighed. Standing up to leave, Zhang Yuding gestured, and two staff members immediately flanked Liu Haotian, escorting him out. Upon seeing the conspicuous banners and the crowd gathered to bid him farewell, Liu Haotian could not help but smile wryly. Li Zhenjiang was taken aback by the grand spectacle. Having never witnessed such a formal send-off for a cadre being taken away for investigation, the mayor, Liang Youde, stood at the forefront of the crowd, smiling at Liu Haotian. "Liu Haotian, I never expected you to become the shortest-serving official in the history of Qianhu Town. From your appointment until now, it has barely been a month. Congratulations on achieving two remarkable records in our town and Oppo's history." Liang Youde and Oppo's words dripped with schadenfreude, mockery, and disdain. Liu Haotian merely smiled faintly. "Liang Youde, you rejoice too soon. Have you not heard the saying?" Liang Youde burst into laughter. "Liu Haotian, do not feign calmness. It serves no purpose. Look around you. Observe the crowd of government officials sending you off. Look at these banners. You have become the plague god, resented by all upon your arrival. What a failure you are." Liu Haotian surveyed the crowd of supposed well-wishers, which included Deputy Mayor Meng Qingze, Duan Chunfeng, Party and Government Office Director Zhao Yongjun, Organization Committee Member Fang Jingxiu, and Propaganda Committee Member Miao Ilong. It was only then that Liu Haotian grasped the full extent of Liang Youde and Oppo's influence in Qianhu Town. Such powerful connections and deep-rooted foundations. No wonder Liang Youde could remain standing for 8 years without faltering. In response to Liu Haotian and Oppo's scrutiny, the gathered officials held their heads high, faces adorned with derision. Meng Qingze spoke directly. "Liu Haotian, did you not foresee today when you forcibly exercised your veto power? when you acted recklessly under the guise of serving the public. Retaliating against Tianxing Company, did you not anticipate this outcome? This is what is known as the inn. Moreover, these are all residences spanning 200 to 300 square meters, predominantly situated within the 5th Ring Road, with one remarkable property located within the 2nd Ring Road. One cannot fathom the cost. It is likely that your combined lifetime earnings would scarcely suffice to procure even a single unit. I must be unequivocal, Meng Qingze. You ought to fervently wish that I, Liu Haotian, do not return after this departure, for should I regain my position, I shall be the first to address you. Do you presume that I am oblivious to your advocacy for Tianxing Company during meetings? You underestimate me gravely. Upon hearing Liu Haotian and Appo's words, not only did Meng Qingze and Appo's complexion drain of color, but Liang Youde and Appo's expression also soured, and several others present visibly paled. They were utterly taken aback. Liu Haotian, having been in office for less than a month, had already uncovered Meng Qingze's ownership of 3 properties in Kyoto City, a fact known only to Liang Youde. Some individuals, at this moment, felt a tinge of fear. Liu Haotian was indeed formidable, possessing such knowledge, and yet refraining from launching an attack. Even as he approached scrutiny from the disciplinary committee, suggested he harbored grander ambitions. Amidst the fearful gazes, Liu Haotian cast a cold glance over the assembly and remarked, "Be cautious, for the people are discerning. They know who genuinely serves the citizens of Qianhu Town and who colludes with Tianxing Company to exploit them. Do not underestimate the power of the populace." With that, Liu Haotian strode confidently towards the courtyard exit, his posture exuding an air of determination, devoid of any hint of trepidation typical of someone under investigation by the disciplinary committee. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Song Wudi, Chu Yunqing, and Guo Jiqiang. The trio approached him, and Li Junjiang regarded them with a furrowed brow, asking, "Have you come to bid farewell to the harbinger of misfortune?" As Chu Yunqing uttered this phrase, Meng Qingze, still within the courtyard, sneered, "Chu Yunqing's audacity is truly remarkable. He still dreams of Liu Haotian's return. A mere folly." Liu Haotian simply smiled before solemnly addressing the 3. "You are the individuals I trust the most in Qianhu Town. I implore you to unite in my absence and ensure that the upcoming bidding process for the reclaimed land is conducted in a manner most advantageous to our citizens. We must safeguard the interests of the people of Qianhu Town." Song Wudi, upon hearing Liu Haotian and Appo's words, emphatically patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Liu Haotian. My previous inaction stemmed from a lack of motivation, but now I am fully invigorated by your resolve. Even if you cannot return before the bidding, I vow that Tianxing Company shall not prevail." As he Chapter 17, Delivering the Plague God, Part 2, Song Wudi and the others merely exchanged a glance before hastening towards the direction of Li Junjiang's business vehicle. Liang Youde and his companions, who had initially prepared to return to celebrate their victory, were taken aback by the sudden dash of Song Wudi and his companions. Liang Youde furrowed his brow, while Meng Qingze hurried outside to investigate. He immediately shouted to Liang Youde, "Mayor Liang, something serious has happened." Upon seeing this, Liang Youde's heart sank, thinking, could it be that they have been involved in a traffic accident? He rushed outside, and upon a mere glance, his face drained of color, muttering to himself, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" At that moment, Li Junjiang and Liu Haotian were seated in the business car. Li Junjiang and Appo's expression was grave as he surveyed the throng of people densely packed along the street. Turning to Liu Haotian, he coldly inquired, "Did you incite these people?" Liu Haotian shook his head. "Do I possess such power?" Realizing the implausibility, Li Junjiang understood that Liu Haotian had only been in Qianhu Town for less than a month and was still under Liang Youde's shadow. Even if he had the intention, he lacked the capability. He furrowed his brow, asking, "What do these people intend to do?" Liu Haotian shook his head once more. Standing before their vehicle were the village representatives who had previously surrounded the town committee courtyard. Chen Laosand and several villagers held a white banner, covered with a multitude of red, uneven signatures, conservatively estimated to number in the thousands. Chen Laosand stood defiantly in front of the car, shouting, "Leave our Secretary Liu. Let our Qianhu Town and Appo's Secretary Liu remain." Behind him, the throng of several thousand citizens echoed in unison, "Leave our Secretary Liu. Let our Qianhu Town and Appo's Secretary Liu remain." Their voices resounded, unwavering and powerful. The multitude, filled with righteous indignation, gazed at the business vehicles, focusing their ire on everyone inside, except Liu Haotian. Hearing their cries, Liu Haotian was overwhelmed with emotion, a warm surge coursing through him. Observing the ordinary citizens of Qianhu Town blocking the vehicle, he suddenly felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. He had merely sought to reclaim the land compensation that rightfully belonged to the townsfolk, and yet they treated him with such reverence. This scene would be etched in his memory forever. At that moment, he understood why his father, Liu Qingyu, had always advised him to prioritize the welfare of the people while serving in public office to benefit the community, and to consistently engage in genuine acts of service for the populace. Gazing at the throng before him, Liu Haotian experienced a profound reality and saw that Li Junjiang had spoken. Although he was equally displeased with Li Junjiang, he did not dare to offend him. He could only nod and say, "All right, I will give Director Li face today." At that moment, Chen Laosan squeezed through the crowd and approached Liu Haotian, his expression somewhat agitated as he said, "Secretary Liu, you cannot leave with them. I have heard from others that once you are taken away, you may never return. Some say that Cui Zhihao wields considerable power, with connections both in the county and the city. He has made it clear that he intends to ensure you serve a long sentence. Secretary Liu, the reason you have fallen victim to Cui Zhihao's scheme is entirely for the benefit of us, the people of Qianhu Town. We are not fools. We can discern who truly cares for us and who are the scoundrels." As he spoke, Chen Laosan shot a fierce glare at Li Youde. Liu Haotian, however, merely smiled faintly and replied, "Chen Laosan, rest assured, no one has been born who can make Liu Haotian rot in prison. Cui Zhihao lacks the weight to do so." Seeing that Liu Haotian did not heed his warning, Chen Laosan grew anxious. "Secretary Liu, you must not underestimate this. Cui Zhihao is indeed very powerful. It is said that the director of the Land Bureau in the city is on friendly terms with him. This time, you have forcefully pushed for the retendering of our sand quarry for the benefit of the people of Qianhu Town, which has thoroughly enraged Cui Zhihao and some influential figures in the county and city with ties to him. That is why Cui Zhihao dares to threaten you. Secretary Liu, we may not understand politics, but we know that you are offending them for our sake. We cannot bear to see you fall victim to these malicious individuals. Secretary Liu, stay here. We, the people of Qianhu Town, will protect you. We will not allow anyone to harm a hair on your head. Secretary Liu, please stay." The surrounding townsfolk cried out in unison. Many looked at Liu Haotian with eyes filled with gratitude and respect. For many years, they had never encountered a town committee secretary like Liu Haotian who dared to confront all interests and powerful figures for the sake of the common people. They needed such a leader. They did not want Liu Haotian to suffer. Liu Haotian gently patted Chen Laosan on the shoulder and said, "Chen Laosan, I appreciate the sentiments of you and the villagers, but listen to me. Although I am currently under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission, this does not imply my guilt. It does not mean I will be imprisoned. For everything, there must be evidence. Although Cui Zhihao is powerful, the realm of Hongshan County is not solely his. There are still the county party secretary, the county mayor, and many just officials like Director Li Junjiang. My current detainment is merely a procedural formality. Villagers, please return home. I have already stopped Li Youde from proposing to arrest anyone, for I understand that your actions today stem from righteous indignation on my behalf. Please rest assured. The eyes of the organization are keen. Not everyone is blinded by interests and capital. There are many officials who genuinely serve the people. No one can dominate Hongshan County. Not Cui Zhihao, nor Du Guibin, nor anyone else. For this sky belongs to the people, and this land belongs to the masses. The purpose of our party and government is to serve the people." As Liu Haotian concluded, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. At that moment, even Li Junjiang was moved by Liu Haotian's words. He had not anticipated such unwavering resolve and conviction from Liu Haotian. This solidified his judgment of Liu Haotian and strengthened his determination to handle the case fairly and decisively. To ensure Liu Haotian's vindication, he resolved to face all pressures and obstacles head-on. Upon hearing Liu Haotian's words, Chen Laosan fell silent. Liu Haotian then patted Chen Laosan's shoulder again and said, "Chen Laosan, take the villagers back. You all have families. Do not let your loved ones worry for you because of me. You are the pillars of your households. Trust me. In the future, our lives will improve." The retendering of the sand quarry in Qianhu Town is about to take place. A decision made collectively by the county party secretary and the county leaders, regardless of who wins the bid. The allocation of 300 million yuan annually for the people of Qianhu Town is guaranteed. When you receive the funds, consider how to earn more, have more children, and lead better lives. As Liu Haotian spoke, his tone was sincere, prompting many in the crowd to silently shed tears. From his words, They sensed Liu Haotian's profound affection for the people of Qianhu Town. Although Liu Haotian had only been in Qianhu Town for less than a month, the benefits he had brought to the townsfolk surpassed those of Li Youde's 8-year tenure as mayor. Chen Laosan, a rational man, realized that Liu Haotian's insistence on their withdrawal was also for his protection, especially as he discerned Liu Haotian's confidence in his own safety. Chen Laosan waved his hand, and the few people holding banners alongside him immediately rolled up their banners and handed them to Li Junjiang, declaring in resolute voices, "Directly, we do not know your official rank, but since Secretary Liu recognizes you, we, the common people, also recognize you. On behalf of the 385 residents of Qianhu Town, I present these 6 banners to you for delivery to the county party secretary. Each banner bears our signatures written in red ink, representing the blood and voice of the people. We wish to command the villagers cease their chatter, clapping their hands while gradually retreating to the sides of the road, moving further away. Yet, as they departed, their gazes remained fixed on Liu Haotian, the young town committee secretary. Before the business vehicle stretched an endless, straight road. Chen Laosan firmly grasped Liu Haotian's hand and said, "Secretary Liu, the people of Qianhu Town are awaiting your return. You must come back." Liu Haotian nodded vigorously. At some point, Li Junjiang found his eyes brimming with tears and solemnly addressed Chen Laosan. "Rest assured, as long as I, Li Junjiang, am the leader of this special task force, I will not allow anyone to tarnish Liu Haotian and Apos' reputation. No one shall succeed." The rain had ceased, yet the sun continued to shine brilliantly. Chen Laosan took his leave along with the others. Liu Haotian and Li Junjiang returned to the vehicle, which sped away from Qianhu Town like an arrow released from a bow, heading towards the county seat of Hongshan. Unbeknownst to anyone, on a high vantage point at the edge of the crowd, a woman dressed simply yet possessing an admirable figure, wearing sunglasses, recorded the unfolding events with her camera. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Liang Youde watched the swiftly departing car and finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. "At last, we have sent away this calamity, Liu Haotian. May he never return to Qianhu Town." Chapter 18. The return of the plague god on the day Liu Haotian was taken away. Rumors began to swirl in Qianhu Town regarding his impending detention. Firecrackers erupted throughout various locales, particularly in the courtyard of Tianxing Company, where they resounded for an entire night in celebration of Liu Haotian and Apos' departure, regarded by many as a plague god. The following day, the courtyard of the town committee was bustling with activity, as numerous individuals queued to report their work to Mayor Liang Youde. Liang, brimming with confidence, spoke with his subordinates in an authoritative tone, as though he had already become the true leader of Qianhu Town. He had arranged a gathering with old leaders from the county and key officials from the county committee that evening, ostensibly to socialize, but in reality to treat them to dinner and express his loyalty. His ambition was clear. He aspired to become the secretary of the town committee, a dream that had tormented him for 8 long years. 8 years ago, he believed he was destined for the position, only to be appointed mayor instead while 3 successive secretaries passed through without him attaining the title. This time represented his last opportunity. Should he fail to secure the position following Liu Haotian and Apos' troubles, he would be left without hope for the future. Time, indeed, is a relentless force. With renewed confidence, Liang Youde felt certain of his impending success. In Hongshan County, although Liu Haotian was under investigation by the county and Apos' disciplinary committee, the evidence against him was insufficient. Despite the injury reports presented by Cui Zhihao and his associates, there was no concrete proof linking Liu to the assaults, compounded by Li Junjiang and Apos' fair enforcement of the law, which rendered the investigation stagnant. This situation was one of relative equilibrium until, unexpectedly, that evening. The official website of Bei Daily released a video accompanied by a commentary titled "Sending Off the Plague God, a Farewell or a Crying Send-Off." The video depicted Liu Haotian being sent off by a cheerful crowd, juxtaposed with tearful farewells from the townsfolk. In the commentary, an author using the pseudonym Qianhu wrote with scathing eloquence, "What grievous error could this town committee secretary, regarded by certain local officials as a plague, have committed to warrant such treatment?" Yet, despite being sent off in such a manner, he received a heartfelt farewell from the townspeople, who presented him with a banner signed by over 20,000 locals and sheltered him from the rain with their garments. One must ask, which leaders in Bei province have ever received such honor? Why do the opinions of certain officials and the masses regarding Liu Haotian diverge so drastically? Who exactly is Liu Haotian? It is likely that even the journalist who published this report did not foresee its rapid dissemination by numerous media outlets, including all three authoritative media in Yinjing City, which shared the article with a simple commentary, "Seek the truth." Later that night, around 10:30 p.m., after a long day of work, Provincial Party Secretary Liu Tianming, while commuting home, scrolled through Weibo and encountered the article shared by Yinjing and Oppo's major media. Upon careful reading, he was profoundly shocked. He had not anticipated that, under his jurisdiction, a young cadre like Liu Haotian would garner such affection and respect from the populace. Liu Tianming, a discerning leader, comprehensively considered the implications. He quickly realized that if the video were genuine, Liu Haotian, the young town committee secretary, was indeed exceptional, appreciative of talent. Liu Tianming pondered briefly before calling Yao Yuankue at the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, instructing him to investigate the news report thoroughly and ascertain the truth regarding Liu Haotian, seeking a prompt response. Upon receiving Liu Tianming's call, Yao Yuankue promptly examined the report's video and article, subsequently contacting the journalist Qianhu for detailed insights. He then convened an emergency meeting, establishing the 816 Special Case Supervision Group, comprising 2 members from both the Provincial Disciplinary Committee and the Provincial Party Committee, dispatched that night to oversee Liu Haotian's case in Hengshan County. As the 816 Special Case Supervision Group rushed towards Hengshan County, Liang Youde, filled with self-satisfaction, was en route back to Qianhu Town. He felt quite pleased with the evening's banquet, where many leaders from Hengshan County promised their unwavering support for his bid to succeed Liu Haotian as the town committee secretary. In his car, Liang Youde unconsciously hummed a tune from Taking the Tiger Mountain by Strategy, his elation evident. He believed that within half a month, his dream of becoming town committee secretary would be fulfilled. Just as the car arrived in Qianhu Town, before he could exit, he received a call from the county, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was the meaning of this? A journalist had reported on the day's events and even caught wind of his sending off the plague-got quip, prompting the Provincial Disciplinary Committee to dispatch a special oversight group. How could this happen? Wasn't and Oppos, Liu Haotian merely an ordinary cadre? Regardless of his desires, around 1 a.m., the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's special group arrived at Hengshan County's Disciplinary Committee. At that moment, Liu Haotian's room was brightly lit. As Li Junjiang was ordered to investigate Liu Haotian overnight, demanding further clarification. However, Director Li, I must apologize. I cannot entrust my fate entirely into your hands. Liu Haotian expressed with heartfelt gratitude as he gazed at Li Junjiang. Li Junjiang managed a wry smile, his countenance marred by discomfort. He had to concede that Liu Haotian and Oppos' words bore considerable truth. Fang Jian had not anticipated that the seemingly intricate case 816 would become so clear-cut due to Liu Haotian's sudden presentation of evidence. Following the completion of all procedures, Liu Haotian was exonerated and immediately informed the county party secretary, Zhou Binghua. Upon learning of the matter, Zhou Binghua promptly instructed the county committee to issue a notification reinstating Liu Haotian to his former position. For many, that night was one of sleeplessness. Liang Youde found himself restless, having received the news of Liu Haotian's reinstatement at 3 a.m, causing him to be unable to return to slumber. By morning, the dark circles under his eyes were unmistakable. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and Oppos' Special Task Force for Case 816 worked tirelessly, traveling through the night to resolve the issues at hand, only to return to the province without rest. The county's disciplinary committee members were no less affected. Although Li Junjiang had done well to protect Liu Haotian, he too struggled with sleep upon returning home. Compelled to ponder why Liu Haotian had not bestowed upon him complete trust, County Secretary Zhou Binghua spent a restless night filled with excitement. He had never imagined that the seemingly brash and tempestuous Liu Haotian possessed such depth, appearing reckless, yet holding aces in his hand. Most critically, Zhou Binghua recognized that this young man genuinely aspired to effectuate tangible good for the common people. Through these events, Zhou Binghua discerned the remarkable qualities residing within Liu Haotian. At 6:30, the Chapter 19, a powerful counterattack around 7:30 in the morning, Liu Haotian alighted from the bus passing through Qianhu Town in Hengshan County. To his astonishment, he found the streets outside the Qianhu Town bus station brimming with people once again. All eyes were fixed upon Liu Haotian, filled with excitement. The moment he stepped out, thunderous applause erupted. "Welcome back, Secretary Liu. Welcome back." The sound of applause resonated, accompanied by cheers that echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to Liu Haotian, Even as he boarded the bus, some longtime residents of Qianhu Town had recognized him. These individuals refrained from disturbing Liu Haotian, who had immediately fallen asleep upon entering the vehicle. Instead, they promptly took out their phones to inform their friends and relatives in Qianhu Town via WeChat and text messages, announcing that Secretary Liu had returned. The news spread like wildfire. While Liu Haotian was still lost in slumber, the town was already abuzz with excitement. Villagers from distant rural areas began to set off on motorcycles, cars, and bicycles, all eager to welcome back the town committee secretary who had nearly faced wrongful imprisonment on their behalf. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, Liu Haotian repeatedly clasped his fists and bowed in gratitude. After disembarking, he walked forward, where a human wall had automatically formed, leading directly to the entrance of the town committee courtyard. The applause never ceased as he made his way through the throng. "Good job, Secretary Liu." "Thank you." Even some residents offered him freshly boiled eggs as a morning treat. As he walked, Liu Haotian felt warmth in his heart. These were the people of Qianhu Town. He had done merely a small favor for them, yet they remembered him so fondly. How simple and genuine were these folks. Standing at the entrance of the town committee courtyard, Liu Haotian deeply bowed to the townsfolk, declaring, "Rest assured, my dear villagers, I will fulfill the promises I made to you before my departure yesterday." Once again, thunderous applause erupted. Amidst the clapping, Liu Haotian stepped into the courtyard. In stark contrast to the lively scene outside, the interior of the town committee courtyard was eerily quiet. None of those who had previously seen him off as a plague were present, and many were filled with regret. They had not anticipated that Liu Haotian would return so swiftly after spending just one night at the county disciplinary committee. 3 individuals stood before the office building: Song Wude, Chu Yunqing, and Guo Jiqiang. Upon seeing Liu Haotian approach, they hurried forward to shake his hand. Although they had been apart for merely a day and a night, it felt to them as though a year had passed. Song Wude playfully punched Liu Haotian, saying, "Secretary Liu, you're quite lacking in loyalty. Since you had a trump card, why didn't you let us know sooner? You made us worry for an entire day and night. You owe us a proper compensation." Liu Haotian chuckled, "No problem. Tonight at the tavern across the street, it and Oppos, S on me. Then we shall graciously accept." Chu Yunqing replied with a smile. "Secretary Liu, from what I understand, the key to your safe return was a female journalist named Qianhu. Her video and article caught the attention of Provincial Secretary Liu Tianming, who personally ordered the Provincial Disciplinary Committee to hold an emergency meeting and dispatch a special investigation team to Hongshan County, which clarified your situation. Who is this woman? Do you know her? She sounds like a formidable figure." Upon hearing the name Qianhu, Liu Haotian's expression turned peculiar. After a moment, he sighed and replied, Her name is Lin Qianxian. She is a woman who gives my mentor quite a headache." Song Wude and Chu Yunqing exchanged knowing glances, especially upon observing Liu Haotian and Oppos' expression, which clearly hinted at an intricate story between him and this Lin Qianxian. Song Wude's curiosity surged. "Secretary Liu, could it be that this woman is your first love?" A look of despair washed over Liu Haotian's face as he retorted, "Please, let me be, everyone. This woman is truly not someone to be discussed. Talking about her is a headache. My 3 first loves all ended due to her." Song Wude and Oppos' eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Wow, 3 first loves. Secretary Liu, you're impressive. Who knew first loves could number 3? Come on, let us have a good chat about it." Liu Haotian's expression turned serious. "Comrade Song Wude, it's work time. Focus on your duties." Song Wude fell silent, and the 3 departed reluctantly. Liu Haotian returned to his office with a wry smile. Today, he had come to truly understand Song Wude, who initially appeared to be an upright town disciplinary committee secretary. He had expected him to embody the stern demeanor of a judge, but instead found him even more gossipy than a woman. Chu Yunqing also seemed to harbor similar tendencies. Though not as pronounced as Song Wude's, it was evident he had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Only Guo Jiqiang remained composed, his demeanor unchanged throughout. After sitting in the office for a while and sipping a couple of cups of tea to refresh himself, Liu Haotian instructed the director of the party and government office, Guo Yongjun, to bring him the documents regarding the recent retendering issued by the county committee. At that moment, Guo Yongjun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon seeing Liu Haotian again. He had participated in the farewell for the plague and had believed Liu Haotian would not return, only to be taken aback by a swift return. With his head bowed, Guo Yongjun placed the documents on Liu Haotian's desk and attempted to leave. Liu Haotian coldly remarked, "Comrade Guo Yongjun, brace yourself. Your position may undergo adjustments in a week. Guo Yongjun's body stiffened immediately. He had never anticipated that Liu Haotian would consider altering his position so soon after returning. Enraged, he slowly turned around and said, "Secretary Liu, is it really necessary to act so decisively? Are you not leaving yourself any room for retreat?" Liu Haotian replied coolly, "Retreat? I have never contemplated such a notion. As for being decisive, shouldn't I be asking you that? As the director of the party and government office, you treated me as a plague yesterday. Do you think I can still tolerate you? I cannot keep a ticking time bomb by my side. Now, you may leave. I have made my decision." Guo Yongjun stormed out, heading straight to Liang Youde and Appo's office, where he expressed his indignation regarding Liu Haotian and Appo's decision. Upon hearing this, Liang Youde was filled with fury and immediately made his way to Liu Haotian and Appo's office, entering without knocking. "Liu Haotian, on what grounds do you intend to remove Guo Yongjun from the position of director of the party and government office? He has diligently served in our Qianhu Town party and government office for 7 to 8 years. While he may not have grand achievements, he has certainly contributed. As the head of Qianhu Town, you cannot afford to alienate the hearts of the people." Liang Youde pounded the table, emulating Liu Haotian's earlier demeanor. Believing it to be quite imposing, Liu Haotian leaned back in his chair, smiling as he regarded the furious Liang Youde. "Isn't Guo Yongjun someone you promoted after taking office as the town mayor?" "Indeed," Liang Youde conceded without denial. Liu Haotian continued, "I do not concern myself with who serves as the director of the party and government office under other town committee secretaries. However, as the town committee secretary, Guo Yongjun is simply unsuitable." "Why is that?" Liang Youde demanded angrily. "His thinking is too rigid, his methods too mechanical, lacking initiative, and most critically, his educational background is inadequate, reflecting a low level of ideological consciousness. Is that sufficient?" Liu Haotian expressed a series of comments in one breath. Liang Youde snorted coldly and remarked, "I see you are just unhappy that he is rather disobedient." Liu Haotian nodded, "You have indeed hit the nail on the head. As the director of the party and government office, he has failed to comprehend his role, which fundamentally renders him unsuitable for this position. What I mentioned earlier is material I am preparing to report to the county committee. It can be considered a matter of being pragmatic." Liang Youde glared at Liu Haotian and said, "Liu Haotian, have you not been awakened by the scene with the pestilence messenger yesterday? Do you insist on opposing the majority of us in Qianhu Town?" Liu Haotian retorted with a cold smile, "I only stand against those who do not respect the interests of the common people. Mayor Liang, if there is nothing else, you may leave. Matters within my purview do not require your interference." Liang Youde stormed out, his face flushed with anger. Watching Liang Youde and Appo's departing figure, Liu Haotian revealed a trace of disdainful laughter. He had completely lost faith in this colleague, who was too self-interested, turning his thoughts away from Liang Youde. Liu Haotian picked up the documents sent by Zhao Yongjun and began to study them intently. After thoroughly reviewing the document, Liu Haotian and Appo's expression grew grave. Although Secretary Zhou of the county committee had endeavored to secure benefits for Qianhu Town, the ultimate responsibility for presiding over the retendering of the sand pit in Qianhu Town lay with Du Guibin, which greatly dissatisfied Liu Haotian. After a moment of contemplation, he set off directly to the county committee compound and entered Secretary Zhou Binghua's office. "Secretary Zhou, I express my strong dissatisfaction and protest regarding the document issued by the county committee." With that, Liu Haotian placed the document on Zhou Binghua's desk. The latter furrowed his brow and asked, "Liu Haotian, what do you mean by this? Do you know how much effort I expended on this document?" "Secretary, I greatly appreciate your contributions and efforts, but this document is unacceptable to us in Qianhu Town. I believe that certain individuals within the county committee have overstepped their bounds. According to Article 15 of the Land Administration Law, any land collectively owned by farmers must be contracted out by economic organizations outside the collective with the consent of 2/3 of the members of the village assembly or 2/3 of the village representatives, and must be approved by the township or town people's government. Thus, from the perspective of the land law, the retendering of the sand pit in Qianhu Town should be our prerogative, and in principle, we need not seek approval from the county committee. Of course, in practical operations, it is normal for the county committee to intervene in significant projects, but as the town committee secretary of Qianhu Town, it is abnormal that not a single individual from our town appears in this tendering project group. What do you propose?" Zhou Binghua inquired. "It is quite simple. The tendering must be conducted in Qianhu Town. Although I may not participate in the entire tendering project group, I must act as a supervisor throughout the process to ensure that no violations of law occur during the tendering process. And I possess the authority to halt the tendering should I present relevant evidence to safeguard the interests of Qianhu Town. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, I will resort to more drastic measures to resolve this matter. Liu Haotian, why must you be so obstinate? Why must you oppose the people in the county? They are also working for the greater good of the county, Zhou Binghua sighed. Liu Haotian retorted with a cold smile. I am unclear whether they are working for the greater good of the county or for their own personal interests. But I am clear that as the town committee secretary of Qianhu Town, it is my duty to protect the interests of our townsfolk. Seeing Liu Haotian's resolute attitude, Zhou Binghua immediately summoned county head Zhao Guozhu to his office and had Liu Haotian reiterate his demands. Zhao Guozhu's expression soured as he reprimanded Liu Haotian a few times. To which Liu Haotian shot back, County head Zhao, may I ask, if individuals from the city target the interests of our Hongshan County citizens, will you strive for them or compromise? If you believe that compromise is the so-called greater good, then I hold you in disdain. If you believe that striving is the right path, then I admire you, and am I not doing the same? Zhao Guozhu was left speechless by Liu Haotian and Oppo's retort. At this moment, Zhou Binghua chimed in, Old Zhao, it is entirely normal for the project in Qianhu Town to be tendered within Qianhu Town, and Liu Haotian's request to act as a supervisor is not inappropriate, as long as the tendering process is fair and just. Having Liu Haotian as an additional supervisor will not disrupt the overall situation. After some hesitation, Zhao Guozhu finally nodded in agreement. With the consensus of the top two officials, the matter was quickly resolved. Just as Liu Haotian returned to Qianhu Town, Song Wuti entered Liu Haotian's office with a grave expression. Secretary Liu, I have received numerous pieces of feedback from the citizens stating that Tianxing Company continues to illegally extract sand, and no one in the town has intervened to stop it. Even the complaints to the county have gone unanswered, Song Wuti said, his face filled with fury. Liu Haotian slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Arrogant, too arrogant. We must take serious action against Tianxing Company. Song Wuti replied with a bitter smile, Secretary Liu, we have too few resources at our disposal. Tianxing Company has at least 70 to 80 hired hands. Liu Haotian snorted coldly. That does not mean we should allow these individuals to act with impunity. Let us devise a plan. I refuse to believe that no one can bring them to justice. Chapter 20. Assistance from Lin Qianqian. Liu Haotian and Song Wuti deliberated for a full 2 hours, yet they remained at an impasse. In frustration, Liu Haotian slammed his palm onto the table, declaring, Enough. Since the Tianxing Company is so entrenched, we shall adopt a strategy of diplomacy before hostility. With that, he promptly took out his phone and dialed Cui Zhihao's number. Mr. Cui, I have heard that your Tianxing Company has not ceased sand extraction as mandated. This course of action seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Cui Zhihao replied with a derisive laugh. Liu Haotian, I advise you to mind your own business. Liu Haotian responded indifferently, but I insist on intervening. What do you propose? Cui Zhihao retorted, Then amuse yourself. No one cares. Liu Haotian merely smiled coldly. Saving the phone call recording before dialing the police chief, Nia Hongbin. Chief Nia, your station has assigned 6 officers to accompany me in combating illegal sand extraction. Is there any issue with that? Liu Haotian asked directly. After a moment's hesitation, Nia Hongbin replied, Secretary Liu, that may not be feasible at the moment, as many officers are currently on duty in the field. Liu Haotian's voice turned steely. I expect 6 officers to be mobilized within the hour, ready at the gate of the town committee, all armed. If you can manage it, do so. If not, remember Zhao Yongjun's fate. Nia Hongbin and Oppo's face turned a deep shade of anger as he slammed his hand on the table and called Liang Youde to relay Liu Haotian and Oppo's demands. Liang Youde chuckled wryly. Liu Haotian certainly has audacity. If he wishes to stir trouble, let us indulge him. I am curious to see how he intends to handle this situation. An hour later, 6 armed officers awaited at the town committee and Oppo's gate. Satisfied with their imposing presence, Liu Haotian waved his hand decisively. Let us proceed directly to the Zisha River. The Tianxing Company is illegally extracting sand there. We shall investigate. He instructed, Obey my commands. Fire upon my order. But remain calm if I do not issue such a command. Do you understand? They all affirmed in unison. When Liu Haotian, accompanied by Song Wuti and the 6 officers, stormed towards the Zisha River, they discovered numerous sand extraction vessels and equipment, alongside trucks awaiting transport of the materials, yet not a single worker was in sight. Liu Haotian approached a piece of machinery and picked up a still-smoking cigarette, but from the ground, his expression darkening. Song Wudi grimaced, Secretary Liu. It appears someone has tipped them off. Just then, Song Wudi and Oppo's phone rang again. After the call, he grimly informed Liu Haotian, Secretary Liu. There is another extraction site 8 kilometers upstream that is currently operational. Liu Haotian ordered everyone to surrender their communication devices, and they quickly returned to their vehicle, racing towards the upstream site. However, upon arrival, they found the area littered with extraction tools, yet still devoid of any personnel. At that moment, Song Wudi's phone rang yet again, revealing that the Tianxing Company had resumed operations at the Xisha River. Liu Haotian found himself returning for a third time, only to find the site abandoned once more. Song Wudi's expression darkened significantly. Secretary Liu, the Tianxing Company is toying with us. With a cold smile, Liu Haotian commanded, "Let us return." Upon their return to the town committee, they encountered Liang Youde and several committee members chatting and smoking downstairs. Liang Youde approached with a grin, "Secretary Liu, how effective was the crackdown on illegal sand extraction?" Liu Haotian replied coolly, "It was quite effective." Meng Qingzi smirked ambiguously, "Really?" SECR having been classmates since elementary school, junior high, and high school, and even though we attended different universities, Tsinghua and Peking University are practically across the street from each other. We are far too familiar with each other to experience any romantic feelings. Liu Haotian, I know you are fond of women who are beautiful but not intelligent. It's just that my size is a little smaller. Although I don't have 34E, I still have 34C. Liu Haotian was speechless but accustomed to Lin Qianxian and Oppo's unrestrained way of speaking. He said with a wry smile, "All right, Miss Lin, I know you and Oppo's been developing well recently. I'm asking for your help this time, but it's a bit dangerous. I heard your family is wealthy, so I suggest you bring a bodyguard. Bring your head. I and Oppo's news reporter covering a story. Why would I need a bodyguard? Do you think my family owns a mine?" Lin Qianxian's personality was straightforward and her words were crisp. "Enough nonsense. What's the matter?" Liu Haotian explained the illegal sand mining by Tianxing Company and said, "I have no way to stop Tianxing Company and Oppo's illegal sand mining through normal channels, so I can only ask for your help." After listening, Lin Qianxian was silent for a while, and her tone changed. "Liu Haotian, I know. I wanted to make a series of reports on Tianxing Company a long time ago. But after the last report, our editor-in-chief gave me a death order, forbidding me from continuing to report on Tianxing Company. But now it seems that I still have to report on this Tianxing Company. This company is too arrogant, simply lawless. What about your editor-in-chief?" Liu Haotian asked. Lin Qianxian chuckled coldly. "It's simple. I'll send it to him after I write it, and then tell him that if he doesn't let me publish it, I'll send it to other media outlets. I'll see where he puts his face then." Liu Haotian was used to Lin Qianxian's bold personality and said with a smile, "Your editor-in-chief has met his nemesis in you." Lin Qianxian said triumphantly, "Of course, but he also has to thank me. My last report attracted the attention of the provincial party secretary, and he is about to be promoted." Liu Haotian nodded and said seriously, "Lin Qianxian, to be honest, I was still hesitant about asking for your help this time because Tianxing Company is very arrogant. I and Oppo's am worried that if they find out you and Oppo's reinvestigating them, it may be detrimental to you. But now I'm isolated and helpless in Qianhu Town, so I can only ask for your external help. If you are discovered by Tianxing Company during the investigation, remember one thing. The camera doesn't and Oppo's team matter. The evidence doesn't and Oppo's team matter. Your personal safety comes first. Understand? I don't want anything to happen to you." When Liu Haotian said this, a few glimmers of emotion flickered on Lin Qianxian's tall and beautiful face. At this moment, Liu Haotian and Oppo's last sentence was uttered, "Because you are my childhood friend, my best buddy." This last sentence was like 100 steel knives, piercing fiercely into Lin Qianxian and Oppo's heart, causing her to hang up the phone in anger and slam the phone on the ground, saying with a face full of grief, "Liu Haotian, you pig, big pig." That night, a slender figure appeared like a ghost near the sand mining site in the magnetic sand section, standing on a high place, constantly filming videos and photos of the 24-hour illegal sand mining site. Chapter 21. A Fury Unleashed, Part 1. Despite Liu Haotian's repeated admonitions, Lin Qianxian found herself in grave peril. On the morning of the third day after her arrival in Qianhu Town, Liu Haotian was engrossed in reviewing documents in his office when his phone rang. Upon seeing that Lin Qianxian was calling, he immediately answered. But before he could utter a word, Lin Qianxian's urgent voice pierced through. "Liu Haotian, come quickly. I'm surrounded by people from Tianxing Company in a house at the east end of Wa village, near the Xisha River. They are piling firewood around the house and dousing it with gasoline, intent on burning me alive. Throughout her frantic speech, Lin Qianxian exhibited no trace of fear, only a fierce indignation. The actions of Tianxing Company had made her acutely aware of the helplessness that even the most powerful face when confronted with malevolent forces. Liu Haotian and Oppos' expression darkened immediately as he replied, Lin Qianxian, remain calm. I will rush over to save you. As he spoke, he dashed from his office to Song Wudi's nearby office, bursting through the door and seizing the car keys from the table. I need to use the car, he declared. Without waiting for a response, he sprinted out, leaving Song Wudi in a state of bewilderment, questioning, What is going on, Liu secretary? You seem unusually hurried. Liu Haotian drove Song Wudi and Oppos' car with reckless abandon, the vehicle swaying like a fragile leaf in a storm, yet it sped along at an astonishing pace. What would typically take over 40 minutes, Liu Haotian completed in just 20. Upon arrival at Wa village, he witnessed a large crowd of over 100 people surrounding a house. The area was littered with various kinds of firewood, and gasoline fumes filled the air, causing Liu Haotian's brow to furrow in concern. His gaze swept over the throng and quickly fell upon Cui Zhihao, the chairman of Tianxing Group, who was encircled by more than 20 of his subordinates. Cui sat in a wheelchair, a megaphone held before him, as he coldly addressed a reporter inside the house. You must be the journalist Qianxian mentioned. You have quite a nerve to provoke us. After already causing a tremendous mess for Tianxing Company, now you wish to destroy our livelihood. It seems you truly have a death wish. I will count to 3. If you do not surrender your camera and memory card by then, you will face the consequences. 3, 2. Just as Cui reached the count of 2, Liu Hao, however, his subordinates were remarkably inefficient. Having besieged Lin Qianxian for a full 6 hours without managing to seize the camera and memory card from her possession, Lin Qianxian had made it unequivocally clear to them that should they dare to storm the courtyard, she would immediately disseminate the video footage of Tianxing Company and Oppos' illicit sand mining activities online. Consequently, while Cui Zhihao and his cohorts had surrounded Lin Qianxian, they could only resort to threats of violence, stopping short of entering the courtyard. This provided a crucial window of opportunity for Liu Haotian to orchestrate Lin Qianxian's rescue. At this very moment, within the Hongshan County Party Committee compound, Party Secretary Zhou Binghua was slamming his desk with resounding thuds. Shortly before, he had received a call from Liu Haotian, who informed him that Lin Qianxian, the journalist who had reported on Liu Haotian's departure from the Qianhu Town compound, was being besieged by Cui Zhihao's Tianxing Company at a rural courtyard, with the intention of burning her alive. Zhou Binghua was incensed upon hearing this news. Without consulting County Chief Zhao Guozhu or anyone else, he immediately dialed the number of Liang Youde, the town leader of Qianhu Town. Liang Youde, I and Oppos am furious. He bellowed. Listen to me carefully. If anything happens to reporter Lin Qianxian in your Qianhu Town, I will remove you from your post as town leader without hesitation. Do not forget that Lin Qianxian, the journalist who reported on your Qianhu Town's Plague God Dispatch event, had her article personally endorsed by the provincial party secretary. If something happens to her, even Tianxing Company's extensive connections may not be enough to resolve the matter. Do not think that just because I haven't taken action against you in the past 2 years, you can act with impunity. And do not think that I am unaware of your relationship with Tianxing Company. I am giving you 5 minutes. If I do not receive a clear response within 5 minutes, I will immediately convene an emergency standing committee meeting to discuss removing you from your position as town leader of Qianhu Town. With that, Zhou Binghua abruptly ended the call. On the other end of the line, Liang Youde was terrified. In his eyes, the county party secretary, who had been parachuted in from the capital, had always been refined, deliberate, and methodical. However, today, Zhou Binghua had resorted to crude language, indicating that his anger had reached its breaking point. Liang Youde was unaware of Tianxing Company's siege of Lin Qianxian, but he knew that Tianxing Company had likely stirred up a major disaster. Liang Youde was acutely aware that Zhou Binghua was a man who remained as still as a mountain, but once he moved, his actions would be swift and decisive. Therefore, faced with Zhou Binghua's warning, Liang Youde dared not delay. He immediately dialed Cui Zhihao's number. Director Cui, what exactly is happening over there? What is the matter with reporter Lin Qianxian? Cui Zhihao briefly recounted the incident involving Lin Qianxian to Liang Youde. Upon hearing this, Liang Youde immediately exclaimed, Cui Zhihao, listen carefully. Nothing must happen to Lin Qianxian. Otherwise, I will make sure that Tianxing Company suffers the consequences. Cui Zhihao was infuriated by Liang Youde and Appo's audacity in addressing him by his given name in such a stern tone. He retorted coldly, "Liang Youde, are you still unclear about your position? If it weren't for Tianxing Company, would you be able to hold on to your position as town leader?" Liang Youde sneered and said, "Cui Zhihao, let me remind you that the article Lin Qianxian wrote last time received personal endorsement from the provincial party secretary. If something happens to her, I won't be spared either. In that case, why should I accommodate Tianxing Company? If you don't want us all to suffer together, immediately cease all actions that could lead to danger. I will go to the scene immediately to mediate this matter." Cui Zhihao was taken aback by Liang Youde's forceful tone. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "All right, we will immediately cease all actions on our end and await Director Liang's arrival for mediation. However, I insist that the videos and photos taken by Lin Qianxian must not be made public." Liang Youde immediately called Zhou Binghua back and selectively recounted his conversation with Cui Zhihao, stating that he would go to the scene immediately to mediate the matter and ensure Lin Qianxian's safety. Zhou Binghua snorted coldly and hung up the phone. As far as he was concerned, what he needed now was to buy Liu Haotian time and ensure that nothing happened to Lin Qianxian. Liu Haotian was slightly relieved to see Cui Zhihao taking calls, knowing that his call to Zhou Binghua had had an effect. Just then, Liang Youde called, stating that he would arrive at the scene immediately to mediate the matter and ensure Lin Qianxian's safety. Over half an hour later, Liang Youde's car sped to the scene. Liang Youde stepped out of the car and walked towards Cui Zhihao, who was sitting in a wheelchair. The two began to converse face to face. Liu Haotian breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, one of Cui Zhihao and Appo's subordinates was holding a torch in one hand and watching a live video stream on his phone in the other. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, stirring up a cloud of dust. A grain of sand entered the man's eye, and he instinctively rubbed it with his right hand. The torch in his right hand fell to the ground, propelled forward by the howling wind, landing directly next to the wall piled high with dry firewood and doused in gasoline. Instantly, flames erupted and a raging fire blazed, spreading rapidly with the force of the wind. Seeing this, Liu Haotian's eyes widened in horror. Chapter 22, Fury Unleashed, Part 2. As Liu Haotian beheld the raging flames, his anger surged, propelling him forward with purpose toward the entrance of the farmhouse. With the agility of a monkey, he swiftly ascended a pile of firewood, scaled the gate, and leapt into the courtyard. The moment he entered, the inferno at the gate intensified, fueled by the wind, and quickly enveloped the courtyard in a suffocating ring of fire. Upon witnessing Liu Haotian and Appo's arrival, Lin Qianxian, who stood anxiously in the center of the courtyard, suddenly donned a calm expression. With a wry smile, she inquired, "Liu Haotian, why must you come in? Do you wish for us to perish together like a pair of tragic lovers?" With a bittersweet smile, Liu Haotian retorted, "Enough of the banter. We must find a way to escape. The smoke alone could suffocate us if we linger here." Lin Qianxian guided him to a corner of the wall and pointed. "Do you see that? The wall is slightly tilted. The landlord mentioned he intended to renovate it soon." Liu Haotian found a sturdy piece of wood in the courtyard and, with all his might, struck the weakened wall, once, twice, thrice, as he felt his breath quickening and his chest tightening. The compromised wall finally succumbed to his relentless assault, crashing outward and extinguishing much of the firewood outside. Without hesitation, he scooped Lin Qianxian into his arms and, stepping on the scorching bricks, leapt free from the fiery encirclement. However, Liu Haotian had not anticipated that, upon breaching the flames, he would find himself ensnared once more, this time by a throng of henchmen commanded by Cui Zhihao. The men surrounded him and Lin Qianxian, leaving them no avenue for escape. Cui Zhihao's frigid voice echoed from the outside, "Liu Haotian, have Lin Qianxian surrender the camera she holds." At that moment, sweat and ash mingled on Liu Haotian's face, rendering him a sight of disheveled fury. Just after having rescued Lin Qianxian from the clutches of death, he now seethed with rage upon hearing Cui Zhihao's emotionless command. He turned his cold gaze toward Liang Youde, demanding, "Mayor Liang, is this the extent of your intervention? Are you merely here to witness our clash?" Liang Youde replied gravely, "Liu Haotian, I have already reached an agreement with Mr. Cui. If you compel Lin Qianxian to hand over the camera and storage card, they will withdraw immediately." Liu Haotian's response was chilling. "What if I refuse? Then my role as mediator becomes utterly futile." Feigning helplessness, Liang Youde shrugged. Liu Haotian pointed at him. Exhaling a deep sigh, "It appears your ties with Cui Zhihao are quite profound. In that case, I shall have no reservations. At this juncture, Liu Haotian addressed the henchmen surrounding them. Listen well, you ruffians. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on Lin Qianxian, I, Liu Haotian, will ensure their blood stains this ground. He declared, today, I shall confront Cui Zhihao once more, gently setting Lin Qianxian down. He implored her to remember every individual who dared to lay a hand on her, promising that he would make them pay dearly. With resolute steps, he advanced toward Cui Zhihao, an aura of vengeance radiating from him. Lin Qianxian, observing Liu Haotian's fearless charge toward Cui Zhihao, felt a surge of pride in her heart. Liu Haotian is indeed the man I admire, loyal and valiant, embodying the true essence of masculinity. Though the henchmen maintained their encirclement, their grip weakened. As Liu Haotian and Apos' words instilled a palpable fear among them. Cui Zhihao, despite commanding a host of henchmen, was aware that most were merely workers he had hired, motivated by the meager compensation they received for their assistance. His reputation for being miserly had left them wary of risking their lives for him, especially when faced with someone of Liu Haotian's formidable prowess. At this moment, Cui Zhihao was taken aback by the unforeseen effect of Liu Haotian's declaration. As his henchmen and Apos' formation began to disperse, he watched in fury as Lin Qianxian retrieved her camera to record the unfolding scene. Advance. Do not retreat, he bellowed, slamming his fist onto his wheelchair. Whoever dares to step back will be dismissed immediately. Although his henchmen ceased their retreat, they parted to the sides, inadvertently exposing Cui Zhihao to Liu Haotian. Now, only 6 of Cui Zhihao's highly paid bodyguards remained by his side, one pushing the wheelchair while the others formed a blockade against Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian fixated on the 5 bodyguards, coldly asking, has Cui Zhihao provided you with personal accident insurance? If not, I advise against obstructing me, for today I intend to unleash my wrath. Unwavering, Liu Haotian pressed forward. One bodyguard, towering and weighing 300 pounds, underestimated Liu Haotian and launched a kick toward him. Liu Haotian deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a swift strike, leaving the bodyguard crumpled on the ground, howling in agony. With each step, the remaining bodyguards exchanged apprehensive glances, intimidated by Liu Haotian's speed and ferocity. Today, Liu Haotian was truly enraged, fueled by the arrogant demeanor of Cui Zhihao and the indifference he displayed towards others' lives, especially as his target was Lin Qianxian, a dear friend. As Liu Haotian quickened his pace, the bodyguards instinctively retreated, revealing Cui Zhihao. Liu Haotian approached him, lifting him from his wheelchair and drawing his face close, delivering a chilling message. Cui Zhihao, did you not wish to see Lin Qianxian perish in flames? Then let us see how it feels to be ensnared by fire. With that, Liu Haotian hoisted Cui Zhihao into the air and strode toward the blazing wall of flames. Upon witnessing the scene, Liang Youde and Apos' countenance underwent a dramatic shift, and he vociferously exclaimed, Liu Haotian, what do you think you and Apos' redoing? Cease this instant. This is reckless endangerment, a transgression of the law. Liu Haotian pivoted, his gaze locking onto Liang Youde, and retorted with vehement indignation, Liang Youde, damn you. Where were you when Lin Qianxian and I were besieged by the inferno within the residence? Did you orchestrate any rescue efforts? Now that we and Apos' emerged from the conflagration, we're confronted by the assault of Cui Zhihao's henchmen, and you feign helplessness? In that case, retreat into your shell. With that, Liu Haotian hoisted Cui Zhihao aloft, commencing a series of rotations, gathering momentum. At that moment, Cui Zhihao was consumed by terror. He had not anticipated that Liu Haotian, a town secretary, would possess such audacity. Were he to be hurled into the courtyard, his survival would be dubious, not to mention the impact from such a height would undoubtedly result in severe fractures. Cui Zhihao and Apos' voice, laced with desperation, echoed, Liu Haotian, I was wrong. I apologize. I pledge that Tianxing Company will cease all clandestine sand extraction from this day forward. I implore you to spare me. I Don and Apos, do you want to die? Though impetuous, Liu Haotian possessed a clear understanding of boundaries. He recognized that casting Cui Zhihao into the courtyard would likely prove fatal. Moreover, his position demanded a degree of restraint. Thus, upon hearing Cui Zhihao and Apos' commitment, he gradually ceased his rotations, stating coldly, Cui Zhihao, can you vouch for the veracity of your words? Cui Zhihao responded hastily, Liu Haotian, no, Secretary Liu, I guarantee, on the reputation of Tianxing Group, that we will never engage in illicit sand mining again. We will adhere to the regulations of Qianhu Town. Is that acceptable? Only then did Liu Haotian release Cui Zhihao, who landed with a muffled groan, his recently mended leg fracturing anew. Yet, Cui Zhihao dared not utter a word. For the intense aura of menace emanating from Liu Haotian filled him with dread. He had the distinct impression that had he not relented, Liu Haotian might have indeed cast him over the wall. Discretion being the better part of valor, Cui Zhihao chose to yield. Cui Zhihao, remember your words, Liu Haotian declared, striding towards Lin Qianxian, taking her hand, and leading her to Song Wudi and Amp, Oppo's vehicle. Lin Qianxian nestled her head gently on Liu Haotian and Amp, Oppo's shoulder, her face radiant with affection. Despite Liu Haotian and Oppo's tendency to treat her as a comrade and his penchant for dating voluptuous women, Lin Qianxian remained confident that, given time, she could win him over. For proximity offered her an advantage. This conviction had led her to decline lucrative employment in Kyoto, opting instead for a position at the Bei Province Daily. Anticipating Liu Haotian and Amp, Oppo's eventual return to his native province. Once inside the vehicle, Liu Haotian floored the accelerator, propelling the car forward like an arrow unleashed. Liang Youde, observing Liu Haotian and Oppo's departure, and then turning to Cui Zhihao, who was being assisted onto a wheelchair by his bodyguards, remarked with a wry smile, President Cui, I advise Tianxing Company to refrain from provoking Liu Haotian further. He seems to be in a foul mood and is acting with ruthless resolve. Cui Zhihao, his gaze fixed on Liu Haotian's receding vehicle, his eyes gleaming with venom, declared in a chilling tone, Liu Haotian, just you wait. One day, I will ensure his demise. No one can humiliate Cui Zhihao. No one. Chapter 23. Pressures from all sides upon returning to Qianhu Town with Lin Qianxian. Liu Haotian received a phone call from Deputy Town Chief Meng Qingze. Secretary Liu, Mayor Liang just called, requesting that you and Miss Lin wait for him at the town committee courtyard. He will return shortly to discuss an important matter. Liu Haotian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Why did he not call us directly? Meng Qingze quickly responded. He is currently driving back at the fastest speed possible. After a brief pause, Liu Haotian led Lin Qianxian to the town committee courtyard. 20 minutes later, Mayor Liang Youde's car roared into the courtyard. Without knocking, he entered Liu Haotian and Oppo's office with a serious expression. Secretary Liu, just now, Cui Zhihao called to inform us that Tianxing Company will no longer engage in clandestine sand extraction. However, they have one stipulation. The videos and photographs of their illicit activities must not be made public. Otherwise, their company's reputation will be jeopardized, and Tianxing Group will consider a complete withdrawal from investments in Hongshan County. Liu Haotian replied calmly, this matter is beyond my control. The right to interview and report is granted by law to journalists. I cannot interfere arbitrarily. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. It was Deputy County Chief Du Guibin on the line. Liu Haotian, I have been informed of the recent events. I sincerely apologize for the treatment of journalist Lin Qianxian in Hongshan County. However, I hope you can persuade her not to report on this matter, as its exposure would yield no benefits for our county. Liu Haotian responded coolly, Deputy Chief Du, I am afraid that the decision to report lies with the journalist. I cannot intervene. Du Guibin, with a stern tone, said, Comrade Liu Haotian, I urge you to consider the bigger picture. Tianxing Group has made it clear that if this issue is publicized, they will contemplate a complete withdrawal of their investments. Our county will then face severe employment challenges and fiscal pressures. Du Guibin continued to lecture Liu Haotian over the phone, but in the end, Liu remained resolute. Deputy Chief Du, I regret to inform you that I am powerless in this situation. Enraged, Du Guibin hung up. Soon after, County Chief Zhao Guozhu called, stating bluntly, Liu Haotian, I am formally notifying you on behalf of the county committee and government that you must do everything in your power to prevent journalist Lin Qianxian from exposing this matter. Liu Haotian remained silent for a moment before replying coldly, Chief Zhao. May I inquire how the county responded when I requested assistance for our rectification actions against Tianxing Company's illegal sand extraction? Now that the issue is on the verge of exposure, why do you insist on silence? Why are your reasons so contradictory? Zhao Guozhu replied sternly, Liu Haotian, I must reiterate, you need to adopt a broader perspective. The county and Amp, Oppo's considerations extend to the welfare of the entire Hongshan County. And I will not elaborate further on this matter. Let Secretary Zhou speak with you. Moments later, the voice of County Committee Secretary Zhou Binghua came through, Liu Haotian. The city has called, expressing significant concern regarding this issue, and hopes it does not escalate as it did last time. I urge you to reconsider. Liu Haotian remained contemplative. While he could disregard the pressures from Zhao Guozhu and Du Guibin, The words of Secretary Zhou, whom he deeply respected, warranted careful consideration. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, Secretary Zhou, since you have spoken, I cannot disregard your request. However, I must clarify my stance. I will safeguard Lin Qianxian and AMP, Oppo's, camera and storage cards in my office. And I request that our town police station assigns 4 officers to oversee these items until the bidding concludes. After hanging up, Liu Haotian coldly addressed Liang Youde, Mayor Liang. From this moment until the conclusion of the bidding, you will be responsible for ensuring the station chief personally oversees the protection of the camera and storage cards locked in my drawer. Can you guarantee their absolute safety? Liang Youde, recognizing this as Liu Haotian and Oppo's final concession, nodded affirmatively. I have faith in the officers from the town police station. I believe they can fulfill this duty. Let us hope so, Liu Haotian remarked, turning to Lin Qianxian. Lin Qianxian, please place the camera and storage cards in my drawer. Though visibly reluctant, Lin Qianxian begrudgingly stored the items in Liu Haotian and Oppo's drawer. After he locked it, she pointed at Liang Youde, warning, Mayor Liang, I must remind you that I am aware of the close ties between the officers at the town police station and Tianxing Company. Please ensure that the right personnel are assigned to protect my equipment. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. Disregarding Lin Qianxian and Oppo's warning with a dismissive smile, Liang Youde turned to leave. After he departed, Lin Qianxian scrutinized Liu Haotian for 2 full minutes before exclaiming, Liu Haotian, what scheme are you concocting? Liu Haotian replied with righteous indignation, what nonsense. These old foxes are too clever for any trickery to ensnare them. Lin Qianxian frowned in thought before nodding. That old fellow is indeed quite cunning, especially Liang Youde. He clearly collaborates with Cui Zhihao while pretending to be a mediator. Shameless. Given the current atmosphere in Qianhu Town, Liu Haotian prioritized Lin Qianxian's safety and sent her back to Baiming City that very day. As the afternoon approached the end of the workday, Liu Haotian received a call from the county, instructing him and Liang Youde to report to the county office together for an important meeting scheduled for the following morning. Trusting the situation, Liu Haotian accompanied Liang Youde to the county and spent the night at the county committee's guest house. The next afternoon, upon returning to the town committee courtyard, Liu Haotian had barely settled into his seat when 4 battered officers from the town police station entered his office, led by Deputy Chief Du Yuzhu. Bowing deeply, Du Yuzhu said, Secretary Liu, please feel free to reprimand me. Liu Haotian regarded the 4 disheveled figures and frowned. What happened? Why would I reprimand you? Du Yuzhu explained. Secretary Liu, last night after work, we were tasked with guarding the camera and storage cards belonging to journalist Lin Qianxian in your office drawer. However, with a subtle smile, Liu Haotian remarked, Deputy Director Du, why the haste? I haven and Oppo's. T finished speaking. The reason I said I wouldn't and Oppo's T criticize you is because it and Oppo's entirely unnecessary. As you've all been dismissed. From this day forward, you may return to your respective homes and mothers. You are no longer affiliated with the Qianhu Town police station. The 4 individuals felt their minds reel. Du Yuzhu, his face ashen, glared at Liu Haotian and questioned, Secretary Liu, what is the meaning of this? By what authority do you dismiss us? Liu Haotian responded icily, desire to know the reasons? Very well, attend the town committee meeting in 1 hour, and I shall enlighten you as to why I am dismissing you. Now, you may leave. He showed them no semblance of courtesy. Du Yuzhu, seething, led the trio out, slamming the door behind them, and headed directly to Liang Youde and Oppo's office. He recounted Liu Haotian and Oppo's intentions to Liang Youde, complaining, Mayor Liang, we acted strictly according to Director Duan's instructions yesterday. How can Liu Haotian make such demands arbitrarily? Does he think Qianhu Town is a company owned by his family? It's outrageous. If this continues, who will respect your authority, Mayor Liang? Liang Youde frowned, scoffed, and said, Qianhu Town is neither owned by our families nor by Liu Haotian's. It's not a place where anyone can do whatever they please with impunity. Although Liu Haotian is the top leader, personnel appointments must be collectively decided by the town committee. Liu Haotian has no right to decide unilaterally. He asked you to attend the meeting in 1 hour? Then, join us and witness for yourselves who truly holds sway in Qianhu Town. As he spoke, Liang Youde and Oppo's face radiated confidence. At that moment, Liang Youde received a notification from Bai Hongwan, the deputy director of the party and government office, stating that Secretary Liu Haotian had called an emergency town committee meeting in 1 hour to discuss important personnel matters in Qianhu Town. Liang Youde smiled dismissively and immediately contacted Meng Qingze, Duan Chunfeng, and others to align their positions. Then, he sat calmly in front of his computer, resuming his PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds PUBG game. After a recent surge, he had hoped to advance his rank, but to his dismay, after Liu Haotian's arrival, he encountered several formidable players. He and his team were utterly defeated, and his rank not only failed to rise but even dropped, which greatly displeased Liang Youde, prompting him to continue his climb. An hour remained before the meeting, enough time for another round. However, Liang Youde did not anticipate that in the following period, he played 2 games, neither of which lasted more than 20 minutes before he was eliminated. Liang Youde and Apos' mood was exceedingly foul. Just then, Meng Qingze knocked on the door. Mayor Liang. It's time to go to the conference room. Liang Youde slammed the table in frustration, shut down the computer, stood up, and said, let's go. This Liu Haotian. All he does is stir up trouble, never anything productive. Carrying the displeasure of being repeatedly defeated in the PUBG game, Liang Youde entered the Qianhu Town conference room. Liu Haotian had not yet arrived. Liang Youde immediately surveyed the crowd and said, today, Liu Haotian is likely planning to dismiss several people from the town police station. I hope all comrades in Qianhu Town will unite and jointly resist Liu Haotian and Apos' absurd actions. We must not allow this outsider to manipulate the personnel affairs of Qianhu Town at will. Otherwise, we will all be in constant danger. As he finished speaking, Liu Haotian strode into the conference room, followed closely by Song Wudi, Chu Yunqing, and Guo Jiqiang. Chapter 24. Thunderous Measures. Upon entering the room, Liu Haotian immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. However, he paid it no heed and casually took his seat at the head of the table. Once he confirmed that all committee members were present, he spoke in a measured tone. Ladies and gentlemen, the sole purpose of convening this emergency meeting today is to address the overreach of the Qianhu Town Police Force. They have shown blatant disregard for the assignments of the town committee and the town government, resulting in the confiscation of all equipment and storage cards belonging to journalist Lin Qianxian. Such actions severely undermine the authority of our town committee and government and tarnish the image of our relevant departments. Therefore, we must impose the strictest penalties for this misconduct. I propose the immediate dismissal of Du Yuzhu and Jian Guanghua, who were responsible for the security operations, and recommend the removal of Police Chief Duan Jintian from his position. Upon hearing this, Duan Jintian, who had attended the meeting, slammed his hand on the table and glared at Liu Haotian, exclaiming, Liu Haotian, you are being utterly unreasonable. Our police station mobilized nearly the entire force for this security operation to ensure the safety of journalist Lin Qianxian and Apos' belongings. Yes, the outcome was not satisfactory, but we exerted every effort throughout the night to prepare for any emergencies. Do not forget, we followed your orders to station 4 personnel in your office for strict vigilance. Yet, when faced with a dozen armed assailants, do you expect our staff to risk their lives? You, Liu Haotian, repeatedly claimed to act for the citizens of Qianhu Town. But do our personnel not also belong to this community? They are all local residents. Duan Jintian's words resonated with many in the room, and several attendees frowned at Liu Haotian, their discontent palpable. Unperturbed, Liu Haotian looked at Duan Jintian and asked, are you certain that everything you just stated is accurate and trustworthy? Of course, everything I said is based on personal experience and direct involvement. What is unreliable about that? Duan Jintian retorted, his anger evident. Liu Haotian, what are you implying? If there is no basic trust between us, how can we work together in the future? Is it your way or the highway? Or am I being overly critical? I believe everyone here has a clear view of the situation. Liu Haotian, although young, you must understand that as the leader, you should unite all personnel and focus on the economic development of Qianhu Town and the welfare of its citizens, rather than pursuing your so-called ideals and creating enemies at every turn. It seems you alone are concerned for the people. Frankly, you are merely seeking fame. Duan Jintian was prepared to take a stand, recognizing that Liu Haotian intended to target him as well, if he did not retaliate. Once Liu Haotian's proposal became a fait accompli, there would be no recourse for him. His declaration struck a chord with many, leading Meng Qingze to pound the table and proclaim, Duan Jintian has spoken well. Liu Haotian is nothing but a self-serving individual. As the leader of Qianhu Town, you profess to act for the citizens, yet have you considered how many of them are currently unemployed? Your so-called help in recovering land compensation has come at a cost. Our fiscal revenues are projected to be halved this year, jeopardizing our ability to pay salaries and benefits. This is your notion of serving the people? Your words ring hollow. When the unemployed come to the town government in protest, how will you respond? Liu Haotian, I refuse to accept your authority. Meng Qingze had long harbored discontent towards Liu Haotian, and with Duan Jintian setting the tone, he was the first to openly confront him. Liang Youde regarded Meng Qingze with encouragement, invigorating him with confidence and a sharp gaze directed at Liu Haotian. At this moment, Deputy Mayor Duan Chunfeng raised his head and coldly remarked, Liu Haotian, though you possess courage and resolve, you lack grassroots governance experience. What worked in the military does not necessarily apply here in the local context. Governance requires a comprehensive consideration of various factors. I wholeheartedly agree with your slogan about serving the people, but there are methods to achieve this. Your current approach may alienate the very grassroots civil servants we rely on. If they refuse to contribute, how can we expect to accomplish anything in Qianhu Town? You would be left isolated, unable to fulfill your promises to the people. Liu Haotian, I speak as a senior. You are too young and reckless. This approach is simply untenable. Duan Chunfeng's words, though less direct than Meng Qingze's, were no less cutting, delivered in a tone reminiscent of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart. Although seemingly mild, they struck deeply, rendering Liu Haotian's position increasingly tenuous. Suddenly, Song Wuti interjected with a cold scoff. Meng Qingze, Duan Chunfeng, have you said enough? Have you vented your frustrations? However, I wish to pose a question. Which of Liu Haotian's actions has disregarded the rules? Perhaps you have overlooked that he has not adhered to your so-called unwritten rules. Yet, I, Song Wuti, admire Liu Haotian for his disregard for such conventions and his unwavering commitment to the citizens. Indeed, Liu Haotian may lack grassroots experience, but he has resolved the land compensation issue that has plagued our citizens for 8 years. I ask all you seasoned veterans, did you solve this problem? No? If you could not address it, why undermine Liu Haotian? Who did? Is it because his actions have threatened your personal interests? Do not cloak your criticisms in righteous language, nor label him as inexperienced. Frankly, I disdain some of you. If you seek to coast through your days or collude with Tianxing Corporation for personal gain, that is your issue. Do not use grandiloquent rhetoric to attack Secretary Liu Haotian. I stand with him unwaveringly. As he spoke, Song Wuti slammed his cup down on the table, spilling water everywhere, yet he paid it no mind, casting a fierce gaze across the room. His commanding presence shifted the previously one-sided atmosphere to a more balanced state. Liu Haotian cast a surprised glance at Song Wuti, astonished that this portly individual dared to challenge the local powers of Qianhu Town. The weight and sharpness of Song Wuti's words were striking, resonating deeply. At times, language is an art, a potent weapon of battle. It was clear that this individual possessed mastery in that domain. Upon the conclusion of Song Wuti's remarks, both Meng Qingze and Duan Chunfeng displayed expressions of discontent, their gazes toward Song Wuti brimming with animosity. The atmosphere within the conference room grew palpably tense. Liang Youde slowly raised his head and coldly stated, Comrade Song Wuti, you repeatedly accuse others of hastily labeling, yet are you not guilty of the same? Let us return to the subject of today's meeting. Comrade Liu Haotian insists on addressing the matter concerning Deputy Director Du Yuzhu and his 3 associates. Surely, a reasonable justification is warranted. If their only transgression lies in failing to meet your expectations, then it amounts merely to negligence, deserving only a significant reprimand. Since you, Song Wuti, have emphasized the importance of regulations, I implore you to adhere to our established protocols. A deputy director of a police station cannot simply be dismissed at your whim, especially when you seek to relieve Director Duan Jintian of his duties. Without sufficient rationale and evidence, neither you, Liu Haotian, nor any county or provincial leader has the authority to make such decisions. Otherwise, does it not imply that Qianhu Town has devolved into your personal fiefdom? Such an outcome is intolerable not just for us, but for all grassroots workers in Qianhu Town, as we are a place that values rules and the rule of law. Liang Youde, astute as ever, spoke with precision that struck at the heart of the matter. Should Liu Haotian fail to present any evidence, he would undoubtedly face a disastrous defeat in this meeting, losing his credibility entirely. Following Liang Youde and Oppo's assertion, Meng Qingze and Duan Chunfeng exchanged glances filled with disdain, convinced that Liu Haotian would inevitably falter. However, to their astonishment, Liu Haotian remained unperturbed. Lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed upon Du Yuzhu. Du Yuzhu, I shall inquire once more. Is it true that a group of masked assailants absconded with the camera from my drawer? Is there any witness to corroborate this? Du Yuzhu replied at that time, Only the four of us and the guard were on duty in the town committee courtyard. The guard had long fallen asleep. How could there be a witness? Liu Haotian pressed, is what you claim veritable? Are you willing to bear the legal consequences? Absolutely true. I am prepared to accept legal responsibility, Du Yuzhu affirmed. With a swift motion, Liu Haotian slammed his hand on the table, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very well, since you are willing to assume this responsibility, the burden shall rest upon you today. With that, Liu Haotian produced his mobile phone, activating the video conferencing system within the conference room, projecting footage onto the screen before them. Du Yuzhu, Liang Youde, Meng Qingze. Duan Chuanfin Chapter 25. The downfall of Du Guibin. The atmosphere in the conference room abruptly became tense. Liu Haotian cast a cold glance around the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Liang Youde's face. He spoke icily. Mayor Liang, we have all seen the video, and the truth is now evident. So, I must ask you, how shall we address the actions of Du Yuzhu and his associates? Should we consider releasing this video online, inviting the public to assist us in formulating a proper course of action? Liang Youde's countenance darkened significantly. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and replied, let us proceed as you suggest. However, this matter should not implicate Director Du Zhentian. It is solely the doing of Du Yuzhu and his few accomplices. I believe it would be unwise to extend the consequences too broadly. Liu Haotian retorted coldly, when the upper beams are crooked, the lower ones will surely follow. Although we currently lack evidence linking Director due to this incident, I am profoundly disappointed with the actions of the Qianhu Town police station of late, which have likewise disappointed the people of Qianhu. As the station and AMP, Oppo's, director, Du Zhentian cannot absolve himself of responsibility. While Du Yuzhu and his associates deserve immediate dismissal, I contend that Du Zhentian is unfit to continue in his role at our police station. I will give him 3 days. He must either request a transfer or I shall report this matter to higher authorities myself. Let him decide. Having concluded his remarks, Liu Haotian stood and turned to exit. Behind him, Liang Youde and Meng Qingze exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy, particularly Deputy Director Du Yuzhu, whose face bore an expression of utmost discontent, filled with resentment towards Liu Haotian. Subsequently, Du Yuzhu and his colleagues followed Liang Youde and Meng Qingze to the latter's office. Once the door was closed, Du Yuzhu, with a quivering voice, turned to Meng Qingze and said, Deputy Mayor Meng, we are truly wronged. Had it not been for your call urging us to act in this manner, we would not have dared to proceed. Now, for a mere sum of money, we have jeopardized our futures and livelihoods. This is an egregious injustice. Meng Qingze approached Du Yuzhu and reassured him, do not fret, old Du. Liu Haotian will not remain in Qianhu Town for long. Once he departs, Mayor Liang will surely promote you all. Currently, we are at a disadvantage due to Liu Haotian and Oppo's leverage against us. You are well aware of his audacity. If he dares to speak, he will follow through. However, take heart. While he may have gained the upper hand this time, once the bidding concludes, he will be sorely disappointed, for the contract will undoubtedly go to Tianxing Group. Liu Haotian cannot contend with the overarching interests of Qianhu Town. Moreover, your current setbacks are for the benefit of Tianxing Group, and I am confident that President Cui of Tianxing Group will not overlook your contributions. Rest assured. Following this, Liang Youde also offered a few comforting words to Du Yuzhu and his colleagues before they departed. In the ensuing days, the facade of tranquility enveloped Qianhu Town. Liu Haotian embarked on another research journey, this time not focusing on individual villages, but rather the natural resources of the entire town. As the foremost leader, he understood well that economic development and improving the populace and Oppo's well-being were the eternal themes for those in governance. To elevate Qianhu and Oppo's economy, he must comprehensively grasp all facets of the town. Meanwhile, Tianxing Group was in a state of heightened anxiety, fearing that Liu Haotian harbored resentment towards them due to the Lin Qianqian incident and might escalate the matter to the county or even the city. Consequently, many people silently prayed, please, let the Tianxing Company not win the bid. In the grand conference room, several bidders from across the nation laid their respective tender documents before the bidding committee. Du Guibin, the person in charge of this bidding activity, naturally refrained from personally reviewing the tender documents. However, as the supervising personnel for this event, experts like Liu Haotian meticulously examined each tender document after reading it. Observing Liu Haotian's earnest demeanor, a faint, disdainful smile crept across Du Guibin's lips. In his view, how could a former soldier like Liu Haotian possibly comprehend the intricacies of bidding processes? Liu Haotian had long noticed Du Guibin and Oppo's mocking expression, yet he remained unfazed, resolutely following his own path. At that moment, an expert suddenly pointed to one of the bid documents and declared, "This tender document does not fully comply with our technical and commercial requirements for this bidding process. Thus it should be deemed void." Subsequently, several other experts, after reviewing the document, expressed their agreement. Liu Haotian, upon finishing his review of that tender document, chose to remain silent. The evaluation continued. As the evaluation process unfolded, the scores for the technical and commercial bids from various companies gradually appeared on the large screen. After a lengthy 3-hour wait, the bidding committee finally presented the evaluation results to Du Guibin. After reading the results, Du Guibin smiled and handed the tender results to Liu Haotian. Upon examining the results, Liu Haotian's expression darkened immediately. The evaluation results clearly stated that the Tianxing Company ranked first, which meant that they ultimately won the bid. Liu Haotian's gaze turned icy as he addressed the head of the evaluation committee, Deputy Director of the Hongshan County Land Bureau, Xia Pingfei. "Director Xia, is this truly the final evaluation result from your committee?" Director Xia replied with a smile, "Comrade Liu Haotian, this result is the conclusion reached collectively by the 7 experts on our evaluation committee. Do you have any objections?" Du Guibin coldly interjected, "Comrade Liu Haotian, the 7 experts on the evaluation committee were randomly selected from the expert database according to standard bidding procedures, and all processes adhere to legal protocols. Is it your intention to question the experts and oppose evaluation results? Have you considered the consequences of such actions?" Liu Haotian raised an eyebrow and replied frostily, "What? Deputy County Head, are you suggesting that I, as the supervising personnel for this bidding, cannot question the bidding process and its results simply because you are present?" Du Guibin's expression darkened. "What objections do you have?" Liu Haotian articulated, "I have 3 objections. First, was it truly necessary to void the bid from Jingshi Kunping Engineering Company, Limited? As someone with a Master and Amp. Oppo's degree in law, I meticulously reviewed their bidding documents and the tender documents. I find the reasons given by the expert committee for voiding the bid to be utterly ridiculous, akin to finding fault in a mere typo, which is preposterous. If this matter were to become public knowledge, how could we, Hongshan County, hold our heads high? Second, I am curious as to how a company that has been exposed by provincial reporters for illegal sand mining and has even attempted to harm journalists to cover up its crimes could appear at the bidding venue without consequence. Such a company should have been disqualified outright, yet ironically, it emerged as the top bidder. Deputy County Head, might I ask the experts present from the evaluation committee? Have they lost their senses, or have you lost yours? How could such an extreme decision be made?" At this point, Du Guibin and Amp. Oppo's face was ashen with rage, and the expressions of the experts were equally grim. Du Guibin coldly remarked, "Liu Haotian, I have repeatedly emphasized that at times, individuals must submit to the greater organizational good." Before he could finish, Liu Haotian interrupted, "I apologize, Deputy County Head, but I have already stated that I will certainly submit to the greater good. However, if your so-called greater good is built upon the disregard for the interests of the people of Qianhu Town and the indulgence of illegal activities, then I cannot comply. I believe the people of Qianhu Town will not comply either. Deputy County Head, do you not yet see? The people of Qianhu Town harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the Tianxing Company. I cannot tolerate a company that exploits its interests at the expense of others. As the supervisor of this bidding activity, I express my profound dissatisfaction with the outcome, deeming this bidding process to be profoundly unjust. I hereby declare the results of this bidding process invalid. Furthermore, I officially announce that from this moment on, we will cease all sand mining operations in Qianhu Town, shutting down all extraction areas." Du Guibin glared at Liu Haotian. "Liu Haotian, you are merely a minor supervisor. What authority do you have to declare this bidding result invalid?" "I am the person in charge of this bidding action," Liu Haotian replied calmly. "This bidding activity has not been formally completed, and you indeed bear responsibility. However, as the secretary of Qianhu Town, I have both the right and reason to announce a matter. According to the latest document issued by our provincial party committee, which has also been endorsed by the county committee, it clearly states that we must resolutely implement the directives from higher authorities and uphold the guiding principle that clear waters and lush mountains are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. Particularly in areas with such conditions, we must steadfastly protect the local environment to ensure the preservation of our natural resources." As he spoke, Liu Haotian retrieved a document from his bag and handed it to Du Guibin. "Deputy County Head, please take a look at this document. Within it, you have outlined your insights regarding its contents, emphasizing that Hongshan County must firmly implement this directive and has set forth certain requirements for our towns. So may I ask, Deputy County Head, is it incorrect for me, as the head of Qianhu Town, to demand the strict implementation of central directives? Am I wrong to carry out my duties according to your instructions? As Du Guibin perused the document, his expression grew increasingly dark. He had not anticipated that Liu Haotian would use his own words against him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And he looked up to retort, Liu Haotian, while you assert that there is no issue with adhering to the principle of clear waters and lush mountains, is it truly necessary to shut down all sand extraction operations? Let us not forget that sand is the most renowned specialty of Qianhu Town. If we stop selling sand, what will remain of Qianhu Town? Liu Haotian smiled slightly. Deputy County Head, you need not worry about that. As the head of Qianhu Town, I am confident and capable of fostering economic development. I firmly believe that clear waters and lush mountains can indeed be transformed into mountains of gold and silver. However, to achieve this transformation, we must first halt all sand extraction activities and cease the environmental degradation of Qianhu Town, for we already have more than enough lakes. If we allow companies like Tianxing to continue their reckless sand extraction, our Qianhu Town, along with the surrounding areas, may soon find itself submerged in water after a heavy rainfall. Therefore, following a complete cessation of sand extraction, we will need to invest considerable effort in clearing the rivers that have been ravaged by these companies. It is indeed a monumental task. For the sake of ensuring a stable and prosperous future for the descendants of the people of Qianhu Town, we must act swiftly to mitigate our losses. Upon hearing Liu Haotian's statement, Du Guibin was taken aback, as were the experts on the evaluation committee and even the companies that had come to participate in the bidding. None of them had anticipated Liu Haotian and Appos' abrupt move, which was nothing short of a trump card, outright dismissing everything that had come before. Du Guibin and Appos' expression grew gravely serious. At that moment, he realized that not only he, but many leaders from the county were likely being deftly maneuvered by Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian and Appos' ability to produce the documents issued by the provincial, municipal, and county authorities today, effectively halting all sand extraction activities, was clearly a premeditated act. Otherwise, he would not have been so thoroughly prepared. What frustrated Du Guibin the most was Liu Haotian's impeccable timing in revealing this document and announcing the complete halt of sand extraction right at the pivotal moment when Tianxing Company was poised to win the bid. However, Du Guibin, being an experienced politician, merely smiled after Liu Haotian finished. Liu Haotian, do not forget that the decision to re-bid for the sand extraction in Qianhu Town was proposed by your own town and was approved after an extensive discussion within the county committee. Now, by going back on your word, how can the county committee continue to trust you in the future? Are you not undermining your own foundation? Liu Haotian replied calmly. Deputy County Head Du, let me be frank with you. Had this bidding process been executed fairly and justly, I would not have proposed a complete halt to sand extraction. Yet, for reasons I cannot comprehend, Tianxing Company has once again emerged victorious in this bidding. This is intolerable. Enough is enough. If Tianxing and Appos' power has grown to the point where it can sway even you, Deputy County Head Du, then who knows if the subsequent winning companies are not merely puppets manipulated by Tianxing. My aversion to their methods has reached its peak, and the people of Qianhu Town harbor a deep-seated animosity towards them. If Tianxing is so intent on acquiring this sandpit, it indicates that even with the stringent bidding conditions I set, they still see a profit, perhaps even substantial gains. This suggests that they have been profiting illicitly for far too long. Thus, it is evident that we in Qianhu Town have reached a dead end and must seek change. Therefore, a complete cessation of sand extraction has become our only viable option. Absurd. Liu Haotian, you are acting recklessly. Your approach is far too emotional. Could you not exercise more rationality? Du Guibin exclaimed angrily. Liu Haotian responded lightly. Am I not being rational enough at this moment? If I were not, I would have already summoned journalist Lin Qianxian to expose today and Appos' bidding process. She is currently in Qianhu Town, yet I refrained from doing so, understanding that internal matters should not be aired publicly. However, if you, Deputy County Head Du, continue to press me, then perhaps exposing our internal strife may become a necessary option. Ultimately, it is not I, Liu Haotian, who would be embarrassed, but rather you, Deputy County Head Du. Du Guibin was seething with rage but had to concede that Liu Haotian and Appos' words held a certain validity. He realized that in Liu Haotian and Appos as territory, it would be nearly impossible for him to gain any advantage. Thus, if he hoped to succeed, he must shift the conflict back to his own domain. With this in mind, Du Guibin coldly glanced at Liu Haotian and said, "Liu Haotian, I believe your proposal must be approached with the utmost caution. You must go to the county and thoroughly explain why you have reversed your position." With that, Du Guibin stood up and turned to leave, eager to vacate Qianhu Town where Liu Haotian had caused him so much frustration. Liu Haotian smiled slightly at Du Guibin. "Deputy County Head Du, rest assured, if necessary, I will go to the county to explain, for I have already submitted the written documentation regarding the complete cessation of sand extraction to Secretary Zhou of the county committee. I am merely awaiting his specific directives." At that moment, as Du Guibin reached the door, he paused upon hearing Liu Haotian and Appos as words. Feeling increasingly displeased at the realization that he was being toyed with by Liu Haotian. Chapter 26. The alliance of Liu Zhou Du Guibin departed, followed by the committee experts, all leaving in a state of disarray. Most of these individuals had been swayed by the representatives of Tianxing Company, leaving them utterly humiliated by Liu Haotian's inquiries. Liao Dehua, the general manager responsible for this bidding process at Tianxing Company, found himself dumbfounded. He stared at Du Guibin, who had been driven away by Liu Haotian, utterly astonished. He never imagined that Liu Haotian, a mere township committee secretary, would dare to confront the deputy county chief so boldly. Liu Haotian promptly returned to his office, closed the door, and called County Party Secretary Zhou Binghua. "Secretary Zhou, I've stirred up trouble again." Liu Haotian spoke directly. Zhou Binghua felt a headache coming on, but managed a wry smile. "Go ahead. What is it this time?" Liu Haotian recounted the events of the day in detail, then stated, "Secretary Zhou, I was left with no choice but to employ a ruse, as I believe Du Guibin and his associates have gone too far. Regardless of their justifications, be it the so-called greater good or other reasons, their actions of discarding bids and colluding are blatantly evident. Such overt corruption is intolerable. Therefore, I have resolved that from now on, Qianhu Town will completely ban the sand mining industry and embark on a comprehensive dredging of our rivers to prevent our fertile land from turning into marshland." Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua's expression grew stern. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. "Liu Haotian, have you thought this through? If we entirely abolish the sand mining industry, you will not only face immense pressure from Tianxing Group and all stakeholders involved, but you may also find yourself in personal danger. Furthermore, sand mining is the backbone of Qianhu Town's economy, impacting the livelihoods of thousands. If these individuals become unemployed, could they not become a source of social instability?" Liu Haotian smiled slightly, responding with calm assurance, "Secretary Zhou, I have thoroughly considered your concerns. Firstly, the initiative to enhance water management and dredge the rivers will create employment for at least 1,000 people, thus alleviating the unemployment issue faced by sand miners. This endeavor is beneficial for both the country and the people. Secondly, regarding the pressures from various parties, I, Liu Haotian, remain unperturbed. My sole aim is to develop Qianhu Town. Lastly, I have devised a detailed economic development plan for Qianhu Town, which I will refine this afternoon and deliver to you tonight. However, I fear you may need to delay your response to Deputy County Chief Du Guibin." Zhou Binghua furrowed his brow. He found Liu Haotian's unpredictable nature troublesome. This young subordinate rarely adhered to conventional wisdom and often engaged in reckless actions. Yet, he had a knack for resolving the troubles he created, often revealing unexpected depth behind his seemingly reckless demeanor. To accommodate such a troublemaker required immense courage and fortitude. In that moment, Zhou Binghua reflected on Liu Haotian's new economic development plan for Qianhu Town. After a moment of silence, he decided to continue supporting Liu Haotian, as he too hoped for the town's prosperity. Just then, Zhou Binghua's phone rang. It was County Chief Zhao Guozhu, who was clearly anxious upon learning of Liu Haotian's intentions to abolish the sand mining industry in Qianhu Town. As the county chief, Zhao Guozhu understood the significance of this industry to Hongshan County, especially with Tianxing Group as a financial benefactor. If Qianhu Town ceased sand mining entirely, the repercussions on Tianxing Group could provoke retribution against Hongshan County, concerns that weighed heavily on him. Thus, Zhao Guozhu resolved to convene a standing committee meeting to discuss the matter. Zhou Binghua silently admired Liu Haotian's foresight in communicating with him beforehand to avert the current predicament. "County Chief Zhao, I'm aware of the situation you mentioned. Allow me to summon Liu Haotian for a personal inquiry, and we can schedule the meeting for tomorrow morning, ensuring Liu Haotian's presence for a focused discussion. Zhou Binghua's careful wording left no room for dispute, and Zhao Guozhu readily agreed to the meeting the following morning. That evening, Liu Haotian arrived at Zhou Binghua's home, carrying a substantial stack of documents and 2 packs of the lowest-grade specialty cigarettes, courtesy of his elder, Liu Qingyu. Upon entering, Zhou Binghua paid little attention to the cigarettes and immediately began perusing the economic development proposal Liu Haotian had presented. After over an hour of scrutiny, Zhou Binghua finally lifted his gaze from the documents, his eyes wide with astonishment. Liu Haotian, did you create this plan all by yourself? Liu Haotian chuckled. I currently lack capable assistance, so it's all on me, and thus it may appear somewhat rough around the edges. I hope you will forgive me, Secretary Zhou. Zhou Binghua waved his hand dismissively. That's not what I meant. Your proposal is exceptional. It aligns perfectly with the philosophy of green development and could transform Qianhu Town into a hallmark of Hongshan County. However, while you mentioned needing over $3 billion for this project, you did not clarify how you intend to secure these funds. How do you plan to address this? Liu Haotian replied, Secretary Zhou, if this proposal is approved at the Standing Committee meeting, the funding will not be an issue. I deliberately omitted the funding sources to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from obstructing the proposal or attempting to seize opportunities. Therefore, I prepared 2 separate documents, one for the proposal and one for funding. He then produced the funding proposal for Zhou Binghua. After another 20 minutes of examination, Zhou Binghua nodded emphatically, this plan is solid. I will support you. However, Liu Haotian, you must consider this. Dredging rivers requires significant investment and yields slow results, often without immediate visible effects. Is it truly necessary to invest so heavily in such an endeavor? If we only undertake small-scale improvements, could we not achieve your desired outcomes? Liu Haotian's expression turned serious as he responded, Secretary Zhou, I am acutely aware that many may perceive the extensive funds required for river dredging as wasteful. However, as the leader of Qianhu Town, I must prioritize the long-term interests of our citizens over my personal achievements. A simple dredging may suffice for personal accolades. But after my thorough assessment of Qianhu Town's rivers and lakes, the situation is dire. Without significant intervention, should we encounter a once-in-20 years flood, Qianhu Town would undoubtedly be submerged. Although historically, catastrophic floods occurring once every 20 years have been limited in number, I am unwilling to gamble with the safety and livelihood of the common people for the sake of my political achievements. I would rather forego such accolades to prioritize the dredging of river channels, ensuring that they can withstand a flood of once in 50 years. Only by attaining this level of protection can the economic development plan for Qianhu Town be free from worries, allowing its residents to genuinely lead a happy, green, and environmentally friendly life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua and Oppo's eyes shone with a gratifying light. He realized he had not misjudged the character before him. Rising, he patted Liu Haotian on the shoulder and said, Liu Haotian, work diligently. I support you. At that moment, warmth surged within Liu Haotian. He understood well what Zhou Binghua and Oppo's statement signified. It indicated that Zhou Binghua would henceforth abandon his previously understated and restrained approach in Hongshan County, revealing his true brilliance. Liu Haotian's proposed plan, once implemented, would lead to significant losses for the Tianxing Group and its affiliates, who would undoubtedly mount a fierce opposition to it. Clearly, Zhou Binghua had resolved to cast aside his modesty and genuinely strive for his personal ideals, as well as for the benefit of the people of Hongshan County. Liu Haotian did not utter a word of thanks. Instead, he gazed into Zhou Binghua's eyes and said, Secretary Zhou, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Zhou Binghua replied. Their exchange was unremarkable, yet within this simplicity, a tacit understanding had blossomed between the 2 young elites of differing generations. Little did Zhou Binghua anticipate that he would later become one of Liu Haotian's 8 formidable allies, but that is a story for another time. At this moment, Zhou Binghua remained Liu Haotian's superior. Meanwhile, in the county mayor's office, Deputy Mayor Du Guibin, Chui Fugue, and others looked gravely at Zhao Guozhu. Du Guibin slammed his hand on the table and declared, County Mayor Zhao, I believe Secretary Zhou Binghua has formed some tacit agreement with Liu Haotian. We may very well have been outmaneuvered by him. Should Liu Haotian fully prohibit sand extraction operations in Qianhu Town, our economy will plummet. For Zhou Binghua, this may be a minor responsibility, but for us county leaders, it is a grave matter. Our performance evaluations at the end of the year will undoubtedly suffer. We cannot allow Liu Haotian and Oppo's proposal to pass in the Standing Committee. Chapter 27. Rival Wei Qinglong. After Du Guibin finished speaking, Zhao Guozhu did not rush to express his stance. At this moment, Vice County Head Cui Fugui, his face etched with anxiety, said, "County Head Zhao, we just received news from the Tianxing Group. If the sand mining operations in Qianhu Town are completely cancelled, it would be tantamount to pulling the rug out from under them. In this desperate situation, they will certainly withdraw all their investments from Hongshan County." Zhao Guozhu furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before turning to Cui Fugui and saying, "Old Cui, the chairman of Tianxing Group is your nephew, right? You must persuade them not to act impulsively. Although a complete withdrawal by Tianxing Group would be detrimental to us in Hongshan County, their losses would be significant as well." Cui Fugui smiled wryly, replying, "County Head Zhao, I have broached this subject with them. However, despite being the chairman and Oppo's uncle, I am not a stakeholder in the Tianxing Group, and my words carry little weight. Their stance is unwavering, and I truly feel powerless in this matter. All this trouble has arisen from Liu Haotian's actions. I believe that the person who tied the knot should be the one to untie it." At that moment, Zhao Guozhu's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he said, "Gentlemen, you may leave for now. We will discuss this matter further after Secretary Zhou completes his investigation. In the meantime, take the opportunity to communicate with other committee members and garner as much support as possible. I have an important call to take." Both Cui Fugui and Du Guibin understood Zhao Guozhu and Oppo's reluctance to take a stance at this moment. After all, County Party Secretary Zhou Binghua, though low-key, was not weak. He was methodical in his approach. If Zhou Binghua were to support Liu Haotian, the real focus of tomorrow's committee meeting would be on them. After they left, Zhao Guozhu promptly answered the call with a smile. "General Wei, you were looking for me." On the other end, a young yet somewhat arrogant voice replied, "Uncle Zhao, it seems that Lin Qianxian has been staying in Hongshan County for some time, apparently for someone named Liu Haotian. Who exactly is this Liu Haotian? And why has he piqued Lin Qianxian and Oppo's interest? Could you investigate this for me?" Zhao Guozhu responded with a smile, "General Wei, you and Oppo's come to the right person. I do have some knowledge about Liu Haotian. On paper, his background appears quite simple. He graduated from Tsinghua University at the age of 21 with dual doctoral degrees. Enlisted immediately after graduation, and at 25, he transitioned from military service to become the secretary of the town committee in Qianhu Town, holding a departmental-level position." The voice on the other end paused for a moment before expressing confusion. Logically, a transition from military service at the regiment level should secure at least a deputy department-level position. How did Liu Haotian end up with only a departmental-level role? Zhao Guozhu sighed. "I truly cannot say, as Liu Haotian raised no objections regarding this. However, he is quite a character. Since arriving in Qianhu Town, he has stirred up considerable trouble, and even now, his actions continue to perplex the leaders of Hongshan County." The voice of General Wei grew noticeably excited. "Uncle Zhao, does Liu Haotian have any background?" Zhao Guozhu shook his head. He should not have any significant background. Otherwise, how could he transition from a regiment-level position to merely a departmental-level one? Furthermore, it seems Liu Haotian has been closely aligning himself with County Secretary Zhou Binghua, which is not typical behavior for someone with a strong background. However, upon Liang Youde's conclusion, Zhao Guozhu and Oppo's expression immediately turned stern as he coldly directed his gaze at Liu Haotian, inquiring, "Liu Haotian, do you concur with Liang Youde and Oppo's response? If so, does that imply you were deliberately misleading the county committee leaders on the day of the bidding? What is your purpose in doing so? Do you believe you are worthy of the trust the county committee has placed in you?" With this heavy accusation, many present gazed at Liu Haotian with a newfound sense of intrigue. Liu Haotian, however, merely smiled slightly and replied, "County Chief Zhao, there is no need to cast aspersions upon me. Firstly, I affirm the statements made by Comrade Liang Youde. Indeed, I did not consult with our Qianhu Town committee colleagues regarding this matter." As Liu Haotian spoke, Du Guibin interjected angrily, "Liu Haotian, so you are admitting that you misled me that day? This constitutes a serious dereliction of duty." With a smile directed at Du Guibin, Liu Haotian calmly responded, "County Chief Du, please remain composed. Reflect carefully. On the day of the bidding, did I ever explicitly state that the decision to halt sand extraction operations was a collective resolution of our Qianhu Town Committee and government? No, I did not. I only mentioned that I had submitted the relevant documents and suggestions to County Secretary Zhou for his instruction. That is not incorrect, is it?" Du Guibin found himself momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, he realized that Liu Haotian indeed had not made such a proclamation. It dawned on him that Liu Haotian had cleverly orchestrated a ruse, which inadvertently led to the convening of today's standing committee meeting and ensured Liu Haotian and Oppos' presence therein. This individual was audacious and astutely cunning. In his ire, Du Guabin exclaimed, "Liu Haotian, is it amusing to play with words?" Liu Haotian retorted coldly, "Engaging in verbal games is certainly not amusing. However, your manipulative handling of the bidding results, County Chief Du, is quite another matter. Do you believe that in pursuit of your so-called greater good, you can disregard fairness and justice, engaging in covert dealings at will? Are you unaware that such clandestine operations are fertile ground for corruption? Should I suspect your motives or question your character?" As he spoke, Liu Haotian remained unwavering, pressing forward with unyielding intensity. Chapter 28. Zhou Binghua versus Zhao Guozhu. Upon witnessing Liu Haotian audaciously confront the deputy county head during the county committee meeting, Zhao Guozhu's expression soured. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Enough. Liu Haotian, do you comprehend the significance of this place? This is the county committee meeting, a forum for discussing the critical matters of Hongshan County, not a venue for your frivolous antics." Liu Haotian smiled faintly and replied, "County head Zhao, as the leader, your authority is acknowledged. However, I must rectify the inappropriate implications in your earlier remarks. I, Liu Haotian, have not engaged in frivolity. Every statement I made is substantiated by evidence, which I am prepared to present if necessary. Yet, it is imperative that you amend your previous comments." As he spoke, Liu Haotian straightened his posture, casting a cold gaze at Zhao Guozhu, which rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. Standing at around 190 meters tall amidst the seated assembly, his imposing presence irked Zhao Guozhu considerably. Zhou Binghua, the county committee's head, did not anticipate Liu Haotian's boldness. However, as the foremost leader, he sought to maintain control over the meeting and Oppos' flow. Clearing his throat, Zhou Binghua interjected, "Very well, Liu Haotian. Please take your seat and refrain from addressing county head Zhao in that manner. After all, he is a leader of the county committee." Liu Haotian promptly responded, "Understood. Secretary Zhou, I shall sit down." Zhou Binghua then turned to Zhao Guozhu, advising, "County head Zhao, I hope you will exercise greater caution in your speech and actions moving forward, as we are in a county committee meeting, and it is crucial to think carefully before speaking." With both parties receiving equal admonishment, Zhou Binghua resumed his seat, transferring the meeting's control back to Zhao Guozhu. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Guozhu discerned that Zhou Binghua had seemingly allied with Liu Haotian, complicating his efforts to suppress Liu. Nonetheless, he was determined to proceed with his agenda today. Du Guabin furrowed his brow in concern. Zhao Guozhu lifted his gaze again, coldly addressing Liu Haotian. "Liu Haotian, since you claim that the complete cessation of sand extraction operations in Qianhu Town was merely your personal opinion and not a collective discussion by the town committee, it follows that your suggestion holds no legal weight. The county government will not endorse your decision, as it would severely disrupt the economic development of Hongshan County, rendering it counterproductive." Liu Haotian smiled subtly, retrieved a document from his bag, and placed it gently before Zhao Guozhu, stating, "County head Zhao, while this suggestion was indeed my personal view previously, it has now received explicit endorsement from Secretary Zhou. Consequently, this matter has escalated to one requiring the county leadership and Oppos' deliberation. I am here solely to ascertain the outcome." Zhao Guozhu briefly scanned the document before his gaze fell upon Zhou Binghua and Oppos' endorsement, causing his expression to darken. The endorsement was unequivocal. The proposed plan was beneficial and should be supported by the county committee, with a directive for further discussion. Zhao Guozhu slowly raised his head and coldly remarked, "Secretary Zhou, I assume this endorsement was made by you last night." Zhou Binghua nodded. "Is there a problem?" Zhao Guozhu, sensing Zhou Binghua's resolute tone, directly articulated, "Based on this endorsement, it appears you are firmly aligned with Liu Haotian." Zhou Binghua affirmed, "Indeed, I staunchly support Liu Haotian's proposal. Initially, it was his personal suggestion. However, I now intend to implement it as the county committee's plan, for it serves the interests of the nation and the people. Since Liu Haotian has brought this proposal to our meeting, let us engage in a direct discussion." Zhou Binghua instructed the staff to make copies of Liu Haotian's plan and distribute them to the committee members. As they awaited the copies, Zhao Guozhu frowned and questioned, "Secretary Zhou, I believe adopting Liu Haotian and Oppos' personal suggestion as a feasible plan for our county is rather hasty. After all, Liu Haotian is merely a former military officer without grassroots experience or expertise in economic development. To consider his individual opinion as a viable plan for managing a populous town seems exaggerated and absurd. I strongly oppose this, and I trust the majority present will concur. Zhou Binghua, with unwavering conviction, responded, Comrade Zhao Guozhu, may I inquire how long you have reviewed this planning document? Was it even 2 minutes? I think not. I can assure you that I invested over an hour scrutinizing this proposal and contemplated it thoroughly overnight before issuing my endorsement. You are correct that Liu Haotian is a former military officer without grassroots experience, but one must not dismiss his capabilities. Comrade Zhao Guozhu, may I ask which university you graduated from and when? Zhao Guozhu frowned, perplexed by the question, what is the relevance of this? Zhou Binghua replied coolly, Comrade Zhao Guozhu, I am aware you graduated from the Northern Provincial Normal University with an undergraduate degree. Although you possess a master's degree, it is not from a full-time program. In contrast, Liu Haotian is a distinguished graduate of Tsinghua University with dual doctoral degrees, having completed his studies at the age of 21, one of which is in economics. While Liu may lack grassroots experience, to claim he lacks talent would be exceedingly unjust. Do not forget, Liu Haotian was a legitimate regiment-level officer before his transition. I refuse to believe he lacks managerial experience. At this juncture, Zhou Binghua noticed a shift in the meeting's atmosphere. Zhao Guozhu, sensing the change, retorted, while Liu Haotian may hold dual doctoral degrees, education does not equate to capability. Zhou Binghua smiled gently. Indeed, education does not directly translate to ability. However, it at least signifies that Liu Haotian is an astute and intelligent individual. Therefore, Comrade Zhao Guozhu, I kindly ask you not to hastily draw conclusions before thoroughly examining Liu Haotian and Oppo's proposal. Such an approach contradicts our party and Oppo's long-standing principle of seeking truth from facts. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly charged, with everyone's attention fixated on Liu Haotian's proposal. Many were curious to discover the nature of the development plan that could incite such fervent support from Zhou Binghua, a county committee secretary known for his reticence over the past 3 years. The copies were swiftly distributed to each committee member. Zhou Binghua calmly announced, you will have 40 minutes to review Liu Haotian's proposal thoroughly. Afterward, we will proceed to vote. Upon hearing this, Du Guibin suddenly realized Liu Haotian's cunning strategy. Rather than directly addressing the sand extraction issue in Qianhu Town, he had escalated the matter to the county committee, pitting the influential figures against one another. Regardless of the eventual decision from the committee, it seemed Liu Haotian had anticipated the outcome with a plan in place. Was this individual truly so astute? As time passed, many people meticulously studied Liu Haotian's planning proposal. Even Zhao Guozhu had to carefully examine this plan, for in order to challenge it, he needed a comprehensive understanding. 40 minutes swiftly elapsed. Zhou Binghua lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, took a sip, and slowly set the cup down before solemnly stating, I believe most comrades have finished reviewing this planning proposal. Allow me to share my impressions. Firstly, this proposal is firmly rooted in the economic development philosophy that emphasizes the value of ecological preservation, advocating for sustainable growth. Although it calls for a complete cessation of sand mining operations once implemented, the true beneficiaries of Qianhu Town's development will be all its citizens, rather than just a select few from Tianxing Company or certain sand mining enterprises. This proposal genuinely empowers the populace to take charge of their economic destiny, rather than merely serving others. Secondly, this plan has a visionary outlook extending a decade into the future. It is evident that its architect, Liu Haotian, has crafted a significant blueprint that outlines an overarching strategy for the economic development of Qianhu Town over the next 10 years. It provides us with a clearly defined developmental pathway and a foreseeable future, and I believe it has effectively mitigated various risks to a minimal level. Upon finishing, Zhao Guozhu raised his head and remarked, Secretary Zhou, I must respectfully disagree with your perspective. While this proposal may appear enticing and the promotion of green sustainable development is indeed alluring, it ultimately constitutes a fanciful edifice built upon Liu Haotian and Oppo's personal visions, lacking practical feasibility. To speak frankly, the mere requirement of $3 billion in initial funding is likely beyond the capabilities of Qianhu Town. Following Zhao Guozhu and Oppo's comments, many in the room immediately voiced their agreement, resulting in an almost unanimous consensus. Du Guibin looked at Liu Haotian with a smug expression, only to find Liu and Oppo's demeanor remarkably calm. In fact, after Zhao Guozhu concluded, a hint of disdainful amusement played at the corners of Liu's mouth. Du Guibin's mind raced with doubt. Could it be that Liu Haotian possessed a hidden card to counter Zhao Guozhu's formidable pressure? Chapter 29. The Wrath of Liang Youde. Facing the clamor of dissent, County Party Secretary Zhou Binghua cast a cold glance at Zhao Guozhu before saying softly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. I wish to pose a question. Aside from concerns regarding the 30 billion yuan in initial funding mentioned in this planning proposal, does anyone here disapprove of its content? If so, please raise your hand." Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Guozhu was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Wang Jingya, the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Liu Haotian, the Minister of Propaganda, Deputy County Head Du Guibin, and Qianhu Town, the Secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee. They all aligned with Zhao Guozhu, displaying a clear stance and synchronized rhythm. Seeing the hands raised, Zhao Guozhu's expression revealed satisfaction. He then glanced at the other standing committee members, noticing that most of them were reluctant to meet his gaze. Zhao Guozhu merely smiled faintly, unfazed by their reluctance. He understood that Hongshan County's situation was rather unique. Since Zhou Binghua took office, his low-key and composed style, devoid of factionalism, had resulted in a distinctive power structure over the past 3 years. Zhao Guozhu wielded considerable influence within the standing committee, capable of swaying many significant decisions in Hongshan County with just a call to action. In reality, only Ma Haifeng, the director of the county party office, and Liu Fenghua, the minister of the organization department, aligned with Zhou Binghua. Furthermore, Zhou Binghua's tenure had not brought significant personnel changes, resulting in Liu Fenghua's authority being limited. The standing committee comprised 13 members, with most adopting a neutral stance. Nevertheless, this peculiar balance had maintained relative stability in Hongshan County, allowing for efficient progress in various tasks and a degree of unity among the leadership team. However, today, Zhou Binghua had unmistakably positioned himself in opposition to Zhao Guozhu, which displeased the latter. Zhao Guozhu preferred that Zhou Binghua not display too much prominence, as it would place him in an uncomfortable position. Coupled with instructions from Wei Chenglong, Zhao Guozhu felt compelled to decisively suppress Zhou Binghua and Oppo's stance today, ensuring that he did not achieve his objectives. Thus, Zhao Guozhu had made prior arrangements and coordinated various positions, instilling confidence in his ability to navigate the upcoming confrontation in the standing committee meeting. Zhou Binghua surveyed the room, unperturbed by the positions of Du Guibin and the others, as they had consistently aligned with Zhao Guozhu. Instead, his gaze focused on the neutral committee members as he solemnly stated, "Comrades, I trust you have carefully reviewed the planning proposal presented by Liu Haotian. The truth is evident to those with discernment. I urge everyone to evaluate the proposal fairly and impartially, considering our responsibility to Hongshan County and the tens of thousands of citizens of Qianhu Town. Please express your position sincerely, without being swayed by external influences." He continued, "Today, we are discussing matters that will shape the long-term vision for Hongshan County over the next 5 to 10 years. I hope that during our tenure, we can leave behind achievements that earn the applause of our citizens, rather than mere political accolades." Zhou Binghua spoke with heartfelt sincerity and, upon concluding, raised his hand, saying, "Aside from the funding issue, those who believe Liu Haotian's proposal is commendable, please raise your hands." Ma Haifeng, the county party office director, immediately raised his hand in support, followed suit by Liu Fenghua, the organization department minister. Zhao Guozhu maintained a composed demeanor, scanning the faces of the neutral committee members, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth as he silently awaited their responses. An air of tension enveloped the room, for all present recognized that this meeting marked a pivotal confrontation between Zhou Binghua and Zhao Guozhu. The outcome would significantly influence their future authority in the standing committee. Despite Zhao Guozhu's outward calmness, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him, prompting him to scrutinize the neutral members without pretense. "I find this proposal commendable and lend my support. However, should Liu Haotian fail to present a satisfactory funding plan, I will not endorse the proposal in the end," spoke Sun Jixin, the County Discipline Inspection Commission secretary, who sat next to Du Guibin. As he finished, Zhao Guozhu and Oppo's expression darkened momentarily but quickly returned to normal. Zhao Guozhu regarded Liu Haotian's proposal as little more than a castle in the air, with funding issues poised to become the crux of its implementation. After a brief pause of 20 seconds, Zhao Guozhu turned to Zhou Binghua and said with a smile, Secretary Zhou, there is no need to wait. It appears that most comrades harbor doubts regarding Liu Haotian's proposal. Just as Zhao Guozhu finished speaking, Chen Rongqiang, the neutral executive deputy county head, slowly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination as he declared, "I support this proposal." Zhao Guozhu's expression momentarily flickered with anger as he cast a look of dismay at his subordinate. Following his declaration, Chen Rongqiang lowered his gaze to sip tea, remaining silent thereafter. The atmosphere in the conference room turned peculiar once more. As Zhou Binghua now had 4 supporters on his side, a stalemate had formed between Zhou Binghua and Zhao Guozhu. The tension in Zhao Guozhu's expression finally became evident. At that moment, Liu Haotian suddenly spoke up. "Esteemed leaders, allow me to interject. I can assure you that the funding issue, which concerns everyone, is not a problem for me. I have already submitted relevant solutions to Secretary Zhou, and you will soon see this funding proposal." Upon Liu Haotian and Appo's statement, Zhou Binghua smiled gently and instructed the staff to distribute the prepared copies of the proposal to the committee members present. 15 minutes later, Zhou Binghua glanced at the crowd with a smile, saying, "Comrades, the reason I did not present the funding solution earlier is quite simple. Some among us tend to be indiscreet, often relaying matters discussed in committee meetings. Given that the funding solution is crucial for the economic development of Qianhu Town, we must exercise caution." He added, "Please review the proposal now, and once you have finished, kindly return it." At that moment, staff members approached to collect the documents. After the materials were retrieved, Zhou Binghua said, "Comrades, let us finalize our positions. Do you consider Liu Haotian's proposal feasible? If so, please raise your hands." In no time, arms were raised throughout the room. Zhou Binghua smiled subtly, casting a glance at Zhao Guozhu, whose complexion had turned a shade of gray, his expression darkening. "County Chief Zhao, since the majority of our colleagues endorse Liu Haotian's proposal, I believe there is no reason for Hongshan County to obstruct its implementation in Qianhu Town. We should actively provide any assistance within our capacity for the realization of this plan. You have no objections, do you?" Recognizing the tide had turned against him, Zhao Guozhu acquiesced with a nod, stating, "This proposal is quite good. I concur." Thus, Liu Haotian and Appo's planning proposal was unanimously approved in the Hongshan County Standing Committee meeting. Subsequently, Liu Haotian returned to Qianhu Town, weary yet determined. Armed with the document from the county party committee and the county government endorsing the comprehensive cessation of sand mining operations and the implementation of a new economic development plan. Upon his return, Liu Haotian wasted no time and convened a town committee meeting to officially announce the complete halt of sand mining activities in Qianhu Town, while simultaneously initiating preparations for the establishment of a fishing-themed town. In Liu Haotian's ambitious blueprint, he outlined a pioneering plan to create a fishing-centric town. The plan was structured into 5 distinct phases. The first phase involved launching a nationwide investment attraction campaign, capitalizing on Qianhu Town's expansive water surface and superior water quality to draw in investors, thereby transforming Qianhu into a uniquely charming fishing town. The second phase required the newly engaged investors to finance the cleanup of the rivers and waterways in Qianhu Town, conducting thorough assessments of all water bodies and implementing necessary planning operations. This would ensure that Qianhu's flood control and drought relief infrastructure was robust, safeguarding the livelihoods of its residents against natural adversities. The third phase aimed to invite renowned manufacturers of fishing rods, bait, fishing lines, and floats from across the country to establish operations in Qianhu Town. The town would offer a 3-year tax exemption period for these enterprises, ensuring that all fishing tackle businesses could benefit from this favorable policy, whether they were producing or selling their products. In the fourth phase, Qianhu Town would collaborate with prominent fishing tackle manufacturers and leading enterprises from various industries to host a national fishing masters competition, seeking to unearth master anglers who could serve as ambassadors for Qianhu. Furthermore, 3 nationally recognized fishing masters would be invited to reside in Qianhu, engaging in competitions with fishing enthusiasts from across the nation. The fifth phase, the most distinctive aspect of Liu Haotian and Appo's plan, proposed that all natural water bodies surrounding Qianhu Town be open for free fishing. Additionally, the investment enterprises would construct thousands of free fishing spots in a vast, low-cost parking area, charging a nominal parking fee of 10 yuan daily. After reviewing Liu Haotian's plan, the leaders of Qianhu Town were left astounded, particularly Liang Youde, who could scarcely believe that Liu Haotian, after a period of silence, had circumvented the town and pushed his plan directly to the county committee meeting, where it received approval. After the meeting, Meng Qingze accompanied Liang Youde back to his office, slamming the table in frustration. Mayor Liang, Liu Haotian has gone too far. He disregarded us. The committee members of Qianhu Town and brazenly secured this plan from the county, forcing us to implement it. He clearly has no regard for you or any of us in leadership positions in Qianhu Town. I am extremely displeased. Liang Youde responded with a cold smile. If Liu Haotian seeks to ascend through higher channels and looks down upon us grassroots officials, I am curious to see who will execute and implement this plan of his. Old Ming, please inform our team that we shall neither support nor oppose Liu Haotian and Oppos as planned, nor will we take any action. I wish to observe how Liu Haotian intends to put this plan into effect all on his own. Chapter 30. A fresh start. Liu Haotian had not anticipated that. Despite the successful township committee meeting where the members expressed their support for the proposed plan, the subsequent week would reveal a disheartening reality. When he ventured out to assess the progress of the plan and Oppos' implementation, his countenance darkened. He discovered that, over the course of an entire week, the various departments in Qianhu Town had exhibited virtually no collaboration. Only those departments directly involved in the plan convened a few meetings to discuss the proposals. Yet no tangible actions were taken. That afternoon, the town and Oppos' disciplinary committee secretary, Song Wude, and the deputy secretary of the town committee, Chu Yunqing, arrived at Liu Haotian's office together. Chu Yunqing, with a grave expression, addressed Liu Haotian, stating, "Secretary Liu, both Xiao Song and I have received alarming news. Most of the department heads in Qianhu Town have received directives instructing them to adopt a loud thunder but little rain approach regarding the new planning and construction scheme, engaging in a non-violent resistance to the proposal. Our preliminary investigation indicates that Meng Qingze is the orchestrator behind this, and it is evident that Liang Youde is backing him." Upon hearing this, Liu Haotian and Oppos' expression turned somber, and he could not help but let out a cold chuckle. "Very well. If it is a non-violent resistance they wish to pursue, then we shall respond in kind." With that, Liu Haotian picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the current director of the party and government office, Tao Ziyu. "Old Tao, please notify all town committee members to prepare for an emergency meeting in 1 hour. I have important matters to announce." Tao Ziyu promptly assured him that he would make the necessary arrangements. Under Liu Haotian and Oppos' firm leadership, the former director of the party and government office, Zhao Yongjun, had been reassigned to a dormant department at the county level, effectively stripping him of his authority. The newly appointed director, Tao Ziyu, who had been a lower-ranking deputy director at the county committee office, was recommended to Liu Haotian by Zhou Binghua. After reviewing Tao Ziyu's resume, Liu Haotian found him quite competent and thus appointed him as the director of the party and government office in Qianhu Town. Although he held the same deputy rank, his power within Qianhu Town was significantly greater, and he was genuinely a leader in the town's committee. During the hour leading up to the meeting, Liu Haotian, along with Chu Yunqing and Song Wude, diligently devised a new, actionable plan. When Liu Haotian entered the conference room an hour later, he found Liang Youde, Meng Qingze, and others seated calmly, their faces bearing a hint of mockery as they regarded him. After taking his seat, Meng Qingze smiled and inquired, "Secretary Liu, may I ask what you intend to discuss in this urgent meeting?" With a serious demeanor, Liu Haotian addressed the assembly, "Comrades, it has been over a week since we distributed the new economic development plan for Qianhu Town. However, based on my recent investigations, the execution of this plan appears to be quite disheartening. Particularly, the Rural Affairs Office, Urban Construction Office, Finance Bureau, and Economic Development Office have relied solely on meetings to implement the directives, taking no actual steps to adhere to the requirements of the plan. This situation pains me deeply, and I express my strong dissatisfaction with the heads of these 4 departments." Before Liu Haotian could continue, Liang Youde interjected, "Comrade Liu Haotian, I believe it is unjust to place the entire burden of responsibility on the heads of these 4 departments. They are currently swamped with work, juggling numerous tasks. They not only need to implement the planning proposal you presented, but must also consider directives from the county, city, and even provincial levels. This is a direct reflection of the challenges faced by grassroots units in our town. If you reprimand them for their slower progress, it may not sit well with the broader community." Liu Haotian smiled slightly. "Director Liang, you are correct. At the administrative level of the town, it is indeed common to encounter this multitude of directives. I fully understand this. However, The economic development plan for Qianhu Town was approved unanimously after thorough discussion in the county committee and requires our immediate implementation. Therefore, we cannot afford any negligence or complacency regarding this matter. If the department heads are indeed overwhelmed, we must adopt a new organizational structure to ensure effective execution. Accordingly, he declared, I have decided to establish a construction committee for the fishing-themed town, with myself as the chairperson and comrades Song Wude and Chu Yunqing as vice chairs. Song Wude will serve as the executive vice chair. Furthermore, we will recruit a select group of outstanding personnel from various departments to join this committee. From now on, all matters pertaining to the fishing-themed town will be the responsibility of this committee. Upon hearing this, Liang Youde's eyes flickered with realization, and he offered a faint smile. Very well, I find this proposal quite agreeable. Let us proceed with its implementation. Liu Haotian was taken aback by Liang Youde and Oppo's swift acquiescence to his suggestion. However, it soon became clear to Liu Haotian that Liang Youde's true intention was to ensure that when the committee sought personnel from other departments, very few would be willing to join. Liu Haotian chuckled and turned to Song Wude, stating, Old Song, let us proceed with our second plan. It seems Liang Youde and his cohorts are beyond redemption. Song Wude nodded, and that afternoon, a prominent notice was posted at the entrance of the town committee compound, announcing a recruitment competition for positions within the construction committee for the fishing-themed town. The notice explicitly stated that due to a shortage of personnel for the committee, Qianhu Town would be conducting a competitive recruitment process for staff from various grassroots departments. The remuneration for committee members would follow a new calculation method, with general staff salaries exceeding those of current personnel by 30%, and bonuses adjusted flexibly based on the progress of the fishing-themed town and Oppo's development. Conservatively estimated to be 50 to even 200 higher than those of ordinary staff. Moreover, the notice clearly stipulated that individuals who excelled in their performance within the committee would be given priority for future promotions. Conversely, those who had previously declined to join the committee would not be considered for advancement in the future. Upon the posting of this notice, a wave of astonishment swept through the grassroots personnel of the Qianhu Town Committee and government, as no one had anticipated Liu Haotian would unveil such a powerful card after a prolonged period of silence. As the top leader of Qianhu Town, Liu Haotian and Oppo's influence over personnel decisions was indisputable, although he had not previously executed large-scale personnel adjustments. The reassignment of Zhao Yongjun had already signaled his strong hand in matters of personnel. At that moment, the sudden introduction of the recruitment notice had a profound psychological impact on the grassroots staff, while many remained wary of Liang Youde and his loyal followers. A growing number recognized that as long as Liu Haotian stood firm, those who aligned themselves with Liang Youde would face significant challenges in their future prospects. Unlike the previous leaders of Qianhu Town, who had been reluctant to confront Liang Youde directly due to his considerable influence, Liu Haotian was determined to assert his authority in personnel matters. On one hand, there has been a significant increase in salary and benefits. On the other hand, opportunities for personnel promotion have markedly multiplied. Faced with this dual temptation, some have finally succumbed to the allure, despite Meng Qing's repeated admonitions discouraging others from competing. The impact has been negligible. Within a mere day, a throng of individuals flocked to submit their applications at Song Wude's office, transforming what was once a desolate space into a bustling hub, with lines extending from his office to the elevator. Upon learning of this development, Liang Youde's expression darkened considerably. In contrast, Liu Haotian remained composed in his office, quietly savoring his tea, his gaze fixed upon the development blueprint for Qianhu Town that he had meticulously crafted. He contemplated every intricate detail of the town and Oppo's future growth. At this moment, Liu Haotian resembled a mechanical toy, compelled to forge ahead without a moment and Oppo's pause or respite. He was resolute, undeterred by any obstacles. After 2 or 3 days of extensive groundwork and evaluation of the candidates, Liu Haotian ultimately selected 7 staff members from the 8 departments of Qianhu Town's construction committee. Their primary task upon assuming office was to prepare for the inaugural investment promotion conference of Qianhu Town. While this endeavor appeared straightforward, the actual execution was fraught with complexities. Firstly, someone needed to oversee the promotion and media coverage of the conference. Secondly, there was a necessity to coordinate and welcome interested individuals and enterprises to the event. Thirdly, the reception conditions in Qianhu Town required enhancement. And fourthly, It was essential to engage with influential investors for their visits and research. In summary, there were numerous tasks at hand, yet the manpower was scant. Liu Haotian took charge of the operations, meticulously planning every aspect, while Song Wude remained by his side throughout, handling all follow-up and logistical matters. For an entire month, Liu Haotian led the construction committee staff, working tirelessly to finalize the preliminary preparations. With just 3 days remaining until the first investment promotion conference of Qianhu Town, an urgent matter arose. Song Wude, bearing a grave expression, knocked on Liu Haotian's office door. "Secretary Liu, we have a problem," he stated. Liu Haotian furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Song Wude placed a document on Liu Haotian's desk. Managing a wry smile as he explained, the municipal government has issued a recommendation letter endorsing Tianxing Group's participation in our first investment promotion conference for the distinctive fishing town. And the county government has also affixed its seal to the letter. Now, representatives from Tianxing Group have arrived with this recommendation, seeking to have their names included in the investment directory to participate in the final bidding conference. Chapter 31. The ferocious dragon crosses the river. Upon hearing Song Wude's words, Liu Haotian let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Does the Tianxing Group possess such formidable connections that the municipal government has affixed their seal on a recommendation letter? It appears that we have no choice but to allow them to participate in our bidding conference." With a sigh, Song Wude responded, "It truly is unavoidable. The municipal government is personally involved. If we deny them participation, we may find it difficult to account to the government." Liu Haotian closed his eyes, pondering briefly before opening them with resolve. He slammed his palm on the table and declared, "This is my territory, and I shall make the decisions." The Tianxing Group, as the parent company of Tianxing Corporation, has been allowed to wreak havoc in our Qianhu Town, severely disrupting our economic development. Now, they wish to make a comeback and continue to dominate our economic landscape. This is absolutely intolerable for us. The Tianxing Group harbors no good intentions this time. Therefore, regardless of any recommendation letters, the Tianxing Group and Tianxing Corporation are unequivocally barred from participating in all projects that we can control in Qianhu Town. After Liu Haotian spoke, Song Wude looked at him with a mixture of shock and admiration, unable to believe that Liu Haotian would dismiss the Tianxing Group's request outright, even in light of the municipal government's recommendation letter. With a wry smile, Song Wude inquired, "Secretary Liu, are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Offending the city may lead to numerous difficulties for us in Qianhu Town." Liu Haotian replied with a cold smile, "Old Song, think about it carefully. Under normal circumstances, does a legitimate company require such complications to participate in our investment promotion conference? Do they need recommendation letters from the municipal and county governments? No. They could simply register online or via phone. Why does the Tianxing Group insist on seeking distant assistance from the municipal and county governments for a recommendation letter?" Song Wude responded, "Clearly, they fear we will deny them participation. So they attempt to exert pressure through the municipal and county governments to compel us to allow them to take part." Liu Haotian nodded, "Precisely. This is a quintessential tactic of Tianxing Corporation. They rely on their powerful background to disregard the interests of our grassroots units in Qianhu Town. While other leaders may yield to such companies, I, Liu Haotian, will not." Song Wude nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall inform the Tianxing Group." As he spoke, Song Wude took out his phone and called someone to convey Liu Haotian's intentions. The recipient, upon hearing the message, erupted in fury. Even knowing that taking action here would lead to significant trouble, he was determined to eliminate Liu Haotian first, figuring he could find a subordinate to take the blame later. Eliminating Liu Haotian would resolve all of the Tianxing Group's predicaments. Today, Liu Haotian and Appo's preemptive strike had given him a pretext. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Cui Delong glared at Liu Haotian with malevolent eyes and roared, "Hit him! Finish him!" His 5 bodyguards immediately swarmed forward, cornering Liu Haotian behind his desk in the cramped space, assaulting him with fists and feet. However, they did not anticipate Liu Haotian swiftly retrieving a lacquered black club from under his desk. The club, about 1 meter in length, was crafted from the dense heartwood of Paraguayan white quebracho, shaped like a baseball bat, and quite heavy. Inscribed on the club were several gilded characters. The Bludgeon King presents Liu Haotian with the super bludgeon. While the 5 bodyguards were skilled, the situation abruptly reversed when Liu Haotian produced the super bludgeon. Each swing of Liu Haotian and Appo's bludgeon produced a crisp sound, accompanied by piercing screams. Although they were attacking Liu Haotian together, they soon retreated, clutching their arms or shoulders. Liu Haotian, nonchalantly twirling the super bludgeon in his hand, said with disdain, "What's this? Want to take me out in my office? You'll need to bring in some real experts. These guys aren't even good enough to be sparring partners." After Liu Haotian spoke, the 5 bodyguards' faces darkened. One bodyguard reached for a gleaming, serrated military dagger from his waist. Clearly, they had come prepared, and the dagger was intended to draw blood from Liu Haotian. The other bodyguards also unhesitatingly drew various weapons hidden on their persons, filling Liu Haotian's office with a palpable sense of menace. Standing behind his 5 bodyguards, Cui Delong leered at Liu Haotian and said, "Liu Haotian, I and Oppos am giving you one last chance. Will you allow our Tianxing group to participate in your Qianhu Town and Oppos' investment promotion conference?" Liu Haotian frowned, a look of contempt on his face. "Cui Delong, are you deaf, or has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Didn't I make myself perfectly clear before? Do I need to repeat myself?" Cui Delong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Get him." Chapter 32. Live broadcast brings trouble. As Cui Delong and Oppos' voice faded, Liu Haotian suddenly erupted into laughter. "Cui Delong, if you wish to avoid a dire fate, I strongly advise you to cease your actions immediately." Cui Delong, with a mocking expression, retorted, "What's this, Liu Haotian? Are you afraid?" Liu Haotian sneered coldly. "Fear? In my lexicon, that word does not exist. I am merely concerned that your connections might lead to significant trouble. By the way, I have a rather substantial hobby. I enjoy playing Douyin and engaging in video live streams. Quite unfortunately for you, I happen to have a modest following. Today, on a whim, I decided to broadcast my office activities live across multiple platforms. Did you not notice the tiny camera above us? Or perhaps the camera on my phone, aimed directly at you?" Cui Delong's countenance turned ashen as he realized the implications. Liu Haotian continued, "Cui Delong, you rely on the formidable financial power of your Tianxing group to curry favor with numerous leaders from the county, city, and even provincial levels. I am genuinely curious about the connections you leverage to obtain endorsements from both the city and county governments. However, this time, you have inadvertently endangered your backers. Since your arrival, I have been live-streaming everything. Tens of thousands, if not millions, have witnessed your brazen demeanor as the chairman of Tianxing Group within my office. I believe many are now wondering who bestowed upon you, Cui Delong, such audacity to threaten me here. If I do not expose your supporters, the viewers may not rest easy, and neither will I. Now get out at once." Liu Haotian gestured towards the door. Cui Delong and Oppos' expression darkened. Typically, he was not so arrogant. But having secured endorsements from both the city and county governments, and fueled by past grievances against Liu Haotian, he thought it wise to confront him directly. Little did he expect that Liu Haotian's office would turn out to be a den of peril. Yet, Cui Delong was not a man to be trifled with. Upon realizing the live broadcast was ongoing, he burst into laughter and said to Liu Haotian, "Your reaction seems a bit excessive. I was merely jesting. I wanted to see just how tough you, as the town committee secretary of Qianhu, truly are. I believe after this little test, the viewers will see that you are indeed a formidable leader, one that the citizens of Qianhu can feel fortunate to have. Liu Haotian, I hope you won't take my earlier actions to heart. I urge you to reconsider our potential collaboration, as often, cooperation benefits both parties, while conflict leads to mutual destruction." Cui Delong and Oppos' performance was commendable, and many viewers were indeed taken in by his act, wearing expressions of realization. However, Liu Haotian responded with a cold laugh. Liu Haotian forcefully slammed the printed documents regarding the public opinion incident caused by the recent video live stream onto the table, exclaiming with indignation, "Secretary Zhou, I implore you not to shield Liu Haotian any longer, for the repercussions of his actions during this live stream have been profoundly detrimental, severely tarnishing the image of both Hongshan County and Baiming City. I have personally received calls from officials in the municipal government urging me to take stringent action on this matter. It is imperative that we impose a serious penalty on Liu Haotian." Zhou Binghua swiftly perused the documents before responding in a calm tone, "Minister Liu, please remain composed. We must not allow the pressure from municipal leaders to disrupt our judgment. Let us convene a remote video conference with Liu Haotian, where the 4 of us can confront him directly. We cannot hastily reach conclusions based solely on our perceptions. We ought to hear Liu Haotian's explanation. Should his justification fail to satisfy us, we will proceed accordingly. However, if his reasoning is sound and reasonable, we must carefully consider whether disciplinary action is warranted." As Liu Haotian's superiors, We must neither wrongfully accuse an innocent individual nor allow a guilty party to evade justice. It is essential that we handle this matter with fairness, impartiality, and transparency. Do any of you have objections to my proposal? Liu Haotian turned to Zhao Guozhu, who nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Let us engage in a direct remote video conference with Liu Haotian. I am eager to hear how he justifies his actions. However, I must emphasize that if his explanation is unsatisfactory given the serious repercussions of this live stream, at the very least, he should receive a formal reprimand. And we might need to consider a reassignment of his position. I hope Secretary Zhou will refrain from showing favoritism towards Liu Haotian in this matter." Zhou Binghua replied calmly, "Whether I am showing favoritism or you two are treating Liu Haotian with undue leniency is a discussion we need not entertain at this juncture. We should not rush to label Liu Haotian's actions in this live stream. Your approach appears somewhat hasty. For now, let us first listen to Liu Haotian's explanation." Soon, Liu Haotian received instructions for the remote video call with the county leaders. Not daring to delay, he promptly connected to the county's video conference network, and his image appeared on the screen. Zhou Binghua addressed him directly, stating, "Liu Haotian, comrades Liu Haotian, the head of the county propaganda department, and Zhao Guozhu, the county mayor, have approached me. They believe that your actions during the video live stream with Chairman Cui Delong of Tianxing Group have severely damaged the image of Hongshan County and Baiming City. If your explanation does not meet our expectations, the county committee and government will take serious measures against you. Please share your perspective." Chapter 33. A counterattack upon hearing Zhou Binghua's explanation. Liu Haotian glanced at the figures of Zhao Guozhu and Liu Haotian in the video and pondered for a moment before he slowly spoke. "Secretary Zhou, County Head Zhao, esteemed leaders, since you all regard my recent live broadcast with such significance, I shall elucidate the reasons behind this endeavor. Firstly, in accordance with our nation's regulations on information disclosure, particularly the relevant provisions outlined in the opinions on the comprehensive advancement of government affairs publicity, it is a national imperative to promote transparency across all levels of administrative bodies. Government transparency entails the complete disclosure of the decision-making, execution, management, and service outcomes by administrative agencies, safeguarding the public and AMPO's right to information, participation, expression, and supervision. Furthermore, it serves as an effective means to enhance our government and AMPO's credibility and efficacy. Legally speaking, the act of governmental transparency is grounded in law, and as grassroots public servants, we must adhere to these legal frameworks. Thus, I am conducting a live broadcast of my duties as the town committee secretary in a fully transparent manner, in full compliance with the law, without violating any statutes. If County Head Zhao or Minister Liu believes my live broadcast contravenes the law, I invite you to present the pertinent legal provisions that illustrate where I have erred. Should you be unable to provide such legal foundation, then I, Liu Haotian, stand innocent of any wrongdoing, and you cannot levy any accusations against me." Liu Haotian retorted coolly, "Liu Haotian, while government transparency is not inherently flawed, your live broadcast has objectively yielded severely detrimental consequences, adversely affecting the image of both our county and municipal governments. This is an undeniable reality, and you must bear the corresponding legal and administrative responsibilities." Liu Haotian smiled slightly. "Minister Liu, may I inquire how you assess the impact of my live broadcast, as either positive or negative? What is your basis for this judgment?" Liu Haotian angrily responded, "Basis? Simply open the internet and observe for yourself. Countless netizens have directed their ire towards Hongshan County and Baiming City due to your live broadcast, resulting in significant negative repercussions for us." Liu Haotian maintained a calm demeanor. "Minister Liu, I perceive that you are allowing personal biases to influence your judgment regarding my act of governmental transparency, which I find rather one-sided. From the outset of the live broadcast, I made it explicitly clear to all viewers that this initiative represents an exploration of a novel model of governmental transparency by Qianhu Town. Regardless of the outcome, I am open to receiving sincere feedback from netizens. Therefore, if you wish to evaluate the merits of my act of governmental transparency, the first criterion should be the public's awareness and perception of it. Now, I kindly ask you to follow my lead and access the various platforms where I conducted the live broadcast, search for the relevant links, and examine the voting results regarding my act of transparency. Prior to the broadcast, I established a voting window for viewers." As he spoke, Liu Haotian deftly navigated his phone, accessing a video streaming platform to check the voting results. At that moment, Everyone in the county committee could observe Liu Haotian and Oppo's real-time actions. When he revealed the voting results, both Zhao Guozhu and Liu Haotian furrowed their brows slightly. In total, Liu Haotian had created 3 voting options. The first option indicated that the act of governmental transparency was commendable and worthy of encouragement. The second option stated it was a complete failure, and the third option suggested a neutral outcome. The results indicated that 170,000 individuals had selected the first option, while just over 8,000 chose the second, and fewer than 600 opted for the third. After presenting the results to the leaders, Liu Haotian switched the video feed to his own face and spoke earnestly. Secretary Zhou, esteemed leaders, I trust you have all observed the voting outcome on this platform. Should there be any objections to this result, you may log on to other video platforms for verification, and I believe the results will be largely consistent. The general public is indeed quite eager to witness our grassroots government agencies at work, showcasing their efforts in such an open manner. I believe our judicial system has set a commendable precedent. Many courts nationwide have established online platforms for public viewing of court proceedings. Citizens can simply log onto the court and Oppo's video streaming platform to observe numerous trials, which demonstrates the system and Oppo's confidence in delivering fair and just rulings, while also serving as a form of oversight for law enforcement officials. Consequently, many netizens have come to appreciate the fairness and impartiality of our judicial system. Therefore, what is wrong with our grassroots town committee and government attempting to embrace transparency in our operations? Upon hearing this, Zhao Guozhu and Liu Haotian fell into silence. They suddenly realized Liu Haotian possessed remarkable eloquence, wielding incisive arguments that struck at the heart of the matter. Most crucially, Liu Haotian's actions appeared devoid of any legal or rational flaws. The negative impact that Liu Haotian had perceived was evidently rooted in personal judgment. However, Liu Haotian was not an ordinary figure. He quickly retorted coldly, Liu Haotian, you are conflating concepts. Do not use the voting results to substitute for the ultimate outcome of public opinion. As far as the voting results are concerned, your act of governmental transparency is indeed without fault and has garnered praise from netizens. As the head of the county and Oppo's publicity department, I commend your endeavor. However, my concern lies in the fact that during this live broadcast, your interaction with Cui Delong has led many netizens to express skepticism towards the recommendation letters issued by our Hongshan County and Baiming City governments. They even allege that we have become the unwitting accomplices of the Tianxing Group's reckless behavior. This direction of public sentiment is exceedingly troubling and unwelcome. Liu Haotian chuckled coldly. Minister Liu, what you state is indeed factual, and I have noticed the skepticism surrounding these 2 recommendation letters. As the town committee secretary of Qianhu Town, I remain deeply dubious regarding the origins of these letters. I am particularly eager to ascertain who was responsible for their execution and who granted their approval. Minister Liu, can you enlighten me? My mindset aligns with that of the netizens. After we have repeatedly declined Tianxing Company and Oppo's participation in our investment promotion meetings, how can the county and city governments produce such recommendation letters without raising suspicions? I firmly believe that such actions reflect the will of a select few. Hence, I demand that both the county and city governments publicly disclose the specific processes and individuals involved in the creation of these letters. Moreover, I trust that you and County Head Zhao witnessed Cui Delong's demeanor in my office. He seemed intent on undermining me. For a company that shows such blatant disregard for the dignity and lives of grassroots workers, is it truly wrong for us in Qianhu Town to reject their development here? Without a background or support, what emboldened Cui Delong to unleash his fury and resort to violence in the office of the town committee secretary, Liu Haotian? Who granted him such audacity? At this juncture, Liu Haotian spoke solemnly. Secretary Zhou, County Head Zhao, as the secretary of Qianhu Town and a leader of the subordinate township under Hongshan County, I possess the authority to demand that the county leadership ensure a safe working environment for our grassroots personnel. Therefore, I implore the county to take direct action in apprehending Cui Delong, the audacious head of the enterprise, and deal with him accordingly. Moreover, I insist on a clear response from the county regarding who facilitated the recommendation letter for Tianxing Group and to hold that individual accountable. Upon concluding his statement, the county committee meeting room fell into a profound silence. Liu Haotian and Zhao Guozhu were taken aback. Initially, the purpose of this video conference was to scrutinize Liu Haotian. Yet unexpectedly, he turned the tables, presenting his demands to the county committee and even directing his criticisms towards the city. This boldness, this spirit, And this ability to seize opportunities garnered Liu Haotian a modicum of respect from Zhao Guozhu, though the latter, recalling Wei Chenglong's animosity towards Liu Haotian, could not help but furrow his brow in contemplation of strategies. Zhou Binghua had harbored concerns about Liu Haotian's prospects in this meeting. Thus, he elucidated the grave situation Liu faced from the outset. However, he was caught off guard by Liu Haotian's apparent preparedness, even meticulous preparation. Through a series of responses, Liu Haotian deftly shifted the focus of the discussion towards the accountability for the recommendation letter, passionately articulating his discontent. Liu Haotian truly is a remarkable talent, Zhou Binghua silently commended. Liu Haotian cast a cold glance at Liu Haotian, speaking in a low tone. Comrade Liu Haotian, your eloquence is indeed commendable, and your thinking is remarkably agile and clear. You have seamlessly executed a topic shift, thereby disrupting the decision-making of our county committee leadership. However, one undeniable fact remains. Your actions during this video broadcast have significantly tarnished the image of the Hongshan County government, and you must bear the consequences of this outcome. For the time being, we shall set aside the other topics you mentioned. In regard to this matter, you, Liu Haotian, are unequivocally responsible, and the county committee and government must hold you accountable. Following Liu Haotian and Apos' remarks, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense, and Liu Haotian and Apos' expression turned somber. Chapter 34. Offending the bigwigs. Liu Haotian was taken aback that Liu Haotian would cling to this issue. Zhou Binghua furrowed his brows and remarked, Minister Liu, are you perhaps overreacting? Liu Haotian responded assertively, Secretary Zhou, I am not exaggerating. I am merely being pragmatic. I anticipate that you will soon receive a call from the city expressing strong discontent regarding Liu Haotian and Apos' recent live broadcast. No sooner had Liu Haotian finished speaking than Zhou Binghua and Apos' phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and promptly answered, Hello, Mayor Fong. The caller was Fong Jinping, the vice mayor of Baiming City. In a grave tone, Fong stated, Comrade Zhou Binghua, it has been rather tumultuous in Hongshan County lately, particularly due to a young comrade named Liu Haotian, who, though young, possesses a remarkable ability to stir trouble. Recently, Liu Haotian conducted a public live stream of governmental affairs. While it garnered significant attention, the outcome has left the city leaders deeply troubled. I urge the leaders of Hongshan County to consider this matter seriously and manage it appropriately to prevent the ensuing public opinion from escalating into a crisis. If necessary, I believe Comrade Liu Haotian should publicly apologize. Zhou Binghua replied solemnly, Thank you for your guidance, Mayor Fong. We will deliberate on this matter. After ending the call, Zhou and Apos' brows knitted tighter. He had not expected Fong Jinping to personally reach out to him. Although Fong and Apos' tone was ambiguous, Zhou, well-versed in the intricacies of political protocol and the underlying logic of discourse, understood that Fong and Apos' direct call signified his intent for Hongshan County to take a serious stance against Liu Haotian. Zhao Guozhu glanced at Zhou Binghua and pressed, Secretary Zhou, aside from Mayor Fong, several other leaders from the municipal committee have also contacted me, expressing their dissatisfaction with the public relations crisis instigated by Liu Haotian. They believe that Liu's actions regarding the Tianxing Group have misdirected public sentiment, causing embarrassment for both the city and the county. Thus, this matter must be addressed promptly and with gravity. Zhou Binghua pondered for a moment without immediately responding to Zhao Guozhu. Instead, turning his gaze to the video feed of Liu Haotian and inquired, Liu Haotian, what is your perspective on the city's stance? Liu Haotian narrowed his eyes and replied, Secretary Zhou, I am uncertain whether Vice Mayor Fong's opinion reflects his personal views or those of the entire Baiming City Committee. If he represents the committee's position, he should make it unequivocally clear. Since he has not done so and merely called you, I believe his words signify only his personal stance, unrelated to the committee's position. Furthermore, I maintain that the public's expression during this incident holds no fault, and I have prepared a document to be submitted to both the county and city governments. This document is straightforward. I seek to identify the individuals responsible for the issuance of the recommendation letter, as I deem its existence to be profoundly irresponsible. The behavior of Cui Delong in my office further substantiates that he is not a principled entrepreneur. How can a business led by such a person be regarded as reputable? Yet, the city and county proceeded to endorse this company. Therefore, I believe accountability for the issuance of the recommendation letter must be enforced. Only through a fair, transparent investigation can the reputation and image of both the city and county be restored, and those who seek personal gain or harbor ulterior motives may be revealed. Following Liu Haotian and Oppo's statement, the video conference room in Hongshan County fell into silence. Zhou Binghua and Zhao Guozhu were both astonished that Liu Haotian displayed no inclination to compromise or express remorse. Rather, he resolutely insisted on holding the relevant parties accountable for the recommendation letter. His audacity was unprecedented, as he appeared to challenge both the county and city in his capacity as a town committee secretary. Such conduct blatantly defied the unspoken rules of bureaucracy and was exceedingly unwise. Zhou Binghua inhaled deeply. Liu Haotian, are you truly willing to proceed in this manner? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Liu Haotian nodded. I am aware of the repercussions. However, I cannot tolerate an entrepreneur who threatens me in my office to brazenly present themselves at our investment promotion conference under a facade of respectability. I cannot allow anyone to shield or glorify such an entrepreneur. Should the county and city fail to provide a satisfactory response, I will escalate this document to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Commission. I must uncover the individuals hidden behind these recommendation letters. This is my unwavering commitment as the Town Committee Secretary of Qianhu. Upon hearing Liu Haotian and Oppo's words, Zhou Binghua contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well. I will assist you in identifying the individual responsible for the county's recommendation letter. As for the cities, I find myself powerless. However, I trust that since it traversed public channels, there will be relevant cases and backups. If anyone wishes to investigate, the truth will surely come to light. Zhao Guozhu and Oppo's expression darkened at this statement. Secretary Shou, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to disregard Mayor Fong and Oppo's directives? Zhou Binghua retorted coldly, Comrade Zhao Guozhu. While Vice Mayor Fong holds a position of authority in Baiming City and can offer guidance to Hongshan County, he cannot, nor does he possess the authority to directly interfere with our specific operations. Regarding Liu Haotian, I find no fault in his actions. Moreover, in recent years, the Tianxing Group has grown accustomed to wielding power in Hongshan County, even to the extent of its chairman threatening me in my office. Who does he think he is? His behavior is no different from that of organized crime. Should we continuously tolerate such so-called entrepreneurs simply because they significantly influence our economic development? Director Zhao, please inform the county police to immediately apprehend Cui Delong on charges of provoking trouble. Only in this manner can we quell public skepticism regarding the authority of our county committee and government and effectively mitigate the crisis stemming from this public relations incident. If you believe that addressing Liu Haotian will resolve this crisis, I must say your perspective is far too narrow. You underestimate the anger of the public. Zhao Guozhu, filled with fury, slammed the table, ready to argue, but Zhou Binghua raised his hand and sternly declared, Zhao Guozhu, I am the county committee secretary. This matter must be handled according to my directive. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. If you have differing opinions, you may reserve them. However, until the outcome is clear, I expect us to unite and present a cohesive front. Furthermore, I kindly ask you to identify the individual responsible for the Tianxing Group's recommendation letter before the end of the workday, to provide Liu Haotian and the public with an explanation. Zhao Guozhu and Oppo's face turned an ashen hue with fury, just as Liu Haotian was about to voice his opinion. The county's Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, Sun Jixin, interjected in a grave tone. I concur with Secretary Zhou's perspective. As the government of Hongshan County, we must not allow Comrade Liu Haotian to suffer unjustly due to pressures from various quarters before any wrongdoing is established. If Vice Mayor Fong has grievances regarding our approach, he may formally communicate them to Hongshan County. However, we will not entertain any private negotiations. Incensed, Zhao Guozhu slammed his hand on the table and stormed out. Upon returning to the office, Liu Haotian, filled with indignation, remarked to Zhao Guozhu, County Chief Zhao, has Zhou Binghua lost his mind? Liu Haotian is causing a ruckus, and he too is joining in the chaos. Although Vice Mayor Fong's call was personal, he is nonetheless a prominent vice mayor in Baiming City. While he may not be a member of the standing committee, his influence in Baiming is substantial, having worked there for many years. Does Zhou Binghua not fear repercussions on his future political career for such actions? With a wry smile, Zhao Guozhu shook his head. It and Oppo's. It's not that I don and Oppo's, to understand. But the world changes too rapidly. I find myself perplexed. What charm does Liu Haotian possess that could incite Zhou Binghua, who has maintained a low profile for 3 years, to suddenly act so recklessly? While Zhao Guizhou and Liu Haotian were embroiled in their heated discussion, Liu Haotian was on the phone with Zhou Binghua. On the call, Zhou Binghua, with a look of resignation, said, "Liu Haotian, could you refrain from causing me more trouble? If you wish to deal with Cui Delong, Kuden and Oppos, you simply record it? Why resort to live streaming? Now, both the city and county are caught in the crossfire due to your broadcast. I have offended Vice Mayor Fong because of this, and it seems our construction and transportation projects in Hongshan County may face repercussions." Liu Haotian, with an apologetic smile, replied, "Secretary Zhou, I appreciate your support. Frankly, I am genuinely surprised by your backing in this matter. However, this only underscores that you are a county secretary who sincerely aims to serve the public without turning a blind eye. In truth, the public outcry resulting from this incident was unforeseen by me. My original intent was merely to assert my firm refusal to allow Tianxing Group to partake in the investment attraction of Qianhu Town, compelling them to retreat and alleviating the pressure from the county and city. However, I did not anticipate that Cui Delong would audaciously confront me in my office. I believe that had Cui Delong not acted so outlandishly, the public sentiment would not have escalated to such a frenzied extent. I find your handling of the situation commendable. It is indeed the only way to genuinely quell this public relations crisis." Zhou Binghua sighed. "Liu Haotian, you have truly revealed your brilliance this time. But this is not necessarily advantageous. Do not forget that while the planning scheme for Qianhu Town has been established, many specific projects require city approval for actual implementation. Unfortunately, Vice Mayor Fong oversees the construction and execution of these projects. If he decides to obstruct you, the planning scheme for Qianhu Town may very well be rendered void." Upon hearing this, Liu Haotian's expression turned to one of shock and dismay. "Surely, this cannot be true?" "It is indeed true," came the reply, and Liu Haotian's face darkened with worry. Chapter 35. The malicious schemes of Tianxing Group. Liu Haotian's cloud of sorrow appeared swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. In a mere moment, his face radiated with sunshine once more. Zhou Binghua, intrigued, looked at Liu Haotian and inquired, "Liu Haotian, have you devised a countermeasure?" Liu Haotian shook his head, replying, "I have no specific countermeasure. However, I believe that when life presents joy, one must embrace it fully and not allow the golden cup to face the moon in vain. Since the event has yet to unfold, why should I worry? We shall address it when the time comes. I trust that with Vice Mayor Fong's discernment, he wouldn't stoop to complicating matters for a mere town committee secretary like myself. That would be beneath him." Zhou Binghua was rendered speechless. At that moment, Liu Haotian suddenly stated, "Secretary Zhou, our Qianhu Town plans to host its inaugural investment promotion conference in a month. We would be honored to have you attend and provide guidance. Might I request your esteemed presence?" Zhou Binghua was taken aback. "So soon?" Liu Haotian smiled, saying, "Speed is of the essence in our endeavors. Our construction committee has been established, and related preparations have been underway for some time. I am confident we can hold the conference in a month." Zhou Binghua smiled in return, "Very well, I shall certainly attend. I hope you do not disappoint me." Liu Haotian chuckled, "When have I ever let you down?" As days passed, the streets and alleys of Qianhu Town were adorned with numerous promotional billboards announcing the first investment promotion conference. Under Zhou Binghua's direct oversight, the news was prominently displayed on the official website of Hongshan County. Everything was progressing methodically. At that very moment, within the only five-star hotel in Hongshan County, the chairman of Tianxing Group, Cui Delong, was convening a meeting with his subordinates. With a grim expression, Cui Delong declared, "Brothers, in just over 20 days, Qianhu Town will hold its first investment promotion conference, yet Liu Haotian has excluded Tianxing Group from participation. This is absolutely intolerable. Moreover, Liu Haotian has even requested the county to detain me, attempting to accuse me of instigating trouble. He underestimates the power of Tianxing Group. I was merely taken to the police station to provide a statement and was released, yet a record remains, which is a humiliation to me, Cui Delong. And to our group. We must retaliate fiercely. What do you all propose?" After Cui Delong and Oppos' speech, Zhang Debin, the vice president of Tianxing Group sitting to his left, slammed the table, exclaiming, "Liu Haotian is utterly lawless. He must learn why the flowers bloom so red. Boss, I have a suggestion. Since Liu Haotian wishes to hold the investment promotion conference, let us ensure it cannot proceed smoothly. We can engage some self-media to publicize the situation, placing all the blame squarely on Liu Haotian. When that time comes, no matter how he explains, he will inevitably bear the responsibility for the conference's failure. And we can leverage our connections to apply pressure from above, effectively toppling him from his position as town committee secretary. After pondering for a moment, Cui Delong nodded. Your idea has merit, but how should we execute it? Zhang Deben grinned. Boss, knowing your long-standing displeasure with Liu Haotian, I have been infiltrating the internal affairs of the construction committee. I have successfully secured the cooperation of an insider, through whom I have obtained the contact information of major investors that Qianhu Town has been liaising with across our province. We merely need to have someone call these investors in the name of Qianhu Town, extorting money under various pretexts, thereby causing them to lose all interest in attending the conference. I am confident that without the participation of these influential investors, Liu Haotian's conference will surely end in failure. Cui Delong looked at Zhang Deben with appreciation and slammed the table, saying, Excellent work, old Zhang. You will take charge of this matter. If you succeed, your salary will double starting next month. Zhang Deben quickly expressed his gratitude, assuring he would handle the task diligently. For Zhang Deben and his associates, while they may lack the skills to expand territories and develop markets, they are undoubtedly adept at employing underhanded tactics. Under Zhang Deben and Appo's direct supervision, the construction committee of Qianhu Town, after much hard work, contacted each major investor in the province. However, with just 2 weeks remaining until the conference, they began to inform Qianhu Town that they would no longer be attending. Some enterprises even lodged complaints with Hongshan County and Baiming City, claiming that Qianhu Town staff extorted money from them under various guises, reaching a level of despicability that was intolerable. During this period, Liu Haotian and Liang Youde received calls of condemnation from both the county and city authorities. Liang Youde took this opportunity to criticize Liu Haotian's organization of the construction committee, while Liu Haotian furrowed his brow and promptly initiated an internal investigation, confirming that no one within the committee had made such calls. Subsequently, Liu Haotian personally reached out to these enterprises to conduct inquiries. Ultimately, he confirmed that someone had impersonated the construction committee to extort money. Liu Haotian could only apologize to these enterprises, sincerely inviting them to continue their part one. Upon hearing Lin Qianqian's voice, Liu Haotian's spirits lifted considerably, prompting him to confide his frustrations to her. It is all about the upcoming investment promotion conference. Our Qianhu Town has painstakingly managed to contact over a dozen formidable enterprises in Beyi province, inviting them to our investment promotion event. However, to our dismay, the Tianxing Group managed to secure the contact details of a staff member from our construction committee, acquiring the list of these investors. They then proceeded to extort money from these investors under the guise of Qianhu Town, resulting in their decision to withdraw from attending our conference. Lin Qianqian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, what a trivial matter, Liu Haotian. How about this? Allow your little sister to resolve this for you. But you must promise to marry me. Liu Haotian chuckled wryly, responding, Lin Qianqian, please, do not jest. I have always regarded you as my good brother. With a playful pout, Lin Qianqian retorted, Humph, I knew you lacked the courage, but fine. Since you consider me your good brother, I shall take it upon myself to rectify this situation. Here is the plan. Tomorrow, I shall visit your Qianhu Town with a camera. You will accompany me to the most picturesque locations, and I will create a promotional video for your town. The central bank offers annual opportunities for free advertising, targeting resource-rich yet financially constrained towns like yours. The individual responsible for this initiative is my senior, and I can enlist his assistance to expedite the release of your promotional video. However, you must be responsible for the promotional plan. If it merely showcases scenic views, it will yield little impact. You must ensure that within mere seconds, the video captures everyone's attention and makes them remember Qianhu Town. Liu Haotian's eyes brightened at this prospect. If that is the case, it sounds simple. How about you come over tonight? We can commence filming at dawn tomorrow, aiming to complete the promotional video by the afternoon, as our investment promotion conference is just over half a month away. All right, then I shall stay at your place tonight, she replied with a playful tone. Around 11:30 p.m., Lin Qianqian drove to Qianhu Town and settled into Liu Haotian's room, taking over his bed, while he resigned himself to a night on the sofa. The following morning, they rose early, around 6 o'clock a.m., and spent the entire morning exploring the distinctive locales of Qianhu Town, capturing over 2 hours of video footage and photographs. Upon returning to Liu Haotian and Appo's office in the afternoon, Lin Qianqian utilized his computer for editing, while Liu Haotian diligently devised an advertising strategy. Once the final product was ready, Lin Qianqian playfully tapped Liu Haotian's forehead and remarked, Liu Haotian, with your intellect, it is a travesty that you are not in advertising. I am certain this advertisement will create a tremendous sensation. With pride radiating from his expression, Liu Haotian declared, "Of course, with my precision, every move hits the mark. If I, Liu Haotian, personally take charge, failure would render me a laughingstock." Lin Qianxian shot him a skeptical glance. "Keep boasting. Let an amp, oppos, see what happens if this advertisement fails to gain traction." Chapter 36. The arrival of foreign investors. Lin Qianxian exhibited remarkable efficiency. Merely a week later, the advertisement film for Qianhu Town, crafted in collaboration with Liu Haotian, was broadcasted on the Central Television and Oppos' agricultural channels 6 times a day, each for 12 seconds. Following the airing of this advertisement, the phone lines of Qianhu Town and Oppos' construction committee were inundated with calls. From that day forth, the committee maintained a 24-hour hotline to manage the incessant inquiries pouring in from various parties. At this moment, in the provincial committee's dormitory in Bai Province, Secretary Liu Tianming was enjoying dinner while watching a program on the agricultural channel. Suddenly, an advertisement appeared, distinctive in its presentation. The ad featured Liu Haotian, unadorned and natural, wielding a fishing rod as he deftly baited the hook and cast it onto the lake's surface. No sooner had the bobber touched the water than it plunged beneath the surface. With a swift motion, Liu Haotian lifted the rod while simultaneously netting a carp weighing over 3 pounds, all executed with remarkable fluidity in under 8 seconds. The subsequent 3 seconds showcased various serene lake vistas, culminating in a striking message: Qianhu Town, a fishing specialty town, now open for investment. With all public waters available for free fishing, investors with less than 5 billion in capital need not apply. A hotline number followed. Despite his busy schedule, Secretary Liu, who cherished fishing as his favorite outdoor pastime, was captivated by Liu Haotian's seamless fishing technique. His eyes widened in amazement, and he exclaimed, "This young man is truly skilled. His motions are impeccable, and the advertisement is extraordinarily creative and enticing. It accomplishes multiple objectives, quite impressive indeed." Subsequently, Liu Tianming contacted his secretary, saying, "Xiao Wang, arrange for us to go fishing in Qianhu Town during the National Day holiday. Keep it between us, just the two of us." Unbeknownst to Liu Haotian, his advertisement had piqued the interest of the provincial secretary in the fishing resources of Qianhu Town. Even more surprising was the immense buzz generated by the advertisement. Since its release, the construction committee's temporary office had been plagued by a relentless flurry of phone calls. Liu Haotian was compelled to arrange for personnel to be on call around the clock, anxious not to miss any potential investors. At this moment, Liu Haotian remained apprehensive about whether the number of investors at the upcoming investment negotiation conference would meet expectations and whether their financial capabilities would align with the requirements of Qianhu Town. However, within 3 days, this anxiety dissipated entirely as feedback from the construction committee indicated interest from at least 8 investment firms with capital exceeding 10 billion. Many recognized the immense business opportunity presented by the statement regarding free fishing in all public waters. The excitement within Liu Haotian and the committee intensified as several fishing tackle and bait production companies reached out for collaboration, with some even proposing enticing offers that stirred considerable enthusiasm among committee members. Yet, when these figures were relayed to Liu Haotian, he merely chuckled, saying, "Do they really think such a modest sum could secure naming rights for our fishing town project? Dream on." Song Wudi, taken aback by Liu Haotian's response, remarked, "Secretary Liu, are you jesting? That's 8 million. Just to secure naming rights for a year, and you find it insufficient? Don't scare them off with such high demands." Liu Haotian reassured him, "Rest assured, every company that approaches us is akin to a benefactor. I won't let any slip away. This is a golden opportunity to enhance our town's financial standing and influence. However, the nature of the naming rights must be thoroughly negotiated." The ensuing days saw the construction committee bustling with activity, yet the atmosphere was charged with excitement as interest in the unique town project surged. The incessant ringing of inquiry calls was a clear indication of the project as potential success. The committee members understood that the viability of their specialty town project directly impacted their salaries and bonuses. The more successful the project, the higher their earnings and chances for promotion, a promise Liu Haotian had made to them. As spirits soared, the employee who had betrayed the committee returned to his original post, now burdened with a reprimand. Witnessing the current buoyancy of the committee, he was consumed with jealousy, regretting his actions too late, forced to observe his former colleagues thrive. One morning, while Liu Haotian contemplated the arrangements for the investment negotiation conference, Song Wudi rushed into his office, a look of urgency on his face. Secretary Liu. We have a situation. Liu Haotian, furrowing his brow, inquired, what is going on? There's a caller speaking in Korean, but none of us can understand. They might be investors from South Korea wishing to visit Qianhu Town, but we lack a plan to accommodate them. Missing out on good investors would be a grave loss. Song Wudi explained. Without hesitation, Liu Haotian stood up, declaring, let me take the call. Song Wudi, surprised, remarked, Secretary Liu, your resume doesn't mention any proficiency in Korean. With a faint smile, Liu Haotian replied, the language is quite simple. I studied it for a few months. While writing in Korean is beyond my abilities, conversing is easy. Song Wudi was left speechless, realizing that Liu Haotian was not as serious as he appeared. He possessed a sense of humor. Upon entering the temporary office next door, Liu Haotian picked up the phone and began conversing in Korean, greeting the caller with Annyeonghaseyo and Simida. The astonished gazes of the committee staff reflected their admiration and surprise at Liu Haotian's fluency in the language. As Liu Haotian concluded the call, another staff member approached Song Wudi with a distressed expression, saying, Secretary Song, now we have a caller speaking Japanese, and we can't understand that either. Song Wudi felt overwhelmed. Were these foreign investors coordinating their calls? He turned his pleading gaze towards Liu Haotian, who smiled and confidently stepped forward to take the call, engaging in conversation in Japanese. If it could be said that previously Liu Haotian's ability to communicate effortlessly in Korean had garnered immense respect from the staff of the construction committee present. At this very moment, as he once again demonstrated his fluency in Japanese, the gazes of all those staff members towards Liu Haotian transcended mere admiration. They were now filled with reverence. Who would have imagined that in the small town of Qianhu in Hongshan County, there existed a cadre of such rank who could converse fluently in both Korean and Japanese with foreign investors? However, upon concluding this phone call, a grave expression settled upon Liu Haotian's face. Song Wudi, sensing that something might be amiss, followed Liu Haotian into his office. Secretary Liu, what seems to be the matter? Song Wudi inquired. Liu Haotian responded with a wry smile. It's not a matter of a fierce dragon crossing the river. The investors from Sushi Country have directly stated their intention to invest in our Qianhu Town, and they aim to make a substantial investment, suggesting that we forego our investment promotion conference, as they will finance the development of our fishing-themed town. Upon hearing this, Song Wudi furrowed his brow. They certainly have a grandiose attitude, but the issue lies in the fact that our advertisements have already been disseminated, and all arrangements for the conference are progressing smoothly. How can we simply cancel the investment promotion conference based on their words? These individuals from Sushi Country are overly self-assured. Secretary Liu, what are your plans? Liu Haotian smiled slightly. We and AMP, Oppos, LL proceed as planned. If they wish to come, we welcome them, and if they choose not to, that is entirely their prerogative. The reason we are holding this investment promotion initiative for our fishing-themed town is not solely to attract one or two investors, but to enhance the influence of our fishing-themed town. Moreover, this project is merely the first step in my broader vision for the entire Qianhu Town. The launching of this first project will pave the way for more endeavors, allowing the citizens of Qianhu Town to reap greater benefits and improve their lives. Just as Liu Haotian finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, a voice imbued with authority resonated on the other end. Comrade Liu Haotian, I am Cui Fugui, the deputy county head of Hongshan County, overseeing agriculture and investment promotion. I need to discuss an important matter with you. Liu Haotian instantly replied with a smile. Deputy head Cui, please go ahead. Cui Fugui nodded. Comrade Liu Haotian, not long ago, we hosted Mr. Taro Inoue, the head of the Kawasaki Group, a large investment enterprise from Sushi Country. Mr. Inoue expressed his willingness to invest significantly in developing tourism and related cultural products in Hongshan County. We have already signed an investment agreement which focuses on your Qianhu Town. How about this? You come over and have a thorough discussion with the executives of Kawasaki Group to facilitate future cooperation on the related investment endeavors. Chapter 37. The relocation of the potatoes. Upon hearing the account from Cui Fugui, Liu Haotian's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, Deputy County Head Cui, may I inquire if you possess the authority to represent our Qianhu Town Committee and government in signing this so-called investment agreement? What gives you the right? According to proper procedure, even if we were to sign an investment agreement, it must bear my signature as the secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee to be valid. What does it mean for you, a mere deputy county head, to overstep your bounds? As for discussions with the senior executives of the Kawasaki Group, I must decline. I have neither the interest nor the necessity to engage. Furthermore, I can unequivocally inform you that the so-called investment agreement you signed is null and void. With that, Liu Haotian abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Cui Fugue slammed his fist on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "This Liu Haotian truly lacks appreciation for the situation." He then proceeded directly to the office of Deputy County Head Du Guibin, relaying Liu Haotian's sentiments. Du Guibin merely smiled slightly in that case. "Let us not concern ourselves with this matter for now. Inform Mr. Inoue that for this project to succeed, the Tianxing Group must first establish a rapport with the key leadership of Qianhu Town. Let them handle this. We shall not intervene for the time being. After all, we have already secured the upper hand in this project. Regardless of Liu Haotian's agreement or disagreement, we possess the means to respond accordingly. However, should Liu Haotian and the Tianxing Group reach an impasse or escalate the situation, we can hold him accountable." After concluding the conversation with Cui Fugue, Liu Haotian dismissed the incident from his mind. For him, the unwavering advancement of the investment promotion conference was of paramount importance for Qianhu Town. The purpose of this investment promotion conference was not merely to address the financing issues of Qianhu Town, but encompassed a multitude of objectives. Thus, Liu Haotian would not compromise on the financing matters of Qianhu Town. The following morning, while Liu Haotian was engrossed in reviewing the summary results of the construction committee, Song Wudi knocked on the door and entered. "Secretary Liu, a department head from the Tianxing Group, has arrived, expressing a desire for a serious discussion with you." Liu Haotian furrowed his brow. "They have sent only a department head?" Song Wudi nodded in affirmation. Liu Haotian's expression turned somber. "It appears the Tianxing Group holds themselves in high regard. As far as I know, the department head is the most basic organizational tier in Japanese corporate structure. At best, a mid-level position. In some large companies, a department head barely qualifies as middle management, often just a core member of the grassroots operations. For the Tianxing Group to send merely a department head for negotiations with Qianhu Town is quite audacious. Very well, I shall meet him. I am curious to discover what the Tianxing Group intends to convey." He instructed that the individual should wait for him in the conference room in 30 minutes. Liu Haotian entered the conference room an hour later, where he found a short, slightly overweight individual with a pair of small mustaches from the Sushi Nation, furiously pounding the table and shouting in incomprehensible gibberish. The staff present were left in bewilderment, unable to grasp the nature of his tirade. But it was evident that he was quite irate. Liu Haotian, however, understood perfectly what was being said. He cast a cold glance at the individual and took his seat at the head of the table, stating icily, "I am the secretary of Qianhu Town. What business do you have with me? If you cannot speak Chinese, you may leave at once." The individual continued his rant in gibberish, to which Liu Haotian scoffed, "Indeed. We are seeking investment, but regrettably, being a mere township, we do not have the provision for translators. Should you require translation services, you must arrange for them yourself." Liu Haotian could discern that despite the individual speaking in gibberish, he clearly understood Liu's words but chose to feign ignorance. A smirk of disdain crept across Liu Haotian's face. "You dare to put on airs in my domain? Let us see how I shall deal with you." When the individual continued his tirade, Liu Haotian stood up and declared, "Apologies, but I cannot comprehend what you are saying. If you do not understand Chinese, I believe there is no necessity for us to continue this conversation. Good day." With that, he turned to leave. The individual, now visibly furious, retorted, "Liu Haotian, is this how you treat investors as the secretary of Qianhu Town?" Liu Haotian smiled slightly. "I greet all investors with warmth. However, you clearly understand Chinese, yet choose to speak gibberish with me. What is your intent? Do you wish to intimidate Qianhu Town? Or do you believe that your previous remarks were beyond my comprehension? If you hold such disdain for our nation and Qianhu Town, what is left to negotiate?" Upon hearing this, the individual appeared momentarily stunned, realizing that Liu Haotian had indeed understood his disparaging comments about Qianhu Town, which he assumed no one would comprehend. "Secretary Liu, I apologize. I was somewhat overzealous." The short, mustachioed individual bowed to Liu Haotian, his demeanor seemingly contrite. Liu Haotian regarded him coldly. "Since you have adjusted your attitude, let us discuss further. Please speak candidly about your intentions." "Secretary Liu, I am Nakayama Masaru, the head of the Comprehensive Business Department of the Tianxing Group. I am here to formally inform you that our group intends to invest significantly in Qianhu Town, transforming it into a peaceful and friendly tourist destination between our two nations. We plan to incorporate numerous unique architectural and cultural elements from our Sushi Nation, creating a one-of-a-kind tourist attraction characterized by water-themed Sushi Nation aesthetics. Additionally, We will establish several hotels and dining establishments that reflect Sushi Nation style. Nakayama Masaharu continued to elaborate for over 10 minutes, detailing the plans of the Chuansaki Group. After he concluded, Liu Haotian smiled slightly. Mr. Nakayama, I regret to inform you that your proposed plan does not align with the long-term economic development strategy of Qianhu Town. Therefore, we shall not adopt it. If you wish to develop in Qianhu Town, please attend our scheduled investment promotion conference and strictly adhere to our town's planning guidelines. Should you choose not to follow our guidelines, perhaps you might consider alternative locations. As Liu Haotian finished speaking, Nakayama Masaharu's expression darkened. Liu Haotian, our senior leadership has already reached an agreement with your county leaders, who are quite favorable towards our proposal. Do you intend to disregard their opinions? In Nakayama's view, as a grassroots official, Liu Haotian should neither dare nor have the authority to reject the directives of higher-ups, a principle strictly upheld in their Sushi Nation. However, Liu Haotian merely smiled. Since you have already negotiated with our county and even signed a cooperation agreement, I suggest you direct your inquiries to the county. There is no need to seek me out. If you insist on seeking me out, allow me to impart this wisdom. Should you desire to invest in our Qianhu Town, you must adhere to our established rules. If you wish to create your own rules, then you may as well take a hike. Zhongshan Zhengtai furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean by take a hike? Song Wudi chuckled and clarified, it means to roll away, or in simpler terms, to scram. Zhongshan Zhengtai suddenly grasped the meaning, glaring at Liu Haotian and exclaiming, You dare to use such vulgar language. Liu Haotian replied nonchalantly, when friends arrive, we offer fine wine. But if wolves come, we are armed with shotguns. With that, Liu Haotian rose and strode toward the exit, instructing, Song Wudi, see our guests out. Upon Liu Haotian's return to his office, Song Wudi hurried after him, and Liu Haotian, with a look of surprise, asked, is Zhongshan Zhengtai intent on causing trouble? Song Wudi shook his head, not quite. A business representative from the Kimchi Nation has arrived, specifically the Minister of the Marketing Department, Park Juanqi. He wishes to speak with you personally. Liu Haotian nodded thoughtfully. Since he is from the Kimchi Nation, let us engage in conversation. During our previous phone discussions, he exhibited a rather humble demeanor. Once back in the conference room, Liu Haotian had scarcely taken his seat when a well-groomed man in his 30s, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, entered, exuding an air of confidence. After settling in, Park Juanqi smiled warmly at Liu Haotian, introducing himself. Greetings, Secretary Liu. I am Park Juanqi, representing the Youde Group from the Kimchi Nation. Our conglomerate is a large-scale, culture-driven enterprise that has produced several popular media programs and a variety of internationally recognized cultural tourism products. Our president for Asian Affairs, Mr. Jean Dajuan, after viewing your advertisements on Central Television, expressed great admiration for the natural beauty of Qianhu Town. Following a thorough investigation, our Youde Group has decided to develop Qianhu Town into a high-end leisure resort centered around a film base. We will liaise with major film companies in the Kimchi Nation to shoot on location in your film city, thereby promoting Qianhu Town globally while simultaneously advancing the development of the resort. The investment will be no less than several billion, and I trust, Secretary Liu, that you will not decline such an offer. This investment scale far exceeds what you had anticipated in your promotional materials. Surely, you must feel a sense of surprise? As he spoke, Park Juanqi produced a substantial dossier from his bag and handed it to Liu Haotian. Chapter 38. Harvesting Peaches. Liu Haotian meticulously examined the materials he received. His eyes filled with astonishment. Even he had not anticipated that the Youde Group from South Korea would be willing to invest over 10 billion yuan in this project. It appeared that Qianhu Town had truly become a coveted prize. At this moment, Song Wudi was utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that, following just a single advertisement, the once impoverished and backward Qianhu Town could attract such a staggering investment. This was undeniably a remarkable feat, to be frank. Song Wudi was feeling somewhat tempted at this juncture. His gaze turned towards Liu Haotian, who smiled faintly and addressed Mr. Park Juanqi, expressing gratitude for the Youde Group and AMP, Oppo's interest and recognition of Qianhu Town. From your planning proposal, I perceive your genuine intent to invest. However, I regret to inform you that, despite the excellence of your proposal, its design philosophy diverges significantly from our vision for Qianhu Town. Mr. Park's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Liu Haotian. Secretary Liu, are you serious? If we implement this proposal, I am confident that Qianhu Town's economy will soar, resulting in a substantial increase in GDP and a remarkable boost in fiscal revenue. Liu Haotian nodded gently. Mr. Park, I acknowledge your assertions. As I can see the strong commercial elements in your proposal, I believe that if your plan were to be executed, the growth you mentioned could indeed materialize. So why do you not accept it? Confusion etched on his face. Mr. Park gazed at Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian replied with a slight smile. While your plan for establishing a tourism resort holds considerable feasibility, I must emphasize that its execution would inevitably inflict severe damage on the natural environment of Qianhu Town. Furthermore, it fails to fully utilize the natural advantages of our vast water bodies. The establishment of a film city would also cause significant harm to our environment. For us, lush mountains and clear waters signify wealth. Only the fishing-themed town project can truly maximize our natural resources. However, these concerns were not the most critical factors. The core issue was that, whether it be your tourism resort or film city project, the primary beneficiaries would be your Youde group, while the citizens of Qianhu Town would not reap lasting benefits. The true aim of our planned fishing-themed town project is to ensure that the people of Qianhu Town can enjoy enduring benefits from our beautiful natural resources for generations to come. Mr. Park and Amp. Oppo's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he remarked, Secretary Liu, do you officials not require achievements? Surely, the accomplishments stemming from our project would far surpass those from your fishing-themed town, wouldn't they? Whether in terms of GDP or fiscal revenue. Choosing our project would yield far greater results. Wouldn't our project also address the employment issues faced by the populace? Liu Haotian shook his head. Mr. Park, since you have broached this topic, I will speak candidly. May I ask, once your project is implemented, will you direct all tourists to the hotels you operate? Mr. Park nodded. That is essential. The tourism resort and film city projects are interconnected, sharing traffic. Thus, the tourist spending would flow into your coffers. While you would pay taxes and generate significant GDP, the citizens of Qianhu Town would merely be employees without any ownership rights. Conversely, the ultimate goal of our fishing-themed town project is to enable the populace to lead prosperous and fulfilling lives. I aspire for the influx of visitors from this project to translate into tangible benefits for our citizens. After a long silence, Mr. Park, with a bitter smile, replied, All right. Secretary Liu, you've convinced me. However, I regret to inform you that our company and Oppo's upper management remains inclined towards the linked tourism resort and film city proposal. I may not be able to persuade them, and they have recently been in discussions with your deputy mayor in charge of tourism and culture, Fang Jinping, who has shown great enthusiasm and interest in our investment. Be prepared for that. As Mr. Park departed, Liu Haotian and Song Wude found themselves in distress. Song Wude, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, Secretary Liu, what is the meaning of this? Before our advertisement aired, neither the city nor the county showed any interest in helping us develop the tourism industry, let alone assist with attracting investments. Now that we've launched the advertisement and Qianhu Town has gained attention, everyone wants to come and help us secure investments and projects. Is this not a blatant attempt to seize our opportunities? How shameless. With a sigh, Liu Haotian replied, In this world, all are driven by profit, and everyone seeks their own gain. Yet, after uttering these words, Liu Haotian's gaze sharpened. I do not care who desires to take the fruits of our labor in Qianhu Town. If anyone dares to dismiss our fishing town project, I will ensure they learn that improperly harvesting peaches can lead to thorns. Song Wude observed Liu Haotian, who in an instant was filled with renewed determination. He extended his hand, clasping Liu Haotian's firmly, and declared, Secretary Liu, rest assured, regardless of whether the path ahead is fraught with tempests or towering waves, I shall steadfastly stand by your side, as will Chu Yuncheng. Liu Haotian responded with a smile and a nod. With merely 3 days remaining until the inaugural investment promotion conference in Qianhu Town, Liu Haotian intended to revisit the local waters that morning to gather pertinent information for future decisions. Just as he and Song Wude settled into their vehicle, Liang Youde rushed down from the building, breathless, and positioned himself before the car. Liu Haotian rolled down the window and inquired, Mayor Liang, what is the meaning of this? Gasping for breath, Liang Youde replied, Secretary Liu, please do not depart. I just received a call from the city. Vice Mayor Fang Jinping, along with the director of the Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism and several city leaders, are en route to our Qianhu Town. They will arrive in a little over half an hour, and Vice Mayor Fang has specifically requested to see you. You must stay. Liu Haotian and Oppo's brow furrowed involuntarily, a sense of vexation rising within him. It seemed that Vice Mayor Fang intended to personally conduct his own affairs. At that moment, Meng Qingze also emerged from the building. breathlessly leaning on his knees as he gazed at Liu Haotian, stating, "Secretary Liu, I just received a call from the county. County Mayor Zhao Guozhu and Deputy County Mayor Cui Fuguei, accompanied by the Director of the County Bureau of Culture and Tourism and other officials, are heading to our Qianhu Town and are expected to arrive in half an hour." Liu Haotian inhaled deeply, a profound sense of foreboding weighing upon him like a dark cloud threatening to engulf the city. He felt an overwhelming pressure upon his shoulders. The county and city leaders were personally arriving in their humble Qianhu Town, evidently drawn by the prospect of investment. He was merely a modest town committee secretary, striving to promote the fishing-themed town project, yet faced with this dual burden of immense pressure, he questioned whether he could endure it. In that moment, Liu Haotian's spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Chapter 39. The fishing elder. Liu Haotian's mind raced as he realized that if he remained, whether it was Zhao Guozhu or Fang Jinping who arrived, facing such overwhelming pressure, even if he stood tall as a mere town committee secretary, he would likely be unable to withstand it. With this thought, Liu Haotian coldly remarked, "Mayor Liang, Mayor Ming, since you received the call, it is only fitting that you handle this person. I did not receive any direct communication, so you may manage today's affairs as you see fit. However, I must emphasize that any matters concerning the planning projects of our fishing town must be confirmed by the construction committee before any adjustments can be made. Otherwise, no one has the authority to modify them." After speaking, Liu Haotian gestured to Song Wude, and the two once again climbed into the car, departing from the town committee courtyard. In the vehicle, Song Wude remarked with a bitter expression, "It's truly difficult to accomplish anything. There are always meddlesome individuals. And when a task is completed, there are those who wish to reap the rewards without effort. Can't these people simply focus on their own responsibilities?" Liu Haotian replied, "In truth, most individuals are diligently attending to their own affairs. People like Fang Jinping and Zhao Guozhu are merely a small fraction. The unfortunate reality is that we have crossed paths with them. We cannot allow ourselves to be blinded by a single leaf and overlook the mountain. Let us go. I'm feeling down today and don't wish to work overtime. Let us go fishing," he suggested. Song Wude's spirits lifted immediately. "Great. I love fishing. Since the initiation of our fishing town project, I haven't had a day off for ages. Today is Sunday, and since I'm in a bad mood, let us take a proper break. However, Secretary Liu, I am not boasting, but when it comes to fishing skills, I reckon few in Qianhu Town can surpass me." Liu Haotian chuckled dismissively. "Comrade Song Wude, do you know why beef is so expensive this year? It's because of my boasting." Song Wude cleverly seized upon Liu Haotian's jest, but soon added with a hint of challenge, "Secretary Liu, how about we hold a fishing competition? Let us set a limit of 1 hour and see who catches the most fish by number and weight. The winner takes all. And the loser treats the winner to a week's worth of meals. What do you say?" Liu Haotian responded with heartfelt gratitude, "Wonderful. Song Wude, you are truly generous. I've been worried about not having enough for this month's salary, and you offer to treat me to a week's meals. What a good person you are." With unwavering confidence, Song Wude declared, "Secretary Liu, don't be so sure of yourself. I forgot to mention that although I currently work in Bei Province, I was born in Ludong Province, right next to the Huasher Fishing School. As a child, I often visited to play while the students were in class. Even though I haven't fished in many years, I may not be a master, but I can certainly claim to be an experienced angler." Liu Haotian laughed. "Song Wude, your confidence is amusing. Fishing in a pond is an entirely different concept from fishing in the wild. In a pond, there are patterns to follow. But wild fishing relies not only on luck, but also on a comprehensive understanding of weather, water conditions, fish behavior, bait, and even one and oppos's mindset. Conveniently, I always carry 2 sets of fishing gear in the car. Today, let me teach you what true fishing entails." As they discussed fishing, Liu Haotian and Song Wude engaged in a playful banter, with Song Wude eventually dropping the formal address of Secretary Liu and simply calling him by name. After driving for about 15 minutes, Liu Haotian arrived at a favored fishing spot. He parked the car, gathered his fishing box and gear, and the two settled down 10 meters apart. Liu Haotian had a variety of baits in his fishing bag, and after preparing their bait according to their own judgments, they were ready to cast their lines. At that moment, a red Hongqi HS-7 sped towards them and came to a halt. 2 individuals, an elderly man and a young man, emerged from the vehicle. The young man opened the trunk and retrieved 2 sets of fishing gear, first assisting the elder in setting up his fishing box before attending to his own equipment. The elder, sitting just 5 or 6 meters away from Liu Haotian, looked over and smiled. "Young man, how is the fishing here? Are there any big ones?" Liu Haotian smiled back. I've been here a few times. Typically, I catch carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds, and my best catch was a 28-pounder. However, there are plenty of crucian carp and whitebait in this river. If you're aiming for carp, it's best not to use overly pungent baits, or the whitebait will be quite bothersome. If you're after larger fish, I recommend using pellets or fresh corn kernels instead of commercial bait. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded knowingly. That's troublesome. I only brought Wild War Blue Crucian, 918. And Speed Attack, the old favorites. Liu Haotian chuckled and offered, I have redworm pellets and corn kernels here. Choose whichever suits your preferences. The elder inspected Liu Haotian's offerings and smiled. Young man, your preparation appears quite comprehensive. You must be quite the fishing expert. Liu Haotian proudly replied, Old sir, you truly have a discerning eye. I wouldn't dare claim anything else, but when it comes to fishing, I can confidently assert that no one in my hometown would dare contest my position as the best. Song Wude interjected humorously, How many people are there in your hometown? Liu Haotian pondered briefly. There must be around 700 or 800. And how many of those fish? At least 7 or 8, Liu Haotian replied. Song Wude raised his thumb in mock admiration. Liu Haotian, you are impressive. Being the best among 7 or 8 people. I feel no pressure at all about winning today. As the banter continued, the elder listened with amusement, his smile widening, while his hands moved with remarkable skill. In under 10 minutes, everything was set. He deftly attached the redworm pellets and cast his line. On Liu Haotian's side, he employed a strategy of frequent casts using commercial bait, mixing Wild War Blue Crucian, 918, Speed Attack, and Big Plate Crucian in a ratio of 3:2 to create a bait blend. Once both had prepared their bait, Song Wude provocatively asked, Shall we begin, Liu Haotian? Liu Haotian nodded, and the fishing competition officially commenced. However, just as they cast their lines, the elder and Apo's bobber abruptly plunged beneath the surface. The elder swiftly lifted his rod, and the line emitted a sizzling sound as the fishing rod bent dramatically. Unperturbed, the elder stood up slowly, skillfully playing the fish. After a good 5 minutes, the fish finally surfaced. The young man quickly brought a net to scoop it up. As they beheld the catch, both Liu Haotian and Song Wude were momentarily speechless. The fish weighed over 10 pounds, and the elder gleefully placed it into his keep net. At that moment, although Liu Haotian and Song Wude were transfixed by the elder's catch, they remained engaged in their own activities. Liu Haotian's tactic involved frequently casting and creating a cloud of bait in front of him to attract the fish, while Song Wude adopted a similar strategy. However, the two initially caught primarily small fish, such as whitebait and crucian carp, due to the use of commercial bait. As the number of whitebait dwindled and crucian carp became more prevalent, Liu Haotian's spirits began to lift. He understood that the reduction of whitebait indicated that larger fish were starting to enter the feeding area he had prepared. Soon after, the crucian carp also began to decrease in number, further sharpening Liu Haotian and Apo's focus. Just then, Song Wude and Apo's float suddenly bobbed upwards. Without hesitation, Song Wude lifted his rod to strike, and the line tightened, bending the rod into a pronounced arc. He instinctively pulled back. Simultaneously, Liu Haotian's float also plunged sharply, prompting him to raise his rod as well, producing a similarly impressive bend, with the line emitting a squeaking sound. The two exchanged glances, chuckling in unison. 5 minutes later, Liu Haotian landed a hefty carp weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, while Song Wude caught a grass carp weighing about 10 pounds. Waving his catch triumphantly, Song Wude boasted, Liu, did you see that? Over 10 pounds. This time, you're definitely losing. However, in a twist of fate, the previously docile grass carp suddenly thrashed violently, causing Song Wude to lose his grip. The fish splashed back into the water and disappeared in an instant. Liu Haotian burst into laughter, teasing, Song Wude, do you understand the saying self-inflicted misery? Don't be too proud. Frustrated, Song Wude could only sit back down and continue fishing. Meanwhile, Liu Haotian and the old man began to reel and fish continuously. At that moment, Liu Haotian and Apo's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Liang Youde was calling. He hung up immediately, anticipating another call, and silenced his phone. Liu Haotian was well aware that Liang Youde's intention was to summon him back to host Feng Jinping and Zhao Guozhu, but he had no desire to meet them today. Soon, Song Wude's phone rang as well. Lacking Liu Haotian's audacity, he answered the call and set it to speaker mode, ensuring Liu Haotian could hear. As soon as the call connected, Liang Youde and Apo's furious voice came through. Song Wude, please inform Liu Haotian to return to the town committee compound immediately. Vice Mayor Fong and County Chief Zhao have arrived, and they are waiting for him. With a bitter smile, Song Wude turned to Liu Haotian and asked, "Boss, should we head back or not?" Liu Haotian took a deep breath and replied decisively, "We are not going back. Let us continue fishing." Song Wude promptly told Liang Youde. "Town Head Liang, I'm sorry, but Secretary Liu is currently busy. He mentioned earlier that you would be responsible for the reception." With that, he hung up the phone. The old man beside them chuckled and remarked, "Young man, you have quite the nerve to ignore the vice mayor and county chief. Aren't you afraid they will make things difficult for you?" Liu Haotian responded with a wry smile. "Old sir, you don't understand. These two only come when they need something. They clearly intend to take advantage of us. One wants to develop a tourism resort and film city project with Korean investors, while the other seeks to implement a Japanese-style cultural tourism project. They aim to turn our Qianhu Town's initiatives into their own achievements. It and Oppo's utterly shameless." The old man laughed. "So, you don't want them to steal your accomplishments?" Liu Haotian scoffed. "I truly don't care about accolades, but I cannot allow them to wreak havoc in our Qianhu Town. Surely they won't create chaos, as they are high-ranking officials," the old man suggested. Liu Haotian snorted. "Their rank may be high, but their awareness is not necessarily elevated. My goal in developing the Fishing Town project is for the people of Qianhu Town to genuinely experience the true meaning of green mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. I want to ensure that the residents can derive stable and lasting benefits from this project, improving their quality of life. While projects from the sushi country and the kimchi country are indeed feasible, their implementation would inevitably harm our environment. Even if they succeed, only the developers would benefit, and the common folk would merely become laborers, which is contrary to my original intention for the Fishing Town project. If a project cannot genuinely benefit the people, then regardless of the political accolades or financial gains it may bring, I do not deem it a worthwhile endeavor." After expressing these thoughts, Liu Haotian felt a weight lift from his heart. He then apologized. "Uncle, I'm sorry for being so emotional and interrupting your fishing." The old man waved his hand with a smile. "Your ideals are commendable. Let us return to fishing. I shall join your fishing competition." Liu Haotian nodded in agreement. The trio continued fishing for over 3 hours. As mealtime approached, they began to tally their catches. To their astonishment, upon counting, Liu Haotian and Song Wude realized that their combined haul did not match the old man's catch. Liu Haotian looked at the old man with a rueful smile and said, "Uncle, you are truly a master angler. How about this? Today, I'll treat you to a grand meal. We wagered before we came that the loser would treat the winner to a week's worth of meals. If you come here every day for the next week, I will gladly cover your meals." The old man chuckled and waved his hand. "I can only come on weekends. Let us enjoy a meal today. I'm eager to taste the unique red braised carp that Qianhu Town is known for." Liu Haotian replied, "If you wish to enjoy red braised carp, we should return to town. The small tavern across from the town committee compound makes it exceptionally well, and I'll treat you there." The old man laughed. "Aren't you concerned about running into those two officials there?" Liu Haotian scoffed. "Even if I do, it matters not. No matter what they say, I will not acquiesce unless they dismiss me from my position as secretary of the town committee." A trace of surprise flickered in the old man's eyes, and he regarded Liu Haotian with newfound admiration. Shortly after, the group departed in their respective vehicles, heading straight to the tavern across from the town committee compound. As Liu Haotian and his companions entered the tavern, Liang Youde received a report from his subordinates. He hurriedly relayed the information to Feng Jinping and Zhao Guozhu, who were languidly scrolling through their phones in the conference room. Zhao Guo's Chapter 40, The Low-Key Tycoon, Part 1, in a quaint tavern opposite the municipal committee compound. Liu Haotian presented the hefty carp, caught by the old man, to the tavern for stewing. He then ordered several appetizers and 2 bottles of beverages. After pouring the drinks, Liu Haotian smiled and said, "Uncle, as we are both public servants, I cannot offer you a drink. However, if you wish to indulge, the server can certainly bring you one." The old man waved his hand with a chuckle, saying, "If we're not drinking, then let us abstain altogether. Our primary objective today is to savor the flavor of the stewed fish." Liu Haotian nodded, then suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Uncle, in my eagerness to fish, I forgot to ask how to address you." The old man replied with a smile, "My surname is Liu. You may call me Uncle Liu." Liu Haotian raised his glass and declared, "To Uncle Liu, I toast this first cup with tea in lieu of wine, welcoming you to visit our Qianhu Town often to fish. For a fishing expert like you, we warmly welcome you to our town. Furthermore, We will frequently hold fishing competitions, with rewards for the champions. All public waters are free for fishing, so you needn't worry about the costs. He continued enthusiastically during holidays. You could easily stay in Qianhu Town for fishing, as we will have numerous agritourism spots, and their rates will be quite reasonable, ensuring you have a delightful experience. Uncle Liu chuckled. Liu Haotian, you're quite the entrepreneur, trying to attract guests to Qianhu Town even before the project has launched. Liu Haotian replied with a grin. Uncle Liu, the fishing community is both vast and small, and word of mouth is incredibly powerful. If you enjoy your time in Qianhu Town, I am confident you will recommend it to your friends and fellow anglers. Once we boost our foot traffic, I believe not only will the investors reap substantial rewards, but our local citizens will also benefit greatly. Anglers can enjoy their pastime without incurring excessive costs. Truly a win-win endeavor. What do you think? Uncle Liu nodded with a smile. I must admit, you have convinced me. I hold great hope for your fishing town. Thank you, Uncle Liu. Liu Haotian responded, raising his teacup once more. After 3 rounds of tea, the tavern and Oppo's curtain was drawn aside, and Liang Youde and Meng Qingza strode in. Their eyes scanned the room before settling on Liu Haotian and Song Wudi. Liang Youde hurried over, slamming his hand on the table and glaring at Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian, your lack of decorum is astounding. Mayor Fong and County Head Zhao have been waiting for you in our conference room for over 3 hours, and you bring people here to dine without a word of notice. Do you have no respect for your superiors? Liu Haotian scrutinized Liang Youde for a moment, then coldly retorted, Comrade Liang Youde, you must first clarify a few matters. First, today is Sunday, a legal holiday. Regardless of my activities, as long as they are not unlawful, no one has the right to criticize me. Second, neither Mayor Fong nor County Head Zhao directly contacted me or the party government office. They called you and Comrade Meng Qingza, without any formal documentation. Can I then assume their visit is of a personal nature rather than an official one? In that case, the reception duties fall to you too, not me. If it were an official matter, they should have sent a formal letter or at least called me or the office first. He continued, third, the meal I am sharing is paid for with my personal funds, not public money. I can invite whomever I wish without it reflecting on my respect for leadership. Throughout Liu Haotian and Oppo's speech, Uncle Liu remained focused on his meal, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Liang Youde was left speechless by Liu Haotian and Oppo's remarks. At that moment, Zhao Guozhu and Fong Jinping approached. Zhao Guozhu, with a dark expression, inquired, Liu Haotian, I heard you went fishing earlier. Is that true? Liu Haotian confirmed, absolutely. Without a doubt. Zhao Guozhu's face darkened further. So, upon learning that Mayor Fong and I were coming, you deliberately left the municipal compound to go fishing? You were avoiding us. Liu Haotian unabashedly nodded. Indeed, I was avoiding you. Have you committed some wrongdoing? Why would you hide from us? Zhao Guozhu coldly asked. Liu Haotian replied calmly. I have done nothing wrong, but I fear you may have erred. Zhao Guozhu burst into laughter, fearing we might make a mistake. Liu Haotian, that reasoning is rather absurd. Liu Haotian fixed his gaze on Zhao Guozhu, articulating each word. County Head Zhao, may I ask you and Vice Mayor Fong if your purpose in coming to Qianhu Town is to inform me that the city and county intend to reject the fishing town project's proposal we devised, in favor of plans from either Korea or Japan? Yes or no? Zhao Guozhu responded coldly, Liu Haotian, I believe you are overthinking this. We are here to set the direction for the development of Qianhu Town, not to disrupt it. Liu Haotian interjected, County Head Zhao, please do not evade the question. Simply answer me. Are you planning to replace our fishing town proposal with that of the investors from Korea or Japan? Yes or no? Just one answer will suffice. Zhao Guozhu and Oppo's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized Liu Haotian was not leaving room for negotiation. Finally, Zhao Guozhu conceded, yes, that is indeed the matter at hand. Liu Haotian, Mayor Fong and I have traveled a long distance to your Qianhu Town with your town and Oppo's long-term development in mind, seeking a genuine opportunity for economic growth. Your fishing town proposal, while adequate, pales in comparison to the investors' plans. He added, however, you must understand that you are merely a town committee secretary, a mid-level official at just 25 years of age. Your limited perspective is understandable, which is why we feel the need to oversee this matter. Liu Haotian retorted coldly, County Head Zhao, with all due respect, I fear you are here solely to represent yourself or the county government, and not the entire Hongshan County Committee. I doubt you have discussed this with Secretary Zhou Binghua. Zhao Guozhu and Oppo's S countenance darkened as Liu Haotian and Apos. S words rang true. He had indeed not consulted Zhou Binghua, as he aimed to secure the project for himself and gain recognition without sharing the credit. At that moment, Fang Jinping interjected, "Comrade Liu Haotian," when addressing leaders. "Be mindful of your tone and attitude. Demeanor dictates everything." Fang Jinping provided Zhao Guozhu with a timely escape route. Zhao Guozhu then coldly addressed Liu Haotian. "Liu Haotian, whether it be the county committee or the county government, our objectives are aligned: to elevate the economy of Qianhu Town." Liu Haotian sighed and said, "Director Zhao, I must express my disagreement with your perspective. The project for the fishing town in Qianhu Town was collectively approved during a meeting of the Standing Committee of the County Party Committee. This decision reflects the consensus of the majority of leaders regarding the economic development plan for Qianhu Town. Therefore, your individual opinion cannot outweigh the collective voice. If you are proposing a plan from Sushi Country or Kimchi Country, I regret to inform you that Qianhu Town will neither accept nor entertain such proposals." At this juncture, Liu Haotian turned to Deputy Mayor Fang Jinping, stating, "Deputy Mayor Fang, I am uncertain whether you have come to Qianhu Town in a personal capacity or representing the municipal government. However, I wish to convey that the planning for the fishing town project has been ratified by the collective vote of the County Party Committee. Moreover, we have promoted this project through advertisements on Central Television, which has drawn your attention and that of other leaders to Qianhu Town. Consequently, the planning for the fishing town should remain unchanged, as it has already been widely publicized. Should you arbitrarily alter the project as planned, what purpose would the advertisement serve? Furthermore, such actions could potentially lead to accusations of false advertising. Who will bear the consequences and responsibilities for that? Are you two leaders willing to accept that burden?" Upon hearing Liu Haotian and Apos' remarks, Uncle Liu, who had been quietly eating, nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Fang Jinping and Zhao Guozhu exchanged glances, both taken aback by Liu Haotian and Apos' sharp rhetoric, which had subtly ensnared them in a dilemma. If they sought to dismiss the fishing town project as planning, they would have to confront the ramifications of potential false advertising. This was no trivial matter. While they were eager to achieve political accolades, accepting accountability was altogether another matter. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and a figure entered the room. Upon entering, the individual quickly spotted the tall Liu Haotian and made his way over. Upon noticing Zhao Guozhu nearby, he spoke coldly, "Comrade Zhao Guozhu, who authorized you to unilaterally disregard the decisions of the County Party Committee's leadership team, engage with investors? An attempt to modify the fishing town planning in Qianhu?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Zhao Guozhu's expression darkened, for the newcomer was none other than Zhou Binghua, the secretary of the County Party Committee of Hingshan. Zhao had initially hoped to solidify his plans before Zhou became aware, but he had not anticipated that Zhou would follow closely behind Liu Haotian. At that moment, Liu Haotian stood there, a hint of smug satisfaction gracing his lips. Chapter 41, The Low-Key Tycoon, Part 2. Upon observing Liu Haotian's expression, Zhao Guozhu suddenly comprehended the situation. He realized that Liu Haotian had intentionally lingered away for an extended period prior to his arrival as a tactical delay. During this time, Liu Haotian must have contacted Zhou Binghua to summon him to exert pressure on Zhao Guozhu. This young man, while appearing rather reckless, exhibited a surprising shrewdness at times. Zhao Guozhu inwardly cursed Liu Haotian, but managed to maintain a semblance of composure, smiling as he addressed Secretary Zhou. "The matter is not as you might perceive." Before Zhao Guozhu could finish, Liu Haotian seized the opportunity to interject, "Secretary Zhou, County Chief Zhao is pressuring us in Qianhu Town to abandon the planning scheme for the fishing town in favor of the proposal put forth by the investors, claiming that it would benefit our town's economic development." Zhou Binghua fixed a cold gaze upon Zhao Guozhu, stating, "Comrade Zhao Guozhu, your actions have crossed the line. I believe you must return and provide an explanation to the county committee regarding your motivations." Zhao Guozhu's countenance darkened, and he shot a furious glare at Liu Haotian, preparing to turn away. At that moment, the phone of Vice Mayor Fang Jinping rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, Fang Jinping hurriedly answered, speaking with utmost respect. "Mayor Shun, this is Fang Jinping." From the other end, a commanding voice responded, "Vice Mayor Fang, I have been informed that you are currently in Qianhu Town, intending to coerce them into revising their fishing town planning scheme in favor of the proposal from the Pickled Vegetable Nation for a tourism resort and film city." Fang Jinping broke into a cold sweat, taken aback by the fact that Mayor Sun Jijia of Baiming City was aware of the situation. His heart raced as he realized that his intentions mirrored those of Zhao Guozhu. Both aimed to solidify the project as an established fact, believing that any subsequent objections from higher authorities would be inconsequential. After all, the project involved foreign investment, and its substantial scale would yield political achievements for him without the risk of criticism, an advantageous scenario. However, he never anticipated that Mayor Sun would personally take an interest in the matter. In front of so many witnesses, he dared not fabricate a response and awkwardly stated, "Mayor Sun, I believe the investment proposal from the Pickled Vegetable Nation will significantly promote the development of our entire Baiming City tourism industry, creating a reputation for our city's tourism products." After Fang Jinping's lengthy explanation, Sun Jijia replied coolly, "Comrade Fang Jinping, although you are the vice mayor overseeing the tourism bureau, your reach has exceeded acceptable limits. The fishing town project in Qianhu is a decision made by the county committee of Hongshan, and you lack the authority to pressure them into altering their investment proposal. Moreover, Qianhu Town has been advertised on Central Television, and the influence of this advertisement far surpasses your expectations. Many of my university classmates have expressed interest in the project, stating they would visit Qianhu Town for fishing in the future. Do you know who they are? One is the chairman of a state-owned enterprise. Another is the vice governor of a southern province, and yet another is a prominent entrepreneur. Consider this. If individuals of such stature are interested in the fishing town project, what does that indicate? It suggests that the project can attract not only middle and lower-tier fishing enthusiasts, but also high-end enthusiasts willing to visit the advertised location. If Qianhu Town's fishing town can attract even a handful of high-end anglers annually, it would greatly benefit our entire Baiming City's investment efforts. Comrade Fang Jinping, I am not criticizing you, but your perspective is somewhat limited. You are overly focused on the performance within your own small sphere, while neglecting the immense derivative value that the fishing town project in Qianhu can generate. At this moment, Fang Jinping was in close proximity to Uncle Liu, who was listening attentively to the conversation between Fang and Mayor Sun. After hearing Sun Jijia and Appo's words, Uncle Liu nodded slightly. Fang Jinping quickly responded, "Mayor Sun, I apologize, I was wrong." Just then, Uncle Liu slowly raised his head and remarked, "Fang Jinping, you are indeed mistaken. Who are you? What right do you have to speak to our vice mayor in such a manner?" Zhao Guozhu, feeling agitated, shot an angry glare at Uncle Liu, eager to vent his frustration. Yet, as he scrutinized Uncle Liu more closely, the subsequent words he intended to utter were swallowed back. At that moment, Fang Jinping, upon recognizing that familiar voice, trembled slightly, feeling weak in the knees as he stammered, "Secretary. Secretary Liu, what brings you here?" Secretary Liu? The name struck Liu Haotian with astonishment, for he knew that among the leadership in Bei Province, very few bore the surname Liu, and only the provincial secretary, Liu Tianming, held such a title. Could it be that this old man is the provincial secretary? Liu Haotian thought, casting a shocked glance at Liu Tianming seated across from him. In response to Liu Haotian and Appo's astonishment, Uncle Liu solemnly declared, "I am Liu Tianming." "Greetings, Secretary Liu." Fang Jinping promptly bowed slightly in respect. Zhao Guozhu felt his legs buckle, sweat pouring down his forehead, and his face flushed with anxiety. Despite his own connections, he felt intimidated in the presence of the provincial secretary of Bei Province, particularly after having just confronted Liu Tianming. If Liu were to hold a grudge, it could spell trouble for him in the future. Liu Tianming did not spare Zhao Guozhu a glance, directing his attention solely to Fang Jinping. "Fang Jinping, you truly ought to learn from Sun Jijia. Observe the breadth of his vision and then reflect upon your own. The disparity is stark. If you do not evolve further, I fear your tenure as vice mayor may soon come to an end." Fang Jinping's face turned ashen, stammering, "Old leader, I. Liu Tianming interjected coldly, "Fang Jinping, do you understand why I was reluctant to have you as my secretary? It is due to your impatient nature and overly utilitarian approach. This is why, despite your capabilities, I chose to limit your role to vice mayor instead of allowing you to ascend to a city committee member. It appears my decision was indeed prudent. You possess talent, but such talent can be a double-edged sword. If you persist in this manner, I suggest you consider a research position at the Provincial Academy of Social Sciences rather than remain in an administrative role." Fang Jinping nodded vigorously. "Old leader, please rest assured. I will. Do not call me old leader. Refer to me as Liu Tianming or Secretary Liu." Liu Tianming suddenly interrupted. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinping's complexion turned even paler. He understood that Liu Tianming was clearly drawing a line between them, indicating that he could no longer consider himself as Liu Tianming's secretary. At this moment, Fang Jinping was consumed by regret, wishing he had never heeded the enticing words of the investors from the pickled vegetable nation and stirred up trouble in Qianhu Town. Yet, alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. At this moment, Liu Tianming turned to Zhou Binghua and remarked, "Comrade Zhou Binghua, your performance has been commendable. You have steadfastly advanced the decisions of the county committee's leadership and boldly confronted those who disregard rules. This exemplifies the responsibility and commitment expected of a county party secretary. To be candid, I was rather dissatisfied with your performance over the past 3 years. It is only now that you have truly embodied the qualities a county party secretary should possess." Zhou Binghua promptly nodded, replying, "Secretary Liu, I will be more mindful in the future." Liu Tianming then smiled at Liu Haotian and said, "Comrade Liu Haotian, among the many present, I admire you the most. Young man, you possess ideas and vigor. Although at times your actions may be rash and your temper fiery, you consistently uphold your principles and boundaries. Occasionally, you exhibit a touch of cleverness. Continue to work diligently. I shall come fishing when time allows. I hope the bold claims you make while fishing do not become mere castles in the air." In the face of Secretary Liu's praise, Liu Haotian remained remarkably composed, smiling as he replied, "Thank you for your recognition, Secretary Liu. I may not dare to claim much, but while my fishing tales may contain embellishments, I am confident in realizing them all. Perhaps it seems like mere boasting now, yet when they come to fruition, I believe you will witness a fishing town adorned with golden mountains and silver rivers." Liu Tianming nodded. "Very well. I hope to see your ambitious aspirations materialize within the next 2 or 3 years." Liu Haotian waved his hand dismissively. "Secretary Liu, it will not take 3 years. 2 years will suffice at most." Liu Tianming humorously responded, "Liu Haotian, I hope you are not merely boasting again." Laughter erupted among the attendees, and the atmosphere lightened significantly. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Shen Jijia, the mayor of Baiming City, listened to the dialogue between Liu Tianming and Liu Haotian. Despite the distance, he felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, Zhou Binghua provided timely feedback on the issues. Had I not made this call, Secretary Liu might have held me accountable, and I would have been unjustly blamed." As the atmosphere at the scene began to ease, Shen Jijia wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. However, upon hearing Liu Haotian's final statement, his heart sank once more. His brows furrowed with concern. Was Liu Haotian's confidence in completing the fishing town project within 2 years not a jest? This was no laughing matter. He resolved to bring Liu Haotian to the city government for a serious discussion. Boasting in front of the provincial party secretary was a reckless gamble. Chapter 42, The Storm of Investment Promotion, Part 1. The unexpected arrival of Provincial Secretary Liu Tianming caught everyone at the scene completely off guard. His words effectively sealed the fate of the Qianhu Town fishing village project. No matter how bold Fang Jinping might be, he would not dare to interfere with a project personally overseen by Secretary Liu, especially considering his precarious situation. Any further misstep could result in being relegated to the Provincial Academy of Social Sciences for research, a fate he deemed the harshest punishment. After Liu Tianming finished speaking, Zhao Guozhu resumed his meal, glancing around before suggesting, "Secretary Liu, since it's time to eat, let us head to the county town where I can arrange some local delicacies for you." Liu Tianming waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You all go about your business. I shall dine here today. I find the fare at this little tavern quite to my liking. I even caught a hefty carp weighing over 10 pounds today. Nothing is more delightful than stewed fish." Upon hearing this, the others dared not linger and promptly took their leave. Song Wudi turned to Liu Haotian, who smiled and continued to eat. Song Wudi chose to stay, following Liu Haotian in his meal. Liu Tianming couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that both Liu Haotian and Song Wudi possessed considerable audacity. Subsequently, Liu Haotian raised a cup of tea with a smile, saying, "Secretary Liu, or rather, Uncle Liu, I find this address more natural. Thank you for alleviating my greatest crisis today. Our Qianhu Town fishing village project can now proceed normally." Liu Tianming shook his head with a smile, replying, "Liu Haotian, if that is how you feel, I cannot accept this cup of tea. The ones who truly resolved your issue are your county party secretary Zhou Binghua and Mayor Shen Jijia. While this project has faced some unexpected challenges, I hope you maintain a calm and steady heart. Do not lose hope. As you have observed, despite some individuals within our ranks harboring personal ambitions, We also have many commendable comrades like Zhou Binghua and Shen Jijie who possess great vision and integrity. It is due to the presence of such individuals that our nation has maintained stable and rapid development, standing out on the world stage. Liu Haotian nodded in understanding. Secretary Liu, I grasp your meaning. The achievements of our nation over the years of reform and opening up have indeed astonished the world. Owing to the diligent efforts of leaders like Secretary Zhou Binghua, while there are certainly some bad apples among us, the overall trend remains positive, and the mainstream direction is correct. Their meal continued for over half an hour, with most of the large fish consumed. Finally, Liu Tianming stood to leave, and Liu Haotian personally signed his vehicle before returning to the town committee courtyard. The following 2 days passed without incident. As the investment promotion conference in Qianhu Town proceeded as planned, leaving Liu Haotian, Song Wudi, and Chu Yunshin feeling relatively relaxed. In Hongshan County and Apos, City, within a high-end tea house, Vice County Chief Cui Fugui sat across from a man with a neatly trimmed mustache, sipping tea. The mustached man furrowed his brow, slamming his cup down onto the table in frustration, exclaiming, Vice County Chief Cui, your Hongshan County is being utterly unreasonable. We had a signed agreement with the Kawasaki Group, and now, with the investment promotion conference imminent, you inform me that our agreement is voided. Do you believe the Kawasaki Group is easy to bully? Cui Fugui quickly replied. Mr. Inoue Taro, please do not misunderstand. We hold the Kawasaki Group in high regard. However, circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. While we did reach a preliminary agreement, for it to take effect, it must be signed by the leadership of Qianhu Town and also receive approval from the city. Currently, Qianhu Town's party secretary Liu Haotian firmly opposes your proposed plan, with county party secretary Zhou Binghua supporting him. Moreover, Mayor Shen Jijie is steadfastly promoting the fishing village project. Even if I, Cui Fugui, am made of iron, I cannot shift the collective will of so many influential figures. Although County Chief Zhao Guozhu supports your proposal, his strength alone is insufficient. Therefore, we cannot proceed with your plan. If you are genuinely interested in the Qianhu Town project, I suggest you participate in tomorrow's investment promotion conference, where there will be a fair competition and the winner will secure the development opportunity in Qianhu Town. Of course, the plan for Qianhu Town is for the fishing village project. If you win the bid, that project can proceed normally. But there will be no obstacles to pursue other projects as well, as the law does not pursue those who do not report. Upon hearing this, Inoue Taro's eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously. Indeed, that is correct. Once we secure the project, we will determine the specifics of the development. Vice County Chief Cui, you are truly a clever strategist. Cui Fugui smiled. You flatter me. I merely hope for a long-lasting partnership between us. However, once you secure this project, do not forget what I mentioned about the Tianxing Group. The Tianxing Group has deep roots in Hongshan County, and our collaboration will yield great benefits. Matters that may be inconvenient for you can all be entrusted to Tianxing Group. I understand. Inoue Taro replied with a smile. After a while, Cui Fugui took his leave. Once he departed, Inoue Taro returned to the tea house, where another man in his 40s, clad in a sharply tailored suit with a stern expression, awaited him. Seeing this man, Inoue Taro promptly bowed in greeting. Mr. Sakata Masahiro, the matter has been resolved. Sakata Masahiro nodded. Inoue, why does Cui Fugui repeatedly emphasize the need to collaborate with Tianxing Group? Inoue Taro chuckled. It is merely a matter of personal interest. Tianxing Group was established by Cui Fugui's elder brother, Cui Delong, and his son holds shares in it. Naturally, he seeks to extract benefits for Tianxing Group. My investigations reveal that Tianxing Group indeed wields considerable influence in Hongshan County. If we secure the Qianhu Town project, it may be prudent to share some benefits with them, thereby alleviating many potential troubles, allowing us to focus on advancing our project. However, President Sakata, I have learned that the Youde Group from our neighboring country also finds this project appealing. They may attempt to compete with us tomorrow. Sakata Masahiro let out a cold chuckle. The Youde Group is our company's competitor on the international stage, and they certainly will not lag behind this time. However, the Qianhu Town project differs from others. Our planning scheme is merely for the officials to review. For us, the strategic significance of Qianhu Town is what we truly value. Surrounded by mountains and abundant waters, it boasts picturesque scenery. Most crucially, it lies a mere 200 kilometers from the capital of Daxia. With minimal development, it could become the optimal strategic intelligence base for our sushi empire. Who would suspect that our intelligence base in Daxia would be located in such a beautiful tourist destination? Thus, this time, we must spare no effort to secure this project. At that moment, a sinister glint flickered in Sakata Masahiro's eyes as he whispered about secretly transporting some heavy goods. Meanwhile, in a five-star hotel in Beiming City, Kim Dajuan, the Asia-Pacific president of the Youde Group, coldly regarded his deputy, Park Jun-hee. Park Jun-hee, what is the current status of the Qianhu Town project? Park Jun-hee promptly replied. President, after thorough investigation by our team, it has become clear that the planning scheme for the fishing town in Qianhu is unchangeable. From the city to the county and down to the town, there is unwavering support for this project, making it exceedingly difficult for us to realize our planning scheme. Should we still participate in tomorrow's investment promotion conference? Kim Dajuan smiled slightly. Of course, we must attend. Why would we not? Park Jun-hee continued. The issue is that the planning scheme for the fishing town project in Qianhu cannot be altered. Kim Dajuan responded. We will not change the fishing town project. But that does not preclude us from incorporating our planning scheme's elements into the second or even third phases of the project. For us, as long as we execute the first phase of the fishing town project commendably, gaining the approval of the leaders in Beiming City and Hongshan County, we can proceed to further development and integrate our planning scheme. By then, Liu Haotian will likely have departed, and who will still contest with us? Park Jun-hee then understood. All right, I comprehend now. At tomorrow's investment promotion conference, we must strive to secure this project. The following morning, colorful banners fluttered along the streets in front of the Qianhu Town Committee courtyard, with numerous suggestion boards erected on either side. At this moment, luxury cars filled the courtyard, as investors from across the nation flocked in. Several large canopies had been set up, providing shade for the investors, while staff busily circulated, offering bottled water, tea, fruits, and other refreshments. Liu Haotian, Song Wudi, and Chu Yunqing navigated among the investors, engaging in continuous dialogue. As time passed, at 9:30 a.m., the bell rang. After greeting the investors, Liu Haotian ascended the steps of the office building. Standing in the sunlight with a microphone in hand, he proclaimed, Hello everyone, I am Liu Haotian, the secretary of Qianhu Town Committee, and on behalf of Qianhu Town, I extend a warm welcome to all our investor friends from across the country. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Once the applause subsided, Liu Haotian continued with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, this is the inaugural investment promotion conference for Qianhu Town. The sole purpose of this conference is to bid for the fishing town project. Of course, the construction of the fishing town is merely the first phase. Once this project is complete, we will proceed to the second and third phases. Regardless of whether you win the bid for the first phase, I believe the subsequent phases will also be rewarding. Now, let us dispense with pleasantries and delve directly into the bidding process. I must clarify that this bidding process is both simple and complex. The funding required for the first phase of the fishing town project ranges between 3 to 6 billion yuan. If you can present this amount, your chance of winning the bid is viable. However, even if you offer 10 billion yuan to compete, your likelihood of winning is not considerably different from that of an investor offering 3 billion yuan. The two core factors that truly determine your chances of winning are, first, what is your operational philosophy for the fishing town? Does it align with our planning scheme for Qianhu Town? Second, is the operational plan you submit exemplary? Upon hearing Liu Haotian and Oppo's evaluation criteria, Inoue Taro, the head of the Kawasaki Group, immediately darkened in countenance. The evaluation standards presented by Liu Haotian diverged significantly from his expectations. He had initially intended to leverage the Kawasaki Group's financial strength to secure the bid, but under Liu Haotian's assertions, the Group's chances had diminished considerably. Inoue Taro slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, I oppose this evaluation standard. This method of assessment is unscientific. Chapter 43, The Whirlwind of Investment, Part 2. After Taro Inoue finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room, with all eyes turning toward Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian offered a faint smile and inquired, Mr. Inoue, may I ask why you oppose this? Inoue replied in a deep voice, if this is a bidding process, it should indeed reflect the essence of competition. The outcomes of investing 10 billion versus 3 billion in the same fishing town are starkly different. Why shouldn't the project be awarded to the one with more funding? Is there some underlying scheme at play? Are there individuals in Qianhu Town who are using the guise of bidding to ensure their own people win? Inoue's words were a direct accusation aimed at Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian cast a cold glance at Inoue and responded, Mr. Inoue, I acknowledge the formidable financial strength of the Kawasaki Group. However, for our project in Qianhu Town, we must prioritize two critical tasks. First, the improvement of the hydrological infrastructure surrounding our lakes and rivers, which requires an investment of approximately 1.5 to 2 billion. Secondly, we need to develop fishing spots and parking facilities in our public areas, which should be manageable with an additional 500 million to 1 billion. Of course, the construction of transportation arteries is also paramount, but that will be subject to a separate bidding process with its investment scale yet to be determined. If you believe that the Kawasaki Group's financial prowess qualifies you for this project, then by all means, participate in the bidding. This project will undoubtedly be decided on the basis of capital strength. Yet, the essence of developing our unique fishing town lies in its operational management, which is my primary concern. Thus, we have established these evaluation criteria. If you find them unsatisfactory, you may choose not to participate, but rest assured, our criteria will remain unchanged. After Liu Haotian concluded, he surveyed the room and asked, "Does anyone have any further objections?" The atmosphere fell silent once more. Liu Haotian then commanded, "I now invite all companies to submit their bidding proposals to the evaluation committee." At this juncture, Liu Haotian gestured towards the committee's experts, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the esteemed members of today's evaluation committee." Sitting in the center is the committee's chairperson, Comrade Zhou Binghua, the party secretary of Hongshan County. Upon hearing Liu Haotian's introduction, Inoue and his companion, Park Ju-hee, exchanged glances. For they were well aware that Zhou Binghua was a staunch supporter of Liu Haotian and held significant authority within Hongshan County. They were taken aback by Liu Haotian's decision to appoint Zhou as the chairperson of the evaluation committee. Liu Haotian then proceeded to introduce the other 6 experts on the committee. The audience was visibly astonished as each of these individuals boasted impressive credentials, including a doctoral advisor from a prestigious tourism university, a travel culture influencer with millions of followers, and experts in hydrological construction and economic development. The presence of such prominent figures for a modest project in Qianhu Town was unexpected. At that moment, not only the investors present but even Secretary Zhou Binghua was taken aback by the caliber of experts Liu Haotian had assembled. After completing the introductions, Liu Haotian smiled and reassured the investors, "Dear friends, you can rest assured of the professionalism and impartiality of this evaluation committee. Each expert here is a distinguished figure in their field, and they will treat the proposals of every investor with fairness and integrity, driven by their desire to uphold their own reputations. Therefore, this bidding process will be conducted with utmost fairness. Of course, I anticipate that some individuals or companies may share Mr. Inoue's sentiments. Thus, to provide you with a fair opportunity for competition, I shall extend an additional 20 minutes for you to refine your bidding proposals, which can be printed on-site. The formal evaluation will begin after this period." With that, many companies hastily began their revisions while Liu Haotian returned to his seat with a subtle smile. After 20 minutes, all companies submitted their proposals. A total of 26 companies participated in the bidding, and the evaluation process continued from 10 o'clock a.m. until 6 o'clock p.m., with the experts, including Zhou Binghua, dining on site. All evaluation activities were conducted transparently, including open discussions and scoring for each proposal. Upon completion of the evaluation, Liu Haotian received the results from the committee and descended the stage once more, declaring, "Esteemed investors, I will now announce the scores of each company." He began. In 26th place, Kanglan Province Zhengtai Tourism Culture Company, with a score of 68. In 25th place, Haiming City Blue Sky Cultural Tourism Company, with 72. As he continued to announce the rankings, Park Jun-hee's expression darkened upon hearing their own company's score, realizing that they were unlikely to secure the bid. He quickly dialed the president, Jean Dajuan, who, upon hearing the results, displayed his disappointment but immediately asked, "What score did the legendary group from Sushi Country receive?" Park Ju-hee replied with a bitter smile, "That hasn't been announced yet, but I suspect they scored higher than us." As Liu Haotian continued to disclose the scores for the 5th and 4th places, the name of the Kawasaki Group was still absent. Park Jun-hee's face fell further, musing. Could it be that the Kawasaki Group has won? Just then, Liu Haotian announced, in 3rd place, the Kawasaki Group from Sushi Country, scoring 90. In 2nd place, Kongrui Tourism Culture Group from Beii Province, with 92. At this moment, all eyes turned to Liu Haotian, who was about to reveal the winning company. And in 1st place, Kyoto City Mingun Tourism Cultural Development Company, with a score of 98. Liu Haotian's gaze settled on a strikingly beautiful woman seated in the back row as he smiled and said, "Congratulations to Kyoto City Mingun Tourism Cultural Development Company for winning the bid for our Qianhu Town Fishing Town project. A smattering of applause broke out, and amidst the clapping, the elegant woman ascended the stage, where staff promptly presented 2 copies of the cooperation agreement for signing. Observing this, Inoue kicked over the table in frustration and stormed out. Park Jui followed suit, angrily pushing aside his chair as he left. As the chaotic day drew to a close, Liu Haotian, despite his resilient demeanor, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He returned to his office, where the successful bidder followed him in. After closing the door, the woman smiled at Liu Haotian and remarked, "Liu Haotian, quite impressive for someone so young, wielding considerable influence." Liu Haotian immediately scurried to fetch a chair for her, wearing an apologetic smile as he asked, "Aunt Han, what brings your esteemed company to this affair? You are a national corporation. Why would you be interested in our humble project in Qianhu Town?" The woman, affectionately referred to as Aunt, chuckled softly, "It's all for you, my dear. Your mother was concerned that you might stumble on this project, so she called me directly to come and keep an eye on things. Initially, I harbored little interest in this project. However, after conducting a thorough investigation, I unexpectedly discovered its vibrant potential. Should it come to fruition, it would present a tremendous opportunity for the establishment of our Dungun Tourism Cultural Development Group's brand. At any given moment, larger corporations must prioritize brand building. Thus, in the days leading up to the bidding, I assembled nearly all the talented mid to senior level personnel within our company to engage in intensive research on your Qianhu Town, ultimately devising a comprehensive operational plan. This is precisely why our company succeeded in securing the bid." Liu Haotian was momentarily speechless. He held a considerable apprehension towards his aunt, as he had heard from his mother that in her youth, she was dubbed the Little Witch, and in the circles of Kyoto, few were unaware of the notorious Han Xiangyi. Subsequently, she inherited her father's cultural tourism enterprise and expanded the company to become a leading large-scale tourism cultural firm in the country. Although the successful bidder was indeed his aunt, Liu Haotian felt no remorse, for he understood that the experts on the evaluation committee were top-tier professionals, and he had not conferred with them in any capacity. The review process was entirely fair, impartial, and transparent. The reason Han Xiangyi's company won the bid was due to their solid foundation, meticulous research, and exceptional operational planning, all of which Liu Haotian himself found commendable. Liu Haotian's gaze fell upon Han Xiangyi, and he suddenly spoke, "Aunt, I suspect your visit is not solely for the fishing town project, is it?" Han Xiangyi smiled sweetly. "Liu Haotian, you have always been rather astute, and it seems you have only grown more cunning with age. You are correct. I have come to take you back to Kyoto." "Back to Kyoto?" Liu Haotian's face reflected surprise. Han Xiangyi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, back to Kyoto." "Why?" Liu Haotian inquired, perplexed. Han Xiangyi shot him a stern look. "Isn't it all because of your own mischief? Look at you, 25 years old, yet you have yet to find a girlfriend. Your mother is worried and has insisted that I introduce you to someone. I, the little witch Han Xiangyi, fear no one, but when it comes to your mother, Chao Shui, I find myself outmatched. She is the true sorceress. I have expended considerable effort over the past 5 months to select a suitable match for you. With the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival holiday following this investment promotion conference, you will accompany me back to Kyoto to meet this potential partner, aiming to expedite your lifelong commitment." Liu Haotian's face fell in resignation. "Aunt, I am only 25. I am not yet of the age to discuss marriage." Han Xiangyi waved her hand dismissively. "Do not attempt to plead with me. I am not concerned with your grievances. If you possess the audacity, go and debate it with your mother. If she claims you need not attend the meeting, I shall promptly take my leave." Upon hearing this, Liu Haotian felt utterly defeated. He understood that his aunt could not defy his mother, and he was equally powerless. In the Liu family, although his father and Appo's social standing was the highest, it was his mother, Chao Shui, who held true authority within the household. Liu Haotian contemplated ways to evade the situation. Han Xiangyi cast a glance at him. Her disdain evident. "Liu Haotian, I warn you, although your mother may be preoccupied and unable to oversee your affairs, she has instructed me to film a segment of this meeting to present to her. Otherwise, she will have others continue arranging matches for you." Liu Haotian's head spun at the realization that he could not escape this arranged meeting. Resigned, he finally conceded, "Fine, I will go. I suppose I have no choice." Chapter 44. A second harvest of peaches. Liu Haotian's arranged marriage did not come to fruition, as the weather forecast indicated an impending deluge in Qianhu Town. Upon receiving this news, Liu Haotian was consumed with urgency. He conferred with Han Xiangyi and, before the torrential rain could strike, promptly invested substantial funds and mobilized a significant workforce to undertake the renovation of the riverways in Qianhu Town, aiming to avert the potential flooding disaster that could result from the sudden storm. A week later, the long-anticipated downpour arrived, heavy and relentless. Fortunately, due to the timely cleanup efforts in Qianhu Town, they narrowly escaped this calamity. For the following 2 months, under Liu Haotian's direct supervision, Qianhu Town undertook extensive riverway maintenance while simultaneously launching a vigorous initiative to develop fishing infrastructure. In less than 2 months, Qianhu Town saw the addition of 686 convenient fishing spots. As a result, an influx of fishing enthusiasts flocked to the town, with the average daily influx exceeding 5,000 visitors and around 3,000 vehicles. Liu Haotian had anticipated this surge, prompting the residents of Qianhu Town to renovate their homes well in advance. Those with surplus rooms opened their doors to agritourism. The town established strict regulations concerning the pricing of these accommodations, ranging from 30 to 80 yuan per night, ensuring that no room exceeded the latter price. Furthermore, the town council issued directives clarifying that any complaints regarding accommodations or dining would lead to the revocation of agritourism licenses for 3 years and the forfeiture of potential benefits. From the outset, Liu Haotian and the town government delineated a clear boundary for the residents. Prosperity could only be achieved through diligent labor and exceptional service. Within just 2 months, the faces of many townspeople radiated happiness, particularly for those operating agritourism businesses along the main streets. Their earnings had surpassed what they previously made through farming or working elsewhere. When Liu Haotian reviewed the GDP figures, he could not help but smile, as they indicated a remarkable 30% growth within this short span, not accounting for the substantial income generated by the agritourism sector. In fact, the revenue from these agritourism ventures was staggering. Daily, at least 3,000 fishing enthusiasts converged on Qianhu Town, generating approximately 30,000 yuan solely from parking fees. Adding to this, the average expenditures for lodging and meals amounted to 300,000 yuan daily. Most of this money remained within the agritourism sector, enriching the local populace. Moreover, fishing tackle and bait companies established offices in Qianhu Town, leading to a noticeable increase in rental prices for prime commercial spaces. Major fishing equipment manufacturers rushed to set up brand advertisements throughout the town, contributing an annual fiscal boost of at least 10 million yuan to Qianhu's treasury. The financial situation of Qianhu Town improved significantly, but this was merely a fraction of its overall revenue. According to the agreement with the Mengun Tourism and Cultural Development Company, which was set to invest in and manage the fishing town project, they were obligated to pay Qianhu Town an annual compensation of 20 million yuan for the first 3 years, escalating to a minimum of 50 million yuan annually for the subsequent 10 years. In just 2 months, while Qianhu Town remained the same, the atmosphere and mindset of its residents underwent a remarkable transformation. The townsfolk recognized that the fishing town project heralded a path to prosperity, promising a brighter future. Meanwhile, Liang Youde, Meng Qingze, and their associates adopted a more subdued demeanor, acutely aware that Liu Haotian and Apos' esteem in Qianhu Town was surging alongside its economic growth. Those who had once maintained neutrality now unhesitatingly aligned themselves with Liu Haotian, leaving Liang Youde and his peers to navigate their diminished status. At this moment, Liu Haotian sat in his office, observing the bustling streets filled with traffic, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, he did not succumb to complacency. Sprawled across his desk was a grand blueprint for the future of Qianhu Town. In recent days, he had been conducting extensive research, contemplating not only the fishing town project, but also more ambitious long-term plans to transform Qianhu into a premier destination in northern China within the next 5 to 10 years. However, as the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest attracts the wind. Despite Liu Haotian's remarkable achievements, he found himself under scrutiny. Unbeknownst to him, in faraway Kyoto City, Wei Chenglong, a direct descendant of the Wei family, had been closely monitoring his every move. Upon learning of Qianhu Town's rapid economic ascent due to Liu Haotian's efforts, he erupted in fury and immediately called Zhao Guozhu. Uncle Zhao, Liu Haotian is gaining momentum. If this continues, he may truly stand out, and Lin Qianqian might come down to interview him. Zhao Guozhu frowned. Mr. Wei, this situation is rather precarious. Liu Haotian is currently thriving, and many leaders are paying attention to the fishing town project. It would be exceedingly difficult to act against him at this juncture. Wei Chenglong smiled subtly. Uncle Zhao, this matter is not insurmountable. Liu Haotian is indeed performing admirably, but he is a former regimental officer who has been relegated to a mere section chief position in a small town. This presents a perfect opportunity, does it not? Zhao Guizhu's eyes brightened, and he replied with a grin. You are absolutely right. It is rather inappropriate for Liu Haotian, a former regimental officer, to occupy such a lowly position. I will speak with an elderly deputy county head who has been on sick leave and persuade him to retire early, freeing up that position for Liu Haotian. This way, he will serve under me, allowing me to provide him with closer guidance. Wei Chenglong, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up. Uncle Zhao, your brilliance is commendable. I eagerly await your good news. No sooner had Zhao Guizhu hung up than deputy county heads Du Guibin and Chui Fugue arrived together. After taking their seats, Du Guibin turned to Zhao Guizhu. County head Zhao, the situation in Qianhu Town is quite vigorous, yet Liu Haotian's approach is overly brash. Many departments and leaders within the county harbor discontent towards him. If we continue to retain Liu Haotian as the town's secretary, it could hinder Qianhu's long-term development. There are numerous individuals eager to make their mark in Qianhu Town. So I propose we find a way to transfer Liu Haotian from his position and appoint a capable and qualified individual to succeed him. Only then can Qianhu Town embark on a path of robust development. Zhao Guizhu furrowed his brow slightly, expressing concern. This may not be advisable, given that the current situation in Qianhu Town has been orchestrated by Liu Haotian. If we were to transfer him now, it might appear as though we are reaping the fruits of his labor. Du Guibin quickly interjected, County Chief Zhao, even if there are allegations of us reaping the benefits, our intentions are for the long-term development of Qianhu Town. Should Liu Haotian continue to remain here, it is likely that various county departments will show preferential treatment towards Qianhu. Moreover, the pace of development in Qianhu Town is rather sluggish. While Liu Haotian has indeed fostered a commendable situation, his approach has been excessively conservative. More and more colleagues are expressing dissatisfaction with him. I believe that if we propose an adjustment to Liu Haotian's position at the standing committee meeting, many will support us. Zhao Guizhu pondered for a moment before responding. Allow me to consider this further. 2 days later, during the routine standing committee meeting in Qianhu Town, Zhao Guizhu unexpectedly introduced a personnel adjustment proposal. He turned directly to Zhou Binghua and stated, Secretary Zhou, as you know, our county government has been without Vice County Chief Zhu Liqiu, who has been on medical leave. His responsibilities have been managed by other Vice County Chiefs, which is not sustainable in the long run. After discussions with Vice County Chief Zhu, he has decided to retire early. Consequently, the position of Vice County Chief is now vacant. I believe that Liu Haotian, the party secretary of Qianhu Town, possesses exceptional capabilities and has significantly contributed to the town's current flourishing state. He is adept at economic development, and therefore, I propose promoting Liu Haotian to the county level as my deputy, allowing him to spearhead economic growth. This would greatly accelerate the development of Hongshan County as a whole. I have also communicated this suggestion to the city, and they are generally supportive. I would like to hear Secretary Zhou's thoughts on this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua's expression darkened. He realized that Zhao Guizhu intended to transfer Liu Haotian from Qianhu Town, potentially to benefit from his work. Moreover, it seemed that Zhao had already secured the city's approval for this move. If he were to oppose it, he would not only be countering the city, but also hindering Liu Haotian's prospects for advancement. After all, Liu's position as party secretary in Qianhu Town was merely a standard departmental level, while a vice county chief position would be a significant elevation to a subdepartmental level. For many grassroots officials, ascending from a departmental level to a subdepartmental level is a lifelong aspiration. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Binghua asked solemnly, if Liu Haotian is promoted to the county level, who will take over as party secretary of Qianhu Town? Zhao Guizhu responded, Tao Liqiang. The director of the county government office is highly capable, adaptable, and possesses an extensive background in grassroots work, having previously served as mayor of a township. I believe that if he were to assume the role of party secretary in Qianhu Town, the economic development there would see substantial improvement, becoming a highlight of our work in Hongshan County this year. Zhou Binghua contemplated for a moment before suggesting, how about we connect with Liu Haotian via video conference to hear his opinion? Zhao Guizhu nodded in agreement, and Zhou Binghua promptly instructed the staff to establish a video link with Liu Haotian. Upon seeing the scene from the standing committee meeting, Liu Haotian's expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired, Secretary Zhou, did you need to speak with me? Zhou Binghua replied, Liu Haotian, County Chief Zhao has proposed that you succeed the retiring Vice County Chief Zhu, allowing you to utilize your strengths in a higher position. We would like to understand your thoughts on this. Liu Haotian frowned and asked, Secretary Zhou, am I allowed to decline this offer? Zhou Binghua sighed. County Chief Zhao has already communicated with the city, and they recognize your capabilities and qualifications. Realizing that he had little choice in the matter, Liu Haotian felt a mixture of anger and irony. He then stated, Secretary Zhou, County Chief Zhao, while I have no objections to leaving Qianhu Town for a position at the county, I would like to recommend promoting Comrade Song Wudi to the position of mayor. Since my tenure began, he has consistently supported my initiatives and is well versed in the operational strategies for the Qianhu Fishing Town project. I hope that the incoming party secretary will heed Comrade Song Wudi's advice to ensure the continued development of Qianhu Town. Zhou Binghua turned his gaze to Zhao Guozhu. County Chief Zhao, what is your perspective? Zhao Guozhu smiled slightly. Liu Haotian's suggestion is quite commendable. I am in agreement. Zhou Binghua nodded. Very well. Let us proceed with the necessary procedures. Chapter 45. The subtle shift. Liu Haotian could never have imagined that Zhao Guozhu would act so decisively. On Liu Haotian's first day as deputy county head, Zhao Guozhu convened a meeting of the county leadership. During this assembly, Zhao announced Liu Haotian's responsibilities, which clearly indicated that he was to assist Deputy Head Du Guibin in managing business affairs and Deputy Head Shui Fugue in overseeing cultural tourism. Upon hearing this division of labor, Liu Haotian's expression darkened, particularly when he caught the glances exchanged between Du Guibin and Shui Fugue. He felt a sinking sensation in his heart. At that moment, he realized he was surrounded by adversaries. For both Du Guibin and Shui Fugue were individuals he had previously offended gravely. Would they grant him the opportunity to showcase his talents? Liu Haotian soon discovered the answer. After the meeting, Du Guibin approached Liu Haotian with a smile, extending a sincere handshake. He then slowly remarked, Comrade Liu Haotian, if I am not in the county, you may assist me with business matters. However, if I am present, I would prefer you not to intervene. Following this, Shui Fugue also shook Liu Haotian's hand and added, Comrade Liu Haotian, I take my duties seriously, especially concerning the departments I oversee. I must maintain complete control over them, as any issues that arise will ultimately be my responsibility. Therefore, regarding your role in assisting me with cultural tourism, you may interpret it this way, as my assistant. If you have any suggestions or criticisms, do not hesitate to bring them to me. I will consider your input based on the circumstances of our work, which is essential for our future collaboration. Listening to their words, Liu Haotian smiled faintly. Gentlemen, I understand your intentions, and I see why Deputy Zhao insisted on appointing me here. Although I have been promoted to Deputy County Head in Hengshan County, in reality, I have been completely sidelined. To be frank, in the game of political maneuvering, I have been outplayed. However, do not become too complacent. Should you provide me with an opportunity, I shall demonstrate why flowers bloom so vividly. With that, Liu Haotian stormed out. Shui Fugue scoffed. The youth of today lack proper manners and do not respect their elders. If this continues, they will face consequences. Du Guibin sneered. With Liu Haotian's temperament, he is ill-suited for our political arena. He may excel in military endeavors, but the battlefield differs significantly from the political stage, where one must embrace moderation and discernment. Liu Haotian believes he is the only one sincerely working for the people, but in truth, he overestimates his own significance. Shui Fugue nodded in agreement. Indeed, Liu Haotian possesses intellect, but lacks emotional intelligence. He will inevitably face setbacks. Has he not already? I reckon this will be his fate. As long as County Head Zhao and the rest of us remain in Hengshan County, Liu Haotian shall never rise. For an entire month, Liu Haotian experienced the bitter taste of idleness. During this time, he found himself at work without purpose, with only a few necessary documents for study passing through his hands. The leaders of the departments he was supposed to assist made no effort to report to him. Liu Haotian adopted a lifestyle reminiscent of retired bureaucrats, sipping tea 3 times a day. This month was a true test of endurance for him, to compound his frustrations. After the new town committee secretary, Tao Liqiang, assumed office in Qianhu Town, his first act was to reassign several department heads. Those previously promoted by Liu Haotian were all relegated to lesser positions, while members of the Liang Youde faction were notably favored. Although the town head had changed to Song Wudi, his subordinates remained loyal to Liang Youde. Despite Liang Youde no longer holding the title of town head, he retained the position of chairman of the People's Congress and also served as the head of the town's Public Security Bureau. Thus, Liang Youde still wielded considerable influence in Qianhu Town. He had also received subtle hints from former leaders that he would soon be promoted to a deputy department-level position in the county. Consequently, Liang Youde maintained a calm demeanor, fully cooperating with Tao Liqiang in their initiatives. Within a week of his appointment, Tao Liqiang had completed personnel adjustments. He then convened a town committee meeting where he dismissed Liu Haotian's previously established parking fee cap of 10 yuan per day, replacing it with an hourly rate that increased the maximum daily fee to 50 yuan. Furthermore, he rejected Liu Haotian's limit of 80 yuan for agritourism services, justifying his actions by claiming they were aimed at enhancing service quality. Tao Liqiang even proposed converting free fishing spots into paid ones. But this suggestion faced staunch opposition from the Moni Cultural Tourism Development Company, which had invested in and operated the fishing town and thus held significant sway. Undeterred by this setback, Tao Liqiang quickly collaborated with neighboring towns to establish several paid fishing spots, sharing the profits. He then unveiled a series of measures aimed explicitly at increasing Qianhu Town's financial revenue and boosting GDP figures to create a favorable political record. Upon learning of these developments, Liu Haotian promptly called Tao Liqiang, advising him of the severe consequences his actions could incur. However, Tao Liqiang brushed off Liu Haotian's counsel with a dismissive smile. Deputy Liu, while you now hold a leadership position, I regret to inform you that you lack the standing to dictate our work in Qianhu Town. I am fully aware of how to proceed. You have your plans, and I have mine, both aimed at advancing Qianhu Town's economic development. It is merely our methodologies that differ. If I recall correctly, you once shared similar sentiments with Deputy Chui, thus, I return those words to you, hoping you will cease to interfere with our progress. Liu Haotian was taken aback by Tao Liqiang's retort and angrily hung up the phone. In the days that followed, Liu Haotian found himself increasingly idle, and rumors about him circulated widely in Hongshan County. Some claimed he had offended the county head and numerous committee members, rendering him marginalized and unimportant within the county government. As these rumors intensified, even county government staff would ignore Liu Haotian, treating him as a mere specter, often going entire days without a single word exchanged. 2 months later, Liu Haotian was consumed by restlessness. After much contemplation, he called his father, Liu Qingyu, to recount his experiences and inquire, "Father, during your own rise in the political sphere, did you ever encounter a situation akin to mine? How did you navigate it?" Liu Qingyu smiled gently. "Haotian, I completely comprehend your current mindset. However, I shall not share any of my experiences with you. Each individual, on the journey of life, encounters distinct tribulations and setbacks, which are essential for personal growth. It is imperative that one navigates through these challenges independently, emerging from the shadows through self-reflection. Remember, Haotian, no one's path in life is devoid of obstacles. During times of adversity, it is crucial to contemplate and introspect, whether passively or actively. One must rely on their own strength to greet the dawn. If you find yourself utterly bored at present, consider delving into the I Ching. It is a remarkable treasure of wisdom and culture bequeathed by our ancestors. If you can grasp its teachings, it will undoubtedly aid you in extricating yourself from your current predicament. This is the sole advice I can offer you. Do you understand my meaning?" Liu Haotian nodded gently. "Father, I understand your message. I will certainly rely on myself to emerge from this gloom. No one can cast a shadow over Liu Haotian. If fate brings me darkness, I shall pierce through it. If the earth shrouds me in gloom, I will rend it asunder. Should it be a person who casts the shadow, I will eventually compel them to submit." After speaking these words, Liu Haotian felt a surge of determination, dispelling the earlier sense of aimlessness. The following day, a copy of the I Ching graced Liu Haotian's desk. For an entire month, he devoted his mornings to researching various materials regarding Hongshan County, while his afternoons were entirely consumed with the study of the I Ching. After a month, 3 phrases from the I Ching adorned his desk. 1. The treading hexagram. Treading on the tiger's tail, do not bite others. Success. 2. The treading hexagram. Initial yang, walking on the plain. No blame. 3. The treading hexagram. Second yang. The path is broad and smooth. The secluded person is steadfast and fortunate. Every day at work, Liu Haotian would meticulously ponder these 3 phrases. At that moment, he was filled with hope for the future, and his current situation no longer troubled him. For these phrases encapsulated the principles of life. Existence oscillates between fortune and misfortune, in cycles of varying lengths, with equality for all. These 3 phrases serve as keys to navigating life's diverse circumstances. Mastering them allows one to face challenges with ease, liberate oneself from adversity, and embrace a renewed existence. Meanwhile, in Qianhu Town, under Tao Liqiang's bold reforms, the GDP figures had undergone a significant transformation. From an explosive growth of 50 in the first month of his tenure, by the third month, GDP had plummeted by 70 compared to when he took office. The once bustling Qianhu Town had reverted to its previous state of quietude. Those who had just renovated their homes in anticipation of welcoming fishing enthusiasts suddenly found the once vibrant fishing town eerily silent, with only a handful of local residents casting their lines. At that moment, Tao Liqiang sat in the spacious office chair of the town committee secretary. Leaning against the stone wall behind him, his brow furrowed in concern as he murmured to himself, "How could this be? Why has no one come? Have I erred? No, I am absolutely correct. It is those opportunistic fishermen who are at fault." Chapter 46. The Wrath of Liu Tianming. More than half a month ago, Tao Liqiang began to reflect on his policies. However, after much contemplation, he never believed that the decline in fishermen was his fault, nor did he consider it a consequence of his policies. Thus, he continued to make personnel adjustments while simultaneously tightening the management of the agritourism businesses in Qianhu Town. To bolster the town's financial revenue, he imposed a monthly certification fee of 300 yuan on each agritourism establishment. This decision sparked widespread discontent among the townsfolk. The common people are inherently kind and docile, yet they are not easily bullied. Many residents had long saved Lin Qianqian's contact number. Following the announcement of Tao Liqiang's fee policy, numerous townspeople reached out to Lin Qianqian, hoping she would pay attention to and report on the situation in Qianhu Town. Recently, Lin Qianqian had been preoccupied with work and was not well informed about the circumstances in Qianhu Town. Moreover, Liu Haotian had not disclosed his promotion to deputy county head to her. Thus, when Lin Qianqian learned from the townsfolk that Liu Haotian had been transferred shortly after achieving some success with the Qianhu Town fishing project, and that the new town committee secretary, Tao Liqiang, had dismissed many of Liu Haotian's policies, leading to the project's near collapse, she was enraged. Lin Qianqian was not an ordinary journalist. Her background endowed her with insights into the intricacies of political maneuvering. Through conversations with the locals, she had gleaned a general understanding of Liu Haotian's predicament and recognized that he had been outmaneuvered by county head Zhao Guozhu. Although Liu Haotian had received a promotion, he was now rendered utterly idle. Furiously, Lin Qianqian's brows furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury. She was acutely aware that Liu Haotian possessed a strong character and abhorred idle living. Now, forced into idleness for 3 months, such a life would be torment for him. Gripping her camera tightly, she seethed, "How dare you push my future husband to such a dead end? How dare you ruin the fishing town project like this? Just wait and see how I deal with you." At 3 in the morning, Lin Qianqian, accompanied by a photographer, departed quietly from the provincial capital, Beiming City, and arrived in Qianhu Town. By around 6 in the morning, she stood by the riverbank, once the bustling heart of the town, and began a live video broadcast, comparing the current number of fishermen to that of 3 months prior. In the previous report from 3 months ago, at the same hour, Lin Qianqian had stood by the river, where fishermen could be seen every few meters, and the parking lots were filled to capacity. Now, however, the expansive riverbank and parking area were completely deserted. After drawing the comparison, her voice trembled with emotion as she addressed her audience. "Dear viewers, as a journalist, witnessing this heartbreaking scene fills me with sorrow. Why has Qianhu Town, once a thriving beacon of fishing culture in the north, fallen into such decline in just 3 months? Is it due to a natural disaster? Absolutely not. It is a man-made calamity." According to the townsfolk, since the previous town committee secretary Liu Haotian was transferred, the new secretary, Tao Liqiang, has aggressively overhauled Liu's policies in pursuit of political achievement, abolishing free fishing and the 10 yuan parking fee, while encouraging agritourism establishments to raise their charges. Furthermore, there has been a sweeping personnel reshuffle, with many officials promoted under Liu's tenure relegated to idle positions, and those Liu had previously deemed unworthy now appointed to significant roles. As journalists, we do not wish to comment on the appropriateness of Tao Liqiang's personnel changes or policy adjustments. However, I must emphasize that the citizens of Qianhu Town are vocally opposed to the new policy mandating a 300 yuan monthly fee for each agritourism business, and many have expressed their grievances to us. Subsequently, Lin Qianqian shifted her reporting focus and conducted random interviews with 6 agritourism business owners, 5 of whom candidly stated that their businesses had suffered greatly since Tao Liqiang took office, with dwindling income amidst rising operational costs. They nostalgically recalled the prosperity of Qianhu Town during Liu Haotian's tenure. One owner, while not openly criticizing Tao Liqiang, subtly remarked that their establishment's monthly net income used to be 4,000 to 5,000 yuan under Liu Haotian, but now operating the business resulted in losses. Lin Qianxian then proceeded to the town committee courtyard, seeking an interview with Tao Liqiang, but was met with refusal and was promptly ejected from the premises. Outside the courtyard, she aimed her camera at the building and spoke with a voice heavy with sorrow. Dear viewers, I cannot comprehend why Hongshan County would transfer Liu Haotian just as he began to achieve results in Qianhu Town. Although he now holds the title of deputy county head, he wields no real power and spends his days merely sipping tea in the office. I do not understand the rationale behind Hongshan County's actions, yet they are undeniably disheartening, especially for diligent officials like Liu Haotian, who strive to serve the people of Qianhu Town. At this point, tears streamed down Lin Qianxian's cheeks. The broadcast abruptly ended. After the live stream concluded, the photographer glanced at Lin Qianxian with concern and said, Shaolin, while we can broadcast this interview live online, we must edit the video before it can be published by the provincial television station and provincial daily newspaper. You included some personal analyses during your report that need to be cut. Otherwise, it may not be accepted by the official media. Lin Qianxian paused in silence before responding. Brother Su, you can edit the footage sent to the provincial television station as you see fit. However, I intend to submit the entire video of today's report, along with an article I will write, directly to the provincial committee. I want the provincial leaders to be aware of what is happening in Qianhu Town. Photographer Su frowned slightly. Lin Qianxian, I know you are a journalist with a strong sense of justice, but have you considered the repercussions of your submission? You may not care about the townsfolk, but the county leaders in Hongshan will certainly be displeased, and even some leaders in Baiming City may be implicated. You could find yourself under immense pressure. A flicker of indignation appeared in Lin Qianxian's beautiful eyes as she clenched her teeth and replied, Let there be pressure. I want to stand idly by while certain individuals force a sincere official like Liu Haotian, who genuinely cares for the welfare of the people, into a position of impotence. To be frank, Brother Su, do you think the leaders of Hongshan County are treating Liu Haotian fairly? Brother Su hesitated for a moment, then sighed and remarked, This is a classic example of nefarious power maneuvering, clearly indicative of a covert elevation and demotion, suggesting potential retaliatory motives. Concurrently, it is evident that Tao Liqiang is merely seeking to exploit the opportunities in Qianhu Town. However, his capabilities are evidently lacking. Despite possessing his own ideas, they are fundamentally flawed. Lin Qianxian interjected, Brother Su, you see, your perspective aligns with that of many ordinary citizens. If even the common people can discern the truth, how could Liu Haotian possibly be oblivious? He must be acutely aware, yet he is compelled to endure the bitter consequences of certain leaders' machinations in Hongshan County. Do you think he feels disheartened? Upon hearing this, Brother Su's face flushed with indignation as he emphatically slapped his thigh and declared, Lin Qianxian, you are absolutely correct. As journalists, we must faithfully report the realities we observe. I have decided that our report to the provincial television station will include all your concerns, and I shall communicate with the relevant departments at the station, hoping they will refrain from excessive censorship, as our article is a critical and supervisory piece. Lin Qianxian glanced at Brother Su with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Brother Su. Unbeknownst to her, their live video broadcast, although early in the day and viewed by a limited audience, still attracted some viewers. By sheer coincidence, one of the viewers was a fan of Lin Qianxian, who happened to be the secretary of the provincial party secretary, Liu Tianming. After arriving at work that morning, Lin Qianxian composed an internal report on the events in Qianhu Town, promptly publishing it on the internal reference website. Liu Tianming's secretary, who habitually reviews internal reports each morning and promptly briefs Liu Tianming, printed Lin Qianxian's report without hesitation and placed it on Liu Tianming's desk as soon as he arrived. After addressing other matters, Liu Tianming and Appo's brow furrowed upon seeing the report. Meanwhile, in the morning news program of Beyi Province, Lin Qianxian and Appo's video report appeared prominently. After reviewing the internal report, Liu Tianming slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He then immediately called Shen Jijia, the mayor of Baiming City, asking, Comrade Shen Jijia, are you aware of the operational status of the fishing town in Qianhu Town? Upon receiving Liu Tianming's call, Shen Jijia initially felt elated, as it was a sign of his importance that the provincial party secretary would reach out directly. However, upon hearing Liu Tianming's inquiry, his heart sank. sensing that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Shinjijie cautiously replied, "Secretary Liu, I have not recently inquired about the situation in Qianhu Town. However, 3 months ago, I received reports indicating that the fishing town project was quite successful, attracting several thousand fishing enthusiasts daily, and the agritourism in Qianhu Town was developing rapidly, providing genuine benefits to the local populace." Liu Tianming coldly responded, "Comrade Shinjijie, I urge you to pay closer attention to the relevant reports from the provincial internal reference. Regarding the situation in Qianhu Town, I am giving you 2 months. After that, I will personally visit Qianhu Town for an investigation. If it remains in its current state, I believe it will necessitate adjustments within the Beiming City Party Committee." With that, Liu Tianming hung up the phone, leaving Shinjijie in a cold sweat. What exactly was happening? Why would the provincial party secretary, Liu Tianming, speak in such a manner? Although Liu Tianming's tone was calm, Shinjijie could discern the simmering anger beneath the surface. Otherwise, such remarks about adjusting the Beiming City Party Committee would not have arisen. It was evident that Liu Tianming was profoundly dissatisfied with the current state of affairs in Qianhu Town. What, indeed, was amiss in Qianhu Town? Chapter 47. One level above another. Upon witnessing the fury of Provincial Secretary Liu Tianming, Shinjijie felt an immediate sense of urgency. He promptly summoned his secretary, instructing him to swiftly ascertain the circumstances surrounding Qianhu Town. Simultaneously, he accessed the provincial committee's internal reference website. Upon reading Lin Qianxian's report, particularly when he viewed the video coverage she had posted, his anger surged, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Utter nonsense. This is sheer folly. What is Zhao Guozhu attempting to achieve? Is he toying with political maneuvers? Does he wish to reap the rewards without effort? If one must act, they should at least do so with finesse. Surely a competent individual should be chosen for such tasks. Who is Tao Liqiang anyway? Has he lost his senses? Why would he so brazenly dismiss the successful policies established by Liu Haotian?" Just as Shinjijie was seething, his phone rang again. Noticing the caller ID, he quickly answered, infusing his tone with a hint of flattery. "General Han, what a rare pleasure. Do you require my assistance?" On the other end, the voice of the cunning Han Xiangyi pierced through. "Shinjijie, are the leaders of Beiming City utterly incompetent?" At her words, Shinjijie's expression darkened, and his tone shifted. "General Han, what do you mean by that?" Han Xiangyi replied coldly, "Shinjijie, I initially ventured to Qianhu Town to invest in your fishing town project out of respect for your position as mayor. I can assure you that our investment was not merely out of deference to you, but also due to our admiration for Liu Haotian's work ethic, particularly the planning proposal he devised, which aligns perfectly with our company's cultural tourism development philosophy. The results have proven Liu Haotian's competence. Within just 3 months, the fishing town has flourished. If this momentum continues, not only will Qianhu Town thrive, but the entire tourism market in Beiming City will also prosper. I had even planned to secure several significant cultural tourism projects in your city, with investments amounting to no less than 3 billion. However, I never anticipated such a grave misstep from Beiming City. At such a critical juncture for the development of Qianhu Town, you chose to reassign Liu Haotian. And to make matters worse, you left him in limbo. Shinjijie, as a member of the Shin family, your perspective should not be so narrow." Shinjijie's countenance darkened further, and he replied gravely, "General Han, would you believe me if I said I am not well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding Liu Haotian's reassignment?" Han Xiangyi nodded. "If you say so, I would certainly believe it. But the core issue remains. Liu Haotian has been undermined, and the fishing town is now in jeopardy. Our 30 billion investment is at stake. Who will bear this responsibility? I trust you understand that despite our losses, we have refrained from making a public spectacle of this matter, but we are closely observing how Beiming City will respond. I must be clear, if the situation of the fishing town does not improve within 2 months, we will disclose all pertinent information to the public, exposing the actions taken against Liu Haotian by both Beiming City and Hongshan County. I intend to make it known that the downfall of the fishing town was not due to Liu Haotian's shortcomings, but rather the result of bureaucratic incompetence, driven by self-serving motives that led to the squandering of our investment. At that point, I am certain that investors, both domestic and international, will think twice before considering Beiming City for future ventures. You are aware of my temperament. I do not initiate conflict, but if someone underestimates me or disregards my interests, they will come to understand why our company is named Manga Cultural Tourism Development. They will experience firsthand the consequences of crossing Han Xiangyi. Shinjijie, drenched in a cold sweat, felt the weight of her words. Though the pressure from Secretary Liu Tianming was formidable, he was a figure of authority who adhered to protocol. As long as Shun handled matters appropriately, he could avoid trouble. In stark contrast, the formidable Han Xiangyi was a force to be reckoned with. Even as she aged, her reputation in elite circles remained untarnished. Even the scions of prominent families dared not provoke her. Now, with her company achieving remarkable success in the economy, having risen to prominence within a mere 8 years and boasting a market value exceeding 200 billion, her influence in the cultural tourism sector was profound. Should she choose to reveal the true state of the fishing town, Beiming City would undoubtedly find itself in a precarious position, jeopardizing Shun's own tenure as mayor. Moreover, he recognized that Han Xiangyi's connections rivaled, if not surpassed, those of his own family. If she unleashed her wrath, the ensuing chaos would be far from trivial. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jijia solemnly assured her, "General Han, rest assured, I guarantee that within 2 months, the circumstances surrounding Qianhu Town's fishing town will undergo a fundamental transformation." With that, Shun Jijia proceeded directly to the office of Guan Yunkai, the secretary of Beiming City, to relay Secretary Liu Tianming's directives and to emphasize the gravity of the situation regarding the Menggu Cultural Tourism Development Company, which was far from trivial. They were incensed about the situation in Qianhu Town and were prepared to sever ties with Beiming City. Upon hearing this, Guan Yunkai furrowed his brow, slamming his hand on the table. What is happening in Hongshan County? How did they manage to disrupt the situation so thoroughly? Shun Jijia replied, "Secretary Guan, I was attending a meeting in Kyoto when Liu Haotian was promoted, and I am not well informed about the circumstances here. I am curious, who proposed Liu Haotian's promotion?" Guan Yunkai responded, "It was Zhao Guozhu who came to me, praising Liu Haotian's exceptional performance in Qianhu Town. He expressed a desire to promote Liu to the county level as his deputy to foster economic development in Hongshan County. Given that the situation in Qianhu Town had stabilized, I believed a capable individual like Liu Haotian should be allowed to operate on a higher level, so I did not impede the decision and approved it. Little did I know that Zhao Guozhu would present one face while acting with duplicity behind the scenes, leading to this debacle in Qianhu Town." Upon concluding his words, Guan Yunkai promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Guozhu's number, his voice laced with a tinge of anger as he stated, "Zhao Guozhu, listen closely. The fishing town project in Qianhu Town is now on the brink of bankruptcy. Secretary Liu Tianming has personally instructed that if the project does not return to its former state within 2 months, you, as the county head, may as well resign. You were parachuted in from Kyoto, so you can simply return from whence you came. However, remember this, while Secretary Liu has granted me a 2-month grace period, I cannot afford to extend you the same courtesy. You have merely 1 month. Mark my words, just 1 month." With that, Guan Yunkai abruptly terminated the call. Zhao Guozhu's expression immediately soured. He was acutely aware that Guan Yunkai was well informed about his background and connections, particularly his favorable ties with the Wei family. Yet now, Guan Yunkai had spoken with such finality, clearly indicating immense pressure on his end. Zhao Guozhu felt a surge of anxiety. He rose and began pacing back and forth in his office, contemplating his strategy. However, he soon realized that given his own capabilities, restoring the situation in Qianhu Town within a mere month was an insurmountable task. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He hastily picked up the phone and dialed Tao Liquiang's number. At that moment, Tao Liquiang was engaged in a meeting, deliberating on personnel adjustments concerning Qianhu Town, hoping to alter the dire circumstances through such changes. As his phone rang, he stood and excused himself, answering with utmost respect, "Hello, County Head Zhao. This is Tao Liquiang." Without preamble, Zhao Guozhu unleashed his frustration. "Tao Liquiang, are you a fool? When I appointed you as the town committee secretary in Qianhu Town, it was a sign of my trust and promotion. I intended for you to reap the benefits, not to sow discord. Yet now, the dismal state of affairs in Qianhu Town has reached even the provincial secretary's ears, and the municipal secretary has personally reprimanded me. Despite my efforts to elevate you, you have repaid me with this debacle. Do you believe you are deserving of my trust?" Tao Liquiang hastily responded, "County Head Zhao, I have done nothing wrong. My aim was simply to surpass the achievements of Liu Haotian during his tenure and to boost the fiscal revenue. The issue lies with the fishermen being excessively picky. Is it really necessary for them to nitpick over a few extra charges?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Guozhu slammed his hand on the desk in exasperation. "Tao Liquiang, you are nothing but a simpleton. I will ask you just one question. Given 1 month, do you have a plan to resolve the issues in Qianhu Town? If so, Enlighten me on your strategy. If not, you might as well vacate your position at once. Tao Liquiang felt an overwhelming weight of pressure, though he bristled internally. He had no alternative but to grit his teeth and reply, Secretary Zhao, those fishermen are all worthless. Restoring the previous state is quite simple. We merely need to reinstate Liu Haotian's policies in their entirety. Zhao Guozhu let out a cold snort. One can only hope. At that moment, the director of the county committee office knocked and entered. County head Zhao, Secretary Zhou has summoned all county committee members to the standing committee meeting immediately. The municipal committee has issued a clear directive regarding the situation in Qianhu Town, demanding that our Hongshan County Committee rectify the dire circumstances within a month, or face significant personnel adjustments. Secretary Zhou is quite anxious and has insisted that all members arrive within 15 minutes. Zhao Guozhu managed a wry smile before ending the call and striding towards the meeting room, fully aware that Zhou Binghua was likely to confront him. Chapter 48. Deception at Sea. This meeting was an expanded session of the County Committee Standing Committee. Apart from all the county committee members, both Liu Haotian and Tao Liqiang participated via video conference. Zhou Binghua sat at the head of the table, casting a cold glance over the assembly before solemnly stating, Comrades, I wonder if you recall that 3 months ago, Comrade Liu Haotian was removed from his position as Secretary of Qianhu Town, with Comrade Tao Liqiang stepping in to replace him. Ordinarily, one would expect the situation in Qianhu Town to improve under these circumstances, yet the outcome has been profoundly disappointing. Recently, due to media exposure, the desolate state of Qianhu Town, a fishing-themed locale, has become widely known across the country. Unluckily, Secretary Liu of the Provincial Committee has also taken notice and issued directives that we, in Hongshan County, must resolve the issues in Qianhu Town within 2 months, or face accountability from the Municipal Party Committee. The Municipal Committee is under immense pressure, granting us merely 1 month. Therefore, I wish to inquire of Comrade Zhao Guozhu, do you remember the assurances you made when you strongly recommended Tao Liqiang for the role of secretary? You confidently asserted that Qianhu Town would undoubtedly flourish under Tao's leadership and that Hongshan County required Liu Haotian. Yet, what is the current reality? I trust everyone present can attest to the dismal state of affairs in Qianhu Town. Furthermore, after Liu Haotian's arrival in Hongshan County, you, Comrade Zhao Guozhu, have rendered him entirely ineffective, allowing him no opportunity to contribute. I must ask you, was Liu Haotian's adjustment to the county as deputy county head genuinely driven by operational necessity, or was it a means of retribution? You are compelled to provide me, and indeed the municipal and provincial committees, with a clear answer, which I shall report directly. Zhao Guozhu's face darkened in that moment. He had not anticipated Zhou Binghua's sudden onslaught after 3 months of silence regarding Liu Haotian's sidelining. The timing was particularly disadvantageous for him. If this matter were reported, he could face severe consequences, complicating his career path further. Zhao Guozhu weighed his options, realizing he could no longer suppress Liu Haotian in this context without risking a complete fallout with Zhou Binghua. Despite Wei Chenglong's insistence on keeping Liu Haotian under tight control, the optimal moment for such suppression had passed. He needed to reassess his approach. After a brief pause, Zhao Guozhu replied, Secretary Zhou, my decision to keep Liu Haotian idle for 3 months was made with careful consideration. I trust you and the comrades here understand that Comrade Liu possesses a strong personality. To facilitate his swift acclimatization to Hongshan County and temper his former boldness, he requires a degree of guidance. Otherwise, his temperament may lead to trouble. Now, after 3 months of adjustment and observation, I believe it is time to assign Liu Haotian more responsibilities. Zhou Binghua coldly retorted, what responsibilities does Comrade Zhao Guozhu intend to assign to Liu Haotian? Are you suggesting he assist more deputy county heads with specific tasks? Zhao Guozhu quickly responded, certainly not. This time, Liu Haotian must operate independently. Zhou Binghua nodded slightly. Very well, you may proceed as you see fit. Now, let us discuss the issues concerning Qianhu Town. Comrade Zhao Guozhu, the municipal committee has granted us 1 month to resolve the situation in Qianhu Town. As the instigator of these problems, it falls upon you to rectify them. If you cannot, I shall take responsibility. However, the city has only allotted us 1 month. Therefore, you and Tao Liqiang have a mere fortnight. Should you manage to restore Qianhu Town to its former state within this period, we can report back to the municipal and provincial committees, and this matter can be considered concluded. I must emphasize, should you fail within the fortnight, Comrade Zhao Guozhu, you will need to contemplate how to account for this to the municipal and provincial committees. Of course, if you lack confidence in your abilities, you may voice that now, and we shall seek alternative solutions. At this juncture, Zhou Binghua turned to Zhao Guozhu. Director Zhao, do you have confidence? Zhao Guozhu was furious but felt compelled about Zhou Binghua's relentless pressure. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously replied, I would like to hear Comrade Tao Liqiang's perspective. Zhou Binghua directed his gaze to the screen where Tao Liqiang appeared. Comrade Tao Liqiang, what are your thoughts? Can you resolve the situation in Qianhu Town within a fortnight? If not, you may choose to resign voluntarily. Tao Liqiang's expression turned ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead. After a moment of reflection, he slowly lifted his head and declared, Secretary Zhou, I possess both the confidence and the capability to restore Qianhu Town to its former state within the next fortnight. Zhou Binghua nodded. Very well, we shall await your results. After the meeting, Zhao Guozhu returned to his office and immediately called Tao Liqiang, his tone firm. Tao Liqiang, I do not care what methods you employ, you must resolve this matter within the fortnight. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your position. Take heed. Upon returning to Qianhu Town, Tao Liqiang pondered deeply and ultimately decided to reinstate the policies of Liu Haotian, launching a vigorous promotional campaign. Additionally, to attract more visitors to Qianhu Town for fishing, he reduced the parking fee cap from 10 yuan to 5 yuan. In Tao Liqiang's view, making concessions on matters of paramount concern to fishing enthusiasts would surely entice them back. However, a disheartening scene unfolded for Tao Liqiang. Despite the promotional efforts and direct invitations sent to fishing friends, his reputation had crumbled entirely. No one trusted his words. Even after reinstating Liu Haotian's policies, the number of fishing enthusiasts in Qianhu Town saw only a modest increase, falling far short of the previous scale during Liu Haotian's tenure. Now, nearly 200 to 300 individuals visited daily, primarily from nearby towns and counties, with very few outsiders. Moreover, these visitors often returned home the same day. Consequently, although some recovery was noted in visitor numbers, economic indicators remained grim, particularly among local farm. In the current predicament, I find myself utterly powerless. Thus, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. I can only convey a piece of information. This morning, the County Party Committee office has already notified all standing committee members of the County Party Committee to gather at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow in front of the County Committee courtyard. Everyone will collectively travel to Qianhu Town for an on-site investigation. If by that time you have not resolved this issue, I can assure you that your position as the Town Committee Secretary will be untenable, and you may very well face disciplinary action. Additionally, I must inform you that the company responsible for the investment and operation of the Qianhu Town Fishing Town project, the Mingun Cultural Tourism Development Company, is not as straightforward as it appears. Although they initially showed no response to your actions, they have now expressed strong dissatisfaction to multiple departments within the city and even the province. Should the situation in Qianhu Town fail to improve swiftly, it is likely that the city leadership will be held accountable. You have stirred a considerable storm, and when the time comes, do not say I, Zhao Guozhu, am lacking in loyalty as I cannot shoulder the consequences of your actions. With that, Zhao Guozhu abruptly ended the call. The following morning, Tao Liqiang once again journeyed to the banks and surfaces of various rivers for investigation. The more he observed, the more troubled he became, as the weather was overcast and the atmospheric pressure low, resulting in very few people fishing. He traversed the once thriving fishing hotspots of Qianhu Town, only to find a mere 100 or so anglers present, whereas during peak times, even in such weather, there could be 1,000 or 2,000 fishing enthusiasts. With a solemn expression, Tao Liqiang turned to Liang Youde, who sat beside him, and remarked, Old Liang, we are inextricably linked. If I weather this storm, you are assured a promotion to the county level. However, should I fail, your aspirations for a deputy division level position may also be dashed. My drastic measures were partly influenced by your counsel. Tomorrow, the county leadership will arrive for inspection. What do you suggest we do? Liang Youde furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly lifted his head, drew a deep breath, and gritted his teeth, saying, Secretary Tao, there are indeed options available, but they may require us to take some risks. Tao Liqiang inquired, what options? Liang Youde replied in a low voice, to deceive the heavens while crossing the ocean. Tao Liqiang's eyes brightened, though he quickly furrowed his brow again. Finding so many fishing enthusiasts in such a short time frame seems quite challenging. Liang Youde chuckled. What if we were to offer each person willing to fish tomorrow morning a free fishing rod, a chair, and 800 yuan? Do you think anyone would be inclined to fish? I believe we do not need to gather too many people. 1,000 would suffice. The only essential factor is that our actions must remain discreet and unobtrusive. This is not a difficult task for me. However, I cannot resolve the funding issue. Tao Liqiang waved his hand decisively, saying, funding is not a concern. As long as you can address the issue of people, I will handle the rest. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions for over an hour in the vehicle, finalizing various details. With that, Tao Liqiang finally relaxed his previously furrowed brow and returned to the Qianhu Town Committee courtyard with calm confidence regarding the upcoming investigation. Chapter 49. Deception. That evening, Liu Haotian received a call from the county committee office, instructing him to accompany the county committee leaders on a bus to Qianhu Town for an investigation the following morning. Though somewhat taken aback, he agreed. At 8 a.m. the next day, Liu Haotian arrived punctually at the entrance of the county committee compound, boarding the bus alongside the committee members as they set off towards Qianhu Town. Zhou Binghua summoned Liu Haotian to his side and, in front of everyone, inquired, Liu Haotian, do you think there is a possibility that Tao Liqiang can restore things to their original state within half a month? With a smile, Liu Haotian replied, Secretary Zhou, I don't believe I am the right person to answer that. We are about to conduct an on-site investigation, and a glance will reveal everything. Zhou Binghua chuckled. I am eager to hear the perspective of a former town committee secretary. After all, the fishing town project in Qianhu is your brainchild, and your insights would be invaluable for our research. At this point, Zhao Guizhu, seated beside Zhou Binghua, turned to Liu Haotian with a smile. Come on, Liu Haotian. Do share your thoughts. Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Haotian said, since both leaders are interested in my opinion, I shall speak candidly. For the average consumer, if Tao Liqiang is wise, he will restore my previous policies. If he is a bit impatient, he might even make further concessions. While a complete restoration may be unlikely, achieving 50 of the previous foot traffic is certainly feasible. However, anglers differ from the general consumer. There are typically two types of fishing enthusiasts, ordinary citizens and those who are financially secure and passionate about fishing. Our fishing town project in Qianhu primarily targets the latter group, although it can also attract some local citizens. Nevertheless, leaders, while fishing is a leisurely pursuit, it is also a high-cost activity. Without a certain economic capacity, one cannot indulge in fishing. This is why our fishing town was able to generate significant GDP figures in the past 3 months. It stemmed from our precise targeting of the fishing market. Most anglers do not concern themselves with the costs of specific equipment. For instance, some enthusiasts are willing to spend thousands on a quality fishing rod or a premium tackle box. However, if you charge them 30 to 50 yuan for parking, they would feel it is not worth it. Therefore, I predict that even if Tao Liqiang reinstates my previous policies and makes concessions, it would be optimistic to expect that 20 of anglers would return to fish. This segment would primarily consist of local anglers. Those coming from over 500 kilometers away would unlikely return. Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua nodded thoughtfully. If what you say holds true, seeing 600 or 700 anglers during our investigation would be quite commendable. Liu Haotian agreed. In favorable weather, encountering 600 or 700 anglers would be typical. However, today's oppressive and humid conditions, coupled with low atmospheric pressure, render it unsuitable for fishing, as such weather discourages fish from biting. Thus, my assessment is that if we observe 300 to 400 anglers today, it would be the best possible outcome. Zhao Guizhu scoffed dismissively. Comrade Liu Haotian, don't you think your assertion is rather presumptuous? Liu Haotian merely smiled, unconcerned, perhaps. He opted not to engage in a debate with Zhao Guizhu, recognizing the futility given his position of authority. As the bus rolled along the riverside into Qianhu Town, the county committee members gazed out the windows. Zhao Guizhu, particularly attentive, beamed with satisfaction upon noticing numerous anglers along the riverbanks. He turned to Liu Haotian with a grin. Comrade Liu Haotian, look. There must be 300 or 400 anglers just along this stretch of river, and I see more in the distance. It's safe to assume there are at least 1,000 fishing today. Liu Haotian scrutinized the anglers outside, his brow furrowing slightly. With his expertise in fishing, he understood that under such weather conditions, only the most ardent enthusiast would venture out, which contradicted the scene before him. He instructed the driver to slow down for a closer inspection. After observing for a while, a smirk of disdain crept onto Liu Haotian's face. Zhao Guizhu, keenly observing Liu Haotian's expression, felt a sudden unease. Despite his skepticism regarding Liu Haotian's earlier comments, he had come to trust him. Knowing Liu Haotian was not one to boast. However, the prevailing scene prompted him to question Liu Haotian's judgment, particularly The disdainful smile on Liu Haotian's face sparked a realization in Zhao Guozhu's mind. There was likely something amiss with the anglers present. With this doubt lingering, Zhao Guozhu carefully examined the parked vehicles. For anglers, the quality of their equipment is crucial. Noticing the assortment of cars, he recognized that most bore local license plates, with many electric bikes and even ordinary bicycles lining the roadside. This observation caused Zhao Guozhu's apprehension to deepen. How could so many locals be fishing? Such a vast turnout, reaching into the thousands? Why were there no out-of-town license plates in sight? As Zhao Guozhu pondered these questions, a car sped past from behind, halting approximately 500 meters ahead. Two individuals, one male and one female, emerged. The man shouldered a camera while the woman held a microphone. This spot was densely populated with anglers, numbering 200 to 300. Seeing them, Zhao Guozhu's expression grew grave. He ordered the driver to accelerate and stop behind the parked vehicle. Zhou Binghua noticed the commotion and remarked to the county committee office director, "Go and escort those reporters away." Zhou Binghua replied calmly, "Those reporters were invited by me." Furrowing his brow, Zhao Guozhu questioned, "Secretary Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Binghua replied solemnly, "To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. It was their previous report that brought our Qianhu Town into disrepute. Now that I see the town has made a commendable recovery, it is only fitting to invite these reporters back for a follow-up report, which would greatly aid in restoring our town's reputation." "What is the matter, Director Zhao? Do you lack confidence in Tao Liqiang?" Zhao Guozhu quickly responded, "I have confidence. But it seems premature to report when we have yet to return to our previous level of prosperity." As Zhou Binghua and Zhao Guozhu engaged in a discussion while descending, Lin Qianxian and photographer Su Fu had already approached a group of anglers. Holding a microphone, Lin Qianxian cheerfully addressed the audience. "Dear viewers, it has been half a month since our last report. We have returned to Qianhu Town for a follow-up. From our vehicle, we observed that, at this very moment, there are hundreds of anglers fishing along both banks of the river. Now, we shall approach them for live interviews." As she spoke, Lin Qianxian approached a middle-aged angler, stood beside him for a moment, and suddenly furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Sir, how long have you been fishing?" The angler stared at her blankly for a moment, seeming to recall something, and promptly replied, "I have been fishing for 2 years." Lin Qianxian then glanced at another angler nearby and asked, "And you, sir, how many years have you been fishing?" The man replied, "About 2.5 years." Lin Qianxian shook her head, saying, "Gentlemen, are you attempting to deceive me? If you have been fishing for over 2 years, you certainly should know how to adjust a float. May I ask if you fish at a ratio of 1:9 or 2:5? After her question, the two men exchanged glances, and the one on the left said, "I fish at 1:9. The one on the right added, "I fish at 2:5. Lin Qianxian smiled faintly. "So, gentlemen, do you understand the meaning of those ratios?" The two men appeared somewhat anxious and hastily waved their hands, saying, "You may leave. We do not wish to be interviewed." Lin Qianxian sighed, "Gentlemen, the truth is, you do not know how to fish. Everything I just mentioned was nonsense. Whether it's 1:9 or 2:5, neither is a standard float adjustment technique. The commonly used ratios are 4:2 or 5:2, which are more precise and suitable for catching crucian carp and carp. If you continue to fish with your current methods, you may not catch even a few fish in an entire day." At that moment, Zhou Binghua and Zhao Guozhu had joined Lin Qianxian and the others, while Liu Haotian blended into the crowd. Lin Qianxian then glanced at Liu Haotian and abruptly directed her attention back to the middle-aged man. "Sir, did you not see the county leaders have arrived? You must speak truthfully, for I have received information that the town has distributed over 900 yuan to each of you to fish here for a day, which includes meals and a complimentary fishing rod and chair. I understand this sum was drawn from the town as finances, which is an illegal distribution. Once the county leaders learn of this, they will certainly reclaim the funds." The middle-aged man immediately grew agitated and exclaimed, "Reporter, do not speak recklessly. I only received 380 yuan. Where does this 900 yuan come from?" Lin Qianxian turned to another individual and asked, "And you, sir, how much did you receive?" This man looked at Lin Qianxian with dissatisfaction and replied, "Listen here, miss, do not spread falsehoods. We only received 380 yuan. It is impossible for us to return 900 yuan. Besides, I need to account for some fuel costs. It would be fortunate to make 200 to 300 from this outing." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianxian fixed her gaze on Zhou Binghua and Zhao Guozhu, stating solemnly, "Secretary Zhou, County Head Zhao, you have heard my inquiries. This is the truth regarding the multitude of anglers along the riverbanks. I implore you, esteemed leaders, to address this matter on site, as we are broadcasting live. Chapter 50. A face-slapping encounter with Zhao Guozhu. Zhou Binghua and Zhao Guozhu exchanged glances, each discerning a sense of gravity and impending crisis reflected in the other's eyes. At that moment, the roar of an approaching automobile grew louder, halting nearby. And Tao Liqiang sprang from the vehicle, hastily making his way toward them. Upon reaching the group, his face lit with enthusiasm as he proclaimed, "Secretary Zhou, County Chief Zhao, welcome to our Qianhu Town for your inspection. Over the past half-month, our town committee has been tirelessly dedicated, with nearly every member returning home only before 11 p.m. each night. After more than 2 weeks of diligent preparation, we have made significant progress. Although we have only restored about 1/3 to 1/4 of our prior state due to the limited time, rest assured, given another month and a half, I am confident we can not only return Qianhu Town to its former glory, but even surpass it, for the momentum here is remarkably positive, with all indicators showing improvement." Liu Haotian, standing nearby, could not suppress a chuckle, finally grasping the meaning of having a thick skin and witnessing an Oscar-worthy performance. It was evident that Tao Liqiang was merely putting on a show, engaging in self-praise while feigning a hint of self-criticism. The actual critique was insincere, the self-aggrandizement rang true. Clearly, Tao Liqiang was well-versed in such theatrics, his delivery smooth and rehearsed, devoid of any stammer. However, it appeared that today would not end well for him. As Liu Haotian had surmised, Zhao Guozhu shook his head lightly upon hearing this, harboring profound disappointment in Tao Liqiang. Zhou Binghua fixed a cold stare at Tao Liqiang and inquired, "Tao Liqiang, are you certain that what you have stated is true?" Tao Liqiang was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such skepticism from Zhou Binghua. Yet, upon noticing Zhao Guozhu's presence beside him, his confidence surged, and he thumped his chest, asserting, "Secretary Zhou, every word I utter is absolutely accurate. I guarantee it with my party integrity." Zhou Binghua waved his hand, his expression grave. "Comrade Tao Liqiang, I must solemnly warn you that you lack the qualification to guarantee anything with your party integrity. I hereby announce that due to your fraudulent activities in the economic recovery of Qianhu Town, your attempts to deceive higher authorities, and the serious errors in your previous work, you are immediately relieved of your position as the secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee. Furthermore, you will receive a severe reprimand within the party." At this juncture, Zhou Binghua turned to Zhao Guozhu and inquired, "County Chief Zhao, do you have any objections to my handling of this matter?" Zhao Guozhu cast a cold glance at Tao Liqiang and shook his head, replying, "No objections." Tao Liqiang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His face contorted with disbelief as he implored Zhao Guozhu, "County Chief Zhao, what exactly have I done wrong? Why such a severe punishment? The economy of Qianhu Town has recovered significantly. I am confident that within a month, we can achieve complete restoration." Zhao Guozhu sighed deeply and remarked, "Tao Liqiang, you have profoundly disappointed me. I initially believed that after the previous misjudgments, you would reflect deeply and amend your ways. Yet, it seems you are merely repeating your mistakes without shame. Do you think we, the county committee leaders, are easily deceived? Do you believe that your numerous accomplices in this charade can go unnoticed? Just look at the license plates of the vehicles parked along the roadside. All begin with Bay A, indicating they are local. Furthermore, observe the electric bicycles and regular bicycles parked on both sides of the road, which clearly reveal that most of your fishing participants hail from nearby towns. Moreover, did you not withdraw funds from the town's finances to distribute to these fishing participants? Did you not also provide them with fishing rods and bait free of charge? You allocated 900 yuan to each, yet they only received 380 yuan. Where did the remaining difference go? To be frank, I greatly admired your work ethic and attitude during your tenure in the county government office. However, I did not expect that once in a position of authority, you would resort to petty tricks. You are endangering both yourself and others. Secretary Zhou's decision is entirely justified. You are no longer fit to hold a leadership position. Return home and reflect deeply on your actions." With that, Zhao Guozhu waved his hand dismissively. Tao Liqiang's complexion turned ashen, and he crumpled to the ground, shocked to realize that despite employing Liang Youde's deceitful strategy, the myriad of loopholes had become evident. Zhou Binghua cast a cold look at Tao Liqiang, fully aware that at this moment, Zhao Guozhu had entirely abandoned him. Zhou Binghua then turned to the reporter Lin Qianxian with a smile, saying, "Reporter Lin, we are now going to deliberate on the candidates for the new secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee, so please refrain from broadcasting this discussion." Lin Qianxian nodded promptly and returned to the vehicle with Su Fu. Zhou Binghua swept a cold gaze across the assembled committee members and stated firmly, "Comrades, due to Tao Liqiang's attempts to deceive and mislead higher authorities, he is no longer suitable to remain in Qianhu Town. To expedite the town's recovery, we require strong leadership to address this situation. Let us now discuss who should assume the role of the new town committee secretary." Zhao Guozhu pondered briefly before suggesting, "Secretary Zhou, I recommend Huang Xiang, the secretary of the Dan Town Committee, for this position. There are 3 reasons for this. First, Huang Xiang is 45 years old, in the prime of his life, possessing both county-level experience and extensive grassroots experience, rendering him capable of handling the current challenges in Qianhu Town. Second, under Huang Xiang's leadership, Dan Town has ascended to the top 3 in economic performance rankings within Hongshan County, demonstrating his capabilities and proficiency. Third, Huang Xiang exhibits exceptional execution skills, consistently placing Dan Town at the forefront in various assessments. Therefore, I recommend Huang Xiang as the new secretary of Qianhu Town." Zhou Binghua retorted coldly, "County Chief Zhao, was it not you who initially recommended Tao Liqiang? Look at the outcome." His thirst for power swelled, leading to reckless actions that resulted in the current dire state of Qianhu Town. You even fervently advocated for an additional half-month for him, believing he could rectify the situation. The results have unequivocally proven that you have made too many errors regarding this matter. Thus, let us seek opinions from other comrades on this candidate." Although Zhou Binghua's tone was polite, his stance was resolute. Zhao Guozhu realized he had entirely lost his voice in the selection of the secretary of Qianhu Town and could only manage a wry smile, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Deputy Secretary Ding Wenyuan slowly raised his head and remarked, "I believe that the provincial and municipal governments are exerting immense pressure on us regarding Qianhu Town, and we have less than half a month remaining. We cannot afford any further disruptions. Otherwise, the city may very well initiate a large-scale adjustment of our county committee, which would not be advantageous for the development of Hongshan County. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution in selecting the new secretary of Qianhu Town. After considerable deliberation, I have concluded that the resolution to the problem lies with the one who originally tied the bell. Liu Haotian is the architect of the once thriving Qianhu Town, and I firmly believe he possesses both the capability and the means to restore its former glory. He is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate." Following Ding Wenyuan's remarks, Huang Yansheng, the minister of the United Front Work Department of the County Committee, slowly raised his head and stated, "I concur with Secretary Ding's opinion. For it is Liu Haotian who truly loves Qianhu Town. I trust that Comrade Liu Haotian would not wish to witness the continued decline of Qianhu Town, as ultimately it is the common people who suffer. I hope that Comrade Liu Haotian will bravely undertake the challenges facing Qianhu Town." As the two proposed Liu Haotian as a candidate, the other county leaders weighed their thoughts, with the majority expressing their agreement. Zhou Binghua nodded gently. It appears that most comrades still hold Liu Haotian in high regard. "Liu Haotian, do you wish to take on the responsibilities of Qianhu Town?" Upon hearing Zhou Binghua's inquiry, Zhao Guozhu let out a silent sigh. Despite his efforts to suppress Liu Haotian, he realized that he had ultimately failed. Given Liu Haotian's character, it was certain that he would choose to take over. However, Zhao Guozhu was unprepared for Liu Haotian's response, which came with a wry smile. "Secretary Shou, it is indeed logical for me to assume the role concerning Qianhu Town. However, I have recently been promoted by Director Zhao to serve as deputy county head, and my responsibilities are quite burdensome. I am tasked with assisting the 2 deputy county heads in managing 2 separate areas of work, and they have requested my valuable opinions, which they will consider. As deputy county head, I am fully committed to my duties, and these 2 areas alone keep me exceedingly occupied. Although most of my suggestions have not been adopted, I believe it is my obligation to be accountable for my assigned tasks. Therefore, Secretary Zhou, I regret to inform you that I currently lack the capacity to oversee additional matters." As Liu Haotian concluded his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. All the members of the county committee turned their gazes toward Zhao Guozhu. Despite Liu Haotian's eloquent words, the astute committee members could discern that he was not merely expressing his busy schedule. Rather, he was voicing his profound dissatisfaction with Zhao Guozhu, effectively slapping him in the face before the assembly. Many members regarded Liu Haotian with a newfound seriousness, recognizing that he was indeed a fearless individual, daring to confront Zhao Guozhu in such a situation. Liu Haotian's stance was unmistakably clear. Without a definitive explanation from Zhao Guozhu, he would categorically refuse to take on the affairs of Qianhu Town. Given the current circumstances in Hongshan County, No one besides Liu Haotian would dare claim they could directly resolve the predicaments facing Qianhu Town. Thus, all eyes turned to Zhao Guozhu, eager to see how he would provide Liu Haotian with a satisfactory response. Chapter 51. Re-encounter with Liang Youde. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Guozhu's expression darkened immediately. He had not anticipated that Liu Haotian would confront him so openly in front of so many people. Although Liu Haotian's remarks were articulated with subtlety, the underlying discontent was palpable to all present. Zhou Binghua could not suppress a smirk. It seemed that Zhao Guozhu might be digging his own grave this time. However, as the head of the county committee, he needed to maintain the unity of the team and oversee the broader situation. He shot a glare at Liu Haotian and turned to Zhao Guozhu, saying, "County head Zhao, while Liu Haotian is somewhat emotional, it is undeniable that over the past 3 months, your actions may have been excessive. We have discussed this before. You once mentioned a need to readjust Liu Haotian's responsibilities. Therefore, I suggest that you confirm in front of all county committee members what specific duties Liu Haotian will oversee. After all, the troubles in Qianhu Town were instigated by you, and you must bear some responsibility." Zhou Binghua's words were delivered with a degree of tact. Although Zhao Guozhu felt considerable displeasure at Liu Haotian's public challenge, he understood that if Liu Haotian refused to accept the position in Qianhu Town, and the municipal and provincial authorities responded angrily, he, the instigator, would likely be removed from his position as the county head of Hongshan. At that point, his career trajectory could be irreparably damaged, marking a significant blemish on his professional record. Zhao Guozhu pondered for a full 2 minutes before slowly raising his head to respond. "Very well, Liu Haotian will henceforth oversee agriculture, water conservancy, poverty alleviation." Before he could finish, Zhou Binghua interrupted him coldly, stating, "County head Zhao, while I, as the head of the county committee, should refrain from interfering with the county government's divisions, I must remind you that Liu Haotian has demonstrated exceptional economic development capabilities in Qianhu Town. He has ensured both environmental protection and economic growth, achieving remarkable results in the realm of environmental protection. Additionally, by introducing the Mengun Cultural Tourism Development Company, the transportation conditions in Qianhu Town have significantly improved. Thus, I recommend that in your division of responsibilities, you not only consider the less prominent departments, but also take into account Comrade Liu Haotian's expertise. As I understand it, in the fields of environmental protection, transportation construction, land resources, and cultural tourism, Hongshan County ranks quite low among all districts in Baiming City, and the relevant deputy county head should bear their share of responsibility." With Zhou Binghua's words laid out so plainly, Zhao Guozhu could not fail to grasp that Zhou was advocating for Liu Haotian to obtain some important departments. At this moment, Zhao Guozhu had no retreat left and could only force a smile, saying, "Then let it be settled that Liu Haotian will directly oversee environmental protection, land resources, transportation construction, cultural tourism, water conservancy, agriculture, and poverty alleviation in Hongshan County." "Secretary Zhou, what do you think?" Zhou Binghua nodded and then turned to Liu Haotian, asking, "Liu Haotian, what is your opinion on County Head Zhao's division of responsibilities?" Liu Haotian smiled slightly, replying, "I leave it to the discretion of the leaders." He understood that it was prudent to know when to stop, especially in front of such a large audience, and making demands of Zhao Guozhu was not particularly appropriate. However, Liu Haotian was not one to harbor grudges silently. He relished the moment of confrontation. Since Zhao Guozhu had made a concession in this manner, he would not push his advantage further. Zhou Binghua nodded, saying, "Liu Haotian, you are now taking on the role of secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee. Do you have any concerns?" Zhou was acutely aware that to enable Liu Haotian to resolve matters within a fortnight, he needed to be granted sufficient autonomy. Otherwise, even a deity would struggle to complete the task. Liu Haotian contemplated briefly before responding firmly, "Secretary Zhou, esteemed leaders, if I am to assume command of Qianhu Town immediately and resolve issues in a methodical manner, I will require at least 3 to 4 months. However, I do have a plan to address the problems in Qianhu Town within a fortnight. For this, I need the county committee to agree to one condition and grant me full authority. Only then can I guarantee that I will resolve the issues within this time frame." Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua scanned the room before his gaze settled on Zhao Guozhu's face. "County head Zhao, what are your thoughts on Liu Haotian's request?" Zhao Guozhu replied solemnly, "As long as Liu Haotian can resolve the issues within a fortnight and his requests are not excessive, I believe we can accommodate them." However, at this point, Zhao Guozhu's gaze turned steely as he looked at Liu Haotian. If the county committee agrees to Liu Haotian's conditions, Yet he fails to resolve the issues within the stipulated time frame. The consequences will rest solely on him. Liu Haotian met Zhao Guozhu's gaze unflinchingly and replied, "No problem." Zhou Binghua then decisively declared, "All right, Liu Haotian, please state your conditions." Liu Haotian responded earnestly, "Secretary Zhou, esteemed leaders, my first condition is that Liang Youde must be transferred from Qianhu Town, regardless of his new posting, as long as it does not interfere with my work in Qianhu. The reason is straightforward. Liang Youde has been in leadership in Qianhu Town for over 8 years and has cultivated too many loyalists within the town, all of whom currently occupy critical leadership positions. If Liang Youde is not transferred, even as the secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee, I would be bound by his subordinates, making it exceedingly difficult to implement my directives. Furthermore, I wish to make it clear that upon my appointment, I will conduct a comprehensive personnel adjustment in Qianhu Town, especially concerning Liang Youde's loyalists. I will ensure they are reassigned to other positions to prevent them from constraining my work. As for their capabilities, I can assess them gradually in the future. However, I must prioritize placing capable individuals in key roles. This is my fundamental requirement for assuming the role of secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee." Zhou Binghua pondered for a moment before nodding. "Your request is reasonable, and I believe we can agree to it." He then glanced at Zhao Guozhu, who gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Zhao understood that Liu Haotian intended to settle scores later, but there was little he could do, considering Tao Liqiang's inefficacy and Liang Youde's inability to rise to the occasion. Thus, he conceded that Liu Haotian should be given the opportunity to showcase his capabilities. At that moment, Zhao Guozhu suddenly interjected, "Liu Haotian, I have agreed to your request. So now, should you not inform us county committee leaders about your forthcoming plans? At the very least, we should be kept in the loop." Liu Haotian nodded in agreement. "County Head Zhao, your request is reasonable. Allow me to briefly outline my plans for everyone. The issues currently facing Qianhu Town include erratic policy changes, which have severely undermined the trust of anglers who have traveled from distant regions. Particularly for many anglers from other provinces, their journey to Qianhu Town is not easy. And now that they leave disheartened, it will be challenging to entice them back. Moreover, for Qianhu Town, it is only these distant anglers who can stimulate the local economy. Therefore, attracting back those who have departed is of utmost importance. In this regard, I have 3 proposals to implement. First, I plan to collaborate with major fishing tackle manufacturers and successful operators in the fishing industry to hold the inaugural Qianhu Town fishing competition. The first prize amounts to 1 million yuan, the second prize 50,000 yuan, and the third prize 20,000 yuan, culminating in a total prize pool of 5 million yuan. Additionally, various excellence awards will be established, sponsored by fishing gear manufacturers. It is important to clarify that this substantial sum of 5 million yuan will not be funded by our Qianhu Town. Rather, it will be achieved through the allocation of advertising space at the event. I can assure all leaders that by organizing this fishing competition, Qianhu Town will not only avoid losses, but will also generate profit. Furthermore, hosting this fishing contest will attract a plethora of fishing enthusiasts to our town. Given the superior water resources and fishing industry in Qianhu Town, coupled with the provision of free fishing opportunities, affordable parking, and reasonable lodging and dining costs, I firmly believe that following this competition, the influx of visitors to Qianhu Town will experience an exponential increase. However, this first proposal merely addresses superficial issues without tackling the root cause. Should I depart from Qianhu Town, the new town committee secretary may still exhibit erratic decision-making akin to that of Tao Liqiang. Therefore, I propose that we must solidify Qianhu Town's status as a fishing town through explicit policy measures. I recommend that Qianhu Town initiate an application for clear policy support from the county, municipal, and provincial committees. Ideally, the provincial committee would bestow upon us the designation of a fishing-themed town, along with formal documentation of support. This way, regardless of who assumes the role of town committee secretary, they would be deterred from recklessly interfering with the long-term developmental policies of Qianhu Town. With such policies in place, fishing enthusiasts from across the nation will no longer harbor concerns and will be encouraged to fish freely and confidently. Thirdly, we must approach fishing as an industry, focusing on the development of essential infrastructure and quality services to ensure that fishing enthusiasts can enjoy their experiences here. Simultaneously, we must strengthen our oversight of fishing activities to prevent illegal behaviors, such as gambling, that may arise from fishing. We must also address specific details, such as the disposal of bait bags and other waste brought by anglers. We must clearly state that every angler is responsible for cleaning up their own trash, or face penalties, including fines or point deductions. Moreover, we need to establish designated closed fishing periods in specific areas to ensure that fish can breed normally. While relevant authorities must enhance the replenishment of fish stocks in various water bodies to prevent extinction due to overfishing, we must undertake preparation for the sustainable development of the fishing industry. Subsequently, Liu Haotian elaborated for a full half-hour, articulating his numerous viewpoints. When he concluded, the venue fell into a profound silence, with all the county committee members gazing in astonishment at the young deputy county head. It was at this moment that they truly recognized that, although this young man sometimes acted recklessly and without consideration for consequences, there was no denying his remarkable talent. The insights he shared were not only practical but also invaluable for ensuring the sustained development of Qianhu Town. Zhao Wuzhu fell into complete silence, suddenly realizing that his agreement to assist Wei Qinglong in suppressing Liu Haotian might have been a grave misjudgment. The capabilities of Liu Haotian left him both shocked and admiring. Unfortunately, he had already become too deeply involved to withdraw. Zhou Binghua instructed Liu Haotian to compile these ideas into a formal document for submission to the county committee, which would fully support the initiative. He would personally present the document to the municipal committee to garner their backing. The following morning, Liu Haotian returned to the town committee courtyard with simplicity and purpose. This time, he was not only the secretary of Qianhu Town but also the deputy county head of Hongshan County. As Liu Haotian entered the courtyard, he encountered Liang Youde exiting the premises, accompanied by Ming Qingze and others who were seeing him off. The two parties met at the entrance. Chapter 52. The three blabbermouths Liu Haotian and Liang Youde simultaneously halted their steps. Liang Yude's countenance darkened like iron, while Liu Haotian wore a broad smile. Liang Youde cast a cold glance at Liu Haotian, sarcastically remarking, "Congratulations, Deputy County Chief Liu, on your promotion. However, I have heard that you have made a solemn commitment to the county committee to resolve the issues in Qianhu Town within a fortnight. Frankly speaking, this time, you seem to be in grave peril." From the outset, Liang Youde did not hesitate to strike at Liu Haotian, for he had already learned that his reassignment to the county local history office, an obscure and desolate position, was solely due to Liu Haotian's insistence. Therefore, at this moment, his animosity towards Liu Haotian ran deep, wishing he could eliminate him on the spot. Liu Haotian, however, merely smiled faintly. "Deputy Director Liang, you need not worry. Since I have made a commitment to the county committee, I assure you, it will not be in vain. Nevertheless, Deputy Director Liang, at this juncture, I truly cannot extend my congratulations. After all, being reassigned from the position of town mayor and deputy secretary of the town committee directly to the county local history office as a deputy director is indeed a demotion. It could be deemed a failure in the bureaucratic arena. Of course, I have heard of your extensive network in Hongshan County, and perhaps there will be opportunities for you to rise again. However, rest assured, I do not intend to grant you that chance." Hearing Liu Haotian repeatedly address him as Deputy Director Liang Youde's face turned a furious shade of blue. He glared at Liu Haotian, enunciating each word with menace. "Liu Haotian, do not become too complacent. The tides of fortune shift, though you may be talented. The tallest tree is the first to be struck by lightning. Your reckless arrogance will inevitably lead to your downfall." With that, Liang Youde jabbed a finger at Liu Haotian's nose, exclaiming, "Liu Haotian, mark my words. I, Liang Youde, will return with a vengeance. Damn you." As he concluded, Liang Youde let out a crude expletive. In his mind, he was merely venting his frustrations towards Liu Haotian, feeling that without a scathing rebuke, something would be amiss, as the pent-up anger within him demanded release. After unleashing his tirade, Liang Youde felt a sudden lightness. But at that very moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and a distinct five-finger imprint appeared on Liang Youde's cheek. Liu Haotian's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed a finger at Liang Youde's nose, coldly declaring, "Liang Youde, dare to utter another word, and I shall shatter your mouth. How dare you insult my mother? I will not let you live." With that, Liu Haotian delivered a swift kick to Liang Youde's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. As Liang Youde lay there, the gazes of those around them converged, leaving him utterly humiliated. Today had been a tremendous embarrassment. He had been bested by Liu Haotian once more. Feeling the surge of anger, Liang Youde sprang to his feet, glaring at Liu Haotian and bellowing, "Liu Haotian, I curse you." Slap, slap. This time, two resounding slaps followed by another kick sent Liang Youde crashing to the ground yet again. Liu Haotian's expression darkened ominously. Throughout his life, although his mother, Qiao Shui, was a forceful matriarch, Liu Haotian understood the profound love his father held for him. He vividly recalled an incident from his childhood when, at the age of 8, he was brutally beaten by a boy much larger than himself. That very night, his mother, Qiao Shui, stormed to the boy's home and, without hesitation, unleashed a torrent of retribution upon the boy's parents. Liu Haotian remembered his mother pointing at them, declaring, "If you continue to harm my child, I shall confront you directly." Despite the boy's father towering over her and appearing as strong as an ox, he fled before Qiao Shuhui's wrath. The boy's mother, too, who tried to match Qiao Shuhui's ferocity, was left battered, though Liu Haotian found it amusing at the time. He later learned that his mother had not been in good health that day, having received intravenous treatment at the hospital. Upon learning that her beloved son had been assaulted, she disregarded her condition and went into battle mode. Such profound memories instilled in Liu Haotian a deep respect for his mother, and he could not tolerate anyone who dared to insult her. No one was exempt. Once, on the African battlefield, an American mercenary provoked Liu Haotian during a gathering of two mercenary factions, insulting his mother. Without hesitation, Liu Haotian drew his Desert Eagle and shot him in the head, nearly igniting a fierce conflict between the two groups. Yet, Liu Haotian stood firm, asserting that anyone who dared insult his mother would face his wrath, no matter where they tried to hide. Due to Liu Haotian's fierceness and unwavering principles, both his organization and others codified this taboo into their operational guidelines, ensuring that newcomers would not unwittingly provoke him. After all, the moniker Eastern War God was not bestowed lightly. At this moment, after being knocked down once more by Liu Haotian, Liang Youde felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He could hardly fathom that while he could brazenly insult certain town committee members without consequence, this young Liu Haotian had the everything must wait until the situation in Qianhu Town settles down. Only then can we settle accounts, as the saying goes. Upon hearing Zhao Guozhu's words, Mengqing's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that at this very moment, Liu Haotian would prove to be of such significance. If that were the case, it seemed Liang Yude's beating had been in vain. Mengqing promptly approached Liang Youde and whispered a few words to him. Liang Youde was instantly filled with despair. He dared not point a finger at Liu Haotian any longer. Instead, he glared at Liu Haotian with malice, declaring, "Liu Haotian, just you wait. A gentleman's revenge is a long time coming. One day, I will ensure you are thoroughly expelled from Qianhu Town." Liu Haotian merely scoffed, striding confidently towards the town committee courtyard. From this moment forth, he, Liu Haotian, was the true authority in the town committee, wielding genuine power. On his first day in office, significant changes had already transpired within the Qianhu Town Committee. Liang Youde had departed, Chu Xuancheng had resumed his position as deputy secretary, and Song Wudi had become the mayor. During the first town committee meeting upon his return to Qianhu Town, Liu Haotian announced adjustments to the positions of the police chief, the finance director, and the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. The three individuals promoted under Tao Liqiang were reassigned, with Song Wudi temporarily assuming the role of secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Chu Xuancheng taking on the position of police chief, and the finance director being filled by the United Front member Gui Jiqiang. Thus, the three most crucial positions in Qianhu Town were firmly in Liu Haotian's grasp. Subsequently, Liu Haotian executed a series of personnel adjustments. Apart from one exceptionally capable individual, all of Tao Liqiang and Liang Youde's loyalists were relegated to idle positions. A number of young, dynamic, and capable cadres were directly promoted, and several university student village officials were integrated into the cadre team of Qianhu Town. Following this, Liu Haotian officially announced the Qianhu Town recovery plan previously reported on the riverbank to the county committee members. As these plans were unveiled, particularly with the Mungun Cultural Tourism Development Company launching a series of advertisements across major satellite TV platforms, Qianhu Town, a quaint fishing town in the northern hinterlands, suddenly became a nationwide sensation. After all, a fishing competition boasting a prize of 5 million was unprecedented on a national scale. With this news made public, various businesses flocked to Qianhu Town for potential collaborations. Numerous fishing gear manufacturers converged upon Qianhu Town, and several television stations sought to negotiate broadcasting rights for the fishing competition. In no time, Qianhu Town and its 5 million prize surged to the top of search rankings, becoming a focal topic of discussion. A week later, Qianhu Town was nearly overflowing with visitors. The allure of the 5 million prize drew many self-proclaimed skilled anglers from across the nation. In an instant, Qianhu Town transformed into a fishing paradise in the hearts of fishing enthusiasts nationwide. At this moment, the spotlight effect triggered by Qianhu Town's fishing locale caught the attention of Provincial Party Secretary Liu Tianming, who promptly approved relevant industrial policies for the fishing-themed town and personally inscribed the 6 characters fishing characteristic town. With this prestigious endorsement, even more individuals expressed their eagerness to visit Qianhu Town for the fishing competition. On the 10th day since Liu Haotian's reappointment as secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee, during an evening gathering at County Secretary Zhou Binghua's residence, Liu Haotian and Zhou Binghua sipped wine while discussing matters concerning Qianhu Town. Zhou Binghua, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Liu Haotian, I never expected that in just 10 short days, you would surpass the previous prosperity of Qianhu Town. It seems you truly possess remarkable capabilities." Liu Haotian chuckled wryly, responding, "Secretary Zhou, to be honest, I intended to proceed methodically. Launching this fishing competition at this juncture is not ideal. While it may create a nationwide sensation, such competitions can easily be replicated by other regions, especially affluent ones that might offer even more substantial prizes. Consequently, our fishing competition could face intense competition. I am under considerable pressure. This fishing competition must be executed flawlessly to establish a strong reputation, create our unique character, and leave a lasting impression on the fishing community. Only then can we withstand potential imitation events." Zhou Binghua, patting Liu Haotian's shoulder, reassured him, "Do not be so anxious. Your performance has been commendable. Both the municipal secretary and the mayor praised you at the standing committee meeting. However, there is one matter you must remain cautious about. I have heard that although Liang Youde has been reassigned to the local chronicle's office, he has been quite active lately, likely seeking to gather incriminating evidence against you to oust you from the position of secretary of the Qianhu Town Committee." Liu Haotian's expression darkened. "Liang Youde still hasn't learned his lesson?" Zhou Binghua sighed. "Given how you publicly humiliated him, it would be surprising if he did not retaliate. Liu Haotian, at times, you are rather impulsive." Liu Haotian, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Secretary Zhou, I recognize that as a cadre, my actions were improper. However, as my mother's son, I cannot tolerate anyone insulting her, even verbally. Therefore, I do not regret my decision to confront Liang Youde. I will strike back at anyone who dares to insult her." Zhou Binghua remained speechless but cautioned, "Just be careful. Liang Youde is not an ordinary foe." Liu Haotian's eyes gleamed with resolve as he coldly stated, "If Liang Youde is so eager to court disaster, I shall oblige. I had initially planned to deal with him after stabilizing affairs in Qianhu Town, but since he is so restless, I might as well take action now." Chapter 53. The Fall of Liang Youde. Liu Haotian, in the presence of Zhou Binghua, promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the number of the current mayor and secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission of Qianhu Town, Song Wudi. He inquired directly, "Old Song, how is the investigation I requested 2 months ago progressing?" With a smile, Song Wudi replied, "The investigation is nearly complete, especially after Liang Youde was transferred. The progress has been swift, and we have gathered substantial evidence. It is now clear that Liang Youde's issues are exceedingly grave. Based on the evidence we have, it appears that Liang Youde receives no less than 5 million yuan annually from Tianxing Company. Not only does he own 3 villas in the capital, but his children are also studying abroad, with his wife accompanying them. Furthermore, both his son and daughter have acquired American green cards. He is undoubtedly a quintessential naked official. Secretary Liu, I suggest that if we are to take action against Liang Youde, it should be sooner rather than later. Although my investigation is conducted with utmost caution, I cannot guarantee that no whispers of it will escape." During Liu Haotian's conversation with Song Wudi, the phone was on speaker mode, allowing Zhou Binghua to hear every word distinctly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua furrowed his brows tightly, paused for a moment, and said decisively, "Song Wudi, you must head to the county committee immediately with all the evidence. I will contact the county's Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, Sun Jixin, for a thorough discussion on this matter." Zhou Binghua then called Sun Jixin, instructing him to prepare for a meeting at the county committee in an hour and to gather a few trustworthy individuals to be ready for relevant actions. Upon receiving Zhou Binghua's call, Sun Jixin's expression turned grave. He understood that this call signified that Zhou Binghua had acquired pertinent evidence and intended to take action against certain individuals. He promptly affirmed that he would arrive punctually at the county's Discipline Inspection Commission. Unbeknownst to Song Wudi, Liu Haotian was staying at Zhou Binghua's residence. After receiving Zhou Binghua's instructions, he wasted no time returning to the town committee office, retrieving the locked materials from the safe, and driving straight to the county committee complex. An hour later, Liu Haotian accompanied Zhou Yonghua to the county committee meeting room, where Secretary Sun Jixin was already waiting. In a nearby small conference room, several staff members from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission were also on standby. About half an hour later, Song Wude entered the meeting room, carrying a thick stack of documents. When he presented the compiled materials to Secretary Sun Jixin merely glanced through them before his expression darkened. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "I never expected Liang Youde to be this audacious." Song Wude continued, "Secretary Zhou, Secretary Sun, I fear that you must prepare yourselves psychologically. The issues in Qianhu Town extend beyond Liang Youde. It involves a chain of individuals. Over the years, many members of the town committee have received substantial dividends from Tianxing Company. Addressing these individuals will undoubtedly be a considerable headache for you both," Zhou Binghua stated coldly. "Regardless of who it is, as long as corruption is involved, our county committee and the Discipline Inspection Commission will show no mercy. All must be brought to justice." Subsequently, Sun Jixin summoned the staff from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission to promptly organize the relevant materials and verify the associated issues. With the commission staff working efficiently, various pieces of evidence were confirmed one by one. Due to the county committee's prior engagement with national big data networks, although Liang Youde had attempted to conceal his actions, even going so far as to acquire 2 identities and household registrations, secrets cannot be kept forever. His deceptive maneuvers had already been uncovered by astute individuals and relayed to Song Wude. Armed with this information, Song Wude utilized some of his connections to swiftly verify the pertinent issues. The county's Discipline Inspection Commission verified the evidence provided by Song Wude with remarkable efficiency. In just 2 hours, many issues surfaced, confirming that Liang Youde was indeed embroiled in severe economic and corruption problems. Sun Jixin slammed the table and turned to Zhou Binghua, saying, "Secretary Zhou, I believe we should handle this matter expeditiously and take immediate action against Liang Youde, Meng Qingze, and others." Zhou Binghua nodded, "Very well. We will handle the case on site today. Your commission can proceed with the necessary procedures. Anyone requiring signatures can come here. I will remain this evening solely to facilitate your signing. Once the dust settles tomorrow morning, we will bring this matter before the standing committee for discussion." Sun Jixin, being a staunch opponent of corruption, immediately notified the heads of various departments within the county's Discipline Inspection Commission to prepare the necessary materials and procedural documents. By around 10 p.m. that evening, all materials and procedural documents were ready. Sun Jixin looked at Li Junjiang, the deputy director of the county's Discipline Inspection Office, and said solemnly, "Old Li, you will lead this operation, with our first target being Liang Youde. We aim to capture all targets tonight." Li Junjiang nodded, "Secretary Sun, I will do my utmost to accomplish this task." Without hesitation, the seasoned Li Junjiang first contacted a grassroots staff member from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission, instructing them to reach out to Liang Youde, stating that there was important information to report. At that moment, Liang Youde was in a county entertainment venue, singing with several close friends. The establishment was lavishly decorated, and a few lovely hostesses accompanied them in singing, dancing, and drinking, creating an atmosphere of indulgence. Upon receiving the call, Liang Youde, slightly inebriated, became somewhat sober as he learned that there was significant information to convey. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Come to the Golden Splendor nightclub immediately, room 688 on the 6th floor." With that, Liang Youde, now devoid of his earlier nonchalance, stared at his phone, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the county discipline inspection staff. A sense of foreboding began to stir within him. In just 20 minutes, Li Junjiang and the discipline inspection staff arrived before Liang Youde. Upon seeing Li Junjiang, Liang Youde's brows knitted together. "Director Li, what brings you here?" Li Junjiang smiled slightly. "Our staff just contacted you regarding important information, and I am here as a representative of the County Discipline Inspection Commission to convey this message." As he spoke, Li Junjiang retrieved a document from his bag and placed it before Liang Youde, handing him a pen. "Comrade Liang Youde, effective immediately. The County Discipline Inspection Commission is formally placing you under detention. Please sign here." Upon seeing the document, Liang Youde's expression darkened instantly. He stood up agitatedly, glaring at Li Junjiang. "Sign? Why on earth would I sign anything? On what grounds do you impose detention on me? I, Liang Youde, have always conducted myself with integrity and have never committed any wrongdoing. What gives you the right to take such measures? It seems you are intent on retaliating against me." Li Junjiang's expression turned serious as he coldly gazed at Liang Youde. Liang Youde, I must remind you that your case has already entered the investigative stage. We possess ample evidence indicating your involvement in severe violations of discipline and law. Do not assume that your two identities and household registrations will shield you from scrutiny. Those two villas you own in the capital are valued at over 50 million yuan. From where did you acquire such a colossal sum? I kindly request you to return with us for a thorough explanation. Furthermore, your son and daughter have acquired American green cards and, in principle, are no longer citizens of our country. Why have you not yet renounced our nationality? Moreover, your wife has been residing overseas with them, rendering you a true naked official. Why have you not reported this to the organization? In addition, during the past 8 years of asset declaration, you have never accurately reported your personal wealth, significantly concealing pertinent facts. Therefore, Liang Youde, you must now return with us to undergo an organizational review. I remind you once more of our principle: honesty leads to leniency, while resistance leads to severity. Upon hearing this, Liang Youde, who had been brimming with rage and arrogance, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his face pale, murmuring, "You all know." How could this be? At that moment, behind Li Junjiang, Song Wudi emerged with a smile. Liang Youde, do you really believe your actions are flawless? Do you think everyone around you is on your side? Do you think your influence in Qianhu Town deters anyone from reporting you? You are mistaken. Once you were reassigned from Qianhu Town, many felt a strong sense of crisis. To protect themselves, they came to me to report on you, seeking a way out. Therefore, Liang Youde, never harbor a sense of luck regarding illegal and disciplinary issues. Often, it is not that one does not report, but rather that the time is not ripe. I can assure you, I had already gathered some evidence of your misconduct 2 years ago. It was simply not the right moment to act, so I remained still. After your reassignment, the investigation proceeded smoothly, rapidly, and efficiently. Upon hearing this, Liang Youde suddenly realized, glaring at Song Wudi, "Song Wudi, it seems I have underestimated you. Although you have never been on my side, I once thought you merely arrogant. Now, however, you reveal yourself as a hidden serpent, insidious, despicable, and shameless." Song Wudi smiled faintly. "Thank you for the compliment, Deputy Director Liang, but unfortunately for you, it seems you will be incarcerated for quite some time. After all, over 50 million in assets remain unexplained. How could you face anyone without serving your time?" Liang Youde suddenly recollected someone. Springing up from the ground with a frenzied expression, "I understand now. You, Song Wudi, are merely a dog for Liu Haotian, acting on his behalf, aren't you?" Song Wudi smiled slightly. "It appears you are not entirely foolish. Your current predicament is indeed closely linked to Secretary Liu. It is precisely because of Secretary Liu's full authorization and strong support that I dared to investigate you." Liang Youde erupted in maniacal laughter. "Liu Haotian, I never expected my good friend to fall into Chapter 54. Disguised visit." After finishing the phone call, Liu Haotian found himself wide awake. Sitting at the edge of his bed, indulging in one cigarette after another, his mind racing with thoughts. He did not wish to provoke Tianxing Company fully at this moment, for he felt that the timing was not yet ripe. However, since Tianxing Company had taken the initiative to provoke him, Liu Haotian resolved to take action. With this principle established, he began to contemplate other matters. Recently, with the situation in Qianhu Town stabilized, Liu Haotian's absence had not hindered its normal operations. Thus, he channeled all his energy into the economic development of Hongshan County. After all, he was now the deputy county magistrate, assigned to several significant sectors, making the advancement of the economy and the improvement of people's livelihoods his paramount responsibilities. Nonetheless, Liu Haotian was acutely aware that although he oversaw some crucial departments, their leaders hardly regarded him with respect. Particularly, the head of the Environmental Protection Bureau, Liu Zilong, had not reported to him even once since Liu Haotian assumed his role 2 weeks prior. Important documents were merely sent by Liu Zilong and Oppos as subordinates, with not a single deputy director making an appearance. What troubled Liu Haotian even more was that within the brief span of his oversight, Hongshan County had already received 2 notifications from the city regarding inadequacies in its environmental protection efforts. From the information he had gathered, 2 of the 3 most polluting enterprises in Hongshan County were funded by Tianxing Company, while the third held a 40% stake in the company. Together, these 3 enterprises monopolized over 80 of the pollution sources in Hongshan County. However, due to their status as pillar industries, these enterprises were granted leniency from various sectors within Hongshan County, which emboldened them to act with impunity regarding pollution. Moreover, Their strong connections within the city further complicated the ongoing pollution issues in Hongshan County. The reason Zhao Guozhu appointed Liu Haotian to oversee the Environmental Protection Bureau was largely due to the previous deputy county magistrate feeling overwhelmed and expressing a desire to relinquish the position, thus conveniently passing it on to Liu Haotian. Liu Haotian pondered these matters throughout the night, finally succumbing to sleep around 4:30 a.m. The next morning, after enjoying a cup of tea in his office, he rode a shared bicycle to the Environmental Protection Bureau. Upon arriving, he was stopped by a security guard who inquired whom he was visiting, stating that he needed to be received by someone inside. Without hesitation, Liu Haotian presented his work identification. The guard, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, it is County Magistrate Liu. I will call Director Liu to come and greet you." Liu Haotian waved his hand, saying, "There is no need. I can go up myself. I am here incognito and wish to observe the current state of the Environmental Protection Bureau without notifying Liu Zilong." The guard nodded in understanding. Yet once Liu Haotian turned to leave, he immediately picked up the phone to contact Liu Zilong's office, hurriedly relaying, "Director Liu, Deputy County Magistrate Liu Haotian has arrived, claiming to be here incognito. He told me not to inform you." Upon hearing this, Liu Zilong sneered, "Let him come. He can do as he pleases. There is no need to concern ourselves with him." Liu Zilong's tone was arrogant, dismissing Liu Haotian entirely. In Liu Zilong's view, while Liu Haotian held the title of Deputy County Magistrate, he had made too many enemies, particularly with the influential Deputy County Magistrate Du Guibin, who had been Liu Zilong's benefactor. Moreover, Liu Zilong himself was not a man to be underestimated. His brother-in-law was the Deputy Mayor, Jin Peng, who had once served as the secretary to the Provincial Secretary Liu Tianming. These connections fostered Liu Zilong's disdain for Liu Haotian. Although he had heard that the bureau heads under Liu Haotian were not particularly pleased with him, most still made an effort to report their work. However, Liu Zilong, feeling secure in his own position, chose to disregard Liu Haotian's authority as a show of loyalty to his powerful patron, Du Guibin. Upon entering the Environmental Protection Bureau's office building, Liu Haotian made his way to the office marked by a sign. Inside, he found 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. One of the women was engrossed in a television drama, while the other was fixated on a computer screen, trading stocks. The 2 men sat side by side at comput. Subsequently, Liu Haotian wandered through various offices. Some were equipped with desks and computers yet devoid of personnel, while others housed individuals engrossed in their own tasks. Only a select few were diligently engaged in work when Liu Haotian entered. After a brief exploration, he located the plaque marking the director's office and promptly knocked on the door. "Come in," a commanding voice resonated from within. Liu Haotian pushed the door open. Inside was a spacious office, tastefully decorated, where a man in his 40s sat behind a grand desk. At that moment, he had his feet propped up on the table, engrossed in his mobile phone, seemingly oblivious to Liu Haotian's presence. As Liu Haotian approached, he glimpsed the screen, revealing that the man was playing Honor of Kings. Clearing his throat softly, Liu Haotian took a seat across from him and remarked with a smile, "Director Liu, it appears you are not adept at playing Huangzhong. You consistently position Yo." Chapter 55, confronting Liu Zilong. Liu Zilong's expression suddenly darkened as he coldly regarded Liu Haotian. "Deputy County Head Liu, while you oversee our Environmental Protection Bureau, it seems you lack the authority to suspend me, do you not? It is indeed my fault for playing games during working hours. But if there is to be any disciplinary action against me, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Discipline Inspection Commission and a county committee, not your role as a deputy. You may criticize my behavior, yet you do not possess the right to punish me." Liu Haotian smiled faintly. "You are correct. I do not have the authority to discipline you. However, the county committee and the Discipline Inspection Commission certainly do. Therefore, let us invite the leaders from the county committee and the Discipline Inspection Commission to visit your Environmental Protection Bureau and evaluate your conduct on site." With that, Liu Haotian took out his phone and dialed the county secretary Zhou Binghua, reporting the details of his discreet inspection today, relaying Liu Zilong's earlier remarks verbatim. Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua furrowed his brow. Liu Haotian continued, "Secretary Zhou, I believe there are significant issues with the overall work ethic in Hongshan County. The Environmental Protection Bureau is merely the tip of the iceberg. Otherwise, why is Hongshan County's economic development and various efforts languishing at the bottom among the many districts in Baiming City? I contend that to alter this situation, we must establish a compelling negative example and impose severe penalties to deter others. We should seize this opportunity to vigorously promote a strict work ethic throughout Hongshan County for a full 365 days. During this period, any units or individuals caught displaying poor work ethics, whether by the County Discipline Inspection Commission or by your deputy, will face harsh consequences. Only by transforming our work ethic and mindset can we elevate the efficiency of our county's relevant agencies and, consequently, improve our economic development. Secretary Zhou. Do you know why so few investors are willing to come to Hongshan County during our investment solicitation efforts? Frankly, the most critical factor is our abysmal environment. Both the service levels of our various agencies and the natural environment of Hongshan County rank at the bottom among Beiming's districts. What, then, can we offer to attract investment? The Environmental Protection Bureau bears a significant responsibility for the negative aspects affecting investment, as it is primarily responsible for environmental degradation. Based on my observations during today's discreet visit, very few individuals in the Bureau, starting from Director Liu Zilong, are genuinely dedicated to their work. If this work ethic is not rectified, how can we expect to enhance efficiency? I recommend Secretary Zhou collaborate with the County Discipline Inspection Commission to convene a meeting at the Environmental Protection Bureau to address this matter directly. Upon hearing this, Liu Zilong's previously imposing demeanor crumbled. He had never anticipated that Liu Haotian would take such decisive action over a seemingly trivial issue, and even he, as the Bureau Director, found merit in Liu Haotian and Appo's words. Now, he was deeply concerned whether Zhou Binghua would heed Liu Haotian and Appo's suggestions. He silently prayed that Zhou Binghua would not show up. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Binghua slowly remarked, "Comrade Liu Haotian, your suggestion is commendable. Let us proceed as follows. In half an hour, an expanded meeting of the county committee will take place in the conference room of the Environmental Protection Bureau, where we will engage in a special discussion on this matter. Please reiterate your points at that time. I am confident that the majority of the county committee members can discern right from wrong and the gravity of the situation." Once Zhou Binghua concluded, Liu Zilong slumped into the plush comfort of his office chair, looking at Liu Haotian with newfound apprehension. He could not fathom that Liu Haotian had such a strong rapport with Zhou Binghua. Half an hour later, under Zhou Binghua's arrangements, the expanded county committee meeting commenced at the Environmental Protection Bureau. At the outset, Zhou Binghua invited Liu Haotian to share his observations from his discreet visit, as well as the suggestions he had previously discussed with Zhou. Subsequently, Zhou Binghua proposed a vote. Faced with Liu Haotian's well-reasoned suggestions, the majority of the committee members voted in favor, leading to their approval. Next, it was time to deliberate on how to address the actions of Liu Zilong and the staff of the Environmental Protection Bureau. Zhou Binghua turned to Liu Haotian and asked, "Liu Haotian, as the deputy county head overseeing the Environmental Protection Bureau, which is essentially your domain, please share your thoughts on how to handle this situation." Zhou Binghua consistently emphasized Liu Haotian's authority regarding the Environmental Protection Bureau. Liu Haotian spoke solemnly, "Secretary Zhou, esteemed leaders, I believe that the ordinary staff of the Environmental Protection Bureau should receive a warning, while those who have diligently performed their duties should be recognized and promoted. Additionally, internal personnel adjustments must be made within the Bureau. As for Director Liu Zilong, he has not only violated regulations but also neglected to report work matters according to proper procedures, and his performance in managing the Bureau's responsibilities has been severely lacking. Therefore, I propose that Liu Zilong be relieved of his duties as the Bureau Director. As for his next assignment, I leave it to the discretion of the leaders. But I can assure you that Liu Zilong is not suited for such a critical role within the Environmental Protection Bureau." Upon hearing this, Zhou Binghua appeared somewhat tempted. However, at that moment, Du Guabin interjected, "Comrade Liu Haotian, I believe you are failing to see the broader picture. You are focusing solely on Liu Zilong's shortcomings without recognizing the diligence he has exhibited in his role. When Liu Zilong first assumed the position of Bureau Director, he was unfamiliar with the circumstances within the Bureau. Without his efforts, many of the Bureau's current initiatives would not have been possible. While it is true that some positions may seem less demanding now due to automation, this also reflects Liu Zilong and Appo's contributions to the Bureau. We should not completely undermine a comrade for a minor error that is neither pragmatic nor fair to our colleagues. I suggest a warning as the appropriate course of action for Liu Zilong." Zhao Guozhu quickly echoed this sentiment, and his allies voiced their support as well. Zhou Binghua weighed their opinions and felt that Liu Haotian's proposal might be excessive, whereas Du Guabin's suggestion seemed too lenient. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I propose that we issue Liu Zilong a serious reprimand within the party. Should any further issues arise in the future, we will consider a positional adjustment. Additionally, I concur with Liu Haotian and Appo's earlier suggestion and we will publicize the situation of the Environmental Protection Bureau as a negative case for the entire county, while also reporting it to the city. Once Zhou Binghua concluded, neither Zhao Guozhu nor Du Guibin had further remarks, as this outcome was the best they could hope for. After the meeting adjourned, Zhou Binghua and Liu Haotian turned to leave, while Zhao Guozhu and Du Guibin entered Liu Zilong's office. Zhao Guozhu coldly regarded Liu Zilong and asked, "Liu Zilong, are you particularly dissatisfied with Liu Haotian?" Liu Zilong nodded. "Indeed, I am not in agreement with him." Zhao Guozhu forcefully struck the table with his finger, coldly stating, "Liu Zilong, consider this your final warning. You may harbor resentment towards Liu Haotian in your heart, and you might even express it through your actions. But do not allow Liu Haotian to seize upon your weaknesses. Do you think that Liu Haotian will falter simply because your Environmental Protection Bureau has been criticized by the city twice? You are mistaken. As long as the situation in Qianhu Town continues to improve, even if Liu Haotian makes minor mistakes, both the county and the city must show him leniency. Qianhu Town cannot thrive without Liu Haotian, for it has become an emblem of environmental protection for Hongshan County and even for Baiming City. Liu Haotian has garnered significant attention from higher-ups due to Qianhu Town, which means that despite the criticisms directed at your bureau, his position remains secure. Moreover, Liu Haotian is not a simple individual. Having been criticized, he will not allow your bureau to distance itself from the situation. You are underestimating the complexities involved. Be cautious. Liu Haotian has set his sights on you, and at any moment, you could be scapegoated by him. For Liu Haotian, eliminating you and your bureau offers him only advantages. With that, Zhao Guozhu turned and departed. Du Guibin gently patted Liu Zilong's shoulder and remarked, "Liu, sometimes you must act with more cunning. Especially when dealing with someone as arrogant as Liu Haotian. Confronting him head-on will only bring you misery. He dares to confront even your brother-in-law, Deputy Mayor Fang Jinping, directly. What chance do you have?" Furthermore, the three companies under Tianxing Group have been excessively bold lately. The pungent odors from their fertilizer plant are even permeating the county government. You should issue them a warning to exercise caution. While we need to foster economic development, we cannot allow rampant pollution. Otherwise, we will have no way to justify this to the citizens. The public's environmental awareness is heightened, and the city has received multiple reports about our inaction. If they do not restrain themselves, we cannot guarantee their safety. After speaking, Du Guibin too turned to leave. Liu Zilong watched the retreating figures of Zhao Guozhu and Du Guibin. His face darkened as he muttered, "Liu Haotian, just you wait. If I do not bring you down this time, I am not Liu Zilong. Do not think that Zhao Guozhu and Du Guibin fear you. I, Liu Zilong, am not intimidated in the slightest. Let us see if I cannot bring you to your knees this time." Chapter 56. The Art of Deception. Although Liu Haotian had departed from the Environmental Protection Bureau, Liu Zilong's animosity towards him only intensified with each passing day. That evening, Liu Zilong arranged to meet with Cui Daji, the office director of Tianxing Group, in a private room at a tea house. Upon their meeting, Liu Zilong promptly relayed a selective account of the discussions held earlier that day involving Liu Haotian, Zhao Guozhu, and Du Guibin. He then stated, "Director Cui, I must implore you to inform your boss that the environmental situation is exceedingly dire at present, due to the three major polluting enterprises under your purview. Our Environmental Protection Bureau in Hongshan County is under immense pressure. Liu Haotian, the deputy county magistrate in charge, has been named thrice by the city administration. Given my understanding of his temperament, he will not relent easily. His recent incognito visit to our bureau is likely just the beginning. He will undoubtedly adopt more severe measures to enforce environmental regulations. Therefore, I urge Tianxing Group to invest more in environmental equipment and to refrain from the reckless discharge of toxic gases and heavily polluted wastewater. Otherwise, I fear my position as director may become increasingly precarious." Cui Daji hastily replied, "Director Liu, I am well aware of our issues and sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused you." As he spoke, Cui Daji retrieved a leather bag from beneath the table and pushed it towards Liu Zilong. "Director Liu, this bag contains 880,000 yuan. A token of goodwill from Tianxing Group. Please accept it. Do not deem it insufficient, for we have further considerations in store." Liu Zilong glanced at the bag. "Director Cui, while this money is indeed valuable, I harbor no desire to earn a living at the cost of my life. Liu Haotian, the deputy in charge of environmental protection, is undoubtedly ruthless. Tianxing Group is most acutely aware of this, especially since he pointed out today that the pungent odor of ammonia emanating from your fertilizer plant on the outskirts of the city is palpable even within the county government during the day. Thus, I advise that you refrain from operating particularly high-pollution projects during daylight hours, especially those that cause extreme discomfort. You may not realize it, but our Bureau's complaint hotline has been inundated daily with grievances against your high-pollution enterprises. Previously, these environmental issues were overseen by County Magistrate Du Guibin, who could mitigate some pressures. However, with Liu Haotian now at the helm, he will only seek to impose stricter regulations rather than offer you any assistance, leaving me in a most uncomfortable position. Cui Daji quickly responded, Director Liu, I comprehend your implications. Rest assured, we will strive to limit operations of notably polluting projects during the day and will move such activities to the evening. Liu Zilong nodded. Director Cui, let us be candid. I have recently received disciplinary action from the party and must demonstrate tangible results to Liu Haotian and the county committee. Failing to do so will only invite further trouble from him. Should he uncover any incriminating evidence against me, I could find myself in a precarious position, the consequences of which you can surely appreciate. Do you have any suggestions? After a moment of contemplation, Cui Daji's face broke into a sly smile. Director Liu, if Liu Haotian is so keen on achieving results in environmental governance, then why not cater to his desires? The county is home to more than just the 3 polluting enterprises in question. Hongshan County is renowned as a stone production hub, supplying over 70% of the marble flooring used in provincial landscaping and holding a market share exceeding 35% nationally, with at least 1,000 stone production enterprises in our county alone. Surely, they contribute to pollution, primarily through dust and noise. These enterprises are scattered across various townships and villages, leading to fewer complaints, yet their environmental impact is severe. My proposal is to implement a sweeping shutdown of all polluting enterprises in the county and assign all responsibility to Liu Haotian. Whenever questioned, simply assert that this was Liu Haotian's directive, mandating a complete cessation of operations for all businesses involved in environmental issues. This will undoubtedly incite outrage among the thousands of enterprises affected. While they may seem inconspicuous, many possess substantial influence, with some even having connections at the provincial level. Once Liu Haotian incurs their wrath, there will sir it is hoped that Vice County Mayor Liu Haotian of Hongshan County can genuinely recognize that the essence of environmental protection extends beyond merely safeguarding the environment. It is fundamentally about ensuring a better existence for humanity and securing the sustainable development of society. One must not sacrifice the interests of enterprises and the public for personal political gains. A stable balance must be achieved among environmental protection, people's livelihoods, and economic development. Upon the publication of a journalist's report, a strong societal backlash ensued, with the reporter explicitly naming Liu Haotian and thrusting him into the eye of the storm. Some individuals even unearthed Liu Haotian's fishing town project in Qianhu Town for comparison, suggesting that since his promotion to vice county mayor, he has become somewhat arrogant, resorting to unscrupulous means for the sake of political achievements. In an instant, Liu Haotian became the target.